Okay, let's do, shoot, this actually is volume 19, okay. Prologue. The tea party in the library was brought to an abrupt close when Rosamund collapsed without even the slightest warning. Continuing was hardly an option when the host had fallen unconscious. Hannelore and Hildebrand had looked on in a daze, while Rosamund's head attendant, Rayarda, had sent an ordinance to summon Wolfried and Charlotte. Lord Wolfried, Lady Charlotte, I leave the rest to you, Rayarda said upon their arrival. I will bring milady back to the dormitory with her guard knights. Brunhilde assist them in cleaning up. She curtsied to the prince, who was wide-eyed and chattering his teeth, and obtained permission to leave. Then she said a simple farewell to Hannelore before making a brisk exit. Arthur, what happened to Rosamund? Hildebrand asked, his head attendant shaking. What's going on? Hannelore heard the prince's quavering voice and glanced over. Arthur had gone pale. He was trying to think of what to tell his lord, but his understanding of the situation was just as non-existent. Wolfried and Charlotte consoled the panicked Hildebrand and explained to his retainers that Rosamund's collapse was a regular occurrence. Prince Hildebrand, Rosamund often falls unconscious, Wolfried said. My sister's health is especially poor, Charlotte added. But there are potions waiting for her at the dormitory that will make everything better. Wolfried then tried to console Hildebrand the same way he had consoled Hannelore the year before, by telling him about the incident with the snowballs, her baptism, and so on, but it had the opposite effect. The prince grew enraged and suddenly demanded, how could you do that to her? Well, he didn't know it was going to happen and he didn't do it on purpose. Dude! Arthur seemed to take solace in the explanation, at least. Some color returned to his pale face, and he rested his hands on the prince's shoulders, urging him to stop directing his worry and panic at Wolfried. Prince Hildebrand, these Archduke candidates of Ehrenfest know her very well, Arthur said. If they say she is fine, we may trust that she is. You must not show your emotions so openly. Let us return as well. Hildebrand was young and emotional, but his head attendant Arthur understood the situation well. Because there was a royal in the room, everyone else was forced to prioritize his needs, delaying their work. He gave an apologetic look to Wilfrid and swiftly concluded their farewells. Once the prince was gone, Charlotte and Wolfried could begin attending to the remaining guests. Professor Solange, we apologize for having surprised you, Charlotte said. Are you well, Lady Hannelore? Wolfried asked. An Archduke candidate of a greater duchy could not allow themselves to lose their composure, and with that in mind, Hannelore repeated over and over again that she was fine. On the inside, however, she was anything but. She simply couldn't forget the way that Rosamund had collapsed and then remained dead still, like a puppet whose strings were suddenly cut. Hannelore could sympathize with the prince's alarm. The year before, during the Ehrenfest tea party to which all duchies had been invited, Rosamund had collapsed to the floor the moment she took Hannelore's hand. She had been smiling up until that moment, but in the blink of an eye, she was unconscious. Hannelore hadn't known what to do, and she didn't know what to do now. A cold sweat ran down her back as she failed to move or speak properly at all. Lady Hannelore, Wolfried said, regarding her with clear concern. Hannelore had assumed that she was wearing a natural smile, but this evidently wasn't the case. Her face kept twitching no matter how much she tried to stop it. Cordula, Hannelore's head attendant, sensed that her lady was unable to act in a manner befitting an Archduke candidate. She placed a hand on Hannelore's shoulder and sought permission to speak. We were surprised by the suddenness of it all, Cordula began, but we are aware that Lady Rosamund was bedridden for days immediately prior to this tea party. She asked us whether we could bring our musicians for the exchange since she had been summoned back to Ehrenfest. It is clear that Lady Rosamund was forced to hold this tea party despite being in such ill health due to the prince being invited. Cordula's words were spoken with such cold rationality that Hannelore's mind finally started working again. In retrospect, Dunkelfelger had indeed been told from the start that Rosamund would be attending this tea party in poor health. If only you had said that sooner, Cordula, I wouldn't have panicked so much. Such a thought ran through Hannelore's mind, but then she realized why Cordula had not spoken until then. Her analysis of the situation could easily have been taken as criticism of the prince. She could never have said such things in the presence of royalty, even if she was just trying to calm her lady. Hannelore looked around and saw that Rosamund's remaining attendants were cleaning up the tea party alongside Solange's attendants. It seemed that best for her to leave sooner rather than later. She had calmed down enough to make that kind of a decision. I believe we should be, she began. I'll take you to your dormitory and explain things to Dunkelfelder, Wolfried said. Charlotte, can you handle the rest? Certainly, dear brother. I will settle matters with the attendants before returning to our dormitory, Charlotte replied, having consoled Solange and directed her own attendants to assist with the cleanup. She seemed unreasonably calm for a first year, which Hannelore took as proof of just how often Rosamund had collapsed. After escorting Hannelore back to her dormitory, Wolfried explained the situation to her older brother Lestalot. We truly apologize for startling Lady Hannelore and all those attending the tea party once again, he said, referencing how the same thing had happened the year before. Naturally, everyone in the dormitory was paying close attention. You are not to blame for Lady Rosemine's collapse, Lord Wilfrid, Hannelore said, putting on her best smile as she saw him off. Please tell her that I hope she recovers soon. I am quite fine. As soon as the door closed, however, the strings of tension were abruptly cut and a wave of exhaustion hit Hannelore all at once. Her emotions had stirred so much that she felt as weary as she usually did after using a ton of mana. She wanted nothing more than to rest in her room, so she began heading for the stairs, but the circumstances were much too serious. Hannelore, Lestat called out, his red eyes narrowed sharply. Tell me what in the world happened at that tea party. Brother, I would rather wait until after I have calmed down a bit. You know we can't delay our report. This happened in the presence of royalty. You can remain silent and have your retainers give the details on their own, but you still need to be there. Come. There was no room for Hannelore to refuse when her brother was being so firm, and so she had to go to a meeting room with her retainers before even having an opportunity to rest or change clothes. Were I to collapse at a tea party like Lady Rosemine, I find it hard to believe my brother would ever swiftly rush over like Lord Wilfrid to take care of things for me. No, he'd probably show up, start yelling at everybody for having caused this to happen to her in the first place, and then swiftly take Hannelore away after telling everybody, yeah, you're not getting anywhere near her now. That seems like how overprotective he is of her. Hannelore knew there was no point in even comparing the two boys, but she couldn't help but sigh when she pictured the stern-faced Lestat alongside the warm-hearted Wilfrid. Oh, how I wish I had a kind older brother like Lord Wilfrid. Gathered in the meeting room were Lestat, his retainers, Hannelore, and those who had accompanied her to the tea party. Hannelore looked over a board she had received from Cordula, the notes her apprentice scholars had made during the tea party. Such notes were very rarely made during tea parties, since pestilent... Post-liminary reports were delivered verbally and from memory alone, but Hannelore had deviated from the room in an attempt to copy Rosemine. Thus, no matter how panicked they had grown, they could still speak objectively and without missing any details. It was a very wise decision in hindsight. Rosemine's collapse had been so overwhelming that Hannelore hadn't even been able to remember what they had been talking about prior to it. As I mentioned previously, I have agreed to start donating mana to the library's magic tools as an assistant. This, Hannelore pointed to her armband as she read from the board, is proof of that fact. We assistants are also being referred to as library committee members. A weird-looking band and a weird-sounding name, Lestat said quite rudely. Rude. Hannelore ignored him and continued, explaining that she had supplied mana to Schwartz and Weiss, and that Hildebrand would be working with them as a member of the library committee henceforth. Now, what should I say about Lady Rosemine requesting that Prince Hildebrand do one of our jobs? Hannelore fell silent for a moment, taking a sip of tea to wet her mouth while carefully eyeing her brother. He was always scrutinizing Rosemine's words and actions, so he would no doubt kick up an exaggerated fuss upon learning of the Ordnance prompting incident. Hannelore ultimately decided to keep it hidden for now. The prince had accepted it without issue, and it had nothing to do with Dunkelfelger. If it truly was important enough to be featured in the report, Cordula would simply mention it later. We exchanged books, Hannelore said, then Rosemine presented us with a manuscript about Dunkelfelger's history, rewritten in modern vernacular. She wants us to make sure it doesn't contain any mistakes. Dunkelfelger's history, you say? Lestat remarked. Very well, I will check it thoroughly to make sure everything is correct. Hannelore noticed a sinister grin on her brother's face and gave him the hardest glare she could muster. An unfairly critical evaluation ran the risk of damaging her friendship with Lady Rosemine. She had only recently started to enjoy reading, thanks in large part to Ehrenfest's books being so fun and easy to read, and the last thing she wanted was for Rosemine to start growing distant. Lestat reached for the stack of papers, but Clarissa hugged them to her chest. I will not give them to you, Lord Lestat, she declared. Clarissa, what do you think you're doing? Lestat exclaimed. She wasn't even Hannelore's retainer. The tea party had taken place before the usual socializing period, and since Hannelore hadn't had enough available retainers, she had recruited archnobles for free time to accompany her. Thus, Hannelore looked just as surprised as her brother. Lady Rosemine sought not just for the manuscript to be checked, but for Ob Dunkelfelger to be consulted over whether it could be made into a book within Ehrenfest, Clarissa said. The Obs of our duchies are going to be discussing this during the Interduchy tournament. We must send them home at once. Clarissa was using the fact that Archdukes would soon be involved to reinforce her point. She had been crazy about Rosemine ever since the game of dinner the year before, and no doubt wished to prevent Lestat's unfair criticisms more than anyone. More than likely, yeah. As Lestat examined Clarissa through narrowed eyes, trying to determine whether she was being sincere, Hannelore agreed with a smile. Clarissa is correct, she said. This is an urgent matter. Hannelore and Lestat glared at each other, neither person wanting to relent, until eventually Cantrips, the latter's apprentice scholar, cleared his throat. I understand the situation, but as goods are entrusted to us from another duchy, it is necessary that Lord Lestat be given the opportunity to view them as the future Archduke, he said. Can you permit him to check them over during the following 3 days so as to not interfere with the OB's negotiations? I will assume responsibility and deliver them to the OB after 3 days have passed. Cantrip's suggestions seemed fair to Hannelore. She could trust her brother's retainers a lot more than she could trust her brother himself. And if Cantrip said he would send the manuscript home after 3 days, she could believe it. She moved to agree, but Clarissa still seemed unconvinced. She firmly shook her head while continuing to clutch the papers to her chest. If we have 3 days to wait, I want to spend them reading the manuscript myself, Clarissa declared. This is a book on history written by Lady Rosemine. I can only imagine it is as pleasant and easy to read as all other Ehrenfest books. I wish to read it too. One of the others who had attended the tea party called out. I'm terribly curious to see how she translated the heroic tale of Rangletus. No, another interjected. Forget Rangletus. What about Garlshot? The others all seemed curious about one hero's tale or another, and they were getting so heated up that they were leaving the Archduke conference entirely to the side. Hannelore couldn't help but sigh. Dunkelfelgerians were hot-blooded by nature, and it often caused trouble. Hannelore looked up at Cordula, who nodded and forcefully clapped her hands together. Be quiet, the head attendant said. As this is a request from another duchy, the OB takes the highest priority. If we are not in a position to respond before the interduchy tournament, Dunkelfelger will suffer. For failing here would mean breaking a promise to Lady Rosemine. Her final remark was presumably to hammer the point home for Clarissa. Cordula snatched the papers from her hands and then gave them a close look. These papers seem to be bound with thread. If we take care not to lose it, we can have the pile. Cordula? As we are only checking the precision of this modern translation, the OB will need only half of the manuscript to make his assessment. We can send the first half to Dunkelfelger and keep the second here in the dormitory. Hannelore struggled to understand why Cordula was taking such lengths when she just wanted to stop Clarissa and the others from going crazy. Lord Lestalot does need to check the manuscript, but we cannot deprive Lady Hannelore of seeing it when it was entrusted to her in the first place. Cordula continued, please take turns reading the half that we keep hold of. In truth, I cannot say I have much interest in reading Dunkelfelger history. I would much rather spend that time reading Ehrenfest romance stories. But you did get that book! You did get that book, so you could keep that one. But despite Hannelore's misgivings, she did not reject Cordula's suggestion. She knew that she would encounter problems during her first tea party with Ehrenfest if she avoided reading the manuscript entirely. Lady Cordula, Clarissa began. Clarissa, might I suggest that you do your own work, Cordula said, interrupting her. I believe you said you were collecting stories for Lady Rosemine. Did you not? If you send them to her through your Ehrenfest associate, she will surely be overjoyed. Yeah, I think that's what she was... Oh yeah, she was asked to do something by Hartmut to make his lady happy. And I'm guessing this is what she decided to do. Clarissa put on a serious face as she considered Cordula's advice. I have transcribed books to complete challenges and for gradings, but I never thought about transcribing for a get-well present. You are right, Lady Cordula. Lady Rosemine would surely rejoice to receive stories while she is so unwell. Hannelore was glad to see Clarissa so motivated. Her fists were clenched and there was a noticeable sparkle in her blue eyes, but there was something about her words that didn't seem to make sense. She knew that Clarissa had gone crazy for Rosemine entirely on her own at some point, but when she thought back to the tea party, they hadn't seemed to have met before. Clarissa, what do you mean when you say that you transcribe books to complete challenges and for greetings, Hannelore said, or asked. Have you met Lady Rosemine before? The young woman's cheeks reddened with embarrassment as she turned her head, causing her braid to sway ever so slightly. Last year, I proposed to one of Lady Rosemine's retainers in the Royal Academy, she said. And the other day, I finally completed the challenge he gave me. I'm hoping to give Lady Rosemine a more formal greeting at the introductory tournament this year, so... Hannelore had wondered why Clarissa seemed to know so much about Ehrenfest as of late, and saw it was finally making sense. She had settled on marrying someone from the duchy. She was acting far more adorable than usual right now, so she rejoiced over her proposal having been accepted. Hannelore felt her own heart warming up just from the sight. I'm glad that you completed the proposal challenges you received, Hannelore said encouragingly. Do continue to keep gathering stories. I am much looking forward to Ehrenfest making a book out of the ones your apprentice scholars have collected. From there, Hannelore returned to the report. She noted that while she and Rosemine were exchanging their books, Hildebrand had mentioned to his attendant Arthur that he wanted to lend a book too. That was when the notes ended, and presumably when Rosemine had collapsed. The apprentice scholar who had been writing must have been very disturbed by the sudden incident, since Arthur's name was cut off midway through, with the ink jerking away in a line, and then Lady Rosamond suddenly collapsed, Handler concluded. Huh? But why? Lestalot asked. Lady Handler, surely that is not all. Are you forgetting something? One of his retainers added, equally surprised, but there was nothing more to say. Everyone who had attended the tea party had been too shocked by the sudden event to process everything. It truly did happen without warning, one of those who had attended said, backing up Handler. It was as sudden as could be. Lady Rosamond's attendants and her siblings handled the situation with trained experience, but we guests had no idea what had happened or what to do, another added. Although they had remained silent at the time, it seemed they had been just as surprised. Enough, Lestalot said. I understand that Handler's report was not incomplete. Do we not have even the slightest idea as to why she collapsed? Lady Rosamond seems to have been bedridden for several days prior to the tea party, and she was so ill that Ehrenfest instructed her to return home, Handler replied. Cordula believes that she might have collapsed after pushing herself to attend the tea party due to the prince being in attendance. I'm impressed that she can be an Archduke candidate while being that sickly, Lestalot said, scratching his head with an annoyed grimace. His poor attitude aside, Handler agreed with Lestalot that Rosamond's position as an Archduke candidate was peculiar. How did she perform Archduke candidate training with a body that weak? Handler could only tilt her head in disbelief as she thought over the intense training that Dunkelfugger Archduke candidates received. But perhaps other duchies trained in different ways? There was no point thinking about it. And that is what happened at the tea party, Handler concluded once again. May I return to my room now? My emotions stirred heavily from the surprise, and I am exceedingly tired. She wasn't the only one whose emotions had been shaken by Rosamond's collapse. All those who had accompanied her were no doubt equally as tired. Lestalot didn't try to keep them any longer. Once she was finally back in her room, Handler let out a sigh of relief. Cordula was helping her get changed with a sympathetic smile, while the retainers who had been too busy with their classes to attend the tea party prepared tea, looking visibly interested in what they had missed. Professor Roffin was quite troubled to find you all in the meeting room, one of the retainers said. He had apparently returned after his classes to find the room locked, and it was only from the nearby students that he had learned about the tea party ending early due to Rosamond collapsing. Oh my, but is Lady Rosamond's health not far more important than questioning her about the temple? Handler asked. It seems he thought to have Prince Hildebrand use his royal authority to make Lady Rosamond delay her return, but the prince refused. Ah! Roffin had sent an ordinance to Hildebrand only for him to respond that he refused to order someone to stay at the academy when they needed rest in their home duchy. Handler, recalling how disturbed the prince and his retainers had been during the tea party, found the idea of the professor making such a request in the first place laughable. If they wanted information on temple matters, they could consult the Sovereign Temple or even the temple in Dunkelberger. Rosamond's health took priority, especially when she was exhausted enough to have collapsed in the presence of royalty, so Handler was beyond glad that her rest wasn't going to be disturbed. I am relieved to hear that she will not be forced to overexert herself once again due to a royal order, Handler said. Unlike here in the Royal Academy, she will be able to rest in Ehrenfest. I hope that she gets well soon. Oh. A few days later, Handler received a message stating that Rosamond had awoken and would promptly be departing for Ehrenfest. Oh boy, post-return discussion. Here we go. Here's a massive lecture coming through. I imagine they're going to be questioning everything. As the swirling of the teleportation circle faded, I slowly opened my eyes. Cornelius's back was the first thing I saw. He had stood in front of me and to the side as my guard. But you are to let go of me now that I wasn't in danger of toppling over from nausea. Welcome back, Lady Rosamond, and so I've returned. Angelica, Daniel. Standing in front of the crowd gathered to welcome me were my two guard knights. Daniel looked exhausted, perhaps because he was receiving training from Bonifacius once again. Cornelius walked over to them and began the process of swapping out guard knights. I request that you both take my place guarding Lady Rosamond, he said. I must return to the Royal Academy at once. Won't that be a struggle? Angelica asked, quizzically, and turned around. She was looking at my guardians, which included the archducal couple, the knight commander couple, Ferdinand and Bonifacius. Cornelius let out a small groan after following her gaze. Oh my, Cornelius, Elvira said, scooting forward. Look! Run, Cornelius! Run! Get away! Get away before she starts grilling you about all this! Scooting forward to stand between the guard knights. But do we not have much to discuss? Perish the thought of you leaving so soon after your return. Please do spend at least one night with your family. She was smiling on the surface, but her dark eyes were locked onto Cornelius with deadly intensity. Run, Cornelius! You need to get out of there! She's going to question you about your love life! Oh no! I imagine that's what's going to happen. Mother, I sent my reply the other day, and I still have classes to attend. Once they are done, I will come home to talk, Cornelius said, his face twitching as he took a step back, trying to get as far away from Elvira as he could. He finished the guard exchange, then swiftly turned and stepped back onto the teleportation circle. Elvira looked as though she had something to say, but she ultimately saw Cornelius off with a giggle. Next time, come home with a bit more manly resolve, dear, and with your partner, of course. Cornelius shimmered and disappeared with a grimace. He had been talking about how he wanted to enjoy his last year as a student to his fullest, but in reality, it seemed that he just wanted to avoid Elvira's probing. Definitely. And I do not blame him. Who wants to be probed about their love life when they want to keep it a secret, especially when they want to keep it a secret from somebody who would put it into a story? His partner, I repeated. Have you finally learned who she is, Mother? We may discuss this in detail during a tea party. There is much I must ask of you as well, she replied, and then returned to her place in the crowd. Riarda suddenly pushed me forward, and I moved to greet my other guardians. I have returned from the Royal Academy, I announced. I never expected you to finish your classes this quickly, Rosamine, Bonifacius said, praising me with a grin. My granddaughter really is in a league of her own. I was overjoyed to receive his praise, but my achievement was solely down to me wanting to visit the library sooner, so I wasn't entirely sure how to respond. Unable to puff out my chest with pride and boast, I opted to be humble and say it was all thanks to Ferdinand's teachings. It was! Because, to be honest, if they hadn't studied the other stuff in the study guides that Ferdinand had given them from back when he was in school, they probably would have failed Fraulein sociology exam with what she pulled. So, yeah. Rosamund, I'm going to be eating dinner with the rest of you tonight, so how about you tell me how you slew that Turnishperphone, he continued. Your scholar's report said that you were the star of the show. Nope, he was not. Hartman had sent his report while I was bedridden, so I hadn't gotten the chance to read it. Thanks to Felina, I was aware he had extolled my saintly virtues, but that was about the extent of my knowledge. I also knew that I hadn't participated in the fight much at all. My attacks had consistently missed, and I certainly didn't want to speak with Bonifacius about that. Of course, I said, we can discuss how splendidly the apprentice knights handled the matter. Thanks to your training, Grandfather, they have learned to coordinate a bit. For a moment, I considered making a pinky promise with Bonifacius, but I realized that doing so would leave me with a broken finger and immediately gave up on the idea. Yeah, and they wouldn't understand what a pinky promise is anyway. Sylvester was the next to step forward. I've been waiting for you, Rosamine. Come to my office once you get changed, he said. For some reason, his voice was completely devoid of energy. Last year, he had stomped his feet and looked downright furious, but now he seemed kind of dead inside. Because you guys all broke him with all the reports he's gotten. Poor guy is dead inside. It was probably just my imagination, though. Or did something happen while I was away, I wonder? I assume it's all that you've done, Rosamine. I imagine that. I briefly returned to my room with Riarda and my guard knights, then headed to the office. Ferdinand, Sylvester, and Karlstad were awaiting me inside. Ferdinand was the first to speak. Rosamine, he said, eyeing me carefully while tapping a finger against his temple, I believe we must begin by ensuring we both have the same understanding of the word peaceful. I ask, what does it mean to you? I blinked in surprise, having been prepared for some intense lecturing. Still, I gave his question a serious ponder. To me, it means days where I can hold up in the library and read, I eventually replied. If not for this order to return home, my life would have been the very embodiment of peace. They meant your literal definition of peaceful. Because what you think is peaceful, or what you consider peaceful, and what they consider peaceful are apparently two entirely different things of what has happened at the academy. Jeez. And sorry, that was my hands hitting the desk. Or tapping the desk, I should say. Because I had lifted my hands up and then rested on my desk, so yeah. My return to Erebest had been ordered right after my lessons had ended and I could begin visiting the library. As far as I was concerned, it was perfectly reasonable for me to grumble and demand that they give me back my library and reading time. Sylvester let out a heavy sigh. We didn't call you back on a whim, you know. Rosamine, Karlstad added. Do you know why we ordered your return? I placed a contemplative hand on my cheek. There were 3 mistakes that immediately came to mind. Blasting holes in the canopy of my bed with my water gun, terrifying everyone during the Bookworm tea party, and passing out despite being the host. However, the latter regarding my water gun modifications hadn't contained any criticism whatsoever. I was summoned back right after the Turnishperphone incident, so maybe because I joined the battle without consulting anyone and ended up collapsing, I ventured. Would that be it? What do you mean, maybe? I'm just struggling to understand what I've done to deserve a scolding. I don't think I've made that many mistakes, especially compared to last year, I said, tilting my head. It was a response that made all 3 of my guardians sigh. First, Ferdinand said, lining up the reports from the Royal Academy, is the way you write your reports. You can write proper reports for the printing industry and for temple matters, so why are your reports on Royal Academy affairs so poor? For what reason do you concentrate on topics of such little importance? I actually had a clear answer to that question. My scholars already send you reports on what they feel is important, and it seems kind of pointless for me to focus on the same things. I thought it would be better to go out of my way to write about the details that Hartmut skipped. It seemed that my concern had been wasted on them. I had also been writing my reports with the same mindset as when I was in school back in Earth and would write letters to my guardians. But that evidently wasn't what Ferdinand and the others wanted. Instead, they needed my reports to be a lot more analytical in nature. Duh. I thought you would all appreciate an insight into what your children are getting up to at school, so I made my report similar to a diary of sorts that covered more personal topics, I continued. If you find this unsatisfactory, I would rather you tell me exactly what kind of report you want instead. I see, Ferdinand said. That would explain why your reports were so overly emotional. Henceforth, write them as you do for the printing industry, and focus on the improvements of your students. Of our students' grades, the spreading of trends, and the activities of your so-called library committee. With that, I finally understood what kind of reports my guardians wanted. If they needed them to be written from a work perspective, mine certainly wasn't cutting it. Duh. From there, my guardians pointed out various of the problems with my words and actions. The most substantial were centered around how I handled the members of my library committee. I had promised to give Hildebrand an armband without seeking permission, refused to immediately hand over the magic tools, registered him as an assistant, and tried to make him take on work. Well, I mean, she was giving reasons as to why it probably wouldn't be a good idea for him to be the masters of the shoe mills, so I mean, it's not like she outright refused and said, I can't do that, they're mine. Because, I mean, she did list out reasons like, does he have the darkness attribute? Does it want to be called a lady despite being a man? Does he mind coming here even though he has to be staying out of sight? I mean, hello, kind of logical reasons here. It's not like she outright refused. She did give, because if he had said okay to all those things and that he was still okay with it despite all that, then yes, she would have done it. Dude. She was just making sure that he wanted all this before he even... Hello, thinking things through here. But he's a library committee member, I said. What will he do if not work in the library? As far as the reports say, the only work that your committee has been given is to supply mana, Sylvester said flatly. Prompting students to return their overdue books is not your job. I hung my head feeling dejected. He was right. Solange had already seemed hesitant about giving work to an Archduke candidate such as me, yet I had taken things a massive step forward. Further, by suggesting that we entrust work to a literal prince. And to add insult to injury, I had done it all without consulting her first. I'm sorry, Professor Solange. Professor Solange kept saying how helpful and overall wonderful these ordinances from Ferdinand were. So I just assumed having a prince take up the role would be even better, I said. The perfect person for the job, I thought. It is not up to you to decide who should take on which jobs, Ferdinand replied. A royal may give you any order they like, but you must not give an order to a royal. After considering their words, I concluded that I had been treating Hildebrand as a comrade in arms when he was actually like the son of a CEO in a company where I was on the lowest rung of the corporate ladder. And of course, while giving work to a colleague was perfectly acceptable, giving work to the small child who was just visiting to play certainly wasn't. Okay, that explains why everyone froze up. I cradled my head in regret, finally understanding what a colossal blunder I had made. Only then did I realize the consequences that the prince continuing to hang out with us in the library committee would have, and it made me want to cry. Even during my Arano days, there was never a time where I had needed to interact with someone whose status was so much higher than my own. Well, I mean, your world does have that kind of status, but not to that same effect, and there's hardly any royals in comparison to commoners, so yeah. In that case, what should I do now, I asked. Would it not be a problem for me to ignore Prince Hildebrand when Lady Hannelore and I are discussing our workloads? Especially when he wishes to join in our conversation? I imagine the prince will end up feeling left out, but what am I supposed to do about that? I had simply paid close attention to his expression when talking about the armbands, and reacted accordingly, but perhaps it would have been better for me to ignore it. Ferdinand gave a very sharp frown. You always swiftly and accurately identify what the person you are speaking to wants or needs based on minor gestures and expressions during conversation. That is not bad in and of itself. One can even call it a virtue. However, you never consider the context of whom you are speaking to or account for the intentions of those around you. That is why everyone always struggles to follow up your actions. I always placed all my focus on the person I was speaking with and was more than willing to befriend anyone regardless of whether they were royalty or from a greater duchy. However, according to Ferdinand, that generally led to me troubling those around us or creating much greater problems. You have what it takes to become a powerful weapon if you can learn to start taking context into consideration, Ferdinand said. But for now, you are little more than a danger who makes the future entirely unpredictable. This is especially true when royalty is involved. It has become impossible to say where Ehrenfest will stand in the years to come. I averted my eyes, aware that Ferdinand had told me to avoid interacting with royalty by any means necessary. But I mean, when it's a kid and you can't afford to say no to royalty when they ask for something. And yeah, it'd be rude to ignore royalty when they're sitting right in front of you. So it kind of had very limited options in that scope of things. Although I understood what my guardians were trying to say, I couldn't make any promises. Ferdinand, upon noticing my attitude, looked at me with a frown. "Do not look away from me, Rosamund," he said. "Just what are you plotting this time? I can't avoid dealing with Prince Hildebrand now. It's too late for me to promise anything." "And why is that?" "Because I plan to continue being friends with him. I was also invited to visit the palace library, and there's no way I can throw away my chance to secure permission for that." Solange, Hannelore, and Hildebrand, a librarian, and 2 bookworms. They were the 3 people I wanted to be friends with more than anyone in the Royal Academy, and from this point onward, I wanted to involve myself with them as much as possible. I would accept advice from my guardians on how to go about getting closer with my new friends, but I wasn't willing to stop interacting with them entirely. "You can forget about the palace library," Sylvester said with a harsh expression. "You passed out just from hearing its name, didn't you? If you actually went there, you'd probably collapse, fire off random blessings, and who knows what else. I'm not going to give you permission to go there until you learn to control yourself. And either way, since you're underage, you won't be able to go to the royal palace without a guardian." "Isn't that way too cruel?" I exclaimed, desperately looking between my 3 guardians. But they were all wearing expressions that made it clear they would not accompany me. This was bad. The self-restraint I had abandoned so long ago was suddenly something I needed quite severely. But how could I restrain myself when faced with the palace library? I had no faith that I could. "The palace library," I mumbled to myself. On the surface, it seemed as though I could go there after learning some self-restraint, but I knew it was just a thinly veiled attempt to keep me away from it permanently. After all, how could they evaluate my progress when it was impossible to gauge another person's self-restraint in the first place? "But I want to go." "At the very least, we can hardly let you go until you've stopped collapsing out of nowhere," Carstairs said. "You caused an immense amount of stress for Prince Hildebrand and his retainers this time, didn't you?" "Yeah, the poor kid was about to cry. You almost made him cry. Poor kid. You traumatized him." In short, he was asking me whether I wanted to traumatize everyone in the palace library. I slumped my shoulders. I didn't want to do that, no. Because I'm sure that Hildebrand would want to accompany you there to the palace library because they were the ones that, offered the idea in the first place. And you traumatize him more by collapsing more. It was more than obvious to me by this point that my collapsing in front of people that wasn't good for their hearts, and that the follow-up was especially rough. The palace library is so far away now. "You did not seem to understand the distance you needed to keep between yourself and royalty, but that should not cause any further problems as long as you commit the fact that you are not equals to memory." Ferdinand said, "Now, let us move on to the Trishbefallen." Wolfrid's report had mostly been about his excitement over his first battle. Charlotte had offered a more business-like perspective as she hadn't been there in person, and Hartmus had focused on the repairing of the gathering spot while praising me again and again for my saintly behavior. Ye gods, Hartman, were you possessed when writing this? That was me hitting my armband on my chair. I don't even use them, really. It was hard to believe they actually focused on the same event. Ferdinand continued. "Tell us what happened in your own words." And so I did, although it felt as though I was just filling in the details that were missing from Charlotte's report. Ferdinand must have felt similarly as he was actually adding notes to her report as I spoke. I tried not to look at Hartman's report at all. "Still, I am impressed that one of you recognized the Trishbefallen from Roderick's description alone," Ferdinand noted. "It is an exceedingly rare fey beast found in workstock. I would not have expected a student to recognize one. Lenore seems to have researched them all while going through fey beast documents in preparation for last year's dinner games at the introductory tournament," I explained. "She said they were too dangerous to be used in dinner, so they were one of the fey beasts she hadn't taught to the other apprentice knights." "I once read the same document," Ferdinand said. "I also once heard about them from a workstock apprentice knight, although workstock has now been split between Arensbach and Dunkelfelger and no longer truly exists." I went on to detail the fight with the Trishbefallen. I described how I had rushed to the battlefield to grant the darkness blessings, how my attacks had all missed, how I had used the divine cape, and how I had regenerated the gathering spot. When Professor Rothman came up with the Sovereignty Knight's order, he asked me a lot of questions, but my head was so fuzzy by that point I didn't manage to give any proper answers, I said. I ended up leaving while they were planning a day to interrogate me on the details, but Professor Herscher seems to have worked things out for the time being. What did he ask, and what did you answer? Ferdinand probed. But when I repeated our exchange, my guardians grabbed their heads and groaned. He didn't seem satisfied with my answers, and it seems like I'm going to be summoned for an inquiry soon, I said. I would imagine so, Ferdinand remarked dryly. But what else could I have said to him, I asked. I knew the prayers from reading the Bible, which was necessary for me to do as the High Bishop, and I could perform the healing ritual because it was done as part of my work in the temple. That was all there was to it. I had no more details to give. We will need to emphasize during the hearing that your prayers differ from the spell that the knights use. The spell that knights use is forbidden from being taught at the Royal Academy. But why? Isn't it important to know for when dangerous babies like Tradishprofallen show up? Perhaps, but there is something far more dangerous than babies. Humans. According to Ferdinand, the spell for making black weapons had stopped being taught at the Royal Academy long ago. After a political upheaval that caused a mana shortage not unlike our own, some archdukes had tried to enrich their duchies by invading others with black weapons. It was an especially dangerous situation for some, as there was very little a lesser duchy could do against an invading greater duchy. Others were inspired by the invasion, and the upheaval soon dissolved into even greater chaos. From that point on, it was forbidden to teach everyone the spell for making black weapons in the Royal Academy. Instead, only the knights ordered that oversaw territories where Phoebes that absolutely needed black weapons to be defeated were taught it. How come Cornelius and the others didn't know the spell, then, I asked. Isn't it necessary for them to learn it? It used to be that the Knights Order would teach apprentice knights once they entered the Knights course and received their divine protection from the gods. Now, however, we only teach it to the fully grown knights we've determined we can bring with us on missions. What inspired the change? Karstedt glanced at me and shrugged. As you know, we have more nobles who used to be blue robes, and the education level dropped after the Civil War shook up the Royal Academy courses. For safety's sake, we only bring knights who can properly coordinate on missions. We only teach the spell to those who've earned our approval. Ah, it's all because of Shikikoza. Great! Because of this guy. Him again! That reminded me. Ferdinand had scolded Karstedt for not training the newbies properly and told him to rethink how he managed them. It was after Shikikoza's little rampage that the rules for training newcomers had been modified, meaning that those a little older than Angelica would know the spell, but it was completely unknown to those in Angelica's grade and below. The current newcomers were so bad at coordinating that they wouldn't be taught it for a very long time. So, what's the difference between spells and prayers, I asked. Karstedt considered my question for a moment. Well, prayers are too long to use in battle. You also wouldn't want to risk messing up a word and then having the prayer fail to activate, so they were compacted down into spells. It seems that the spells used by knights were in fact prayers that were being slowly shaved down over time. There wasn't much room for them to be modified, unlike a full-on prayer, but the speed and lack of room for error was most important. I guess you learn something new every day. Yep, you learn a lot new stuff every day. Oh, right. This is for you, Ferdinand, I said. It's a gift from Hartmut. He drew the magic circle that arose when I healed the gathering spot with a blessing. I handed up with the drawing in question. Both Sylvester and Karstedt leaned closer to peer at it, and then swiftly looked away, probably unable to understand it. Ferdinand alone traced his finger across the lines. Rosemine, did you pour your mana into this, he asked. It rose up on its own when I performed the earth healing ritual I applied. What does it do? It is a necessary component of the area functioning as the Ehrenfest gathering spot. As you might imagine, it is quite complex, with many effects woven into it, he said, his mouth softening a little as he spoke. I could tell that he was extremely happy to see it, which made me happy in turn, namely because it meant he would probably lecture me less. Helping to improve his mood even further, I peered at the magic circle and asked what effects he meant. Hold it, Rosemine, Sylvester. Sensing that Ferdinand was about to begin an impromptu lesson, a magic circle was quickly interjected with a frown. Isn't revitalizing the earth the Sovereign Temple's job? I took matters into my own hands, since the other Ehrenfest students needed ingredients for their classes, and if our retainers had their classes stalled, it would impact my ability to visit the library. Maybe it was a job normally done by the Sovereign Temple, but it hadn't been a situation where I could just casually sit around. At the time, I empathized that I hadn't completely stolen all the work that Tradishprofallen hadn't rampaged exclusively in the Ehrenfest dormant gathering spots, so there was plenty of cursed ground in the forest. The problem's not about whether you left them work, although I can't deny that you helped out the students, Sylvester said. This is an extraordinary magic circle, Ferdinand noted. To use it completely, dozens of sovereign blue priests and shrine maidens would need to work for days on end. I'm impressed that your mana sufficed. It didn't suffice at all, I replied. I needed to chug rejuvenation potions while I was restoring the earth. But it felt like my mana was being sucked out as soon as it was recovered. It was really rough. Rough should not even begin to describe it, Ferdinand murmured as he continued to examine the circle, but what was done was done. It seems that you fully regenerated the gathering spot, but did you bring any ingredients from it back with you? I don't believe so. The magic circle was one thing, but I hadn't even considered bringing back any newly grown ingredients. They were there for classes. Instruct Hartman to send some from the regenerated portion of the gathering spot, Ferdinand said. I wish to see if your mana has caused them to change at all. You truly are Professor Herscher's disciple, Ferdinand. It seems that you prioritize your research just as much as she does, I observed. She came along with the Knight's Order, but when she saw the hunt had ended without any particular injuries, she tried to return to her laboratory right away. I added that I would have liked for her to be a little bit more worried about us, but that just made Ferdinand lower his eyes ever so slightly. Ferdinand? Back in the Royal Academy, whenever I slew Fabius in the forest with the apprentice knights, Herscher would come to check on us out of concern. Her interruptions seemed such a waste of time that I would shoo her away and tell her not to bother us unless someone was injured. That is likely why. So it's all your fault! Ferdinand and Herscher's experiences had completely warped their idea of trust. At this rate, Raymond was in genuine danger. But as I worried about him, my three guardians collectively sighed. Forget about the Ahrensbach student. Worry about yourself. Sorry. Even from that point onward, I didn't receive much in the way of a lecture. My exhausted guardians simply ended the meeting after informing me they would be sending me back to the Royal Academy after the dedication ritual, since they wanted to minimize my contact with royalty. It was actually kind of strange. Not that I wanted them to yell at me or anything. But why, I wonder? I almost want to ask in case I've just forgotten, but doing that would definitely earn me a scolding of some kind, so I won't. They were sending me back earlier this year since they wanted me to start working on my socializing skills once Hildebrand was confined to his room again. I can't say I care all that much about returning to the Royal Academy when my days are going to be spent socializing rather than in the library, though. The only part of socializing that actually appealed to me was attending tea parties with Hannelore when we would discuss books. But I doubted anyone permits such a meeting when I was more or less guaranteed to collapse again. Life never goes the way you want it to. No, it does not. Dinner at a tea party. Adelaide, you sent this letter to the Royal Academy, I said, meaning that I want it given to the knights guarding the teleportation room. It was a letter to Hartman asking him to gather ingredients from the regenerated gathering spot. Upon seeing who the letter was addressed to, Adelaide made a worried expression. Lady Rosewind, how is Hartman doing at the Royal Academy, she asked. Is he bothering the others by chance? Hartman puts in a tremendous amount of effort into gathering information and laying foundations for me, on top of diligently writing reports to my adoptive father, I should add. There's no mistaking that he is having a grand time at the Royal Academy. I can feel just how energetic he is through the reports I read today. My aim was simply to relieve Adelaide's concerns, so I said no more on the subject. I could hardly tell her that Hartman was starstruck by my repairing of the gathering spot, and praised the gods in a fervor over me truly being a saint. Milady, it's about time for dinner, Riarda said. Please put down your pen. I obliged and stood up. At dinner tonight, I was going to be speaking with Bonifacius about the Turnusperfallen hunt. But what should I say? Hartman's report makes it sound like I was right in the thick of it all. Won't grandfather be disappointed to learn the truth? My internal debate continued even when I arrived at the dinner table. Ferdinand was in attendance as well. Bonifacius was seated next to me, and I answered his questions while we ate. And so, from Roderick's words alone, Lenore deduced that we were dealing with a Turnusperfallen, I explained. I departed post-haste to bless everyone's weapons with darkness, but when we arrived at the gathering spot, we found it empty. The battle had moved to the forest, as Matthias and the others who had accompanied Roderick on his gathering had already lured it away. By the time we reached them, groups led by Matthias and Wilfrid were stalling the now massive Turnusperfallen. It was larger than Roderick had reported due to Traugott having struck it with a full-power attack. Traugott, you say? The smile disappeared from Bonifacius' face and was replaced with a grave seriousness. He was not really to blame, I said, hurriedly trying to defend Traugott. The students had not yet learned what attributes Turnusperfallens had. Karstad grimaced. He was listening in while standing behind Sylvester as his guard knight. That's not an excuse, I'm afraid, he said. It's on him for being too short-sighted to see the significance of Matthias and the others buying time without attacking. Yeah, because he could have just asked, why are you guys not attacking? Should we not be fighting it? And then they would tell him what was going on, and he should be like, oh, okay, best to try and buy time. No, he didn't. There was no issues this time, since everyone survived, but what could you say in his defense if the enlarged Turnusperfallen had claimed several students' lives? In essence, he was saying that such a tragedy had only been avoided because of the skilled students who had covered Traugott's mistake. I shook my head, unable to argue with that. We began attacking once everyone had the God of Darkness's blessing, I said, continuing my explanation. I joined in, firing my water gun, but I was unable to hit the Turnusperfallen even a single time. It seemed entirely focused on avoiding my attacks. That comes as no surprise, Ferdinand said, raising an eyebrow. As far as I can understand, from from your explanation. This so-called water gun of yours fires mana, correct? Weapons with the God of Darkness's blessing steal twice as much mana from the enemy as they were infused with. It's only natural that it would focus on you more than anyone else. Indeed, Rosemine, Bonifacius added, you were a greater threat to the Turnusperfon than anyone else, and it was so distracted trying to evade your attacks that it became full of openings for others to exploit, right? You contributed a lot more to the fight than you know. Well done. Bonifacius was the pinnacle of strength, so receiving his praise was like being recognized as super strong myself. I leaned toward him slightly, pleased to hear that I had been of some use, and said, would snapping it in place with the God of Darkness's cape count as contributing too? The God of Darkness's cape, he repeated. The Turnusperfon was watching me too closely for any of my attacks to land, so I thought I should block its vision. I turned my water gun into the God of Darkness's cape, which I then used to cover its head, but of course I no longer had a weapon then, so I couldn't even go in for the kill. Did you just say you changed your weapon? Karstead asked, who was the first to react. Yes, I replied, since you can change the form of your weapon without canceling the God of Darkness's blessing. No, you cannot. Once you turn something into a black weapon, it can't be changed back until after it is dispelled. Huh? I looked to Ferdinand for an explanation. That may be one difference between spells and blessings, he said. I am highly interested in researching what other dissimilarities there may be, but it is rare for knights to need to change weapons in the middle of a Trombe hunt. There will presumably be no need for them to memorize the prayers now. According to Ferdinand, spells were prayers that had deliberately been simplified and shortened over time to be better used in battle. This meant that even if prayers allowed one to change their weapons, they were still much less convenient overall. You can use the divine instruments, Rosemine, Bonifacius asked. Yes, grandfather. They are very familiar to me thanks to my temple upbringing. Is something wrong with that? No, it's just surprising. I didn't know anyone else could freely use the divine instruments, he replied. Not everyone raised in the temple is alike, I see. Apparently, none of the blue priests who had risen to become knights had ever used divine instruments. The only blue priest turned knight I was aware of was the now deceased Chikakoza, so all I could say to that was, why don't they use them when they're so convenient? Seeing my confusion, Ferdinand set down his cutlery, looking clearly exasperated. Normal nobles do not visit the temple, as they neither see nor touch the divine instruments. Being raised in the temple is also considered a stain on one's reputation, so no former blue priest would consider using a divine instrument as their own weapon, lest it remind others of their upbringing, and above all else, divine instruments require an enormous amount of mana to use, an unnecessarily large burden for an average priest turned knight to bear. Not to mention, Karstead added, they have complex magic circles and decorations that are much too hard to replicate. Sylvester nodded. I've seen them on the shrines before, but I wouldn't be able to remember them clearly enough, he said. In addition to all this, Rosemine, you were the only person who would view the divine instruments as little more than convenient tools to use, Ferdinand added. They are meant to be wielded by the gods themselves. Most would be too humble to use them as personal weapons. I don't want to hear that from you, Ferdinand, I snapped. He used them as convenient tools way more than I do. He was the one who had given me Leidenschaft's spear to use as a weapon and taught me how to use the God of Darkness's cape, as I was entirely against him trying to saddle me with the blame. I recall saying that you should use the cape as a last resort, as the ultimate ace up your sleeve, he replied. I did not anticipate that you would use it for something as moronic as blocking a creature's sight because it continued to dodge your attacks, fool. I'm sorry. One could use the God of Darkness's cape to absorb mana from an opponent, and with that in mind, Ferdinand had told me to use it sparingly, when I was backed into a corner and without any mana. Instead, I had decided to use it because I needed a really big cough. It seemed our conversation wasn't going in my favor, so I swiftly retreated to my original focus. Putting aside the question of using divine instruments as weapons for now, I succeeded in blocking the Turnusperfon's vision, and with a triple attack from Cornelius, Wilfred, and Traga, we succeeded in defeating the beast. I was not awarded too many contribution points, so I decided to leave the ingredient gathering to Cornelius and Roderick, while I went to regenerate the gathering spot. One moment, Rosemine, Bonifacius stopped me with a stern expression as I tried to move on from the cape. You blessed everyone's weapons with darkness, drew the Turnusperfon's attention, and then froze it in place by obscuring its vision. You should have received more contribution points than anyone. Well, I didn't really need it. I stared at him quizzically. If that really was the case, nobody had said anything at the time. Everyone had agreed that Cornelius contributed the most, before we had taken second place. Considering that I had only received ingredients for Roderick's face stone, surely my contribution points hadn't been that high. Are contribution points not distributed based on the amount of damage done, I asked? Setting the stage for inflicting damage is what matters most, Bonifacius passionately replied. Judging by what you've said, you and Lenore contributed the most. Her by immediately identifying the Fey Beast as a Turnusperfon, and you by giving everyone else the means to start hurting it. If you give points based on damage alone, then more impatient idiots like Trogot will start charging headlong into danger, hoping to get more credit. The Knights had apparently chosen an incorrect system for distributing contribution points. I looked to Sylvester and Karsta for second opinions, and they both agreed that the Knights had been in the wrong. Bonifacius is right. By focusing only on who inflicts the most damage, they're encouraging students to rush in alone, Karsta said. At this rate, they'll never learn to cooperate properly. This must be another downside to speed ditter being the only kind of ditter played nowadays, Bonifacius said with annoyance. We'll need to reteach them about contribution points too. What rubbish is the Royal Academy even teaching these days? I have to agree. His words reminded me of the Knights' Rentnik lessons. There was a study guide for distributing contribution points, so I imagine the proper system was taught in class, I said. The problem seems to be the way they taught it. The examples they learned during lessons are so unlike what they actually experienced that they never truly understand. Lenore said something to that effect last year. Cornelius was the one who decided on the points this time, and the biggest problem is that no one pointed at his mistake. Seems like they all need to be re-educated, Bonifacius said. His special training for the apprentices was far from over, apparently. My condolences to the apprentice knights who are going to have to go through retraining of Bonifacius. Good luck. You're going to need it. I spent the next few days reading the book I had borrowed from Hannelore, and soon enough it was time for my tea party with Elvira and Florencia. It would only be the three of us this time, and considering that Elvira and Florencia were basically my socializing instructors, things were a little tense. It's unfortunate that you were ordered to return home so soon, Florencia said. No doubt you were looking forward to socializing with your friends. I can't reveal that Lady Hannelore is basically my only friend, and that being summoned back to Ehrenfest isn't a particularly big deal as a result. Oh, and I definitely can't say that I would have avoided socializing entirely to spend all my time in the library if possible. Feeling a cold sweat run down my back, I lowered my eyes with as much forced melancholy as I could muster. It cannot be helped. I made far too many blunders with Prince Hildebrand. I told Sylvester not to scold you too harshly, Florencia noted. He wasn't too hard on you, was he? I don't know. Wow, I have been wondering why I was getting shouted at so less often this year, and now I have my answer. As it turned out, Florencia had scolded Sylvester when he was preparing to lecture me into the ground. It will only stifle her growth if you ignore her accomplishments, raising our duchy's grades, increasing our influence in the Royal Academy, and establishing bonds with greater duchies that we previously lacked. Simply to hone in on her mistakes, she had said. Of course, Florencia continued with a kind smile, that is not to say that your socializing has no problems whatsoever. There is much for you to learn, however, that is a separate issue from your triumphs getting unrecognized. We are all aware that you were raised in the temple, and therefore lack the common sense expected of nobles, so it is up to us to instruct you on these matters. Why didn't you do this? In a shocking twist, I was informed that Florencia had come down hard on Ferdinand and said to him, we may scold her if she fails to do what we have taught her, but for mistakes that are stemmed from things we have overlooked, we must first scold ourselves for failing as teachers. Compared to last year, there has been a noticeable improvement on your socializing skills, Florencia said. You are capable of working hard for our duchy's sake, Aunt Rosamine, so I am not particularly worried. Florencia is starting to seem like a saint. No, a holy mother. She gave me the encouragement that my guardians hadn't, moving me beyond words. I smiled at her, and she gave me a simply divine smile in return. Please make many friends in the Royal Academy, Florencia went on. Close friends are an invaluable treasure. Even during the Archduke Conference, diplomacy will change dramatically based on whether you have socialized with others there. I will do my best, I replied. But Florencia, that's a very big ask. I understood that she was telling me to make friends for my own sake after saving me from my guardian's furious lectures, which made it all the more difficult for me to just read books instead. Her hopes for me are too heavy of a burden, and that smile... No, I just want to read. I took a sip of my tea to hide my internal screaming. Elvira, who had been listening to us quietly, set down her cup and sighed. It seemed that she was on the verge of complaining about something or another, a habit of hers I had picked up on while having tea with her before my baptism. The question is, will she be complaining about her husband or one of her sons? At least you are showing effort and care, Rosamine. I only wish that much could be said about the brides of our family. Oh, the brides. Elvira looked at Angelica, who was standing behind me as a guard. Oh, Angelica, of course. She's going to complain about that. Because Angelica doesn't want to think. She wants to leave all the thinking to everybody else and do as little thinking as possible, which means no thinking about, what do I want to do for my marriage, for my wedding, all that stuff. She doesn't want to think about all that. So, of course, Elvira's going to complain about that. Angelica thinks only of getting stronger, and Eckert hardly seems to care about marriage either. During social occasions, they simply stand to the side and smile, making no attempt to interact with others at all. Do you believe they might fix themselves up a bit after marriage, dear? Angelica will never change, I said. I cannot even imagine a time where she might proactively socialize or host any events. That is why her parents advised against the marriage, is it not? I believe you should not expect so much from them. Well, I mean, isn't Angelica going to be a second wife, which means that she doesn't do any socializing anyway? Right? Am I correct on that? Let me know. Elvira let out a defeated sigh in response. I know. Angelica, meanwhile, gave a beaming smile. That's Lady Rosemine for you. She understands me so well. I don't think I'll be able to change that easily either. Why do you only ever speak eagerly at times like this, Angelica? Angelica had so little interest in marriage that it was safe to say she didn't care at all. And while Elvira had told Edgar to search for a first wife, he had refused, saying that it would be bad for his reputation to look for another woman while already being engaged to Angelica. He had ultimately said that he would only start looking for a first wife about 3 years after his marriage. Okay. Angelica's wedding was planned for when she was about 20 years old, the age at which it became harder for women to marry. By saying that he intended to wait another 3 years after that, he presumably meant that he never planned to take a first wife. Eckert has given his name to Lord Ferdinand, has he not? Elvira said. He cannot become the Knight Commander as a result, nor can he inherit our house. I suppose I'll just be glad that he is thinking of marrying at all, but there is the matter of Aurelia, too. She shook her head. The problem is not her ability to socialize, as she has proven she is more than capable, but rather getting her into social situations to begin with. I might have to give up on that entirely for now. There is not much that can be done about that, I suppose. Mother, did something happen to Aurelia? I asked, concerned. Elvira and Florencia exchanged glances, giggled, and then lowered their voices. She has conceived, Florencia said. What? When did this happen? When does this happen? Because I'm assuming that the only time that they are alone is... Actually, now that I think about it, that makes perfect sense. Because the only time they would be alone and she'd be comfortable enough to remove her veil would be when they're alone, and that would be at night when they're going to bed, and you can probably guess what is happening. Oh, dear. Oh, haven't you told your mother that you're going to be a dad? Oh, dear Lambert, you were going to have a hard time with this. She is with trials, Rosamund, Elvira reiterated. I widened my eyes, and they both nodded silently in confirmation. Is it a boy or a girl, I asked. I will need to prepare books as gifts, toys as well. There are so many things I can provide. Do calm down. Her pregnancy was only recently discovered. We do not yet know whether the baby will come to full term. What? What do you mean? Elvira explained that it was not easy to provide babies with a continuous stream of mana. Those who received too little were likely to be born with only a small amount of mana, but conversely, those who received too much at once were prone to being miscarried. Ooh. So you gotta balance how much mana you give the baby during your pregnancy. So too little, and the baby won't have very much mana, but it will survive. Too much, and it could die. So you gotta try and find a middle ground somehow. The latter situation wasn't good for the mother's body either. It was important not to give the baby too much mana prior to its birth, but at the same time, a newborn would receive extremely difficult treatment based on its mana quantity. I was left speechless. I struggled to remember the last time I had felt this kind of culture shock. Baby, nobles sure don't have it easy. Children are never made public before their baptism, so do keep this to yourself, Elvira said. I nodded cautiously. She was effectively saying it was impossible to know what might happen to the baby, depending on its mana quantity. Putting aside whether the baby is born, Aurelia does not seem fond of socializing, so Elvira must pin her hopes on Lenore, Florencia said, shifting the topic of conversation away from Aurelia. Oh, she knows! She knows! She was right! She was right in her guess! Sorry, guys, I'm trying to adjust how I'm sitting. Lenore is an Aaronfest archnoble of the same faction, so she will most likely be trained to handle faction politics as Elvira's successor. Lenore? I blinked, unsure of why she was being brought up now of all times. She is Cornelius's partner. Now, how'd she figure it out? That's what I wonder. I am told they are keeping their relationship a secret so as to avoid hindering their work, but did you not notice nonetheless? And not at all, I replied. I had sensed that Lenore was crushing on him, but not that she had actually taken her shot and scored. Neither of them had shown any indication of anything happening between them. Now that I think about it, I seem to recall them doing more guard duty together as of late. Wait, am I the only one who didn't know about this? Mother, do you know what brought them together? I do not know the details myself. No matter how much I ask, he simply replies that he refuses to be turned into a book like Lamprey. I can understand that. Yeah, I can understand how Cornelius felt, but surely he understood that he was only delaying the inevitable. Do Lenore's relatives know? I asked. We will need to speak to them, will we not? They have known from the moment she began preparing clothes to attend Cornelius' graduation ceremony. I have spoken to her mother about this often. Cornelius visited them briefly as well. Surprisingly enough, it seemed that Cornelius had already laid out all the proper groundwork. There had apparently been plenty of time for him to do this, what with him how often I was in the temple. I was aware he was trying to keep it a secret from you, Rosemine, but I see he was quite thorough indeed, Florencia said with a giggle. I would expect nothing less from Elvira's son. It was through Eckert that Elvira had found out about Ferdinand's days in the Royal Academy. Cornelius, knowing this, had been more on guard against me than anyone since I was in a position to learn all sorts of things about him and was highly susceptible to Elvira's influence. Oh, boy. According to Cornelius' letter, he plans to formally greet Lenore's parents once she has finished her classes, and while you are busy with the dedication ritual, Elvira said. I intend to use that opportunity to wring as much information from him as possible. Although I do not expect it to be easy considering how much his guard is up. I don't blame him, though. I can understand why he would be cautious with me given the position I'm in, but did he really have to be so thorough, I asked? This seems downright excessive. Is there something more to it? He said that if you learned about him choosing Lenore, you would always assign them together at work, ensure that they sit together at meals, and generally make it so obvious that everyone would tease him to death. Oh, she probably would. Yeah, I averted my eyes. That was absolutely the case. It seemed that he wanted to keep their relationship hidden until just before graduation, since there would be fewer embarrassing situations for him to endure once he was out of the academy. He is less worried about his own discomfort since he is soon to graduate, Florencia explained. Rather, he is worried about Lenore, who is going to be in the Royal Academy for another year. Do be considerate toward them, Rosemine. I will take great care, I replied with a nod. Florencia's gaze turned to Elvira. And you as well, Elvira, she said. I know that your romantic Royal Academy love stories is quite popular, but if you do not wait until they have both graduated, will you not be making things miserable for Lenore, trapping her in the dormitory with no escape? Her indigo eyes softened into a smile. I am sure that Lenore will speak of these flowery days herself during a tea party in the future. I suppose. I have already collected quite a few romance stories, so there's no need to hurry. I shall exercise patience and wait, Elvira said, but her dark eyes were burning with a passion that made it clear she would wrench every last secret from Cornelius and Lenore the moment they showed even the slightest weakness. Oh, y'all had better keep y'all's guard up a lot. As much as you can. Because she will find a weakness and she will exploit it. A lot. That reminds me, I said. Lady Hannelore of Dunkelfogger expressed high praise for our romance-heavy night stories. I allowed her to borrow a copy of Royal Academy love stories during a tea party we had and told her apprentice scholars that I am willing to buy Dunkelfogger romance stories from them. We may be getting new material very soon. Splendid work, Rosemine, Elvira said, her eyes sparkling. As expected, the Royal Academy was indeed the best place to gather stories from other duchies. And the more stories from different school years that one acquired, the harder it was to tell which were based on whom. Greater anonymity would inspire even more people to share stories, or so Elvira said at the height of a very passionate speech. Royal Academy Love Stories sells more than any other book printed in Haldensdale, Elvira explained. Thus, my book writing is all for the sake of my birthplace. It seemed that Haldensdale had more or less become a printing industry focused entirely on romance novels. I understood that they needed the sales because of how harsh the cold was in their land, but I was still impressed that Geeb Haldensdale had given his permission for such a thing, considering how stern he looked. Oh, that reminds me. The Haldensdale miracle is quite the popular topic this winter, Florencia noted. She was regarding me with a meaningful smile as she spoke, but I didn't have a clue what she was talking about. What is this Haldensdale miracle, I asked? Where you did the actual spring prayer and caused spring to come early to Haldensdale. Duh. What do you think he's talking about? You reviving their ancient ceremony, she replied. During their last spring prayer, I had seen the men singing and pointed out that in the Bible, it was the goddesses who sung. Geeb Haldensdale had taken my advice and gotten the women to sing instead, and as a result, Verdrena, the goddess of thunder, had worked hard to melt all of the province in snow overnight. The weather had turned to that which would normally be considered the beginning of summer in Haldensdale, and this event has subsequently come to be known as the Haldensdale miracle to the socializing nobles. You say that I revived ancient ceremonies, but I don't deserve that much credit. Was it not Geeb Haldensdale who decided to follow the Bible's customs, and the province's women who performed and provided their mana? It certainly was, but if you hadn't mentioned it, it wouldn't have happened. Elvira smiled and told me how things had progressed in Haldensdale this year. Farm work had apparently begun earlier this year thanks to the snow melting overnight, and their harvest had practically doubled as a result. That's great! Of course, Verdreda's blessing had not extended beyond Haldensdale, as I seen for myself when returning home by High Beast. The neighboring provinces had all experienced regular weather, which had resulted in Geeb Haldensdale receiving a lot of questions from the other Geebs. He had made no mention of his own involvement in the incident and simply responded that it was a miracle brought about by the saint of Ehrenfest. Don't put it like that! You're not Hartmut! And so various Geebs are flooding us with requests to meet with you and with questions about ancient ceremonies, Avara concluded. What will you do, Rosemine? Tell them to speak with Geeb Haldensdale. There aren't any more answers for me to give, I replied, rejecting any meetings. Florencia, who had not seen the ceremony in Haldensdale, looked at me curiously. Did you not advise him on what to do, she asked. I simply pointed out that the roles of men and women had switched over the countless years, I said. If it was the people of Haldensdale who had preserved the ancient lyrics, not saved anywhere else, and continued the ceremony itself. I had noticed that the lyrics matched the poems in the Bible, but reading the Bible alone had not been enough for me to realize it was being used as a song in a ceremony. Although I performed with the others in the Geeb's request, I was clueless as to where and when everyone was supposed to stand. In fact, I was the only one who stayed prone on the ceremonial stage. All in all, it was really hard to credit me for this miracle. Not to mention I continued having me meet with the other Geebs, but only end in them asking me to visit for their spring prayer. No? That would certainly be their primary objective. All Geebs and their people pray for spring to arrive as soon as possible, Aurora said. She had grown up at Haldensdale, the province with the longest winter in Ehrenfest, and she explained just how much the northern provinces yearned for the melting of the snow. It was entirely understandable. Even in the nobles' quarter, Ehrenfest winters were significantly longer than they were in Japan. However, I cannot attend every province's spring prayer ceremony, I said. I visited Haldensdale this year because I needed to bring the Gutenbergs, but I have no plans to visit anywhere next spring. Blue priests needed to visit provinces too. It was impossible for me to travel to them all by myself, considering my lack of time and stamina. A part of me does want to go to Haldensdale, as I expect to be able to read warm, freshly printed books among the chilly air, I mused aloud. However, traveling there and there alone each year could easily be interpreted as favoritism, which would cause problems moving forward, no? It certainly would, Florencia replied. Your visits to Haldensdale must be kept to a minimum. That said, I see that your desire to visit is not for spring prayer, but instead to read. She gave a refined giggle, but what else would motivate me to go somewhere? I would like for all meetings requested due to the Haldensdale miracle to be refused, I said. If the Geebs of other provinces wish to know about the ceremony and stage, they will receive more detailed answers from Geeb Haldensdale. Alvara nodded. I understand your position, Rosemine. I will direct Geebs wishing to know about the ceremony to my brother. And speaking of which, here, a gift from Haldensdale. It is a collection of new romance stories written by my friend and me. I received the newly printed book from Alvara, looked it over, and then said what came to mind. Mother, please urge Geeb Haldensdale to begin printing the lyrics for the ritual and selling them to other Geebs. You have the necessary printing presses, and this way the lyrics can be preserved for in other provinces as well. Avara widened her eyes, then nodded with a laugh. It is much like you to suggest selling them rather than simply distributing them for the purposes of preservation. It is valuable information that Haldensdale carefully retained for many years, no? I think their efforts deserve a suitable price. After the tea party, I swiftly read the new book in my room. One of the love stories was a sad one about a lady noble who fell in love with the daughter of a Geeb. Daniel! This is about Daniel! And worked desperately to increase his mana capacity for her, only for the romance to ultimately fall through. Yeah, this is about Daniel! Some creative liberties had obviously been taken. Their names were changed. Bridget was turned into the daughter of a Geeb, rather than his little sister. And it was ultimately the fact that Daniel had given his name that ended their relationship, rather than the fact he was serving a member of the Archducal family. At this very core, though, the story was the same. During the climax, when Daniel was made to choose between his beloved and his lord to whom he had given his name, a storm from the gods threw the scene into disarray, reflecting the depth of his pain. A goddess then descended to intone poetry, and sweep her wide sleeves, bringing forth rain that withered the flowers it fell upon. Given the context, I could tell it was symbolic of the agony of a broken heart, but I couldn't quite grasp the intensity it was trying to convey. But I could follow the plot this time, at least. Well, that's good. Ooh, Sylvester's Order. I want to continue so much, but I can't. I'll see y'all next time. My workshop made me groan. I can just wait until Ferdinand comes back. I'll start looking into Haldensdale in the meantime. And so I flipped through the Bible, searching for the part where the goddess of earth, subordinate gods, prayed to the goddess of water as per Haldenzel's ceremony. I found it almost instantly. I had read the relevant passage over and over again for confirmation, and then read it again. There were lyrics and the illustrations, but still no details about how to make the stages. Whoever wrote this probably didn't expect anyone to break their precious ceremonial stages in the first place. Having finished reviewing the Bible again, I decided to spend the afternoon reading the documents I had borrowed from Solange. It was my motto to prioritize reading things that had been lent to me so that I could return them properly. I read the work reports of the libraries from generations ago with a pen in hand, ready to make notes about any magic tools that were previously used. The reports were exceedingly fun to read since they offered a glimpse into the average day of librarians for the past. First and foremost, they needed to ensure the library was ready to be opened before classes began at 2:30 bell. It was a morning ritual for the librarians to divide the magic tools among themselves and start filling them with mana. They started with the large-scale magic tools built into the library building itself, such as the light magic tool that indicated the time, the magic tools that cleaned the grounds, the magic tool that quieted loud voices in the reading room, and so on. Next, the librarians unlocked the reading room, poured mana into Schwartz and Weiss, and then had the two Shumils go around opening the doors and preparing to lend out books. That must have been very cute. The very thought brought a smile to my face. As Schwartz and Weiss were preparing the first floor, the rest of the librarians continued servicing the magic tools one by one. There were the bookshelves that prevented old documents from rotting away with time-stopping magic, and even a magic tool that stopped sunlight from damaging books. I definitely wanted those in the Rosemine library. I wonder if the Gramps Schwartz and Weiss mentioned is one of the magic tools these librarians used to pour mana into. I thought back to the Grudashite hugging Mr. Norris statue on the second floor of the reading room. Solange had mentioned before that not all the magic tools were being resupplied due to the shortage of available librarians, and since Schwartz and Weiss had taken me to that statue in particular, it was easy to assume that this Gramps was in reality the most valuable magic tool in the library. It seems I've already been doing some proper librarian work. Thinking about it that way maybe put me in pretty high spirits. I kept reading on, all the while writing down the different magic tools that were once been used in the library. Once the students began to arrive, things started to sound a lot more familiar. Return books were put on their shelves, corrals were lent out, study guides brought in by students were looked over, professors sent out ordinances asking for certain documents to be prepared. These reports painted a truly wonderful picture of everyday life in the library. It's so nice. I want a life like that too. As Solange had said previously, having enough librarians meant they had more than enough time to do their jobs, or so the reports had mentioned some librarians leaving the library to have information exchanging tea parties with other professors or with students. One new discovery was that the Archnoble librarians only worked in the Royal Academy until the time of the Archduke Conference, at which point they moved to work in the Palace Library instead. They moved between the two libraries depending on the season, but men noble and lay noble scholars simply remained at their posts. In other words, Professor Solange always worked in the Royal Academy's library, while other librarians were always working in the palace libraries. Given that no archnoble librarians were being sent to work in the Royal Academy's library, I can imagine that men noble librarians in the Royal Academy were having a hard time themselves. It would be pretty rough for a few men nobles to keep up with all the magic tools written here. By reading these documents, I also learned that the elder generation was very different from our current one. Back then, students would get their divine wills right before graduation, and it was explained that the students would raise their newly acquired staffs in celebration during the graduation ceremony. Yet, these days, even first years have staffs. The reports also mentioned that adult royals had a duty to attend the Archduke Conference and described as an instance of one visiting the library. 3 archnoble librarians had apparently greeted them. And now we have Schwartz and Weiss welcoming Prince Hildebrand. That's much cuter. My blissful fantasizing was suddenly interrupted as someone shook me by the shoulders. I looked up in shock and said, "What is it, Fran?" Fran silently pointed at an ordinance that had landed on my desk. "Rosemine, did I not ask you to keep an eye on Sylvester?" it said, relaying a message to Ferdinand that was cold enough to be described as absolute zero. Just hearing it made my inhale sharply. "Tell me, where have you gone? Are you with him now?" "Wait, what?" Seeing that Sylvester had run away somewhere right after sending me back to the temple. "Sylvester, you idiot! Where did you go? Where could he have gone? Seriously, where did he go? Where could he have gone off to? Because the only place I can think of is the temple, and he's not there." Sylvester, you just screwed her and you just screwed yourself and you screwed Rosemine too. Great. Now they're both in trouble. Great. Yeah. Sylvester, you colossal moron. I regret improving my opinion of you even slightly. Now I'm going to get an absolute earful from Ferdinand. I could already picture it. Sylvester casually strolling back into his office just as Ferdinand finished venting his anger. He was a master of skipping work and evading consequences, two areas in which I was painfully lacking. I couldn't make his expert excuses or deftly sidestep anger as he did. Come to me at once, the message finished. It then repeated itself twice more before returning to the form of a yellow face stone. Lady Rosamund, did you truly return here on the Ob's orders? Fran asked suspiciously. Yes! Yes! I nodded repeatedly, trying to assure everyone that I was telling the truth. But Sylvester had given his orders after clearing the room of everyone, including my guards. Nobody knew that he had told me to return to the temple, and if he played dumb, everyone would assume I was lying. But I didn't do anything wrong! One could argue that I had been too naive, accepting Sylvester's order for me to return to the temple without suspecting that he was just trying to escape my watchful eyes. But that still didn't mean I had done anything wrong. The fault was always Sylvester. I didn't do anything wrong, but Ferdinand is going to yell at me and send me back to the castle and punish me by removing all of my reading time. What should I do? I need to get out of this somehow. I gripped the Ordinan's face stone, desperately racking my brain while a cold sweat ran down my back, trying to think of something I could say to avoid Ferdinand unleashing his wrath on me and making me return to the castle. Oh, I know. I can show Ferdinand this magic circle. Then he'll forget all about being mad at me. I produced my staff and tapped the face stone, filling it with mana and turning it into an ivory bird. On Sylvester's orders, I was told to investigate the Bible as it's speaking my message. I discovered something of shocking importance and wish to discuss it with you as soon as possible. Ferdinand, please come back soon. As I thought about more excuses to use, the Ordinance returned from Ferdinand and told me to wait in my room as he would be heading to the temple immediately. Fran and Zom went to report this to his attendants and prepare tea in the kitchen. I watched them out of the corner of my eye while focusing on the Ordinance's voice and trying to judge how angry Ferdinand was through his tone. It feels like surprise and urgency is overcoming his anger a little bit, I ventured. He still seems more annoyed than anything, but it's hard to say. What do you think, Daniel? Wouldn't it be best to stop this vain struggle and accept his scolding? No, it would not be. I have done absolutely nothing wrong this time, I argued. There is no reason for me to be scolded. Then you have no reason to avoid Lord Ferdinand, Daniel replied, shaking his head as though he didn't want to deal with this. I pursed my lips. I'm trying to avoid his scolding precisely because I've done nothing wrong. Then do your best, Lady Rosamund, Angelica interjected, clenching her fist in the show of support. I'm on your side. Okay, you're on my side, but can you actually do anything? I asked without thinking. Angelica's brow trembled. Unfortunately, I'm too dumb to counter a lecture from Lord Ferdinand, she said. He's just too smart. I can bring out Stenlick and do my best to fight the losing battle, or I can sit next to you and we can enjoy the lecture together. Which would you prefer, Lady Rosamund? Neither! As we were having our pointless conversation, a bell rang to signal a visitor. Fran and Zom opened the door through which Ferdinand entered. He was with Eckert, Justice, and his temple attendants. I did nothing wrong this time, okay? I exclaimed. Save your excuses for later. Begin with the greeting, as is proper, he said, lecturing me about something entirely unrelated to the problem at hand, despite my best efforts to avoid earning his ire. It doesn't make any sense. How did this happen? We exchanged lengthy noble greetings, then I offered Ferdinand a seat. He let out a long sigh in response. Okay, I said, now that we've finished our greetings, I will report my... Enough, Ferdinand said. I was a fool to trust you with monitoring him in the first place. You are single-minded and easy to deceive. All one must do is dangle a book in front of your eyes, and you will carelessly leap onto it, thinking nothing of your circumstances or the consequences. I think I just frittered away the last scraps of trust I didn't even know he still placed in me. Ferdinand, I take it back. You can yell at me, I said, fearing from his thoroughly exasperated expression that he was on the verge of abandoning me forever. That would be a waste of time, he said, now looking very annoyed. More importantly, what is this shocking revelation of which you speak? The problem with you is that I cannot predict its actual severity from your words alone. What do you mean? I asked, confused. In my eyes, he was always able to see 3 steps ahead, so it was strange to hear him say he couldn't figure out my meaning. Some things that are shocking to you are trivial to others, he explained. In other cases, they are so unbelievable that normal men cannot even fathom them. It is nigh impossible to predict which is applicable with you. So what is it this time? I can't give you an answer that you'd find useful. They are all shocking revelations to me, I grumbled to Ferdinand, then opened the Bible. Both he and Justice leaned forward in interest. Blank, it seems, Justice commented. Can you see anything, Ferdinand? I asked. No, as one would expect, he replied. You have to not given me your permission as the High Bishop. Milady, Justice said, give me your permission too, if you would. After confirming that Ferdinand couldn't see anything, I said, I grant Ferdinand and Justice permission to read, while watching his face carefully. An instant later, his brow twitched, although just a hair. For the most part, his expression remained unchanged, so I couldn't say for sure whether he could see the magic circle. So this is the Bible only the High Bishop can see, What makes it different from other Bibles, Justice asked. He was eagerly flipping through the pages, but his response proved that he couldn't see the magic circle or the text in the air. It is a more complete version, or at the very least it has more details than any of the transcriptions in the temple's bookroom, I replied. There were several transcriptions of the Bible in the temple's bookroom, but their pages counts varied quite dramatically. Ferdinand gazed at me and said, "Rose mine," in a voice completely without emotion. I turned with a start. His light golden eyes were looking down at me without betraying even the slightest expression. He shut them tightly once, then picked up the Bible. "We cannot speak of this to anyone. You understand, correct?" he asked with a quiet intensity that left no room for debate, and with that, I knew for sure he can see the text in Magic Circle too. Ferdinand entered the hidden room of the High Bishop's chambers without permitting any of our retainers to follow. They stayed behind, looking utterly confused as I followed after him. After setting the Bible on the large table for brewing and opening it, Ferdinand swiftly sat in a chair. I pulled a second chair over to the opposite side of the table and then climbed onto it. "Rosemine, what do you see?" he asked. "The same thing as you, I think. There are words and a magic circle in the air." Ferdinand started massaging his brow. "These were not there when we read the Bible before. I am just as surprised as you are. I came here to read the Bible at Sylvester's orders and did not expect this magic circle to be there at all. Still, you can see it even though Angelica, Daniel, and the Justice could not. For a moment I was starting to believe that only I could see it as the High Bishop." After a pause, I stared up at Ferdinand. He had fallen silent, not even taking the time to respond. "Perhaps there is some condition or—" I trailed off awkwardly. Ferdinand was staring at me, still not saying a word, with a face that was completely devoid of emotion. His stony gaze was scarier than any he had given me before, such that I could feel goosebumps rise all across my skin. "What is wrong?" Ferdinand. "Ye who wish to be Zent, do you wish to rule Rosemine?" Ferdinand asked, his voice colder than ice. Ooh. I swallowed hard. He was asking quietly, but I had no idea what he would do depending on my answer. Somehow I got the feeling I was standing on an exceedingly dangerous cliff edge. Yeah, I don't know what he would do if you were to say yes. And I don't know what you would do if you were to say no. So we're in a very scary situation. Is that the magic circle? If it is, wow. It's big. "I don't want to rule at all," I eventually replied. "I only want to read." "Then forget what you saw today. This Bible produced no floating magic circle, nor any words. This is an act you must maintain. Is that understood?" His tone had softened ever so slightly after hearing my answer, but even so he was unilaterally cutting the conversation short. The way he stood up and moved to shut the Bible made it seem as though he no longer cared about the magic circle at all. I did not mind forgetting, but I trailed off again, confused as to why Ferdinand was so interested in the intricate, surely fantastical magic circle. I had mentioned it in the hope of diverting his anger, but it was doing a very poor job. "Do you not want to research the magic circle? It seems extremely complex, what with it using all elements at once, so I thought you would have leaped at the chance." "Rosemine, there are many things in the world that one is better off not knowing. Do not stick your nose into these matters if you wish to live. Death can come swiftly from any direction." "Death?" Seeing that I couldn't connect researching a magic circle to an untimely demise, Ferdinand gave a lengthy sigh and sat back down. "I will explain this only as you do not seem to know. But the current king has not fulfilled the qualifications to be the Zent." "What?" "He does not meet the criteria written here. As the Bible described, the position of Zent was given to those who transcribed the original Grudishite. Ferdinand explained that over the long years, hence this has morphed into the current Zent, passing his transcribed version down to the next. The passed down Grudishite itself had become the symbol of the Zent." Remember that thing that they mentioned about the, what was it called? What was it? Bible fundamentalists? The ones who think that the king is supposed to live as the Bible says? This is what it means, I think. Is what they're talking about. I think. I could be wrong, let me know. This transcription had been lost during the Civil War following the previous king's death. Now the current king needs to transcribe a new one from the original Grudishite. But its location remained unknown. It was possible that the royals had passed the knowledge down among themselves, but it was also very likely that this information had ended up lost in the Civil War. "There are many things that one archduke passes on to the next," Ferdinand explained. "I imagine that kings do the same. However, the current king was raised as a vassal up until the Civil War. He was not trained to be king and was placed on the throne under extremely abrupt circumstances. It was very likely that he does not know these oral traditions. The current king had been put on the throne immediately after winning the Civil War, but the biblical fundamentalists, yeah, that's what I'm thinking about, and the sovereign temple had apparently once rejected his rule due to the fact he lacked a Grucheshite. They rejected him once, but due to the drastic shortage of royals and nobles, nearly half of all important magic tools could no longer function, Ferdinand continued. The country would not survive if nothing was done, so the sovereign temple bitterly relented and accepted his rule. Peace is somehow being maintained under the reign of a king without a Grucheshite. Now imagine that you publicize the conditions for properly becoming king and reveal what is written in the Bible. I suspect you can predict what will happen next. Doing such a thing would call the current king's legitimacy into question and stir the biblical fundamentalists of the sovereign temple into action. The king would no doubt want me killed before I caused any problems, and the mere thought of that violent end sent me shuddering. Ferdinand, does the Bible showing me these things mean I fulfill the requirements for becoming king, I asked. Is that why you're so on guard? Ferdinand shook his head. No, that is not the case. You have plentiful mana, all elemental affinities, and, on top of everything, pray to the gods often as the Bible describes. You certainly have all the qualities necessary to become king. However, there is one crucial condition that you have not fulfilled. And what condition is that? I asked, looking at the Bible curiously. It is simple, Ferdinand said. You were born a commoner and thus do not have royal blood. For that reason, you cannot be king. Royal blood? The Bible doesn't say anything about needing that. Ferdinand tapped a finger against his temple in contemplation, then let out a sigh. In the same way that only certain people can enter this hidden room, the Grucheshite is like within an archive that only royalty can enter, or so an ancient text maintains. In other words, you will not be able to enter the archive, nor will you be able to transcribe the book. No matter how many kingly qualities you may have, you cannot become king. What? Are you talking about the Forbidden Archives there? I exclaimed. I thought Prince Hildebrand would let me in now that we're friends, but if that's true, I won't be able to go inside even if we do find it. This was one of the last things I had expected. All of my plans to find the archive during my time in the Royal Academy had suddenly been torn to shreds. Ferdinand gave me a suspicious look. Did you not say a moment ago that you have no wish to become the Saint? I don't, but I do want to read new books. Isn't it obvious that I want to read the Grucheshite too? God, why don't I have royal blood? Because you're not royal. Because you were born a commoner, Ferdinand replied simply and shook his head. However, allow me to say that I am grateful from the bottom of my heart that you do not carry royal blood within you. Besides, the Grucheshite in the archive is the first king's transcription, so we can assume that it is nearly identical to this Bible we have with us. Give up this foolish endeavor of yours. Ferdinand wasn't even close to taking the matter seriously enough. Nothing could be worse than the absolute despair of there being a book-filled archive that I was unable to enter. Have a little more consideration, please, I said. I'm emotionally devastated. I am the one devastated here, and the devastated one here, Rosamine. My remaining hope that you might one day show a shred of normalcy has been completely dashed. It just got worse. At this point, no matter how much I expressed my sorrow, I could only expect insult in return. I pressed my lips closed and glared at Ferdinand, but he glared back as if challenging me to complain more. I averted my eyes and silently wished that I could avert the subject too. Still, why did those words in the magic circle start coming out of the Bible, I asked. I imagine you fulfilled some qualification, although I do not know the specifics. I have never been the High Bishop, nor have I owned the Bible. However, I feel that I now understand why these Bibles exist, Ferdinand said, brushing the book with his fingertips. The words and magic circle guide one down the path to become the Zent. They must exist so that the correct Zent can be crowned. I still don't understand. This is just a theory, Ferdinand said. But the first Zent was also a high bishop who served the gods. I believe you studied this in history. Yes, the king's children then performed religious ceremonies in the temple, right? That's why even in other duchies, the position of high bishop was given to the archduke's children. This much was evident from Eglantine saying that the children of archdukes serving as high bishop was the ancient way of the world, back in the day when every duchy followed the tradition. In the temple, kings and archdukes were equivalent, so children of the king would similarly serve as high bishop. Even if there were civil wars and conflicts that silenced oral tradition, as long as the children of kings continued to serve as high bishops, the Bible would reveal to them the path to the Grucheshite, Ferdinand explained. I am sure the first-generation king never imagined that the temple would lose its power and end up so hostile against the crown, nor that a commoner such as you would one day become high bishop and possess the qualities necessary to become king. Put like that, I really started to sound abnormal. Well, maybe I was, just a little bit. A little bit. I'd say a lot. Furthermore, the archdukes in the distant past were married to those of royal blood, Ferdinand continued. In other words, one could say that more or less all children of archdukes have royal blood to some extent. Perhaps the first king distributed these Bibles to each duchy such that the strongest of all those with his blood would be chosen as the king. Distributing Bibles to each archduke was a highly effective approach, even just in terms of preserving information. The first-generation king might have been a surprisingly intelligent person indeed. Speaking of which, I said, this is truly ancient history, but I read that one of the past kings was from Dunkelfelder. It was in one of their history books. I was curious to see why he had come from another duchy, rather than being one of the king's children, but this explains it. Oh ho, your history book from Dunkelfelder. You had your scholars transcribe it, correct? I wish to borrow it, Ferdinand said, his eyes shining with curiosity. Certainly we may exchange books. His brow twitched. Have I not already lent you enough books? I am a glutton for new books. I will not miss even the slightest opportunity to obtain new reading material. Yes, I am well aware, Ferdinand said with a chuckle. He agreed to exchange a new book for the Dunkelfelder history book, but no sooner had we made this agreement than his expression changed completely. He looked gravely serious again, so I closed my mouth and straightened my back. Speak to nobody of what we have discussed and what we saw in the Bible. None may hear of this under any circumstances. I will forget what I saw. You must do the same. He was going to pretend that he hadn't seen anything either, apparently. I couldn't help but wonder how many secrets Ferdinand was likewise pretending to have forgotten. And as that thought ran through my mind, I gazed at the ink pot on my shelf. The ink pot I was forbidden from ever using. Nothing good will come from us involving ourselves in this. One wrong move, and Ehrenfest will experience a purge like those that followed the civil wars. What? I reacted on instinct, surprised to hear something so violent. Ferdinand stared at me with hard eyes. You are an archduke candidate with knowledge about how to become the true king, chosen by the gods with their divine mandate. In addition to this, you are a saint and a highly popular high bishop. To those in power, you will appear to be a revolutionary on the verge of usurpation. War would follow in your wake at the smallest movement. Do you wish to start a war now, when the first prince has safely been selected as the crown prince? No, I wish for books and nothing more, I said flatly. Good, then. Ferdinand stood up and walked over to me. I gazed up at him, curious, and after a moment's hesitation, he gently patted my head. Rosemine, read new books and forget all about the Bible. This is for your sake. I realized this was his clumsy way of consoling me and smiled, hoping to lighten the mood at least a little. You can count on me, I declared. Forgetting is my specialty. I was planning to read a lot before this report anyway. I called you over here saying this was an emergency, but really, I just didn't want to get yelled at. Uh-oh. You had to say it! You had to say that! Oh yeah, you gotta freaking tell him what Sylvester said. This is Sylvester's fault, you know. In an instant, the hand that had been patting my head gripped it instead. An instinctive escaped me, and when I gazed up, I saw Ferdinand giving me a terrifying smile. Oh no. His stone-faced expression had seemed scary enough, but this one was something else entirely. Oh ho, for you to reveal that yourself, you must truly wish to be yelled at. Not at all, that was just a joke. To ease tension a little, to settle things down, that's all. His fingers tightened their grip on my head. It hurt. Ouchies. Ferdinand's lips curved into a grin as he saw me get tragically teary-eyed. And who would I be to deny you your wish, he said. Sit there. Sorry. Talk about a huge blunder. After giving me a thorough lecture, Ferdinand returned to the castle to yell at Sylvester. And of course, in the end, I was the only one to receive a scolding. Sylvester returned several hours later and explained that he had gone to an archive locked to everyone but the Archduke to search for documents on the ceremonial stages. He had predicted that I would only serve as a tremendous annoyance, so he had deliberately gotten rid of me before I could find out what he was doing. If only I'd known, then I never would have gone back to the temple. I would have stuck to Sylvester like glue. Ah! Oh, poor Rosemine. Poor Rosemine. And heck, this is where we get to learn all about that Zent stuff. Ooh, plot thickens. Though, to be completely honest, this kind of cements the fact that the king does the king does need to be looking at the Bible more, and who knows what'll happen. Anyway, I'll see y'all in the next one. Okay, part 3. Winter life in the temple. I was staying in the temple, having received an order from the Archduke to investigate the Bible, and now I was pouring my all into reading. At the moment, I was partway through the book that Handler had lent me. Fey creatures like fey plants and fey beasts were more common in Dunkelfelger than anywhere else, it seemed, so everyone there had to grow strong. This might be information you could use, so I write some of that stuff down. The book featured many different fey species and grand descriptions of the ways they were defeated, mixed in with poems extolling the gods. Rather than night stories, it was like reading a hunting log with poems attached. The gods that appeared were exclusively laden shaft subordinates, and the book's contents gave me the same testosterone-heavy locker room vibe that emanated from Raffen. Dunkelfelger's love of Ditter has never been clearer to me than at this moment. I also read the love stories that Clarissa had given Hartmut. They were more or less common knowledge in Dunkelfelger, I was told, but unlike the deeply romantic night stories that Elvira loved so much, these were primarily about women tasking burgeoning knights with hunts to prove their strength. They were more like the tale of the bamboo cutter than anything. I'm assuming that's a Japanese reference. I don't know. The men of Dunkelfelger expressed their love by enduring the impossible demands and fighting until they defeated the Fey Beast, whereupon they brought its face stone back and offered it to the woman they loved. No matter how much plotting their women did, no matter how far through hell they had to trudge, the knights' love never faltered as they charged forward. One had to tear up at how wholesome it all was. Good luck, Dunkelfelger men. Y'all are gonna need it. Ferdinand finished socializing and returned to the temple as I was reading the borrowed stories. It seemed that he planned to spend our time until the dedication ritual studying the magic circle Hartmut had drawn out. Preparations for the ritual were being left to Camphor and Freetic, so in essence, he now had some much-needed time off, which is good. I'm going to be really busy at the Royal Academy after the dedication ritual, Ferdinand. Will you not also be able to rest then, I suggested? Oh wait, doesn't she have to get the orders set up for Thule to start on the armband, at least, and the hairpin? Duh! Everyone always seems to be talking about what a gremlin I am, so you might as well make the most of your time not having to deal with me. You fool, he shot back, a particular coldness in his golden eyes. These days are the most stressful of all for me. I must read one report after another about the chaos you are creating out of my reach. How could I ever rest then? I'm sorry. Letting me keep to myself and read all day as I was doing now sounded like the solution to everyone's problems, but things were never that simple in the Royal Academy. Oh, they are not. Ferdinand turned to his own attendants, took some sheets of paper from them, and then handed them to me. Speaking of the Royal Academy, he said, we have received the order for the Gilberta Company alongside a number of questions from Charlotte. They require a response for you. I had started inspecting the order form. Brunhilde had written out every possible detail with great care. Picking the thread and the appropriate design was going to be much easier thanks to her efforts. I shall call for the Gilberta Company when the blizzard next eases, I said. I can use the opportunity to order my spring outfits as well. I wanted to see Thule again. It had been way too long. Not to mention with neither Hartmut nor Feline here, I could probably soften the atmosphere of the meeting a bit. Maybe. My thoughts must have been clear on my face. Of course! Girl, you got to keep that in check. As Ferdinand gave me a conflicted half-smile. I have some inkling of your intentions here, but there is no time to do anything about it. Simply send the letter of invitation and the order form alongside it as soon as you are able. Right. I gave the order form to Monica and asked if she could tell Gil, who was overseeing the winter handiwork in the orphanage, to contact the Gilberta Company. I watched her leave out of the corner of my eye, then picked up Charlotte's report. Lady Handler of Dunkelfelger invited me to a tea party. It seems she wishes to recommend Royal Academy love stories to her friends while we are there. It is your book, sister, but may I allow others to borrow it? From Charlotte. No, I'd recommend not, just in case. Handler had really enjoyed Royal Academy love stories and wanted to recommend the book to her friends during a tea party. She would then hold a second tea party at a later date, during which they would discuss their thoughts. I could guess she had mentioned this to Charlotte so that we could make the necessary preparations. I'm so jealous! I want to be at the Royal Academy having tea parties with Lady Hannelore. Rosamund, she is simply asking whether she can lend out your book, Ferdinand said. Is there truly that much to think about? It's just too cruel that the tea parties I want to attend most are being held while I'm not there. Way too cruel. It was wise of them to schedule the tea parties in your absence. You would doubtlessly end up collapsing from excitement if you attended them. Did we not agree that it is Charlotte's job to spread the books? He asked, giving me an exasperated look. I pursed my lips. I understood what he was saying. I couldn't just attend and collapse at every tea party, but still, was it really so wrong for me to want to attend a tea party where I might make more bookworm friends? Either way, I was a big fan of spreading books in the Royal Academy, so I wrote to Charlotte expressing my approval. You may lend them as you wish, Charlotte. Please spread them all across the lands. Incidentally, I would suggest that you bring more apprentice scholars with you and collect love stories from the gathered attendees. I am looking forward to seeing what you end up with. From Rosemine. Ferdinand would send my response to her via the castle. Gil delivered the order form and arranged a meeting with the Gilberta Company for the next time the blizzard weakened. I would gaze out my window every time to check the weather, excited to see Thule again. Until then, however, there were temple matters to attend to. I needed to arrange a lunch meeting with Ferdinand, who was locked away in his workshop again, since his and my attendants had come to express their concern. Ferdinand allowed me into his room with a very unwelcoming smile that made me want to return to my own chambers at once. Really, if anyone here had cause to be frustrated, it was me. My time spent here was time not being spent with my books. Please show some restraint with your research, I said firmly. Your attendants are so troubled that they asked me to hold this lunch meeting, not to mention, if you inspire Raymond to likewise abandon everything for his research, everyone will suffer. Ferdinand glared at me, his brows tightly knit. I was informed that we were having this lunch because you have refused to even look away from your books since returning to the temple. You are the one who needs to be more considerate. They both do! Yeah, they both are being not considerate here. Apparently, Ferdinand and I were equally problematic in the eyes of our attendants. We turned to them just in time to see Eckert and Daniel clap their hands over their mouths, trying to suppress their laughter. So they're both like each other. So is Raymond completing his tasks at a good pace, I asked? Our discussion over lunch normally focused on what Ferdinand was researching at the moment, since he barely responded to anything else. Indeed, he has potential. Some of his improvements have been really quite interesting, Ferdinand replied. He tended to use his abundance of mana to brute force his way through magic circle-related obstacles, so he found these more efficient alternatives to be quite intriguing. Raymond must have been quite the genius to receive praise from Ferdinand of all people. It doesn't have to be right now, I said, but could you task Raymond with improving the mana efficiency of a small teleportation circle? Something like the magic circles that are being used for taxes, except for books? To what end? I will distribute them to printing guilds so they can send the books they produce to me. I mean, that would make sense. That would be less taxing than having people traveling via carriage to carry this stuff. And less people to kind of steal them. There are still very few books to print. If you wish to receive copies, the guilds can send them alongside their taxes. It may be true at the moment that only a few books are produced each year, but we should resolve the issue before the number of workshops increase dramatically. I needed to get the flow of goods sorted so that I could properly exploit the legal deposit system I had set up. At the moment, it applied only within Airnvest, and the Geebs could simply bring copies of the few books they printed with them during winter socializing. As more books are printed and the industry spread to other duchies, however, things would only become more complicated. I needed my teleportation circles to be in use before then so that my legal deposit system didn't end up depreciating or deprecating into a law that was entirely disregarded. Ferdinand gave a dismissive scoff upon hearing my impassioned explanation. You make it sound as if your reasoning is grand and important, but in truth you cannot wait until winter to receive new books for the provinces. That is entirely correct. He saw right through me, yes. Working with Sylvester has taught me that grand and important excuses are highly effective, I replied with a smile. Ferdinand pressed a finger between his eyebrows and gave a heavy sigh. Good grief. Why must you learn only the wrong lessons from that man? In any case, who will supply the mana needed for the teleportation? For now, I intend to entrust that duty to the scholars working in the industry. In the long term, it could become a job for them with the devouring, or for those with the devouring, or for grey priests who have mana, such as Conrad. I have always wished to create employment opportunities for the grey priests, so I am thinking that I might be able to use my position as orphanage director to provide them with opportunities within the planting company. I also want there to be a way for those with the devouring and for the children of nobles without magic tools to survive. This will provide a reasonable excuse for taking children without magic tools to the orphanage, no? There are so few nobles now that even people without much mana seem to hold some value, but I was told we didn't want the number of nobles to increase like that. And if such people didn't have the means to survive, I just needed to provide jobs that would allow them to support themselves. I will consult Sylvester, Ferdinand eventually replied. Please do. So he didn't immediately shoot you down, so this is something that could actually work. And so I started putting forward my new ideas, which Ferdinand corrected or outright rejected. This process continued over lunchtime for 3 days until eventually the blizzard subsided enough for the Gilberta Company to visit. After lunch, I went to the orphanage director's chambers. The view outside the window was nothing but white, although the blizzard was calmer than usual. The snow never ceased to fall. Still, it was comfortably warm inside. The fires in the kitchen had been lit since morning as Ella and Nicola made sweets, and the furnaces on the second floor were burning as well. I sighed in relief and went up to the second floor where I awaited the arrival of the Gilberta Company. They ended up coming fairly early, having most likely decided to travel while the snowfall was light. Otto, Karina, Theo, Leon, and Tuli were in attendance, and after we exchanged noble greetings, I gestured for them to sit. It was then that I noticed Leon and Tuli asking Fran where they could set down a number of wooden boxes. Did the order form arrive safely, I asked. Indeed, Otto replied, and thanks to your early notice, Lady Rosamond, we had enough time to prepare ourselves, and were able to begin without issue. I never would have imagined that we would receive yet another order from royalty this year. Your craftswoman has already begun creating the hairpin. Well, I think the armband will be more needed, because she's going to need that as soon as she goes back to the Royal Academy, but, I mean, the hairpin too, but I think, what would be harder to make, though, the armband or hairpin? Actually, I would think the armband. Otto turned to look at Tuli, who seemed a bit more grown up the last time I had seen her. She nodded with a reserved smile. It seemed that my magic letter had proven useful. But unlike last year, I've also needed to order an armband. Is that not too much, I asked. My fear was that requesting the armband for Hildebrand alongside the hairpin Sigiswald wanted to give to Adolphine would end up being too strenuous. Karina smiled and nodded at Tuli, who immediately took a wooden box, set it on the table, and carefully opened it. It contained not just one, but 3 armbands. Wow! Why are there so many? I asked, looking up in surprise. Tuli beamed a proud smile. These are spares. When you first said that you intended to give one to your friend at the Royal Academy, I considered the possibility that you might want more in the future, and decided to make them in advance. How many would you like now? She asked, her blue eyes carefully carrying a glint that seemed to say, aren't I amazing? Tuli, you are amazing. Yes, she is. As I trembled with awe, Karina smiled and said, Tuli has quite the business foresight. In a shocking twist, Tuli had also predicted there being more orders from royalty or top-ranking duchies this year, so she had been coming up with new hairpin designs since spring. Thanks to this preparation, she was able to start work on this year's hairpin without any fuss. Tuli gave a bright smile. I predicted that you would have more big orders for us, Lady Rosamond, and prepared accordingly. My darling Tuli is an angel. She's just so reliable. She is. Her expression practically screamed, you can count on your big sister. And with that proud smile, she fetched another wooden box. Furthermore, this is the spring hairpin that I made for you, Lady Rosamond. How is it? In a second shocking twist, she had even already made my spring hairpin for me. It evoked the images of delicate new flat leaves as per my order. If you intend to wear clothing to suit this hairpin, might I suggest choosing from this selection of cloth, Karina said. We have prepared 3 pieces similar to those made by the 3 craftspeople you ordered from previously. At her signal, Leon took 3 pieces of cloth out from a wooden box and spread them across the table. The same craftspeople who had come out on top of in my Renaissance competition had dyed new cloth based on the pieces I chose for my winter outfit, and to my dismay, they were all nearly identical. Heck, I didn't have a clue which one was Mom's. And to think I was planning to make her a Renaissance for sure. I glanced over at Tuli while debating the choice in my head and noticed that her eyes were locked in a particular direction. Perhaps she was staring at Mom's cloth? I followed her gaze and went to pick the one I thought she was looking at. Nope. No sooner had I picked up one of the pieces than her eyes began to fill with panic. I pretended to look it over carefully, set it back down, and then picked up the next piece. Again, Tuli seemed to fret. This time she looked gravely unwell. What about this one? I picked up the third cloth, and in an instant her eyes began to sparkle. As I started to examine it, I noticed that she was clenching her fists and leaning forward ever so slightly. This was it for sure. I want you to make my spring outfit with this cloth, and the craftsperson who dyed it shall become my first Renaissance, I told Otto with a serious expression, while Tuli grinned from ear to ear. Woo! Woo! Otto agreed, though his wry smile indicated that he had cottoned on to what just happened. Now Mom has my exclusive business too! Yippee! Thank you for having Tuli there, because she never would have figured that out. After settling on a design with Tuli and Karina, I placed the order and then asked about the lower city. Given that my apprentice scholars weren't present and I was getting fewer and fewer chances to see those from the Gilberta Company, this was the perfect opportunity to dig deep. Otto, I hear that the daughter of a Klassenberg merchant joined the planting company as a Lahange, I said. I need to report this to Ob Ehrenfest, as it will impact trade and various other matters. Please do tell me of the details. As you wish, Otto replied. He grinned and glanced at Karina, who let out a tiny giggle. Her name is Corinne, whatever. She is contracted with the planting company for roughly 1 year. Roughly 1 year, you say? Lahange's contracts were usually 3 years, so I couldn't understand why this one was an exception. It seemed that the dates hadn't even been decided yet, considering he had said it was roughly 1 year. I could only blink in confusion, and that was when Otto dropped the bombshell. Yes, because marriage is being discussed. Wait, what? Huh? Excuse me? What? Wait, marriage to whom? Huh? Benno? I highly doubt that, considering this guy is determined to not be married unless he finds someone that is better than his late ex or his late girlfriend. And I highly doubt anybody would be able to compete with her. At least from what I can gather about Benno. There are many things you have invented in Airfest that are being sold not just to nobles, but to commoners as well, Otter began. It seemed that the merchants from Klassenburg and the sovereignty who had come during the summer had been shown many things by the guildmaster who wanted to form as tight of a connection with them as possible. Oh! So he's trying to get his own kid to marry her. Okay, I get it. He had shown them the more stable carriages, the Italian restaurant, and the pumps by the wells while they were staying at the high-quality inns and the homes of major store owners. It was immediately obvious who made the pumps, since their name was carved into them, Otto continued. They asked about you and Zack, which led to them learning about the Saint of Ehrenfest, who gave true blessings and produces new products one after another, and the work of the Gutenbergs, who were granted titles from the Saint and worked to realize her goals. At the same time, they learned of the planting company, the store that you favor most, and that you granted a name and independence to. In other words, they had found out about my connection to the planting company almost instantly. Klassenburg sensed that a sizable business opportunity with Ehrenfest was in the cards, so their striving to form connections isn't the slightest bit strange, Otto said. Of course, the simplest way to achieve that aim is through marriage. To the merchants of the greater duchies, the owner of the store I favored most, being a bachelor, must have been a dream come true. No! Leave poor Benno alone! Otto had even formally proposed a political marriage to the guildmaster. Benno refused, though. Ha! I knew it! I knew that Benno wouldn't do that unless he found someone that he truly wanted to be with. Because he's not going to disrespect his late girlfriend like that. No. He was concerned about leaking information and never intended to marry in the first place. I thought so. Figures, I replied. And then when the merchant had finished his business and returned to Klassenburg, he had apparently left his daughter Corinne behind at the inn. What in the world, I exclaimed. Talk about a heavy-handed approach. Corinne had gone to the Gilberta company to sell her clothes and accessories, saying she did not wish to bother the planting company and would chase her father down while using her own money to stay at cheap inns. Otto had spoken to Corinne in person during this visit, trying to learn as much about Klassenburg as he could while looking over her clothes and accessories. After my time as a traveling merchant, I know just how hard it is for a young woman only a few years of age to travel alone. However, Corinne gave a fearless smile at first. She said that while it would be expensive, she could ride a boat across the river and catch up with her father in Frembeltag before he arrived there. I was shocked. Her father had told me on his last visit he was not using boats on the way back, and when I mentioned this to her, the blood had drained from Corinne's face, apparently. The route back she expected to take, or perhaps the route she had initially been told about, was incorrect. She had no idea what route her father was going down, and they had no way to catch up to him. Oh my god. Dude, why'd you abandon your daughter? Otto subsequently determined that leaving her to fend for herself was too dangerous, so he had stopped her from fleeing the store and contacted Benno to have a discussion with the guildmaster. Benno showed more resistance to her leaving the city than anyone, as his father had died outside the city on business, Otto said. The guildmaster pointed that out, which settled the issue almost at once. As a result, it was decided that Corinne would stay in the planting company and work as a Lahange until next summer when her father was due to return. Benno would take care not to leak any valuable information to her, and when things got bad, he would take responsibility and marry her, solving the problem by making her family. Oh, great. Poor Benno! You better not have to do that, dude! I feel so bad for him. He shouldn't have to marry if he doesn't want to. Benno is desperately trying to avoid leaking any valuable information, while Corinne is with equal desperation striving to gather as much as she can, so that she might become Benno's bride, Otto concluded. It really is quite amusing. Corinne wants to marry Benno, I asked. I had assumed she was just going along with her father's decision, and as I stared in surprise, Corinne gave a dreamy smile. Oh, something must have happened at the end of autumn, she said. The look in Corinne's eyes changed completely. My brother is doing his best to keep his distance, but somehow I get the feeling they are going to be bound by the end of winter. Oh, I feel so bad. Unless he actually decides to do it, not out of, obligation. Watching them squabble from the sideline, it feels as though they were made for each other. We'll see about that. We'll see what Benno says. Benno was apparently continuing a defensive war against Corinne, doing everything he could to prevent her from learning about the orphanage workshop and printing in general. I was a little concerned to hear about their adorable, quote-unquote, squabbling? Will she not learn of these things naturally while working as a Lahange, I asked? I trust Benno, but I feel uneasy when dealing with the Klassenberg merchant of all people. Just doing this business deal with the Greater Duchies has sent Ehrenfest into a panic. I trusted Benno's skill, but I wasn't sure how long he would actually be able to last. Otto's expression suddenly turned serious. Worst case scenario, Benno said that he'd even eliminate Corinne if needed. What? Dude, how are you gonna get away with that without being found out? Dude, she was in Ehrenfest when her father left. So, don't you think that that would be the first place they'd look if something happened to her? That's how much resolve he steeled when having her live with him. He wants you and the Archduke to know this, Lady Rosemine. Benno wouldn't lie about something like that. He had been fully prepared to deal with everything when he first took Corinne into the planting company. Understood, I said. I will leave Corinne to Benno. I feel bad for Benno. Poor guy. Having to deal with all this in addition to everything else, the poor guy is going to go to an early grave if he's not careful. And poor mine I don't know what she would do. This and that in the castle. Once I finished the dedication ritual, which Camphor and Freytek had made the preparations for, my days spent reading in the temple were over. I was going to be returning to the castle with Ferdinand amid a raging blizzard that was steadily becoming even angrier. It wouldn't be too much longer before we identified this year's Lord of Winter. May I return to the Royal Academy as soon as we are back at the castle, I pleaded. I wish to have tea parties with Lady Hannelore to talk about books with her. Ferdinand responded with a look of exceptional displeasure. I understand how you feel, he replied, but I suspect that your fervor will prove too much for you no matter how many face stones we provide. But we just emptied a bunch during the dedication ritual. Seems to me like the timing here is perfect. Good grief. That is clearly not an option. Consider the hardships you will be imposing on others, and in either case, there is much that still needs to be discussed before we can return to the Royal Academy. So he said, but I couldn't imagine what else there was to talk about, given how many lunch meetings we had shared at the temple. I spoke about the Turkish Griffon. He mumbled to himself about his research on the ingredients Hartman had sent over. I mean, what else was there? What will we be discussing, I asked. Ferdinand fixed me with a stern glare. Apparently, we still needed to evaluate the power of my water gun, look over the information on Roderick that Justice had gathered, and discuss what Sylvester had found out about the spring prayer ceremonial stages. All things that needed to be done in the castle. Okay. And so, I followed Ferdinand to the castle amid the raging blizzard. I'm surprised that he hadn't asked her about the water gun before this, to be honest. Norbert and Riarda opened the doors for us when we arrived. Cornelius and Lenore were there too, having returned after finishing their classes. It was strange. Now that I saw them together after learning of their circumstances, it was hard not to see them as a couple. The two had no doubt gone to Lenore's home and formalized matters. Welcome back, Lady Rosemine. And so I have returned, I said. Cornelius? I see your mystery partner is Lenore. Was I the only one who didn't know? Not the only one, I'm sure, Cornelius replied, but his expression and said the absolute opposite. Lenore just smiled, remaining one step back. So, did you finish greeting her parents, I asked? Did they protest? Everything has been dealt with, he noted casually. His, yeah, I'm a real man vibe kind of annoyed me for some reason. At first, I thought it might be because I was the only one being left out. But then I noticed Daniel's smile twitch. Oh no. That alone calmed the frustration storming inside of me. Daniel must be annoyed that he's struggling to find a partner while Cornelius, who's younger than him, had no trouble finding someone of almost his age. With a similar amount of mana and status to boot. I feel you for you, Daniel. I feel you. Now then, a change of guards, Robert said, prompting the guards to switch places. Angelica and Daniel were going to have several days off and after guarding me nonstop in the temple, and they would use this time to start to prepare for the Lord of Winter. Cornelius and Lenore will be entrusted with guarding me in the castle. After seeing Angelica and Daniel off to the night dormitory, I turned back to face Cornelius and Lenore. As soon as our eyes met, I noticed Cornelius tense up a little. Uh-oh. Come now, you don't need to be afraid. I won't bully or tease you. May I hear of the Royal Academy, I asked. I looked over the questions sent to me while I was in the temple, but I know little else of what has been happening there. Of course. On the way back to my room, I listened to Cornelius and Lenore give me a report on the Royal Academy. Unlike last year, Aaronfest had apparently hosted several tea parties of its own through Charlotte, and the shared copy of Royal Academy's love stories had grown rather popular among female students of top-ranking duchies. I wish to return to the Royal Academy at once to speak with them, I said. Please don't, Cornelius replied, stopping me with the same consternation I had seen from Ferdinand. You will only collapse again. Consider how much that will make your retainers suffer. My belongings from the temple were brought to my room, and I spent my time reading while watching Riarda and Ottilie unpack everything. That evening, I ate dinner with Ferdinand and the Archduke. Wait a minute, let me just make sure that was... Okay, yeah, that's right, okay. I sat down with Ferdinand and the Archducal couple. The main topic of discussion was Melkor's baptism. It was due to be carried out alongside the spring feast, as he was born in the spring, and ideally needed to be done before the nobles all returned to their provinces. No, so I said, this baptism is going to be similar to the winter one, except there won't be a performance wherein he plays the harpspiel. Yep, Sylvester replied. That reminds me. Did you find out anything about the stages? Sylvester had been fishing through the exclusive Archduke archives in search of documents related to the spring prayer stages, since other Giebs now wanted to fix theirs. He explained that he had found documents on the magic circle itself, but not on the stages. Oh, I mean, there's just so many documents, he said. Too many for me to look through on my own. Things would be a lot easier if we knew the stage's formal name, or the period they were initially made, at least. Problem is, all the information has been lost. This is why you need to write things down! Sylvester was exhausted from several consecutive days of searching. There were so many documents on rituals and magic circles that he couldn't find the ones that actually mattered. This was my chance. I raised my hand high in the air. I'll help you, my dear adopted father. No, only the Ob can go into the archive, he said, shooting me down in an instant with a shake of his head. Life was cruel. But why, I asked. Are you saying I still can't enter even though I only want to help? Yep. So you couldn't even have Florencia help you? Nope. An archive that can only be entered by the Ob, not their partner or adopted daughter. Only the Ob can enter. Only the Ob. Rosamund, I hope you're not thinking of becoming the next Ob simply so you may enter its archive, Ferdinand said pointedly. I recoiled at once. It was like, yeah, but of course he knows you better than anybody. Whatever do you mean, Ferdinand? I would never. I tried to ease the tension with a laugh, but his eyes remained as sharp as ever. Look, you don't need to stare at me like that. I already know I can't become the Ob. I won't do anything that'll force you into killing me. Ferdinand continued to glare at me for the rest of dinner. Once we had all eaten, Melkor came to say goodnight. I did the same, then moved to leave, but before I could escape, Ferdinand called out to me. Rosamund, come to the training grounds of the Night Order at third bell tomorrow, he said. I wish to observe the power of your new weapon. As instructed, I went to the Knight's training grounds at third bell. I started with some exercise, and Ferdinand arrived while I was building up my stamina. He was with Karstead, a pumped-up Bonifacius, and Sylvester, who was always curious about new things. They all had their retainers with them, so the group was pretty sizable. Now, Rosamund, show us your new weapon, Bonifacius said. As you wish, grandfather. I took out my staff and chanted, Water Gun to morph it. Never heard that chant before. Never seen a weapon like this before, Sylvester remarked. He looked at Ferdinand to see what he thought. Ferdinand nodded with his arms crossed, his eyes locked on my water gun. This chant is unfamiliar to me as well, he said. As is the weapon. How do you use it? My understanding is that there's mana inside, I said, shaking the translucent water gun to show the liquid it contained. This must have made Ferdinand curious, as he brought his face closer with his brow furrowed. It's not something that can serve as a weapon unless you really focus on using it as one. What do you mean, Ferdinand asked? It was a toy originally. It could squirt out water, but it wouldn't do any damage. I demonstratively fired the water gun, which caused a small stream of water to splash onto the ground and disappear. Ferdinand nodded in response. Sylvester's eyes sparkled at my demonstration. All right, now use it as a weapon, Rosamund, he said, pointing at a target dummy. I want to see that side of it. You said it works like Ferdinand's arrows, right? I nodded and then aimed at the dummy a short distance away. With my eyes closed, I visualized Ferdinand's arrows and pulled the trigger. Oh! A liquid shot from my gun divided into several streams, took on the shape of arrows, and then noisily pierced the dummy. Amazing! Karstead and Fascist roared with approval. Sylvester's dark green eyes widened. That's a lot different, he muttered to himself. All three of them looked surprised, but Ferdinand alone approached with a gravely serious expression, took my hand and examined the water gun closely. He had seemingly marked it as a subject to be researched. Uh-oh. Girl, you're gonna have to deal with this now. I see. This part moves to fire out the mana then, Ferdinand asked, twisting my wrist and forearm to get a better view of the water gun's interior. He was so overcome with interest that he presumably didn't even realize he was doing it. Ow, 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 ow! Ferdinand, can you not twist my arm like that? You're gonna really hurt. You're gonna break your arm at some point if you're not careful. But he can still heal that. I said it really hurts. My apologies. But more importantly, it seems that the amount of liquid within the weapon determines how much mana you can fire at once. If you were to make a larger version, could you not increase its power? Possibly. He's not listening. He's not listening at all. He completely ignored my aching arm and simply began muttering about ways to improve the weapon's firepower and the amount of mana it would need to shoot out. I knew from my experience discussing his research with him at lunch that when he got like this, he blocked out his surroundings entirely. Oh, great. He remained in his own little world until he came to a conclusion that he deemed satisfying. Of course, I wasn't willing to wait however long that would take, so ruck it. I simply unmorphed my water gun. Ferdinand glanced up with a start, the subject of his research having suddenly vanished. I was not done yet, he said with a displeased glare. You should have known this was going to happen, Rosemine. I knew it was going to happen, that he was going to go all cuckoo for it. I glared back at him with equal intensity. Do listen to what people tell you. I said you were hurting my arm. Apologizing does not mean you can continue twisting it. Our staring contest continued, but only for a moment. My attention was drawn away from Ferdinand when Bonifacius suddenly roared, When Bonifacius suddenly roared Watagun. He had thought to try out the new weapon for himself, it seemed, but his staff didn't change. You have to say it right. You gotta teach him how to say that right. Huh? It didn't work, Bonifacius said, looking down at his staff in confusion. Your pronunciation wasn't quite right, I said. And repeat after me. Water gun. Water gun? Not exactly. Close. Water gun. The people in this world always seem to struggle with Japanese words. As Bonifacius and I started to practice, Ferdinand crossed his arms and tapped his fingers rhythmically, muttering each syllable after me. Then he produced a step. Oh, he says it right. Water gun. Ferdinand, the transparent weapon appeared instead. Good job, Ferdinand! He did it! The cheap, playful-looking toy was so ill-suited to his passionless face. I wanted to beat myself up for creating it in the first place. It was downright surreal, like the protagonist of a hard-boiled detective novel movie arming themselves with a squirt gun. I need only shoot it as I would an arrow, correct? Ferdinand said he made no move to question the weapon's appearance and simply aimed at the training dummy with his cheap water gun. The monitor that fired out was larger than mine, morphed into more arrows, and traveled incomparably faster. This is quite a useful tool. Nice! Good job, Ferdinand. It didn't take you long to figure it out. Now you just need to make it a little bit bigger. He had torn the dummy to shreds with a single attack. Ferdinand gazed at the water gun in his hand and started to contemplate something. Perhaps he intended to use it as his primary weapon from now on? Since you can use it with one hand, it was perfect to wield while riding a high beast. Judith had given up on using it because it required so much mana, but Ferdinand with his abundance of mana wouldn't encounter that problem at all. There was, however, one remaining issue. The gun looked painfully lame. I shook my head in instinct as I pictured Ferdinand making it his main weapon. Ferdinand, don't use the water gun, I said. It doesn't suit you at all. Whatever do you mean? It's uncool. I want you to use something heroic, not a children's toy. You look way more striking with a bow. Dude, can you not just make it bigger? Describe to him, if you can, I would say try to make a regular gun. At the very least, a pistol. That would be better. But actually, I think she tried that. I wish I had the power to make a cool gun, then this wouldn't have happened. Despite my obvious emotional torment, Ferdinand watched me with a look of sheer boredom. You must value the usage and power of a weapon, not over its appearance, Rosamund. Appearances are extremely important, I shot back. At the very least, you need to make it bigger. Like you said, or make it black so you can't see inside. Just something. I won't be able to stand it otherwise. I see. Rosemund likes heroic things, Bonifacius muttered, then asked me whether his weapon had my seal of approval. At this point, Grandfather, I'll approve anything that isn't a water gun. Once the demonstration of my water gun was complete, we moved to the Archduke's office to discuss making a version that wouldn't look quite so jarring for Ferdinand to use. Sylvester agreed that coolness was important. Apparently he wanted to use one too. Oh boy. We cleared the room, and I took a seat on the other side of the table for my guardians. I couldn't help but sigh, and that was when Ferdinand turned deeply serious. Rosamund, where did you learn of water guns? You continually reference them as a toy of a child, but I've never... Is Ferdinand the only one who's seen her world? Obviously, what am I saying? They all know about it, is what I'm saying. Did Ferdinand tell them about her world? But I have never heard of nor seen such a thing. I can only conclude that it cannot be found in Airfest. Oh, dip. No dip on that one. At first, I did it without much thought, I explained. I simply muttered water gun in Japanese, my language rather than yours, and it happened. But the words printer, copier, and scissors didn't do anything. Copier, scissors. Ferdinand repeated. His enunciation was clear, but his expression suggested that he was still confused. Copiers were hard to explain, but scissors already existed in this world. Copiers don't exist here, but scissors are, scissors. Those are normal, no, but they didn't work as a spell for some reason. Share, Ferdinand said, causing his staff to morph into a pair of scissors. Nice! As it turned out, a spell for them already existed. Maybe that was why speaking in Japanese hadn't done anything. For scissors, you can't share. If copiers do not exist here, perhaps your imagination is lacking? If you cannot envision the internal structure with perfect clarity, the staff will not be able to recreate it. Recall the way I carefully analyzed the internal structure of the water gun earlier? In short, it wouldn't be easy for me to recreate copiers or printers with the staff. Makes sense. No, it's impossible for me to perfectly imagine every part of a copier. This sucks. It would have been so convenient. My guardians ignored my disappointment about the limited utility of staffs and focused on their battle on changing how the water gun looked. Seeing that, I realized once again that Sylvester and Wilfred really were father and son. In the end, Ferdinand settled on a water gun that was somewhat larger and pure black, making it similar in appearance to an actual gun. Unfortunately for me, I couldn't shake the idea of water guns being transparent from my mind, so I was unable to change how my own looked. Wow, Ferdinand ended up hard-boiled instead of me. Well, he looks more hard-boiled than you do, girl. He's the one who would look better in a hard-boiled detective movie than you. Life in the castle continued normally from that point onward. I continued to refuse meetings related to the Haldensdale miracle, while having Elvira, Heinrich, and others attend as many meetings about the printing and paper industry as I could, striving to maximize the number of printing workshops. It had been my morning ritual to look over the children's playroom when I searched for suitable candidates to become my retainers, and then go to the nice training ground to do my exercises. I sometimes made eye contact with Nicholas, but he didn't come over and speak to me even once. I knew Cornelius was on guard against him, so I didn't feel much inclined to approach him either. We also discussed my taking Roderick's name. According to the intelligence that Justice had gathered, Roderick's relationship with his parents had completely deteriorated ever since the Ivory Tower incident had sullied his name. "Milady," Justice said in a hushed voice, "please allow Roderick to separate from his parents should he request it." "But why?" I asked, blinking in surprise. "Lord Ferdinand forbids me from telling you the details, milady, as they will make you fly into an uncontrollable rage. I fear you are always too soft on those you view as family, and excessively harsh on those who threaten them. If you're still desperate to know, you may attempt to have your own scholars learn the truth. And after Roderick has given you his name, it would be simple to force him to tell you everything." "I would not want to do something like that," I said, my lips pursed. Justice chuckled and noted that he had expected me to say that. "Milady, those of us who give it our names are prepared to prioritize our Lord or Lady above ourselves and our parents," Justice explained. "It will be unbearable for our families to bring any suffering whatsoever to those who we serve. If you wish to understand Roderick's feelings, I would suggest observing him from a distance." "Understood. I thank you ever so much for telling me, Justice. This will guide me well." After discussing matters with Sylvester, it was decided that Roderick would receive a room in the Knight's dormitory after giving me his name. I would have given him an attendant room in the northern building like I had done with Feline, but he was a boy and therefore barred from entering them. The castle had no dormitory for scholars, and since they had already stated the Knight's dormitory when necessary, I was opting to continue that with Roderick. The Lord of Winter appeared the day before I was scheduled to return to the Royal Academy, so I had to hole up in the northern building. Of course, I granted the Knight's order the blessing of Angriff, the god of war, before hiding away. I was the one person in the northern building, retainers not included, so mealtimes were a bit lonely. Adelie looked worried while serving me, so I took the hint and asked about Hartmut. "His partner, you say?" she replied with a troubled smile. "I'm afraid I haven't the faintest clue." "Truly?" I asked. "But his graduation ceremony is this year. He needs someone to escort, does he not?" He did mention that he planned to court a girl of a nearby another duchy to assist with gathering intelligence. However, he listed the names of so many girls before leaving this year that I cannot say which he decided on. He said he would make his decision while intending... Hartmut is courting that many girls at once? Please, Hartmut, share at least one of them with Daniel. Poor Daniel needs somebody badly. I feel for him. Audley hurriedly shook her head. No, Lady Rosamine. Hartman had not quite escalated to courting last year. His intention is just his interest in such matters, and all matters in fact, has generally been non-existent. Now he seems to be directing all his interest at you, Lady Rosamine, so perhaps he has spread his romantic net wide and shallowly to gather information for your sake? Wait a second. Does that mean the girls all think they're dating Hartman when in reality he feels nothing for any of them? He's going to be lucky to even reach his graduation. I don't think that's the case. It troubles me that he resembles his father in that way, Audley said, but I am not too worried. I am sure he will find a girl who needs him as much as he needs her. He will introduce me to whomever he decides on at the introductory tournament, and I am quite looking forward to that, she added with a refined giggle. I couldn't bring myself to grab this smiling mother by the shoulders and start yelling that we needed to intervene before the walls of the Royal Academy were painted red with her son's blood. It would be easier for me to rush there and deal with things myself anyway. I needed to make sure that Hartman survived the comeuppance he was sure to receive. I don't think he is, dude. Do you really think he's like that? I don't know. I don't think he is. I focused on reading while praying that Hartman hadn't already met an untimely demise, and the next thing I knew, the Lord of Winter had been slain. At last, clear skies were returning to Ehrenfest. I had enjoyed many a day immersed in my books, and was already feeling reluctant about returning to the Royal Academy. I put on my dark yellow cape and brooch, then made my way to the teleportation room as Riarda hurried me along. Leslie moved lethargically to reflect my mood. Hurry up, Rosamine. Cornelius and Lenore have already returned, Ferdinand said, standing imposingly before the teleportation room door. Can I truly not stay in the castle until the introductory tournament, I asked. I would much rather continue my reading for a bit longer. Did you not say that you wanted to go back because of all the tea parties with Hannelore and everything? Hello? Fool, do you even hear what you're saying? You have much to do. The Turnisperphone inquiry and tea parties with Jawonka will not resolve themselves. There's no need for me to hurry. The Jawonka tea party won't be until the Gilberta Company delivers the hairpin, right? I was returning to the Royal Academy earlier than usual this year, so the Gilberta Company would be delivering the hairpin to the castle, which would then be sent to me via teleporter. Thus, the tea party with Jawonka was planned to be held when it arrived. Am I not the one who obsesses over visiting the Royal Academy? Are you not the one who obsesses over visiting the Royal Academy's library? Ferdinand asked. I am, but at this point of the year, I'll never manage to secure a carol. Besides, are you not the one who said my return to the Academy would inconvenience all the students who haven't yet finished their classes? I couldn't go to the library, and my propensity to collapse meant I was forbidden from attending tea parties with Hannelore. In other words, there was absolutely nothing for me to look forward to at the Royal Academy. My time was much better spent in the castle reading my books. I don't want to deal with the Turnisperphone inquiry of the tea party with Jawonka that will absolutely involve royalty in some way. I'll end up getting yelled at after both of them. As I slumped my shoulders, Ferdinand picked me up and plopped me down in the teleportation circle. He then looked down at me, his brows drawn together in a tight frown. The prince will no longer be wandering about the academy, he said. You will have enjoyed more than your fill of reading this year. Now use this time to accumulate some much-needed socializing experience. Your shortcomings are already having an impact on your learning. Accept your fate. Fine. I replied with an unenthusiastic nod, having no choice but to concede. Bye. Here we go. The Turnisperphone. Am I even saying it right? Turnisperphone, whatever Harry call it. Inquiry. Once the streaming black and gold lights had disappeared and the world stopped swirling around me, I was back at the Royal Academy. I reluctantly trudged off the magic circle at the prompting of my knights. Welcome back, Lady Rosamine, my retainers said, greeting me collectively. I smiled at them. All naturally at this point, I couldn't let it show on my face that I hadn't wanted to come back at all. And so I have returned, I said. Please report what has happened in my absence. Riarda and Laceletta started putting away my luggage from the castle while I climbed into Leslie and made my way to the common room with my other retainers. I had them begin their reports along the way with the book I was about to add on the dormitory bookshelf resting safely in my lap. I attended Lady Charlotte's tea parties with Laceletta and taught Lord Wolfrey's attendants much about sweets and recommended topics of discussion, Brunhilde said. Other duchies are taking much interest in Ehrenfest trends. It seemed that just like last year, students of other duchies were expressing interest in Ehrenfest sweets and hairpins. On top of that, the Ehrenfest book that Hannelore had recommended was now a hot topic of conversation, and tea parties bloomed with stories of romance. It sounds so nice. I wish I'd been there. I couldn't imagine a more appealing tea party than one full of girls raving about Ehrenfest books and exchanging stories about knights and romance. Unfortunately, that had also made it several times more dangerous for me to attend. The risk was simply too great, and the fact made me sigh in disappointment. Feline peered at me and smiled, a distinct sparkle in her grass-green eyes. Lady Rosamine, I attended Lady Charlotte's tea party to gather love stories and was very successful, she said. In addition to that, many apprentice scholars from other duchies delivered stories they had transcribed themselves. You may wish to look over them yourself so that you can distribute payment. Splendid, Feline. The idea of reading the stories accumulated from other duchies caused my mind to do a complete 180, from melancholy to overwhelming excitement. After a moment of thought, I clapped my hands together. Holding up in the castle isn't an option, so I'll just have to hold up here in the dormitory. Now I was forbidden from visiting the library and attending tea parties where books might be discussed. This was a perfect opportunity for me to read alone in my room. There was an abundance of new stories here, and no Ferdinand to constantly prod me with criticisms. Now that I thought about it, the dormitory was probably better than the castle. No, I can't think like that. This is my job. I need to read the stories provided to us by scholars of other duchies and work out how much to pay them. Then I need to rewrite them into proper manuscripts to be published. I'm so busy. A mounting excitement caused Leslie to speed up on our way back to the common room, and soon enough we had arrived. I climbed out of my panda bus and went inside, finding the students who had finished their classes passing time as they saw fit. Wolfen and Charlotte were waiting among them. You sure came back early this year, Rosamine. Welcome back, sister. And so I have returned, I said, now so inspired that I gave a genuine smile rather than a fake one. Please tell me what has happened in my absence. Charlotte explained that she had attended several tea parties to fill the void my return to Ehrenfest had caused. She had finished her classes at a reasonable pace and introduced maternal symbols to the other girls as I had recommended. Thanks to introductions from people like Lady Hannelore and Lady Adolphine, I was able to form a great number of connections with other duchies during the tea parties, Charlotte continued. Lady Adolphine seemed very interested in the idea of sharing books when I mentioned it, but as I did not have anything on hand to give her, I promised that we could arrange something at a later date. We were still forbidden from informing outsiders of printing technology, so at the moment, Charlotte was lending out the same book to one person after another. In that case, I said, I just received a new book from Haldensdale. You may lend it to your uncle. A new book? Sister, we must read it first, Charlotte warned. It will be improper for us to lend it out when we do not know its contents. Good point, I replied with a nod and took out 3 books. 2 were freshly printed ones I had received through the legal deposit system, while the third I had been given through the good graces of Guy Haldensdale. I will leave 2 of these here in the common room so that Ehrenfest students may read them. The third one is my property, so I will decide whom it may be lent out to. I thank you ever so much, sister. May I lend it to Lady Adolphine at a tea party 2 days from now, then? It seemed that Adolphine had taken quite a shine to Charlotte, so much so that she had promptly invited her to another tea party. I'm glad things are going well for her, but now I'm losing my opportunity to become an amazing big sister. I had thought about striving to socialize for Charlotte's sake. Despite having barely any talent for it, it seemed that she didn't need my help in the first place. I smiled and nodded, feeling a bit sad about how my little sister was growing up. But of course, I replied, just remember to borrow a book from Jowanko at the same time. A book from Jowanko? Charlotte repeated, fluttering her eyelashes. Indeed, books are remarkably expensive, so just as we borrowed the book from Dunkelfelder, when lending one of our own, we must borrow one from Jowanko as well. If we don't, will it not seem like we have a distrust for Dunkelfelder alone? I asked, deftly crafting an excellent excuse to get books from other duchies. Charlotte paled. My apologies, she said. I did not borrow any books from Gillestenmeyer. Gillestenmeyer with the fourth was a middle duchy and the birthplace of the king's first wife, the mother of Citruswald and Anastasius. It's one of the duchies that shot up in the rankings due to the Civil War, and it had an archduke candidate the same age as Charlotte. Did Hardmother Feline not advise you to borrow a book in turn when lending, I asked, looking over at my retainers? I had informed them well in advance that they needed to guide Charlotte during their tea parties. Charlotte shook her head in a hurry before my retainers could say anything. Your retainers told me about your exchange with Dunkelfelder, sister, but as I had interpreted it as something special between you and Lady Hannelore, who similarly loved books. As you say, they are very expensive and cannot be taken out of the duchy so frivolously. For that reason, I never thought about re-exchanging books with all duchies. I rested a hand on my cheek, as part of me wanted to suggest that Charlotte leave things as they were if pushing Gillestenmeyer for a book was going to prove too troublesome, but at the same time, I didn't want anyone thinking they could take our books wherever they wanted without offering anything in return. Such an outcome would undervalue Ehrenfest books and negatively impact my plan to gather as many books as possible. Gillestenmeyer lending us their valuable books certainly won't be a trivial matter, but it wasn't for Dunkelfelder either, I said. Please make it known during tea parties that one book may be given only as part of an exchange. Furthermore, do contact Gillestenmeyer and ensure they lend us a book in return. I do not mind if they need time to prepare one, but we cannot have them being the only duchy to have borrowed a book for free. My apologies, Charlotte. I should have made this clearer. Oh, no, sister. It's all my fault for not having checked properly. I will contact Jill Meyer at once, Charlotte replied, and stood up to discuss the matter with her retainers. I turned to Wilfred. So, how have you spent your time? Have you finished your lessons? Yep, all of them. I've done a lot of socializing, too, although mostly with Ortwin. It seemed that he had spoken to Classenbrook's Archduke candidate quite regularly as well. Products from Ehrenfest had arrived there at the end of autumn. The women have rejoiced over the Rinsham, while the song that Anastasius gave to Eglantine had spread through the public like wildfire. Oh, that reminds me. He mentioned that Prince Anastasius and Lady Eglantine are going to be attending the Interduchy tournament this year, he said. Wilfred continued, they wanted to know if you'll be there, so I said it'll depend on your health. Have you had any thoughts on going? Sylvester hasn't told me I can't, but I don't know what my health is going to be like, so I can't guarantee anything. My guardians all seem very against the idea of me making for the contact of royalty, so I might even be told to sit out again this year. I don't know what reasoning they would come up with, but it was more than possible they would announce my second year of non-attendance. All right, in that case, I'll tell Father and Uncle that Classenberg was asking about you, Wilfred said. You do want to attend, right? I do. As my next order of business, I gave Raymond's new assignment to Hartman and told him to tell Hersher of my arrival while he delivered them. She would probably inform the sovereignty so that they could arrange the date of the inquiry. Are you not taking a substantial risk by leaving things to Professor Hersher, Hartman asked. There's a very legitimate chance she might forget or feel too apathetic to contact the other professors. If that will allow me to avoid the inquiry, then I welcome it, I replied. In truth, I was hoping that other professors were busy enough to have forgotten about me entirely. That would never happen, Lady Rosamond. Nobody could ever forget you, Hartman said with a straight face. I tossed him some work to distract him so that I could finally look over the stack of papers Feline had prepared for me. These are the ones I gathered, Feline explained, indicating a particular collection of papers. These are from Hartman and these are from Roderick. The three of you have done well, I said. Now I shall retire to my room and start checking over these stories. I wish to pay those who have gathered those for us before the last day of school. I spent the next few days leaving my room for meals and meals alone. I read through the stories everyone had gathered for me, fixed them up into manuscripts, then carried out any final checks in between stories. In between stories, I would read and transcribe the books and documents I was borrowing from Hannelore and Solange, which made my days quite productive indeed. Then came the day that Brunhilde arrived with some unfortunate news. You have an invitation to a tea party, Lady Rosamond, she said. Please deliver it to Charlotte. I am forbidden from attending tea parties when books are likely to be a topic of discussion, as my retainers will suffer greatly during them. But you've returned during socializing season. Surely you must be allowed to attend tea parties, Brunhilde said, blinking in disbelief. I gazed up from my book and smiled. I was told to attend a tea party with Jawanko once the hairpin arrives, but as Royal Academy love stories has become such a widespread topic of conversation, I cannot attend any others. I would not want to bother my dear retainers any further, as both Ferdinand and Cornelius have warned me. Instead, I intend to focus my efforts on making new books to assist with the spreading of our Dutch trends. Using my perfectly reasonable logic as an excuse to hold up in my room, girl, Ferdinand told you need to get socializing experience. I refused all invitations to tea parties and focused on my books. This continued for 3 days until at last Riarda's patience ran out. For the sake of your health, you must go outside every now and again, she grumbled as I was trying to read one evening. Let us go on a walk tomorrow. But where would we even go, Riarda? I asked. I've been forbidden from visiting the library as well. One part of socializing is going on walks and greeting those you stumble upon, my dear. What? But I finally have some time to myself. I don't want to go on walks. Taking care not to reveal my true feelings, I put on the best sad girl face that I could muster, taking heavy inspiration from Angelica. I was told to avoid any further encounters of royalty by whatever means necessary, I said. Staying here in the dormitory is the only safe option, I'm afraid. This lifestyle is simply not healthy for you, Riarda replied. I suppose I must consult Lord Sylvester on the matter. I wanted to shout, no, don't do that, but held my tongue. Such an outburst would only compromise my somber facade. Instead, I asked that my permission to visit the library be restored and continued reading. Good, just stay like this. Unfortunately, my lovely shut-in lifestyle did not continue for much longer after that. An ordinance arrived from Hersher, informing us that a date for the inquiry had now been decided. 3 days from now at Third Bell. How can I focus on reading like this? A letter from my guardians arrived the same day, clarifying that they did want me attending some tea parties. I told you. It seemed that there was nothing I could do to change my fate, but in a desperate bid to delay the inevitable, I sent a response that said, very well, I'm leaving the decision of which particular tea parties I must attend up to you. As I was waiting to hear back from my guardians, the day of the inquiry arrived. I wish to read in my room, bathing in the warm sunlight streaming through my window, I said, but there is no helping a summons from the professors. The sky outside was an alluring blue, offering more than enough light for me to read my books. It was such a crying shame that I was having to leave my room today of all days. I slumped my shoulders in disappointment, at which point Hartman and Feline tried to console me by saying that I could return to my books when the inquiry was over. Cornelius watched all of this with wide eyes. Are you still not satisfied, Lady Rosamine? He asked. You've been reading non-stop for almost a week and came out of your room only a handful of times. This girl would read every single day for the rest of her life and not be bored. Yeah, I can see, that's what I'm saying here. I can read for the rest of eternity and still not be content, I said, speaking with the utmost sincerity. Even after death, I would want to keep reading. Really now, Cornelius sighed. Just how serious is this book obsession of yours? Do you not realize by now that she has a obsession, a complete obsession with books that will never be satisfied? The inquiry was being held in the small hall of the central building. Hersher was standing outside the door when we arrived, having no doubt been waiting me. Your retainers can stay in a waiting room or return to the dormitory, she said. They will receive an ordinance to inform them when we are finished. Cornelius looked worried to hear this and said, I believe the knights are allowed to attend meetings. Yes, but this is not a meeting. It is an inquiry. You are all asked to provide your interpretations of events individually, no? Speaking to Lady Rosamine in isolation is necessary to prevent stealthy signals and other forms of obstruction that will prevent us from cross-referencing testimonies. Hersher, we are entrusting Milady to you, Riarda said. I will wait here, so there's no need for you to send an ordinance. Understood. I went inside and saw that the desks were arranged in an upside-down U formation of sorts, with the opening closest to me. Sitting at the far end was Raffen, an unfamiliar man with the build of a sovereign knight, a blue priest, and Hildebrand, who had Arthur standing behind him. Although along the left and right sides were professors of the Royal Academy, not all of whom I recognized. Here, Lady Rosamine, Hersher said, directing me to a chair positioned at the center of all the desks. I took a seat, feeling very much like a defendant in a courtroom, and she stood at my side. I am glad to see you well, Rosamine, Hildebrand said with a smile. Have you recovered in full? I returned a smile and said, I am fine as long as I do not push myself. That is good to hear. Raffen nodded in agreement. So, you're well enough to be questioned today, he asked, to confirm. I nodded in turn, which prompted Hersher to introduce those sitting along the farthest line of desks. Lady Rosamine, this is Robla, the Sovereign Knight Commander, and Emmanuel, the Sovereign High Priest. Robla exudes the same strong vibes as father and grandfather, but the Sovereign High Priest doesn't seem like our High Priest at all. He comes across as a bit prideful, but he also looks pretty weak. Well, I mean, you're basing it on Ferdinand. What do you expect? Ferdinand is in a class of his own. Perhaps the Sovereign High Bishop was just nervous about being in the presence of so many nobles, since he presumably wouldn't have been able to attend the Royal Academy as a Blue Priest. I decided to interpret his stiff expression in a favorable way. I don't know how long it's going to last. After the introductions, Raffen gave an overview of the general flow of things, from the discovery of the Tradition Fallen to the moment we defeated it. This was presumably for the sake of the other professors. Raffen himself seemed well aware of what had gone down, having already heard the details from every single Ehrenfest student, including those who hadn't participated. Changes in perspective have given us a number of varying stories, but the core of which each remains the same. I'm determined that we can trust their testimonies, Raffen said, then looked at me. I gazed across the professors, and then inhaled deeply. I just needed to follow the advice Ferdinand had given me. My temple upbringing meant that the only weapons and tools I was familiar with were the divine weapons. My upbringing was also the reason I knew so many blessings and so much about the gods. And since nothing about black weapons was taught in the Royal Academy, I hadn't known we weren't allowed to use them. I was aware of them there being a difference between the spell and the prayer for producing black weapons, but that ultimately didn't mean much to me since I didn't even know the spell to begin with. Those were the points my guardians had told me to focus on, and for any precise question I was meant to respond with one of three excuses. I am the High Bishop, that is simply how things are in the Ehrenfest Temple. Lord Ferdinand taught me as much. As I recited the phrases in my head, Raffen continued, only the knights of duchies that need black weapons are permitted to use them, and the spell is not taught even in the Royal Academy. Even so, Lady Rosamine, you somehow granted all the students black weapons. You said that you used a blessing, correct? Correct, I replied. I got everyone to repeat the God of Darkness's blessing, so I knew it was necessary for defeating mana-stealing fey creatures such as Trombe. And why do you know the blessing? Raffen inquired, continuing his questioning with a stern expression. As Ehrenfest's High Bishop, it was necessary for me to heal the land after a Trombe hunt. During these hunts, I witnessed the Knights Order fight Trombe. They plans to steal mana in a fashion similar to Turnspurfon. Ferdinand had told me the Trombes appear only in Ehrenfest, which was why we were allowed to use black weapons in the first place. You accompany Ehrenfest's order? Why did they just not summon you after the battle? Rothman asked. I could see that he wasn't the only one confused by my explanation. Robot, the Knight Commander, and Emmanuel, the Sovereign High Priest, were both blinking in surprise. In other duchies, it turned out that the priests and shrine maidens were called after the hunt concluded. In the Ehrenfest Temple, our High Priest, Lord Ferdinand, participates in the battle, I replied. It saves time for both groups to travel together. The High Priest of Ehrenfest participates in battle, Emmanuel exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. That is unthinkable. Lord Ferdinand is a member of the Archducal family, but he took the Knight course as well, Robin noted. There's nothing strange at all about him participating in the fight. In fact, considering Ehrenfest's limited manpower, it is to be expected. However, Lady Rosemine, do you participate in the battles? No, of course not. I am but a second year in the Royal Academy, and I have no intention of taking the Knight course. I simply have one of my retainers hold Flute-trained staff while I wait nearby for the battle to end. Although, on this particular occasion, I worked extra hard to get materials for Roderick. I understand the peculiarities of the Ehrenfest Temple a little better now, Rothman muttered. However, the Bible does not contain a prayer that grants the God of Darkness's blessing. How do you explain that? What? Of course it does. How else would one give the blessing? I asked, completely taken aback. Rothman immediately looked to Emmanuel, who attempted an explanation. There is a prayer to the two supreme gods that it spoke during the Starbind ceremony, but there is no mention of a blessing from the God of Darkness that would create black weapons, he intoned. The High Bishop can speak to this as well. Well, Lady Rosemine, explain yourself, came an unbearable shriek from Fraularm, who was sitting behind one of the desks in my left. I resisted the urge to cover my ears, and a surge of annoyance coursed through me. I'm the one who wants an explanation. Of course the Bible contains prayers for blessings. It was then that I realized something. Some of the transcribed Bibles in the temple bookworm had certain prayers missing. Was the one being used in the sovereignty simply incomplete? The Bible that I use contains the prayers, I said. I'm aware that some Bibles have information missing, depending on when they were transcribed, so perhaps the prayer in question was omitted from the one used in the sovereign temple? Are you saying that our Bible is mistaken, Lady Rosemine? Emmanuel asked, his voice now harsh and disconcerted. I mean, how else would you explain that she knows it? Hello? Because Ferdinand wouldn't have taught her the blessing because she wouldn't have needed it. She couldn't have, there's no way she would have not known about it with just one time of seeing it used. I was sure that nobody had ever dared to contradict him before, but no matter what he said, I wasn't about to change my position. The Bible that I use contains the prayer, so that is my natural conclusion. Lord Ferdinand, the High Priest of Ehrenfest, confirmed the prayer's existence for himself. My response must have caught Emmanuel off guard as he was flapping his mouth open and closed, and so I turned my attention to Rothman. Furthermore, according to Lord Ferdinand, the spell for making black weapons differs from the prayer used to give the God of Darkness's blessing. What? The prayer and the spells are different? Even though they do the same thing? Rothman asked, surprised. I could tell that, once again, the other professors were just as astonished. I cannot explain any more than that. I do not know the spell and was told that I will never be taught it, since I am not a knight. However, Lord Ferdinand knows both the spell and the prayer, and that's what he said. The spell and the prayer were similar in that they were both used to attack mana-sucking Fabies, but their effects also had minor differences. There was no need for me to point that out here, though, so I decided not to say anything more. I've always assumed that prayers and spells were exactly the same, Rothman said with a sigh. All of a sudden, Gundalf, the supervisor from the Dronkel dormitory, raised a hand and requested permission to speak. He was the old man I had spoken to last year during my High Beast creation class, and also Herschel's research partner and rival, apparently. Lady Rosemine, what interests me most is the regeneration of the gathering spot, he said. That made very little sense to me. The ritual you used would normally require many blue priests and shrine maidens, and for several days at that. You, however, had managed to complete it by the time we arrived. Oh, I mean, do you not think that maybe she has a ton of mana, for example? Hello? Exactly, Fraularm shrieked again, standing up from her chair with a loud clatter and staring down her nose at me. Ehrenfest's gathering spot should have been poisoned by the Turnspurfon, so what did you do, Lady Rosemine? Be honest. I did what I did. Gundalf actually put his hands over his ears this time. I wanted to do the same, but with so many eyes on me, it simply wasn't an option. I, too, wish to hear how you managed to perform such a ritual in less than a bell, Emmanuel said, narrowing his eyes at me and furrowing his brows. He must have been the one who usually oversaw such rituals here. I mean, why can't you just demonstrate it? The Sovereign High Priest is correct, Fraularm cried. Everything that you do is bizarre and unnatural, Lady Rosemond. Even your High Beast is strange. She was apparently one to hold a grudge, as she started whining about the Hybeast incident from last year. The surrounding professors grimaced in annoyance, but they still seemed to share her and the Sovereign High Priest's doubts. I just want to go home. I want to go home and read. As I gazed across the professors around me, my feelings of apathy only started to grow. I genuinely had no idea how, even with so many of them here, they were unable to understand such a simple concept. The very idea of needing to explain everything from the beginning drained me. The temple is not a place that nobles visit often, so while this may be obvious, the questions that you ask of me are reminiscent of asking Abigail, the god of life, what he yearns for most, I said. It was a fancy euphemism that essentially meant, how could you not grasp something so obvious? Thank you! Rehearsher rubbed her temples. I understand that Ferdinand often spits venom with a smile, but please refrain from imitating that habit. I didn't spit any venom. All I did was point out how ignorant everyone's being. That's what you meant. However, it seemed that Hersher's interpretation was the common one. Everyone viewed my response as highly insulting. And what do you mean by that? Emmanuel asked quietly, his emotionless gray eyes fixed on me. I was raised in the temple, and I believe that I know more about it than almost any other. Whoops. I just told someone brought up in the temple that they don't know anything about it. I can see why that came across as an insult. Yeah. I was speaking to the other professors when I said that. In your case, the nobility is what you struggle to understand, I replied, trying to clarify my position. Emmanuel frowned in response, and some of the professors seemed confused as well, so I continued. I am an Archduke candidate who came first in her class. Do you truly think that my mana capacity can be compared to those of the Blue Priests and Shrine Maidens who never attended the Royal Academy, do not own a snap, and have not learned to compress their mana? I certainly do not. Raffen and the other professors widened their eyes, their understanding clear on their faces. Finally! Emmanuel opened his mouth for a moment, then closed it again and gritted his teeth. He had clearly wanted to protest, but was unable to do so. Professor Raffen, you said that it takes many Blue Priests many days to perform the ceremony, I went on. But how do you not have the mana of several Blue Priests? Do you not have the mana of several Blue Priests yourself? I can't say exactly how it would compare, Raffen replied, but I think I could supply enough mana to take the place of several priests, yes. It was only natural that he could, after all. Raffen was a top-class noble who had been selected to move to the sovereignty and work as a professor. It was absurd to even compare him to a Blue Priest. As Raffen nodded to himself, Gundalf turned his attention to me and leaned forward. I understand that all of us professors are capable of providing enough mana for the ritual, and that you are not peculiar in that regard, he said. But how do you explain performing it so quickly? Nobles have access to many things that priests do not, I replied. The matter is as simple as that. My larger mana capacity did play a role, but the greatest contributing factor was my rejuvenation potions. Ah, I see, Gandalf said, stroking the potions hanging from his belt. Nobles always carried rejuvenation potions with them in case they accidentally used too much mana during lessons or whatnot. Temple priests, in the contrast, never took lessons at the academy, so they never learned to make potions for themselves. They had no choice but to wait for their mana to recover naturally, which made a big difference in the grand scheme of things. Of course, Ferdinand made my rejuvenation potions for me, so they were much more efficient than the ones learned to make in the Royal Academy. But there was no need for me to point that out. What mattered was making Gundalf understand that nobles had ways to recover their mana while priests did not. In short, Gundalf said, you carry with you many rejuvenation potions. As a result, there was no need for you to spend days waiting for your mana to recover, or for you to swap places with others while taking care not to interrupt the ritual. Is that correct? Yes! And with that short summary, the professors all seemed to understand the situation. This was a good sign. Hopefully they would allow me to lead the matter at that. As Professor Gundalf says, I simply happened to be in the unique circumstance of serving as both an Archduke candidate and a High Bishop, I explained. The events of that day were nothing unusual at all. Even a professor could perform that ritual as long as they had a divine instrument and could recite the necessary prayers. I assumed that would settle things and exhaled in relief, only for Raffen to suddenly look up. Lady Rosemont, I am told you created a divine instrument for the regeneration ritual, he said. Would you care to explain that? How dare you make a false divine instrument, Farlarm shrieked. I can hardly believe this disrespect. By this point in the discussion, everyone was so used to her outburst that they glanced over at her and nothing more. I similarly glanced over at Farlarm, then looked at Raffen. As you all know, I was raised in the temple, so when it comes to weapons and the like, I am familiar only with the instruments the gods wield upon the shrine. Lord Ferdinand can trivially create both normal weapons and divine instruments, but embarrassingly enough, I am not that capable. I can only morph my staff into the divine instruments, as they are what I am most familiar with using. I imagine that if any given blue priest had a staff, then they too would experience the same issue. In summary, the average noble couldn't visualize the divine instruments clearly enough to morph their staffs into one, since they never interacted with them. Hildebrand stared at me, a glimmer in his light purple eyes. Rosemund, what are the divine instruments like? He asked, breaking the silence he had maintained up until that point. I want to see one. You could create Flute-trained staff and show them what you used, and still satisfy his curiosity. Kill two birds with one stone there. The entire room went quiet. Nobody had expected the attending royal to speak. Arthur rested a hand on the prince's shoulder, prompting him to realize his mistake and clap a hand over his mouth. So you make divine instruments, Lady Rosemund? Gundolf asked. I would very much appreciate the chance to see that. A demonstration, if you please. I saw it with my own eyes in class, Roffin noted, working alongside his colleague to cover for the prince's blunder. Her Leidenschaft spear was brilliantly blue and a thing to behold. I carefully eyed Hersher beside me. She thought for a moment and then said, might you show us then? I am aware that some here today still doubt the idea you could actually form the divine instruments. If you demonstrate it now, it will make your claims that much more believable. Good idea. I could tell from following her eyes that it was Frau Lerm who still doubted every word of what I was saying. Hersher added in a whisper that by covering for Hildebrand, I would no doubt earn a favor from his retainers. Very well, I said. I will morph my staff and present a divine instrument. Considering where we are, Leidenschaft's spear seems a little too dangerous, so I would rather create Flute-trained staff, which I used during the regeneration ritual. Would that be satisfactory, Prince Hildebrand? The prince gave a relieved smile, having been flustered from his mistake. Yes, thank you, Rosemund. I returned a smile and then extended a hand to Hersher. I couldn't gracefully stand up from my seat without assistance. A moment passed in silence before she realized my intention and obliged. After coming to my feet, I produced my staff. It was very simple in design. I certainly hadn't put much work into making it fancy like Wilfrid's. But everyone leaned forward nonetheless. Even if their expression were unchanged, they were blatantly curious to see what would happen next. And most curious of all seemed to be Roblut, the sovereign knight commander. I inhaled as all eyes fell on me. My staff wouldn't morph unless I could produce a crystal-clear mental image of my desired result, and messing up here would be disastrous. I closed my eyes and envisioned Flute-trained staff. Strike Colbert, I said, and an instant later, Flute-trained staff was in my hand. The long shaft was ornately carved and dotted with rows of tiny face stones. An elaborate work of art at the end, a gold at the end, enveloped a large green face stone, which was glowing with gently pulsating light, since the divine instrument made of my mana was filled with mana at all times. Emmanuel stood up with a clatter. His previously dead eyes were now filled with shock and transfixion. Flute-trained staff, he croaked. His head swayed as though he were drunk, and he leaned closer, trying to take in as much of the instrument as possible. This reaction seemed to confirm to all those present that the staff really was Flute-trained. A stir ran through the room, and everyone wore looks of surprise or curiosity. Hersher alone was regarding me with innocent awe and praise. I see the divine instruments are very pretty, the prince said. I have never seen one before. Thank you for accommodating my wish. It was my honor, Prince Hildebrand, I replied, and then chanted Ruckin to return my staff. There was no need to maintain the transformation when he was already satisfied. No sooner had the staff disappeared than the professor snapped back to reality. They readjusted themselves in their seats until they were sitting straight and proper once more. Emmanuel continued to stare at me for a while longer, his eyes wide, then slowly sat back down like the others. With his eyes closed, he whispered, so one can truly make the divine instruments with a staff. Well, that's that. It only makes sense that Lady Rosemund would possess more mana than a blue priest, Roffin said. It sounded a lot like he was bringing this matter to meeting to a close, and I clenched my fist victoriously. Perfect, he's convinced. I've settled everything. I can finally leave. Or so I thought. Emmanuel slowly looked at me and said, I am not yet convinced. His voice was just as quiet and polite as before, but now his eyes seemed to be gleaming. Your mana capacity is far greater than that of an average blue priest. That much cannot be denied. We also cannot deny that a noble could complete the ritual much faster than usual through the use of potions. Instead, my issue lies with your explanation for the God of Darkness's blessing. The professors looked up. It seemed as though our inquiry had reached its natural conclusion, but here Emmanuel was trying to rekindle the dying flame. I was struck with the urge to rub my temples like Ferdinand and groaned, for what sane reason would you do this? Lady Rosemund, you claim that the Bible used in the Sovereign Temple is mistaken, but that cannot be true, Emmanuel continued. It was granted to us by the first king, and we have ensured its preservation ever since. Does it not seem more likely that the version kept in Arifes is the oddment, and contained sections that were added unnecessarily? I couldn't offer a response. Although the prayer in question had actually been featured in our Bible, Besenwant certainly had made notes all throughout the Holy Bible book, so it was true to say that ours was tampered with. Curse you, Besenwant! Your silence speaks volumes, Fraulein screeched. You made heinous changes to the Bible. Goodness, oh goodness me, how sacrilegious. As I was expressing the urge to shout, it was the previous High Bishop, not me. In response, Roffin glared at her. Fraulein, could you keep quiet, he said. You forget yourself. This is temple business. It's not for us professors to get involved in. Goodness, Fraulein shrieked again. Then she sat down and pursed her lips in frustration. I could tell that Hildebrand was giving me a panicked look. Well, the Bible is a symbol of the High Bishop's authority, but that's a rather strange way of putting it. I rested a deliberate hand on my cheek and tilted my head at Emmanuel. That certainly isn't a perspective we're considered, I said. Would that mean Ehrenfest added a random prayer to the Bible and that it just so happened to have the power to grant the God of Darkness' blessing? That's not what Emmanuel replied, but his nervous stutter was cut short by a bark of laughter from the Knight Commander. Roblet, who had thus far remained silent, turned to give the Sovereign High Priest a nasty grin. Ooh. If some priests in the Ehrenfest temple can get blessings by chanting random prayers, that'd make them better than you lot in the Sovereign Temple, he said. Ha 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 ha! Oh yeah, we're all putting him in his place. It was an interestingly critical remark. I had assumed the three at the Sovereign table were on good terms and on account of them all sitting together, but that evidently wasn't the case. Doesn't this mean the Bible you keep saying will show the path to the true king is in fact missing a bunch of pieces, he continued? Could you really call a king chosen by something so lacking the proper king? Wait, is Roblet opposed to the biblical fundamentalists or something? The Sovereign Bible is the correct one, Emmanuel retorted. I would rather you keep your sacrilegious comments to yourself. We'll see about that. It seems the Saint of Ehrenfest has other ideas. Excuse me, what? My earlier statements had more or less poured oil onto the sparks that were already flying between the factions supporting the current king and the biblical fundamentalists. In my thoughts, I dropped to my knees and groveled at the feet of an imaginary Ferdinand. I'm sorry, I must have made a really serious mistake. It's not my fault, though. I've said from the beginning that we need the God of Darkness' blessing, so I couldn't lie about where I read the prayer, and our Bible certainly isn't the inaccurate one here. Dude, you didn't know that these two were, at each other's throats already. You couldn't have known that. As the Sovereign Knight Commander Robla and the Sovereign High Priest Emmanuel glared at each other, Gundalf spoke up with a peaceful smile. Could I ask the two of you to calm down? Having an older man there to mediate the situation seemed to work wonders as they both shut their mouths and continued to turn to face forward, that is, toward me. Emmanuel was watching me carefully as though there was something he wished to say. Robla, in contrast, had a more amused expression. I wanted to run from them both. Gundalf eyed the three of us one by one while stroking his beard. Perhaps it would be best to bring both the Sovereign and Ehrenfest Bibles together to compare them. We professors have no business with the temple, and we have seen neither Bible, so there is little we can determine on our own. Although he was trying to come across as an impartial third party, it was clear that Gundalf simply wanted to see the Bibles for himself. His seemingly kind gesture was actually a scheme to appease his rampant curiosity. He didn't appear to care whether the king had the divine mandate or the fundamentalists were right. In fact, I was doubtful that he cared about anything I was saying at all. That is an excellent idea, Professor Gundalf. By comparing the two Bibles side by side, we can see which one is correct for ourselves, Herschel said, an unmistakable sparkle in her eyes. I could tell from the merriment in her voice that she found the whole idea very entertaining. If you ask me, the mad scientists were better off shutting up and allowing those of us serving the temple to deal with this problem. Little did they know, their suggestion was exceptionally dangerous. Our Bible now contained weird text in a magic circle that seemed to pop up whenever the book was opened, and if other people saw it, they'd immediately assume we were challenging the current king. What was the solution here? Unfortunately, I am unable to bring Ehrenfest's Bible here, I said. Each duchy's temple has only the one. No, I would find it more convenient to bring a transcribed copy. Oh goodness, Fraulein explained. This gives us even more reason to investigate Ehrenfest's Bible for any strange inclusions. Lady Rosemary is clearly trying to hide something. No, I'm not, I protested, but it was no use. Emmanuel already had a determined glint in his eyes. Oh no. Comparing Bibles seems to be ideal, he said. His expression betrayed as little emotion as usual, but I could sense his resolve. I will ask the High Bishop for ours. Oh no! Ferdinand, you guys are in trouble. Oh no. Oh no. My chance of salvaging this situation had taken a nosedive, while the odds of me receiving a lecture were higher than ever. I needed to take action. Unless I could think of something to resolve this peacefully and without needing to present our Bible, my reading time would take a massive hit. Not only the fact that you'd have other issues to deal with. Let's see. Maybe I could double down on us not being able to bring our Bible and propose that we just agree the Sovereign Bible is correct, despite the missing prayer? No, that would only make things worse. They assumed I was picking a fight, and the demand to see our Bible would only increase. Good idea. Please let's come up with a good idea. As I was desperately racking my brain, Roffin came up with his own suggestion. The Sovereign High Bishop brings his temple Bible to the Royal Academy for royal debuts and the star binding ceremony. Surely it can't be much of an issue for you to do the same. Indeed, Gundalf agreed. No. It'd be a huge issue. Ferdinand will yell at me for sure. It's not your fault. I was desperately searching for an escape, but no good excuse came to mind, and as I continued to agonize, the conversation continued on without me. Hold on, please, I'm thinking right now. In the end, the decision was made without my input. The two Bibles were going to be inspected and compared. The professors rose from their seats and started to bid their farewells until then. Now, Lady Rosamund, do you have any disagreements? I am already content to agree that the Sovereign Bible is correct, so I see no need for this comparison. Everyone is so busy. Is this not just a waste of time? Oh, no, this is, It was a last-ditch attempt, but before I could even ask for the comparison meeting to be cancelled, Farlan barked some nonsense about my guilt being obvious. Roffin shot Farlan with a grin, and then turned to me. Don't worry, Lady Rosamund, I don't think you're lying. You were able to give the God of Darkness his blessing, so the prayer must be in your Bible. We just want to see it for ourselves. Is that really necessary for us to agree that the Sovereign Bible is correct, I asked? But it seemed that I was the only one who considered it unneeded. Everyone else was enthusiastic about the inspection, especially the professors with scientific streaks. Most enthusiastic of all was Roblet, who looked down at Manuel with a taunting smirk. As of now, we can't say for sure whether the Sovereign Temple's Bible is correct. We need to take a close look at both. Such is what King Charqual would want. Lady Rosamund of Ehrenfest, your help here would be very much appreciated. Will? Be? I suppose because even if I were to refuse, you'd order me to comply anyway. Understood, I replied while slumping my shoulders. At the moment, I was technically bringing the Bible of my own volition. Trying to refuse any longer would only result in the request turning into an order, which would infuriate my guardians to no end. All right, Lady Rosamund, Roffin said. Have Lord Ferdinand bring the Bible since he can understand both nobles and priests. What? Ferdinand? Pray tell, why is his name coming up now out of absolute nowhere? I could only blink in confusion, at which point Roffin grinned and gave me a wooden letter of invitation. All your explanations seem to have come from Lord Ferdinand in one way or another. I expect that he's the only person able to explain the differences between the darkness spell and prayer. Not to mention, I want to use this opportunity to have a long talk with him about you joining the night course. I don't think that he would agree to that. Wait, what does that last point have to do with anything? Going into the inquiry, my plan had been to quash everyone's protest and escape scot-free. But now my protests were the ones being quashed. It wasn't supposed to be this way. I was in a complete daze when I exited the small hall. The most I could do was stare at the letter of invitation in my hands. As soon as I returned to the dorm, Wolfrey told me to give a report on the inquiry. I explained everything that had transpired while my retainers gathered around me. What? They summoned one of your guardians? Wolfrey explained. It usually never happens unless it's something major like someone being expelled from the Real Academy. This incident was far, far worse than something like an expulsion. It involved many more people. However, I put on a peaceful smile as I could muster and said this is merely so they can check our Duchy's Bible, which was also why Ferdinand was summoned, not Sylvester. I do not expect to be expelled from the Royal Academy or anything of the sort. That's not what I'm worried about. That shouldn't be happening in the first place. You have a point, but what more can I say? It wasn't as though I wanted this to happen. Everything had taken a peculiar interest in my Bible for some reason. Not to mention I really had put my all into coming up with an excuse of some kind that would afford me a way out, as I hadn't been able to come up with anything. Write a thorough report to Uncle. His follow-up questions are going to be brutal. I know. Alongside my report to Ehrenfest, I sent the letter of invitation that Roffin had given me. The meeting was scheduled for the morning 3 days from now. I can feel my reading time disappearing. In the end, it was all but a fragile dream. And so, I became the first Archduke candidate in Ehrenfest history to have one of the guardians summoned to the Royal Academy. Oh. I'm scared. I'm scared for Rosamund. Oh my god. Oh boy. I'll see you guys in the next one. Okay. The Bible inspection meeting. Oh, I want to get this done so bad. Fifth bell on the day before the meeting, Ferdinand arrived at the Royal Academy with Eckert and Justice to begin preparations. The welcoming students were waiting nervously in the common room, and after looking them over, he began to give his instructions. Riarda, prepare a room in which I can speak to Rosamond. Understood. Riarda left at once with Brunhilde and tow, at which point Ferdinand turned to Wilfred and Charlotte, who were standing at the center of the gathered students. My being welcomed here is connected to the Trinish Profound incident, he said. As it remains a secret that Ehrenfest slew the beast, my arrival will not be widely known. You may rest easy and continue to socialize as I unilaterally resolve the situation. Keep the dormitory in order. Thank you, Uncle, Wilfred replied. We will. A guardian being summoned to the World Academy was indicative of there being an issue too great for the children to resolve themselves. Wilfred had stressed to the point of shivering about how massive the problem must be. Upon hearing that Ferdinand would handle it, a calm smile appeared to spread across his face. Justice, Ferdinand said, once my room is ready, ensure that preparations for the introductory tournament are progressing smoothly. As you command. As requested, Justice went to prepare a room for Ferdinand to spend the night in. Ferdinand glanced at him, then immediately focused on Hartman. Hartman, as the oldest art scholar of the apprentices, I ask that you take command of a team and prepare documents such that you may bring Justice up to speed at once. Hartman and Feline turned at once, having become used to doing tasks for Ferdinand while helping him at the temple, but the other apprentices scholars seemed dumbfounded and simply watched with wide eyes. Hartman clapped a hand on Roderick's shoulder on the way to his room. Shape up, Roderick. We need to hurry. Lord Justice works faster than you'd ever believe. Roderick came back to his senses and started chasing after Hartman, and a beat later, so did the other apprentice scholars. Riarda returned to inform us that our room was prepared just as the common room was getting busy. Rosamond, come with me, Ferdinand, and as we both followed Riarda to a small meeting room. He told me to be seated opposite him, so I took the chair that Laysletta had pulled out for me. He's going to get mad at me causing more problems for him. It's not your fault. I placed a hand on my stomach and furtively glanced at Ferdinand, whose face showed no emotion. This wasn't my fault. Not much, at least. But it was still an unshakable fact that Ferdinand was now wrapped up in nonsense he shouldn't have had to deal with in the first place. As this has to do with the Bible that only the High Bishop may use, then those unrelated to the temple must depart, Ferdinand said. Guards may remain at the door. Ferdinand, my boy, Riarda exclaimed, her eyebrows raised in a sudden flare of anger. You must not be alone in a room with milady. Stand down, Riarda. This is not for others to hear, and every moment is valuable. My boy, she is an engaged woman. You must not put her in such an uncompromising situation. Allow her retainers to stay at the very least. From the position of a noble, her argument made perfect sense. It was actually quite strange that we had gotten away with so many one-on-one meetings in the temple. However, I could guess that Ferdinand wanted to talk with me about the magic circle that had risen into the air above the Bible. It was a topic of conversation much too dangerous for our retainers to hear. Ferdinand thought for a moment, his brow tightly knit, then nodded. Very well, Eckert and Cornelius may remain, but nobody else, he said, waving the others away. I would much rather you keep another girl with you, but I suppose family is more comforting, Riarda agreed and then exited the room. Once everyone was gone and the Dutch door was firmly shut, Ferdinand turned to the two guard knights. Both of you stand facing the door. Yes, sir, Eckert said and complied at once. Cornelius, however, blinked and froze up. His training had instilled in him a habit of always keeping his eyes on the one he was guarding. Hurry up, Ferdinand barked. Yes, sir. Cornelius turned to the door as well, and with that, both he and Eckert were standing with their backs to us. Ferdinand took out sound-blocking magic tools and preferred one to me. And it was then that I truly understood the order he had given to the two guard knights. It seems that he didn't even want to chance our lips being read. He was being so intense that I couldn't help but feel even more anxious. Ferdinand, I truly am sorry. I was unable to expose their decision to investigate our Bible and summon you here, I said as I grabbed the magic tool. My aim was to establish my innocence before Ferdinand started grinding me to dust, but no sooner had I started to apologize than he waved a dismissive hand at me. No matter, it was well within expectations that I would receive a summons. In fact, I instructed you to include my name in your answer specifically to bring about this outcome. This is much preferable to the alternative of you facing the meeting alone. Thank you. At least you have Ferdinand there to keep you in check. Apparently, Ferdinand had predicted that one of my guardians would end up being summoned. I exhaled relief to know that he wasn't angry at me, and shifted my focus to the coming meeting. Still, I said, this has turned into quite a serious problem, hasn't it? I am unsure of what is problematic about it. What? What if someone else sees the magic circle? He had sounded so very serious when ordering me not to tell anyone about it. Surely there was a disaster on the horizon. Ferdinand crossed his arms and watched me through slightly narrowed eyes. That will not warrant any concern. If we cannot see the circle ourselves. In other words, you need only keep your mouth shut and say nothing unnecessary. I am here precisely to ensure that outcome. As not even Justice had managed to see the circle and the text, Ferdinand was under the impression that only those who met certain requirements could view them. Perhaps these requirements were to do with elemental affinities, divine protections from the gods, or mana capacity. He also assumed there was entirely different requirements on top of them, since there was no other explanation for why both Ferdinand and I could suddenly see them. I imagine that nobody else at the meeting will be able to see it for themselves, and if somebody does, what should I do? Nothing at all, for we cannot see ourselves. Those who can see it might foolishly read it aloud and make an enemy of royalty to no gain, or they might keep silent and just as foolishly aim to take the throne themselves. But that is their choice to make, and it does not concern us. You need only focus on not bringing harm to Ehrenfest. Now, feign surprise and say, "You can see something in the air?" It was then that I realized I already knew someone who had the potential to see the magic circle and who was honest enough that they would mention its presence outright. Prince Hildebrand attended the Turnishbefallen inquiry, I said. As a member of royalty, he is expected to oversee the resolution of any problems that arise in the Royal Academy. So he will presumably be attending this meeting as well. Do we need to worry about him potentially seeing the circle? Tell me, what issue is there with the son of a king being recognized as a true king? An outcome like that is trivial compared to completely unrelated persona, such as we suddenly receiving that kind of attention. On the chance that both Prince Sigiswald and Prince Hildebrand can see the circle, they may fight among themselves for the seat. If only one of them can see it, that individual can become king. If neither prince sees it, things continue as they are. I was still confused. Hildebrand had spent his entire life thus far being raised as a vassal. Learning that he had the qualities of a king would enliven his retainers and force him into a conflict with Sigiswald, who was already so close to being named the official successor to the throne. It would be disastrous and surly. So you say, but Prince Hildebrand was raised as a vassal, I said. He was only recently baptized and has yet to even be debuted. Should the investigation reveal that he has the qualities of a king, there is still time for his education to be adjusted, and as a child with Dunkelfogger blood, he has powerful allies. Prince Hildebrand would need to acquire the Grucheshite, of course. I am sure the current king can speak to how extraordinarily hard running the country is without it. Is it hard for a king to rule Jurgensmith without the Grucheshite, then? I would imagine it being similar to a new archduke coming into power after the abrupt death of their predecessor without having been taught about the foundational magic. The new archduke would need to mobilize their entire house to search for it while supplying it with mana from the hall. One can maintain the existing state while supplying mana, but that is all. One cannot repair or do anything else to it whatsoever. The lower cities in Twickeln had required direct involvement with the foundational magic, and Haas's monastery has similarly been built with Sylvester's permission. An archduke without knowledge of the foundation was hardly deserving of the title, and would not be able to use the magic entrusted only to archdukes. You sure are well informed, Ferdinand. As an archduke candidate yourself, you will also learn about the foundational magic soon enough. I highly doubt that Sylvester has every word memorized, but even he knows it. Ferdinand didn't seem at all uneasy about the upcoming meeting, although it was comforting to see. At the same time, I couldn't understand it. It was for this reason that I asked, "Are you not concerned about the Bible inspection meeting?" We need only demonstrate 3 things. That the Ehrenfest Bible contains a prayer for the God of Darkness's blessing, that said prayer is not identical to the spell for creating black weapons, and that Ehrenfest students did not violate the king's law. As the Bible does indeed contain the prayer, we need only show it. His words reminded me that the true reason for the inquiry was to understand the Turnishbefallen incident. This investigation led into our duchy's Bible had only come about from the squabble between the Sovereign High Priest and the Sovereign Knight Commander. The state of the Sovereign Bible has nothing to do with Ehrenfest, Ferdinand continued. You need not concern yourself with the actions of the Sovereign Temple or the Sovereign Knight Commander. Hold on. Don't you have to worry about the Bible possibly being taken by the Sovereign Commander or the Sovereign High Priest? Because all they have to do is see that prayer is there and realize they don't have the complete copy and realize, hey, we can take this and make it our Bible. Give it. Hello? Is that not the possibility? It is the king's duty to contain them both, or stir the conflict. To be honest, my only real concern here is you. Knowing exactly what we needed to do came as something of a relief. I had worried the situation was out of control, but it seemed that everything would turn out fine as long as I entrusted the meeting to Ferdinand. Very well, I said. I'm electing to behave absolutely everything to you while I spend the entire meeting in silence. I could not hope for more. Our discussion had come to an end after we ironed out some more details, and at precisely 3rd bell the next day, our meeting with the sovereignty began. The desks were lined up in the same formation as during the previous inquiry, but this time the Sovereign High Bishop was sitting next to Emmanuel. This was no mistaking him, since he wore the same white robes I was so accustomed to. Hearing the phrase High Bishop always brought Besenwants to mind, but this man only looked to be about 40 and was more or less in his prime. This is Relishon, the sovereign high bishop, Emmanuel said. He has brought with him the sovereign temple's sovereign temple's Bible. Once greetings were exchanged, the meeting could begin in earnest. Robert stood up and explained in a booming voice that my statements during the previous inquiry had necessitated this investigation, to see whether the sovereign's temple Bible was indeed missing anything. Now then, Robert said, to begin, show us Ehrenfest's Bible. I wish to object, Ferdinand replied, standing up with the Bible in hand. You what? Robert said, blinking. The invitation I received said this meeting was a meeting to ensure that no Ehrenfest students violated the king's law during the Tischbefahren incident. Ferdinand continued with a very noble-like smile. Our intention today is not to investigate any potential shortcomings in the temple's Bible. It seems that I have mistakenly attended an entirely different meeting. If it were me up there in place of the Knight Commander, Ferdinand probably would have said something like, have you forgotten our reason for being here, fool? Ferdinand stared down the Knight Commander with a smile, making it clear that Ehrenfest had nothing to do with the Sovereign Temple's Bible. Robert scoffed, but he quickly conceded that matter. You're not wrong. Now show your Bible so that we may prove Ehrenfest did not violate the king's law. As you wish, Ferdinand replied, stepping forward and setting the Bible down before Robert. He was wearing a thin, fake smile for dealing with other nobles, but to me it looked absolutely terrifying. Rosemine opened the lock. After borrowing Hersher's hand to get down from my chair, I stuck my key into the Bible and opened it. The text and magic circle rose up into the air as they had done before. Blank pages, Robert said plainly, and with a grimace he flipped through the Bible. Hersher, who was standing here under the guise of assisting me, wore an almost identical expression. I could guess that she wasn't able to see the contents either. Goodness, Fraulein shrieked, we've come this far and you're bringing fake books? How sacrilegious. I see, Ferdinand said, making no attempt to hide his displeasure as he shot Fraulein a glare. I was starting to believe that the quality of graduates dropped following the Civil War, but I see now that the teachers are where the problem resides. I agree with his assessment, but wish that he had dressed it up a little more. Fraulein would no doubt take her frustrations about this incident out on me. Remain silent, Ferdinand continued. Incompetent fools who cannot stay quiet until the facts have been explained to them are nothing but a bother. Now to return to the matter at hand, it is only natural that these pages would appear blank, as temple Bibles can only be read by those with the relevant high bishop's permission. Then grant all those here permission. Hersher said eagerly. That will not be possible, Ferdinand replied, crushing her hopes with a gentle smile. Only those who are part of the temple are qualified to read these Bibles. Excuse me? Whatever do you mean? Goodness, Fraulein added. Ferdinand gazed across the supervised professors and then continued in a quiet voice. These Bibles are not meant to be taken from their temples, but I am confident that showing them to a select few will suffice. Prince Hildebrand as the arbitrator, Commander Roblet, who participated in the hunt and also already knows the spell, and those who are served the temple. Lord Ferdinand, Hersher exclaimed. I could tell from the desperation in her eyes that she was more or less on the verge of crying out, Don't be so mean! Ferdinand sighed. As the God of Darkness's prayer grants similar effects to black weapons, it would not be wise to spread knowledge of it so freely. It is wonderful for professors to be so inquisitive, but there is another issue entirely. The spell for black weapons was taught only to the knights of duchies where it was absolutely necessary. Even scholars who wished to research the spell could not learn it without the king's permission. In other words, Ferdinand was being entirely reasonable, and the mad scientist professors were unable to protest no matter how much they wanted to. Rosemine, Ferdinand said, your permission. I nodded and then said, I permit Prince Hildebrand, Lord Roblet, Father Relet, Relishon, Emmanuel, and Lord Ferdinand to read the Bible. How is Prince Hildebrand going to react? I watched the prince out of the corner of my eye. As a member of royalty, perhaps he could see the magic circle. Ferdinand had said this wouldn't be a problem, but I couldn't help my worrying. Ah, I see text now, Hildebrand said. Roblet added. I didn't realize these Bibles were magic tools. Despite my concern, it would seem that Hildebrand was unable to see the floating text or magic circle. His purple eyes contained no surprise as he quietly waited for the page to be turned. Roblet's expression barely changed at all, suggesting that he couldn't see them either. Now, I would request that you open the Sovereign Temple's Bible and grant them permission to read it further, and prompted the Sovereign High Bishop. Relishon sent out a Bible that looked identical to ours, unlocked it, opened to the same page, and then granted permission to the same people. I was included among them, of course. Oh, I don't see a magic circle with the text. The text written in the Bible was the same, but nothing rose up from the pages and into the air. They're identical, Hildebrand observed as we went through the two Bible's pages one by one. He was right, aside from all the notes scribbled next to the prayers for the baptism ceremony, coming-of-age ceremony, and such in the Ehrenfest copy. Ehrenfest's Bible certainly contains many additions, Emmanuel said, squinting as he looked down at the pages. I believe the previous High Bishop wrote those, Ferdinand replied, before I could even open my mouth. Old language often proves too complicated for commoners of the lower city to understand, so many parts are rewritten in common vernacular. Indeed, like cue cards for a TV show. So, where's the prayer for the God of Darkness's blessing? Roblet asked. I turned to a page that was pretty far into the Bible, where the lesser used prayers were generally found. Here, this part details the prayer in question. Emmanuel examined the page for a moment and then said, "Where? I see nothing at all." The Sovereign High Bishop looked equally as confused, so I assumed he wasn't able to see anything either. "It's right there," Robert noted. "Hard to read since the language is so ancient, but the words can't be missed." "Yes, I can see it too," Hildebrand agreed, "although I would struggle to read it as well." "How far can the two of you manage?" Ferdinand asked the Sovereign High Priest and High Bishop. They looked at the Bible again and then indicated a section about halfway through, where the notes in the Ehrenfest copy began to increase in density. As these Bibles are magic tools, it is possible that some sections can be seen only by those with enough mana and the right affinities. Perhaps the Sovereign Bible is not incomplete, and this is instead a problem of mana, in which case it is only natural that an archduke candidate such as Rosemine will be able to read more. "Makes sense," Roblet said. He started flipping through the Sovereign Bible, but then paused halfway through, presumably because he could no longer see the contents of the pages. I was also unable to see it past where he had stopped. Given that no single person here can understand more of the Sovereign Bible than the rest of it, we can assume that the Sovereign High Bishop's elements and mana capacity are responsible, as he is its owner. Ferdinand are now completely in a scientist mode. There is much we might be able to learn if we gather all the Bibles together and investigate them directly. I tugged on his sleeve and pointed at Herscher. "Are you the one forgetting why we're here now, Ferdinand? We need to prove Ehrenfest's innocence, not start comparing even more Bibles, right? You look like so much like Herscher now." My silent prodding must have been heard, as Ferdinand coughed once and then seemed to regain his composure. The others were still focused on comparing the Bibles. "I can read Rosemine's Bible up to this point," Hildebrand said. But I can actually read a little more of the part here. I wonder why." "There is a small spot here that I can't see, but everything else on the page is visible. It stops here for me," Robert added. It seemed that he could read a little further than the prince, but they both saw blank spaces on the pages. Maybe they lack an affinity for life? I tried to speculate what elemental affinities they had based on the blank spots. Hildebrand smiled at me and said, "How far can you read, Rosemine?" All the way to the end?" I got the feeling that such an admission would only cause problems, so instead I rested the troubled hand on my cheek and took a step back. Ferdinand stepped forward in my place. "Both Rosemine and I can read up to the same point as the Sovereign Knight Commander," he said, "so perhaps the limitation is not his, but Rosemine's." "Oh?" Robert replied, raising an eyebrow as he compared the two of us. My heart started pounding in my chest. Perhaps he had realized that I was trying to leave all the actual speaking to Ferdinand? Ferdinand casually turned back to the page with the God of Darkness's prayer. "I believe we have established that the Sovereign Temple's Bible lacks the prayer, not because it's incomplete, but because the Sovereign High Bishop does not have the required affinities or enough mana to see it. This is further evidenced by the fact that our High Bishop and Archduke candidate has managed to confirm its existence." Robert shook his head. "Unfortunately, the language here is so ancient that we can't yet say how it differs from the spell we normally use. I will assist with this investigation myself. Rosemine is an Archduke candidate, not a knight. There is no need for her to learn the black spell," Ferdinand said, then held out a sun-blocking magic tool to Roblet. Once they were both gripping them, he took out a staff and morphed it into a knife, then turned it into a black weapon while covering his mouth. "Oh ho, so that's a black weapon. This is my first time seeing one," came but one of many mutterings from those gathered. It seemed that even among sovereign professors, many didn't know the spell themselves. Ferdinand and Robin spoke for a little while longer before Ferdinand canceled the blessing. Robin then turned to the rest of us and declared that Ehrenfest's blessing was not the same as the black spell, meaning the Ehrenfest apprentice knights and I would not be punished for using black weapons. I revoked the Bible's permission I had granted, then closed the book and locked it again. Okay, done. We had safely navigated the meeting. I gazed up relieved, only to make immediate eye contact with Emmanuel, who was staring at both me and the Bible with fervous intensity. "Would it not be more fitting for Lady Rosemine to serve as the High Bishop in the Sovereignty rather than an Ehrenfest?" he asked. "We should have gotten Ehrenfest to send her over in place of those sorry blue priests from before." Ferdinand, what are you going to say here?" His gaze was so intimidating that I turned around, grabbed Ferdinand by the sleeve, and tried to hide behind his arm. Ferdinand noticed what was going on and immediately stepped forward to shield me. "Rosemine is an Archduke candidate and cannot be taken to the Sovereignty." "Ha!" he flatly replied, staring down at Emmanuel with cold eyes. "If you do not know even that much, priest, then you would do well to remain silent on noble matters." "I see," Emmanuel whispered, his eyes lowered. "Archduke candidates cannot be brought to the Sovereign Temple." Duh. Meanwhile, Religion was watching Emmanuel with harsh eyes, an expected reaction considering the man's indirect suggestion that he should give up his position as High Bishop. Ha ha. The professors of the Royal Academy were similarly regarding Emmanuel as though he were an outsider, while Roblet was looking between him, Ferdinand, and me in apparent consideration. The atmosphere was so prickly that I was internally thankful to have Ferdinand to hide behind. Thank goodness he's here. There's something terrifying about Emmanuel just now. Talk about scary. As I continued to hide behind his sleeve, ready to dash behind his back at any moment, Rabla and Rothman briefly summarized the differences between the spell and prayer. Then, once Hildebrand had granted his permission, the meeting was brought to a close. "We are finished here, Rosemine," Ferdinand said, turning with the Bible in his arms. I agreed with the sentiment that we should leave at once and promptly started following after him. "One moment, please," Rothman called out, interrupting our escape. "I wish to have a conversation about Lady Rosemine attending the night course." "No," Ferdinand replied, shooting him down before the discussion could even begin. "Rosemine has learned practically all that the night course offers through her effort to getting the one and only Angelica to graduate. There's no point in her attending classes." "But what about dinner?" Rothman protested. After not even a moment, Ferdinand flicked a sound-blocking magic tool toward Rothman, who deftly caught it. Ferdinand then said something before extending a hand and retrieving the magic tool. Rothman stared at me, his jaw dropped. "No way," he muttered. "That can't be true." "I have no cause to be untruthful," Ferdinand said. "Now speak of this to no one and cease inviting her to the night course. You will never receive permission from Ehrenfest. Never." And with that, he spun back around and briskly walked away. I was, of course, hot on his heels. "Ferdinand, what did you tell Professor Rothman?" I asked once we were back in the dormitory. "I simply mentioned that because of the Jareve, you are still unable to function without the assistance of magic tools. I often said that for various reasons, you have charms that must be kept on at all times. Unless he's quite a staggering fool, he will not attempt to recruit you again." A normal person would easily conclude that someone entirely dependent on magic tools was no match for the practical lessons of the night course. But there were some who reached the nonsensical conclusion that they were perfectly viable candidates as long as they could move. That was why Ferdinand had also mentioned that I needed to wear several charms at all times. They would activate during training and inevitably expose other students to danger, and we had no plans of removing them. "Professor Rothman will give up now, right?" I asked. I was still feeling a bit uneasy since I was painfully aware of what a stubborn man he was. Ferdinand raised an eyebrow and then scoffed. "Fear not, if necessary, I will put an end to his days as a teacher." "What? How is that supposed to put me at ease?" His words made me even more fearful, if anything, but it turned out Rothman was no fool after all. He never pushed me to join the night course again. Thank goodness. Oh boy, planning for the tea party. How far have I gotten? 26 minutes. Planning for the tea party. I had assumed that Ferdinand would return to Ehrenfest right after the meeting, but he and Justice first checked with the scholars regarding the introductory tournament, and then began instructing them to add new research to their presentation. "What new research exactly?" I asked. "Simple. Research regarding the Bible's prayers," Ferdinand replied. "I imagine Professor Herscher will descend upon you the moment I leave, asking for documents about the Bible so that she might learn more. You must shoo her away and inform her that the details will be presented at the introductory tournament. I do not want her summoning me over and over again." Ferdinand then started giving instructions to Hartman. It seemed to solve any upcoming problems. They had fiddled with my notes to make them look more like research results. They started off as random notes I made while transcribing and comparing copies of the Bible. "I can't believe they are now fit to be presented at the introductory tournament. I guess it's a mad scientist for you. They live in a whole other world." "May I see them?" I asked. The research was on prayers that even a blue priest could see, and it covered water, fire, wind, and earth. Apparently the ideal timing to present this was next year when I started the scholar course, but since we couldn't exactly show the High Bishop's Bible at the introductory tournament, he had selected the safest bits from the transcription. "Still, who will we attribute this research to?" I asked. "I understand that I'm the most natural pick because I was raised in the temple. Your average noble never enters the temple and wouldn't have much opportunity to even see a transcribed Bible." "Hartman, of course," Ferdinand replied. "His extensive research into the legends surrounding the Saint of Ehrenfest will prove most useful, and if we claim that he only started it after becoming your retainer, it will explain the relative simplicity and crudeness of the results. Apparently the quality and quantity were too lacking for the documents to be put forward as the main research of a graduating student. However, since Hartman had already prepared some other research, it could simply be added on to supplement a supplementary degree. The only problem was that he would end up being viewed as a weirdo who frequently visited the temple for some reason. But that will not change much for me, as I am already known for being a Lady Rosemine devotee," Hartman said, delivering this unpleasant news with an uncomfortably pleasant smile. When did you become known for that?" I asked. "During your long sleep, Lady Rosemine." It seemed that after my accidental blessing while playing the harpsichord on my debut, Hartman had promptly begun spreading legends of my sainthood at the Royal Academy. These grand tales were founded in the explanation that Sylvester had given for nobles to understand. Okay, that explains why Prince Anastasius was suspicious about me when we first met. "But you weren't my retainer at that point, were you?" I asked. "My mother scolded me for taking things too far and told me to calm down, to think carefully before acting. I ended up having to wait another year, but at that point I was already your retainer at heart." That's pretty similar to what Roderick said after becoming my vassal way before becoming my retainer. Why does it sound so different? Oddly, I don't think your son is ever going to calm down. After Ferdinand finished instructing the apprentice scholars on the Interduchy tournament, he gathered the Archduke candidates and their retainers. Now there was going to be a meeting about my upcoming tea party. I'll much rather be reading in my room, but I guess there isn't an option. Riarda was striving to get me out of my room to live a normal, noble life, while Brunhilde was overjoyed to finally have an opportunity to spread trends alongside me, so I was having to attend at least the bare minimum number of tea parties. But aren't Ehrenfest books a hot topic right now, I asked? I'm still not confident in my ability to stay conscious, so I'd rather attend as few tea parties as possible. In response to my very reasonable point, Ferdinand presented me with a necklace embedded with several surprisingly large face stones. Wear this when attending tea parties, he said, and take your leave when these face stones are half dyed. The other duchies already know that you are sickly and collapse without warning. If you say that you feel unwell and are on the verge of passing out, any host shall permit you to depart. Letting me leave early was a lot better than the others than having to endure the trauma of me collapsing in front of them. Furthermore, according to Ferdinand, the color-changing face stones would make it easier for my attendants to evaluate my health. The mana in the face stones wouldn't even be wasted since we would repurpose it for spring prayer and the dedication ritual. Gee whiz, I sure am feeling like a battery charger. However, if you leave midway through, you will need someone there who can follow up without fail, Ferdinand continued. For that reason, only attend tea parties when Charlotte is also present, no others. Uncle, that would put too great of a burden on Charlotte, Wilfried said, evidently not keen on the idea. She only recently started attending the Royal Academy and is not yet used to socializing. Instead, should we not have Rosemine abstain from tea parties entirely until Charlotte can develop more experience? I could do nothing but hang my head. The tea party in the library was one thing, but I didn't want to force her to tea parties if doing so meant putting a burden on Charlotte. This is why I'm saying I want to stay in my room and read. Let me be weak in peace. I sighed, overcome with gloom, at the same time as Ferdinand gave his own exasperated sigh and glared down at Wilfried with frosty eyes. As always, you think only of what is in front of you and never of the future, he said. What? If we do not use this time to get Rosemine as much socializing experience in the Royal Academy as possible, will you not suffer more than anyone? You will need to attend the Archduke Conference as Ob Ehrenfest one day, and at this rate, you will need to bring a first wife who is incapable of socializing. Charlotte will not be there for you to rely on then. I appreciate that you care for your younger sister, but if you are going to be the next Archduke, you must always consider the full picture. You should drop to your knees and plead for Charlotte's help if necessary. Now it was time for Wilfried to hang his head. Charlotte, I believe you are exceptionally mature and thoughtful for your age, perhaps because you were raised beneath two highly unreliable older siblings. Ferdinand continued, I understand that this will place a heavy burden on you, but please accompany Rosemine to any tea parties. I would find it more of a struggle to invent new trends and introduce new industries to the duchy as my sister does, so I will do what I can when I can, Charlotte said, wearing a dazzling smile that seemed to exude ambition. Noble tea parties were replete with indirect language, and with all parties probing each other as deeply as they could. Under normal circumstances, as Charlotte's older siblings, we would accompany her to tea parties and protect her while she gained experience, yet here I was being the burden despite being her elder. Doesn't this make me a failure of an older sister? The thought alone was depressing. I wanted to be a reliable older sister like Thule, who always came up with new designs in advance, and was so thoughtful that she had even predicted that I would want more armbands. But no matter how much I tried, it seemed as though that would never be me. I would rather not inconvenience Charlotte like this, I said, so please allow me to stay in my room and spend my days reading. No, yes, that would minimize problems for now, Ferdinand replied, but did I not just explain how that will introduce more issues in the future? Are you even listening? You have no choice but to attend while planning ahead. All of a sudden, Riarda protectively stepped between us. I should ask if you are even listening, my boy. How many times have I warned you about this? You always resort to using harsh language, and I always tell you to think more carefully before you speak. You are coming across as much too cruel. Have you not been heeding my advice whatsoever? Ferdinand offered no response. Instead, he merely looked down at the floor. Upon seeing this, Riarda let her expression soften. Ferdinand, my boy, I know that you are doing all you can for Lady Rosemine, making magic tools and thinking up plans for her. But the way you speak is much too harsh for a girl who can not even enjoy talking about what she loves with her friends during tea parties, she continued, and then glared at Wilfried. And I can say the same to you, Wilfried, my boy. I understand that it isn't easy for you to continuously run around cleaning up after Milady's messes. But she does not collapse by choice. It is only natural that she would get excited when topics she enjoys are brought up. Imagine if you were told to suppress your happiness at all times, even when you win one of these Gwenin games you are so interested in. And imagine that upon failing to suppress your emotions, you were told to stop playing entirely. Wilfried gave me a timid look. Sorry, Rosemine, I didn't realize I was being so inconsiderate. Charlotte's here this year, and I don't need to attend tea parties for girls now, so I thought it would be better to have her deal with them instead. I nodded. Even putting aside my potential malice or what have you, it was a fact that Ehrenfest would be much more peaceful without me attending tea parties. Riarda, would it not be in everyone's best interest for me to stay locked inside my room, I asked. Please don't feel so down, my lady. We attendants are at fault when we cannot plan ahead and ensure that you may enjoy tea parties to the very end. Riarda's words brought me back to reality. My brow had been furrowed in thought as I tried to come up with an excuse to stay in my room, but on the outside, I must have looked sad about not being able to attend tea parties. I was not feeling down, I replied. I understand all too well that you are always working hard and considering every avenue you can. In that case, milady, please give us more opportunities, Riarda said, sounding dead serious. We have no choice but to gain experience of our own. To work on identifying when your mana begins to overflow, how much overflow it's safe, and what we can avoid to ensure that the tea parties conclude safely. You have fallen unconscious during 2 tea parties now, so I understand your hesitance to try more. However, we cannot grow if we are not given the chance. Even during the library tea parties, when the discussion turned to exchanging books and your thoughts on them, we kept you stable by using phase stones. Will you not try attending more tea parties with this necklace Ferdinand so generously prepared for you? My heart was moved a little. Indeed, even during the Bookworm tea party, things had been going pretty well until the palace library was brought up. I was certainly open to the idea of attending another as long as I wasn't forbidden from talking about books. After all, I'm still interested in hearing stories from other duchies and what people think about books in general. As if noticing this chink in my armor, Charlotte clasped my hands and gazed at me, her indigo eyes brimming with concern. Sister, I've been looking forward to attending tea parties with you ever so much. To me, your return from Ehrenfest was cause for celebration, and my hope is that we can attend your next tea party together. That's so adorable. As a big sister, how can I not go to a tea party with her now? Very well, we may attend the next one together, I said and exchanged a smile with Charlotte. In that case, Ferdinand interjected, I suggest you plan a tea party with Dunkelfelger. Dunkelfelger, I repeated. You are closer to their Archduke candidate than any other. No, Lady Hannelore, you have exchanged books with her. She can keep up with your interests, and she has witnessed you collapse at tea parties more than once before. It should be safe for you to make a few minor mistakes in her presence. Wilfrid abruptly stood, his expression hard. You misunderstand Lady Hannelore, uncle. She is not at all used to Rosamund collapsing. Even last time she was so shocked that she is a woman of Dunkelfelger, Ferdinand replied, waving his hand dismissively. We may intend to exploit this for our benefit, but we can say with certainty that she has what it takes to do the same. Hannelore didn't come across as a scheming sort to me, but the history showed that Dunkelfelger women were quite capable strategists. So perhaps her demure conduct was all a farce? And I don't think it is. Poor girl. After listing off several more instructions, Ferdinand returned to Ehrenfest with his retinue. The apprentice scholars were extremely busy with their suddenly increased workload, but Hartmut seemed particularly lively, and Feline was desperate to learn as much as she could. Add on Roderick to that, and it looked as though they were having plenty of fun. We consulted Dunkelfelger about a tea party and received a positive response. They had ended up being the ones to invite us since they wanted to discuss my modern translation of their history book. I'll do my best so they can permit me to print it, and so that I can ask to borrow the book I currently have for a little while longer. After putting on the necklace that Ferdinand gave me and making sure we had our errands Bacchae stories, which we had printed in the temple workshop, after Aurelia shared them, I made my way to the Dunkelfelger tea party with Charlotte. Dunkelfelger's tea party room was very simplistic. The color scheme was a simple combination of blue and white, and there were no ornate carvings or fancy decorations. The main table was long with sharp edges, and in the corner was a statue of a high beast with a knight atop it. About as big as a small child. It was made of clear blue crystal and was carved so beautifully that I almost expected it to spring to life at any moment. It's simple and modern, but stylish in a way. It seems distinct from Klassenberg fashion. Although, I must admit, contemporary designs like this feel a bit unusual since Dunkelfelger has such a rich history to draw from. As I curiously looked over the room, Hannelore blushed with embarrassment. Plain, isn't it? Our duchy's places can very little focus on decoration, and when coupled with our color being blue, and the season being so frigid, she trailed off and muttered about how the atmosphere and decor felt especially cold in the winter, a stark contrast to the summer when nights filled the room with pleasant uproar. I would argue that it reflects Dunkelfelger's practicality in quite a charming and efficient way, I said. I may not exude that adorableness that girls tend to love, but a gathering of knights would feel right at home here. The decoration positively exudes strength, needing it suits your duchy very well indeed. Hannelore blinked in surprise, looked around the room, and then nodded several times. A seat was suggested to me, at which point Hannelore took a demonstrative sip of tea and then bit into a sweet. In turn, I ate one of the Ehrenfest cookies we had brought with us. Once these opening formalities were over, I tried the sweets the handler recommended to me. One seemed to resemble dried grapes covered in honey-flavored yogurt. Is this a Dunkelfeger specialty? I asked. Indeed, these fruits are called rorés. I prefer them dried, although adults tend to enjoy them more when they've been turned into vies. We generally served sugared rorés when the Sovereignty and Royal Academy, but given your duchy's pound cake and cookies, we thought you might prefer these. I was glad to know the handler had considered my preferences when choosing these sweets and nodded with a smile. Yes, these dried rorés are quite delicious. I had developed quite a taste for them. I think they could serve as the perfect complement to any pastry. Sister, Charlotte added, I believe they would be used to make a wonderful pound cake. Oh my, rorés and pound cake? That sounds delicious, handler said with a dreamy smile. I nodded my agreement, and she instructed her attendants to give me some dried rorés once our tea party was over. Please do share your new creation with us when you're done. Yes, of course, I replied. You've got a new task coming up soon, Ella. Now, Lady Rosemine, handler said, about your modern translation of our duchy's history. Have I committed some grave error, I asked. No, not at all. It was extremely well written. My brother even read it several times over. He was quite inebriated on the splendor of our history, so... I only knew Lestalot as an antagonistic jock, so it was extremely surprising to learn that he was an avid and a reader to go through the same manuscript several times. Even if this passion was inspired mainly by his patriotism for his duchy, I was pleased to see how much enjoyment he had gotten out of reading. That's one affection point for you, Lestalot. In any case, the Ob requested that we be allowed to transcribe the book for our own purposes as well, Hannelore continued. What do you think? The details can be discussed during the Interduchy tournament or perhaps during the Archduke conference. I opened my mouth ready to agree here and now, but Charlotte spoke first. We should discuss this with our Ob as well, she said with a smile. I believe it would be ideal for them to settle the matter between themselves and at the Interduchy tournament. I thank you ever so much. Oh, I guess I wasn't supposed to give her my approval right away. Well, I didn't even get a chance to speak, so I'm still safe. From there, the conversation shifted to us sharing our thoughts on Royal Academy love stories. Hannelore had much to say. She thought it was wonderful. She wanted a man like this one particular character to offer her a face down if she liked a selection of the stories in particular. The most surprising thing was that her favorite story was the one about Sylvester and Florencia. To begin with, one cannot help but support a man chasing after a woman who is both older than him and from a higher-ranking duchy, she said. I can only dream of someone one day speaking their love to me with such passion. Ouch. Hannelore's head over heels for Sylvester of all people. That's unexpected. Charlotte listened with a vaguely uncomfortable smile, aware that the story was about her parents getting together, and then said, I personally enjoyed this one about the apprentice knight. Not many men would stay so resilient after failing so many times, nor would they continue striving with much fervor to earn the hand of their one true love. This time Hannelore was the one wearing an uncomfortable smile. It was probably a Dunkelfelder story, and perhaps she knew whom it was based on. Although in this one, they kept losing all the way to the end. Incidentally, I am ever so glad that I was allowed to lend Ehrenfest books to others, Hannelore said, bringing up the book lending. I am now able to discuss them with my other friends as well. Do read this story as well, then, I said, leaping on the new subject at once. It was a tale about knights taught to me by an Ahrensbach woman who went into Ehrenfest. I brought it with me in the hope that we can extend our exchange. You returned my book, Lady Hannelore, but I am sad to say that I have not yet finished transcribing the book I borrowed from you. Feline offered her new book to one of Hannelore's apprentice scholars, who looked at their lady for a response. Hannelore gave a curt nod, then turned to me and said, You really need not be so considerate, Lady Rose. My brother will gratefully accept. Okay, so I can keep borrowing the book? Yippee! As I made a victory pose on the inside, Riarda lightly rested a hand on my shoulder. I gazed down at my necklace and saw that the face-stone Ferdinand had indicated was half dyed, meaning it was time for me to leave. Drat, and I still feel fine, too. As I dwelled on how little I wanted to leave, Charlotte likewise noticed how much the necklace had changed color. She rested a hand on her cheek, her indigo eyes trembling with concern, and said, You appear rather pale, sister. Are you well? Lady Hannelore, my sincerest apologies, but I believe I must leave for today, I said, placing a hand on my necklace while making no attempt to hide my disappointment. Would not want to collapse and trouble you again. I would not want to collapse and trouble you once again. Hannellore's expression clouded with worry. But of course, I would want you to not want you to put yourself for my sake. I pray that you rest well and feel better soon. Today has been truly delightful, I said. Please to share your thoughts on the books with me again sometime. Charlotte, I leave the rest to you. Indeed, sister, Charlotte replied. You may count on me. I said my farewells, then stood up and returned to the dormitory, leaving the rest to Charlotte. I made it all the way back to my room without collapsing at sight of relief. My retainers did the same, although they seemed even more relieved than I was. To think Lady Rosemine could discuss books without collapsing immediately afterward, Lady Lislet amused. Indeed, Riarda said with a proud grin. She attended the tea party with her closest friend and came out unscathed. The meeting with Jerwanko should continue just fine, my lady. I'm glad the two of you are so happy for me, but the tea party depresses me for another reason entirely. Oh, boy. Here we go, guys. A tea party with Jerwonkel. It's splendid, Brunhilde said with a sigh of wonder as she gazed into the wooden box. Inside was a hairpin from Ehrenfest, decorated with pure white flowers that would make Adolphine's wavy, wine-red hair stand out all the more beautifully. The flowers were made with lace and looked very much like large roses, and the softly colored green leaves that surrounded them brought images of spring to mind. The thread used seemed to be especially glossy, perhaps because Thule had prepared it and the design well ahead of time. And that wasn't all. The decoration had been adorned with tiny, glass-like beads, making it look entirely like the flowers were wet with morning dew. Thule sure is amazing. Is this of an apprentice quality for Prince Sigewald to give to a Lady Adolphine, I asked? Or appropriate quality, sorry. Brunhilde nodded, her amber eyes tearful and dreamy. Oh yes, it is more beautiful than I could put into words. I see your personal hairpin craftswoman has become even more talented. She had the keenest eye for quality out of all of my retainers and tended to set very high standards, so earning her praise was a genuine achievement. I was beyond pleased that Thule was being recognized for her skill. In that case, I said, please make arrangements with Charlotte's attendants and contact Jerwonkel, as you wish. We probed Jerwonkel about a tea party, and they invited us to one they were planning to hold soon. We didn't have any plans ourselves, and participating was much less of a hassle than hosting, so Charlotte and I both agreed. The moment we received the formal invitation, however, we realized just how big of a mistake we had made. So Charlotte said, now we have to attend this. And I suppose it's too late for us to drop out, I added. We shouldn't have been lazy and taken the easier option. We should have hosted the tea party ourselves. But it was too late for regrets. We had already expressed our interest, and now that we had a formal invitation from a greater duchy, we could hardly refuse to participate. To think, we've been invited to a tea party meant exclusively for top-ranking duchies. Now that her engagement to the first prince was formalized, Adolphine was holding a tea party to gather together the central pillars supporting Jürgenschmidt, a top-ranking duchies. Expected to attend were an archnoble from Klassenberg, Hannelore from Dunkelfelder, Adolphine's half-sister, a fellow archduke candidate from Gelsenmeyer, a fourth-year archduke candidate from Halchlet. How do they pronounce that? How do they pronounce that? Tell me! And finally, Detlinde from Ahrensbach. All the duchies from ranks 1 to 6 were lined up, and none below that were invited, except, of course, Ehrenfest the 10th. In case it wasn't clear already, this tea party isn't meant for us. We're completely out of our depth here. Part of me wishes I could pass out partway through just as an excuse to leave sooner. But with how serious and scary things are going to be, that isn't even an option. And you can't even do that because then you would leave Charlotte by herself. You're really not going to do that to your little sister. Things rarely panned out as one wanted them to, and there was no way I could abandon Charlotte and force her to attend alone. I needed to steel my resolve and go alongside her. Send a message to Ferdinand and the others. Tell them what's going on so they at least can see this coming. Just in case. But if you think about it, I said, this might actually work in our favor. How so? Charlotte asked, tilting her head. We were going to be attending this tea party whether we wanted to or not. So we had nothing to lose by focusing on the bright side. Had we been attending a tea party with Jerwonkel alone, we could assume they would have broached any number of uncomfortably personal topics or pushed unreasonable demands on us. In a tea party with so many participants, however, the conversations will trend toward more innocuous subjects. In that sense, it's actually quite convenient for us. Yeah, because you don't have to worry about her probing you guys on, your trends, how you make stuff, blah, 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 blah. You don't have to worry about that stuff because she's going to have to focus on the others. In short, we could complete our primary mission of delivering the hairpin and then spend the remainder of the tea party talking about things that were completely inoffensive. I paused for a moment in thought and then looked up. We should bring some of our new sweets to the tea party with us, such that we can bring up topics of our own. Are you thinking of any sweets in particular? Millie crepes. I said, recalling the cakes made by stacking lightly baked crepes and slathering cream between the layers. We were going to be dealing with top-ranking duchies with presumably gourmet palates, so a lighter dish seemed more appropriate than something like gillettes made with buckwheat. They were time-consuming to make, but the layers of cream and pastry looked divine, and the layer of level of sweetness could be adjusted to one's taste. Just like with our pound cakes, we had powdered sugar, cream, honey, jam, and rum top as available toppings, allowing for an extra touch of sweetness. The powdered sugar was a little bit too grainy to be ideal, but when sifted on top of the crepes using a tea strainer, it formed what looked like falling snow and made for a beautiful sight. The day of the tea party had finally arrived, and after much hard work, Ella had made the melee crepes we needed. I was very much used to the dish, having eaten it surprisingly often while Ella tried to master the recipe, but Charlotte had only tried it on a few occasions. Making one took a long time, and making them in bulk was even more arduous, so they were served only on occasion. We prepared the sweets and the hairpin, among other things, and since my intention was to acquire some love stories during the tea party, I made sure to have several apprentice scholars accompany us. We thank you ever so much for inviting us. Oh my, Lady Rosamine, Lady Charlotte, I am quite glad to see you've come, Adolphine said, welcoming us with a smile. To say the Drewonkel tea party room gave off very natural vibes was an understatement. Wainscoting was all on the walls, and there was cloth strung up depicting flowers and trees. There were also potted plants here and there, though at a glance I couldn't tell whether they were purely decorative or actually useful herbs. The air in here is so refreshingly pastoral, I said. It feels so serene, like standing in a forest. Oh my, Adolphine brought a hand to her mouth and gave her a fine giggle. Perhaps through eating here, Lady Rosamine, it can feel as if you are having a picnic in the forest despite your poor health. After we had exchanged our lengthy noble greetings, I was taken toward my chair. Charlotte was seated to my right, and Hannelore directly in front of me. Detlinde was sitting rather far away, perhaps because of our tea party last year. Good day, Lady Hannelore, I said. Good day, she replied, returning the greeting with a smile. I was quite surprised to learn of your invitation to this tea party, Lady Rosamine. I was surprised, too! I have brought a hairpin for Prince Siggiswald to present to Lady Adolphine. It will surely be debuted at this very tea party. Is that so? I can't wait. Lady Eglantine's hairpin last year was something to behold. After a brief conversation with Hannelore, Charlotte introduced me to the Archduke candidate sitting next to her. Sister, this is Lady Luzinde of Gelsenmeyer, she said. Luzinde was a first-year Archduke candidate and a very good friend of Charlotte's, it seemed. She was also one of many who had read Royal Academy love stories at Hannelore's recommendation. Her light green hair swayed gently as she turned to face me. Lady Rosamine, this is our first time having a tea party together like this. I added a personal family symbol to my staff after Lady Charlotte suggested this. And she tells me that you are the one who came up with the idea. She said she is proud to have you as her older sister. Oh! She'll be happy to hear that. Careful, Rosamine. Your emotions might get the better of you here, and then you would be forced to leave. Her words echoed in my mind, hearing proud and older sister together in the same sentence made for a pleasant hum in my head as they were repeated over and over. I had considered myself dead weight ever since my arrival at the Royal Academy, but here Charlotte was singing my praises to her friends. I'm so happy right now I could actually die. I really have to calm down, though. At this rate, I'll have to leave before the tea party ever begins, but I can't help but smile. To me, Charlotte is much more impressive, I said. She is so kind and adorable. I am similarly proud to have her as my little sister. It was my attempt to outdo Charlotte's own kind words, but she stopped me with a firm tug on my sleeve. I see you two are quite very close, Lucinda said, with a giggle. It was Lady Hannelore who introduced me to Ehrenfest books, and I have had a wonderful time reading the ones Lady Charlotte allowed me to borrow. I realize this may be somewhat late, but I have brought with me a book to lend in return. We thank you. An apprentice scholar serving Luzinde preferred a book, which Feline and Marianne readily accepted. My excitement swelled at the prospect of getting a book to read a book from Gelsenmeyer. Calm down. Yeah, calm down. The tea party's barely even started. Once everyone was gathered, the tea party could properly begin. As the host, Adolphine took demonstrative bites of each type of sweet, introducing them in the process, and drank some tea. After that, it was my task to introduce the Ehrenfest sweets we had brought. These are known as melee crepes, I said. They are rarely served even at Ehrenfest, but I thought they would make an ideal treat for this high-class tea party of top-ranking duchies. You may add jam, honey, sugar, and such to taste, as you would with pound cake. Once my explanation was done, I signaled for Laisletta to start dusting the crepes with sugar. She gently shook a tea strainer, and the white powder floated down majestically like snow. Charlotte seemed to have done her best to spread word of our pound cakes, and everyone had seemed well accustomed to the idea of sweets that one could adorn freely. The attendants wasted no time in serving their ladies and adding toppings according to their instructions. Just as expected, the top-ranking duchies preferred their sweets on the stronger side, and many asked for honey. Are these thin layers of pastry separated with cream? Hannelore asked. From the side, the layers are very visible and pretty. I see, mused Lizinde. Ehrenfest has unusual sweets other than pound cake, I must say. I think these crepes are even more delicious. Our melee crepes were being well received, it seemed. I thanked everyone for their praise and then broached the topic of what specialties are served in other duchies. I wanted more delicious ingredients if possible. I am aware that sweets made with sugar are popular in the sovereignty, but do any of your duchies have special sweets or fruit? I asked. I wish to learn more about popular confectionaries. From there, we discussed many fruits that were used to make sweets, how they were eaten, and various other details until it became clear that duchies had way more specialty foods than I could have anticipated. It seemed that students would serve sweets that were popular in the sovereignty during Royal Academy tea parties, but upon returning home, they would eat the more local sweets that they preferred. I would very much like to try everyone's local sweets one day, I continued. I feel there are many exciting discoveries waiting among them. What a splendid idea, Lady Rosemine, Adolphine replied. Is that how you discovered these new recipes in your own new paper, I wonder? Ooh, calm down. I nodded with a smile. New information can inspire fantastic creations. Lady Handler recently introduced me to roll raisin, for example, which I should be able to incorporate into a new kind of pound cake. My, a new kind of pound cake? At this rate, I expect you will soon have a new kind of rinsham as well. Shut it. Shut it, lady. You frickin' reverse engineer our rinsham, so you have no room to talk here. I certainly hope it is this year that Dronko finally secures a trade deal with Ehrenfest. Through experimentation, we have managed to pick apart rinsham and devise a type of our own, but it seems to be less effective than yours. Ha ha! Ha ha! Ehrenfest is still on top on that. Adolphine said and placed a troubled hand on her cheek. As it turned out, their version succeeded in making hair glossy, but it wasn't kind on the scalp. I deduced one possible explanation instantly. I wonder, are they messing up the scrub? Don't say anything! Don't say anything. Hearing that Dronko had yet to flawlessly recreate our rinsham came as a massive relief. Perhaps I had been too on guard against them. No, don't be too on guard. You can't never be too on guard. Ehrenfest has many unusual things, Adolphine continued. The rinsham appears simple when deconstructed, but we cannot reproduce it perfectly, and the paper that you use to distinguish between merchants is unlike anything we have ever seen before. I am simply dying to know what other secrets you have up your sleeve. Even my little brother Ortwin has been bemoaning his failure to unearth whatever explanation there is for your duchy's rising grades. Ha ha. Well, it makes sense that he's struggling. Wolfried can't exactly admit that everyone's working hard to win recipes for my sweets. Our keeping secrets had apparently made Adolphine very curious, and she was now probing into how many new business partners we intended to take during the upcoming Archduke Conference. I don't know that. You'd have to talk to Ab Ehrenfest about that one. As you know, Ehrenfest has long been among the bottom-ranked duchies and does not have the capacity to accommodate too many merchants at once, I said with a smile. I personally believe that our expansion to new trade partners will remain gradual, but as this matter is down to the Ob, I can say nothing with certainty. I was in essence telling her not to get her hopes up, and now that our topic of conversation had turned to business, I decided it was the perfect time to focus on what was the very reason for our attending. At the moment, Lady Adolphine, I cannot say whether we will commence trading with Dronko. However, you are already in a position to receive Ehrenfest products, are you not? I have brought with me a gift from Prince Sigiswald, I said, and signaled for Brunhilde with my eyes as we had planned. She responded with a curt nod, then passed the wooden box containing the hairpin to one of Adolphine's attendants. Prince Sigiswald ordered this to celebrate your coming of age. The other women attending the tea party all sighed with envy, as expected. Receiving a gift from a man had a very special connotations. I noticed that Handler and Luzinde had especially bright glints in their eyes, as one would expect from such devout readers of Royal Academy love stories. Oh, how wonderful, Adolphine sighed upon peering into the box her attendants had opened for her. She had yet to actually take out the hairpin, so the others still couldn't see it. Might I suggest trying it on, I said? I imagine everyone wishes to see it, and your attendants would do well to use this opportunity to learn how it should be worn. Adolphine agreed, and then her attendants began, at Brunhilde's prompting, to style her hair as she intended to wear it for her coming-of-age ceremony. Once that was done, Brunhilde showed them how to put the hairpin on their lady. As predicted, the pure white flowers stood out wonderfully against the wine red of Adolphine's hair. She exuded a flashy, strong-willed aura, and the accessory really brought out her inner gracefulness. How is it? Adolphine asked, brushing her fingers against the hairpin as if checking where it was. It suits you well, one Archduke candidate said. You look beautiful. Prince Sigiswald must be such a kind and wonderful man to order such a perfect hairpin for you, another cooed. We'll see about that, because I don't even know. Adolphine's expression softened at everyone's praise. Lady Eglantine looked so remarkable last year. I can only hope I do not compare unfavorably, she said with a teasing smile. The other girls smiled in turn and assured her that she had nothing to worry about. but I could still sense some genuine anxiety coming from her, no doubt ever over being compared to Eglantine as the prince's wife. Just as Flutrain and Hellschmere heal in their own ways, Lady Adolphine, you have a unique beauty distinct from Lady Eglantine's, I said. You both possess such magnificent traits, and none are greater than or inferior to the other. Eglantine was dreamy and soft, while Adolphine was a sharp beauty with a strong will. There was clearly no point in judging them based on the same criteria. Adolphine's amber eyes widened, then her shoulders relaxed, and she broke into a laugh. Lady Eglantine did mention that you always knew exactly what a person wants to hear, Lady Rosamund, but even then, I did not quite expect her words to ring so true. Being compared to Lady Eglantine must be rough, definitely. I'm glad to see that she's feeling better, even if only a little. As we smiled at each other, Detlinde let out a dreamy sigh off to the side. I have been thinking that I would like such a hairpin for my own graduation ceremony next year. I wonder what flowers would suit me, she mused aloud, touching her beautiful brilliant golden locks while looking at Charlotte and me. Unfortunately, selling her a hairpin was out of the question. If we let her overpower us with her familial ties and superior status, the other top-ranking duchies would do the same. Should the time come when we begin training with Arensbach, we will take your order at once, I said, but as of yet, we cannot violate our agreements and show favoritism to Arensbach alone. Lady Adolphine received her hairpin as an order, not from Jawanko, but from royalty. Oh, but are we not cousins? Our being family has no bearing on trade agreements between archdukes. One needs more than blood to move an Ob, I said with a smile, indirectly saying that she would need to approach Sylvester with something of value first. But even then, Detlinde refused to back down. Can nothing be done? It breaks my heart to see this. We are ever so close already. Yeah, right. Perhaps stubbornness was an Arensbach's specialty. Her persistence soon brought Fraulein to mind, and as it started to falter, Adolphine moved protectively between us, still wearing her hairpin and a smile. Ooh, Adolphine's actually coming with you guys. Wow! Who would have thunk? Now, Lady Detlinde, there is no need to be pushy with Lady Rosamund, she said. You need only ask your partner to place the order for you, as mine did. And even then, that still probably wouldn't work depending on the duchy, though. Thank you, Adolphine. She might not be nice when it comes to trying to, reverse engineer the Rensham, but, she seems to be nice. Lady Eglantine had her as a friend, so I would think that Lady Eglantine's a big judge of character here. Maybe? I don't know. We'll see. Ouch. Talk about brutal. Detlinde hasn't found a partner to escort her yet. Adolphine, and you know that. You more or less challenging her to find a man from Klassenberg or the Sovereignty. Jeez. In an instant, Detlinde's face turned exceptionally red, and she pursed her lips in a show of frustration. I was waiting to see how she would fire back, feeling so nervous that I started to sweat, when Charlotte suddenly stepped forward and took her by the hand. Your graduation is still a year away, Lady Detlinde, she said with a smile. Perhaps things will be different then. We may not be doing trade with Arensbach right now, but new agreements could be made during the Archduke Conference this spring. Indeed, Detlinde replied. Do ask your Ob to make more agreements. Even if we did, I doubt it's happening. Yeah, with this whole situation with Arensbach right now, I doubt that'll be happening anytime soon. Of that, the situation was expertly diffused. Woo! Whoop whoop! Charlotte and Adolphine are awesome. The atmosphere began to relax once again, and the tea party resumed. Wow, Charlotte's something else. From there, the topic of conversation shifted to Ehrenfest's increasingly popular new books. It seemed that Adolphine was reading the love stories from Haldensdale that Charlotte had allowed her to borrow. I am having a splendid time reading them, she said, but Ordwin tires of reading about nothing but romance. Does Ehrenfest have any books for men, I wonder? We do have a collection of night stories, I replied. I shall ask Wolfried to lend him a copy. In return, Adolphine allowed us to borrow a book from Jawanko. Nice! Careful, careful, careful! That's made 2 new books from this tea party alone, and that realization made me dangerously thrilled. Come on, get a grip! Pray tell, what stories are there in Ehrenfest books? Came a question. Both Hannelore and Lucinda answered quickly and passionately, while Adolphine spoke of what she had read in the new book she was borrowing. As they began to discuss the romantic moments when gods popped up, it seemed that even those who were unfamiliar with them were able to visualize the scenes and understand exactly how the characters were feeling. It's hopeless. I can't empathize with them at all. Why is everyone so moved about spring goddesses popping up during a scene where 2 lovers gaze into each other's eyes? You're going to have to ask Elvira about that one, because you do need to understand love stories a lot. Another story comes to mind that tells of an Archduke candidate from another duchy began, and then started to regale the others. My apprentice scholars swiftly transcribed all that was said, while I alone stared wistfully at the table, unable to empathize with anything. In the end, although everyone was talking about books, I made it all the way through the tea party without collapsing. I simply couldn't relate to the other girl's excitement and passion whatsoever. And the necklace I was wearing changed colors only the slightest bit. Oh, that sucks! They talked about books and you couldn't even enjoy it because you couldn't understand why it was so good. Ooh, Roderick's name soaring. Here we go. This is what I've been waiting for. I wrote a report to Ehrenfest about the tea party with Jawanko, which had been my greatest obstacle. My guardians had told me to write as though I were doing it for a job, so I was working my hardest to do just that, having to prove that I was able to do these things when I really put my mind to it. I put down the date on which the tea party had taken place, a list of who had participated, the sweets people had decided to bring, and what others thought of them. Also made sure to detail every topic of conversation that had come up, things that were likely to be mentioned during the Interduchy tournament, and the Archduke conference, and the potential ways to deal with them. That should satisfy Ferdinand, I said when I was finished, rather pleased with the outcome. I looked over the surprisingly thick stack of papers and spun my tired arms, enjoying the gratification of a job well done. Seeing that my pen was still, Brunhilde came over with the letter in hand and said, Lady Rosamine, may I send this to Prince Hildebrand? I accepted it and read its contents. It was asking how I should go about delivering his armband. After checking to make sure the letter didn't contain any errors, I gave it back to Brunhilde. Yes, you may send it. Understood, I shall do that now then. Once Brunhilde had gone, I asked Lysetta to send my report to Ehrenfest, and then turned to Riarda. Please fetch me our book from Gillessenmeyer, I said to her. I wish to read now that I have finished my report. I was sure that I had completed everything I needed to do, but Riarda refused with a look of exasperation. Do you not remember that everyone is busy preparing for the Interduchy tournament, milady? As an Archduke conference, you must observe them and keep abreast of their progress at all times. Am I going to be attending this year? Ferdinand mentioned something to that effect, so unless something quite disastrous happens, I imagine so. And so I went to the common room at Riarda's farm prompting. These preparations would have seemed meaningless to me under any other circumstance, but since I was actually going to be attending the tournament this year, I wanted to take in the festive mood. In the common room, scholars were busy writing clean copies of the stories they had transcribed during the tea party and preparing their research to be presented. The fact that things still seemed a little empty despite that was probably because the knights were out practicing dinner. Except for a select few who were standing behind for guard duty. I could see Wilfred and Charlotte by the bookcase with their attendants talking about something. Wilfred, Charlotte, what are you discussing? I asked. Ah, Rosamine. Wilfred glanced down at me. We're talking about the Interduchy tournament you wanted. I nodded and took the seat Riarda pulled out for me. We have 3 Archduke candidates this year, Wilfred continued, so we were thinking about dividing the 3 courses between ourselves and covering one each. What do you think? That'll make things more easier to manage, right? I considered the question. If we went down that route, who would be best suited for each course? The answer was obvious. Am I right to assume that you'll cover the knights, I the scholars, and Charlotte the attendants since she's gathering experience at tea parties? Yeah, I don't really understand the scholarly research that's going to be published. And you keep talking about how you'll be taking the scholar course next year, so I figured you're better off managing all that. I suppose we've added research on prayers this year, and given the likelihood that Professor Herscher is going to come, it makes sense that I should oversee things. Ferdinand had given me several stacks of documents to instruct Herscher with, although whether I'd actually managed to see them effectively, or use them effectively, was another matter entirely. I can entrust most of this to my retainer Hartmut, who was an honor student last year, and is now in his final year of the scholar course, but what about you, Charlotte? Are you going to manage? Many of our visitors will be from top-ranking duchies. Just like last year, we can have the apprentice knights start helping once they've returned from dinner, Wilfred replied, answering in her stead. Mother and father are going to be there too, so all in all, things could be worse. I was aware that my socializing skills left much to be desired, so if putting that burden on someone else was an option, I was more than willing. Once we had finished talking about the Interduchy tournament, my hands immediately strayed to the bookcase, and it was then that I suddenly remembered my promise to let Ortwin borrow an Ehrenfest book. Wilfred, please lend a copy of Night Stories to Lord Ortwin and use this opportunity to begin spreading our duchy's books among the men as well. For now, we are focusing on our love stories, but we have many night stories as well, no? He nodded in response, but when I added that he should remember to request books in return, he suddenly grimaced. You're just saying that because you want more books, aren't you? Yep, of course, why not? Of course not. Our books are expensive, so we must ensure that we have something as insurance, I replied casually. Charlotte noted that she was already doing the same with her friends, at which point Wilfred finally agreed, despite seeming quite unconvinced. Never forget the importance of a nice-sounding excuse. Ever. Brunhilde returned while I was reading in the common room, having finished sending the letter to Hildebrand. Lady Rosamond, we have received a response from Lord Arthur. The armband is going to be exchanged to a retainer, she said. May I handle it? Last year we had simply been able to follow Anastasius' summons and do as he instructed, but Hildebrand was being made to stay in his room to avoid making contact with students. We had been forced to ask him how he wished to receive the armband, and it seemed that our retainers would now be managing the trade. That seems best, I said. This job might be too great a burden for Laisletta. She was but a med noble after all. You may count on me. As our attendants had exchanged several more letters, the armband was finally delivered safely to Hildebrand. 2 days after that, I received an ordinance of gratitude. There was nothing special about this here. Instead of signaling something to receive a package, one sent a verbal message of confirmation. Rosamund, this is Hildebrand. The ivory bird said in his voice the armband arrived. To my surprise, the prince's words of appreciation soon pivoted into complaints. It seemed that he had wanted to receive the armband directly, but coming to see me naturally wasn't an option, and he couldn't show favoritism by inviting a lone student to his room. I am saddened to know that I can't go to the library or see Schwartz and Weiss, even after you went out of your way to make me this armband, his ordinance continued. You finished your classes very quickly, didn't you? I'm looking forward to the start of next year. Soon enough, the bird turned into a yellow face stone. I couldn't help but smile. The message had more or less confirmed that Hildebrand intended to wear his magic armband and devote his all to library committee work next year. At least while he can, anyway, because once people start coming to the library, he's not going to be able to do anything. I tapped the face stone with my staff, turning it back into an ivory bird. I, too, am looking forward to us working together with the library committee next year. I then swung my staff, causing the bird to spread its wings, take flight, and soar through the walls as I headed outside. Lady Rosamund, I finished at last! Roderick exclaimed with a proud smile and a stack of papers in one hand. He had taken his promise to give me a story along with his name very seriously, so I was used to seeing him riding away fervently. Now, however, it seemed that his story was finally complete. My heart pounded with excitement. Well done, Roderick. I deserve some praise as well, Hartman noted, his eyes narrowed. I chuckled and made sure that his efforts were commended too. Of course, Roderick had been tasked with more than just writing a story and making a name-swearing face stone. Hartman had recently started dragging him here and there, since he was due to graduate soon and needed to pass on all the Royal Academy duties appropriate to his status. It must have been hard for Roderick to absorb so much at once, but at the same time, it must have also been a struggle for Hartman. They had been stuck working together for quite some time. It's thanks to your efforts, Hartman, that Roderick was able to make his name-swearing stone and is going to be capable enough to begin his scholarly work as soon as he became a retainer, I said. Well done and thank you. Hartman must have been overjoyed to receive my praise, as his expression immediately brightened. He deserved it, of course. Roderick hadn't known how to make the face stone he required, since an underage student giving their name was almost unheard of. So Hartman had needed to teach him how to. Now then, I said, as much as I want to say we should get right to it, I don't know much about name swearing. How is it done? I was unsure whether there was some ritual involved, so I just needed to take the face stone, and it seemed that Roderick was in the same boat. Riarda gave a half smile, and neither of us knowing. Just taking the name-swearing face stone will suffice, but you need to prepare too, she said. Name-swearing was done stealthily and in private between the two involved parties, rather than as part of a large ceremony, and since the face stone involved gave the receiver more or less complete power over its owner's life, its appearance and where it was intended to be stored were best kept secret. You will, however, need at least 1 or 2 observers present. There had apparently been cases where someone declared their intention to give another their name, only to attack them when they were alone. For that reason, there needed to be observers present to protect the one receiving the name. Ensure that you select people you can trust, milady. Some might even try to steal the name meant for you. I don't believe I know anyone who would do something so rotten. Riarda mentioned that she had observed Justice's name swearing and had come after a long period of refusal from Ferdinand since he had trusted so few people and feared an assassination attempt. And who observed Eckert's name swearing, I asked. Justice. There was nobody Ferdinand trusted more than that man, Riarda said with a conflicted smile. Much like Roderick, Eckert had given his name while he was still underage, so both his parents had attended as well. So, does that mean Roderick's... They won't be coming, Lady Rosamund, Roderick said flatly. You should trust those two less than anyone. I elected not to press for details. His home situation was said to be so bad that Justice thought I would go berserk upon finding out the truth. Still, this is problematic, I said. Who should I choose to observe? Would you be the safest pick, Riarda? She had observed once before and was already familiar with the name-swearing process, so I was sure she could deal with any problem that came up. But as I was nodding to myself, sure that my mind was made up, Hartman raised a hand. There was an unmistakable intensity in his orange eyes. Please do select me, Lady Rosamund. I don't know, that gleam in your eyes is a little off-putting. But at the same time, Hartman had taught Roderick how to make the stone in the first place, and he had done a lot to make this happen. Perhaps he felt like a master watching his student finally grow up. But rather than continuing to speculate, I decided to just ask him what his reason was. He answered immediately and with a casual smile. I wish to burn into my memory the precious sight of your first name swearing. That is such a dumb reason compared to what I was thinking. He doesn't care about Roderick at all. I choose Riordan to observe without a moment's hesitation. Hartman staggered back in shock. Then his expression turned deathly serious as he began contemplating something. I suppose I cannot help being refused, he eventually muttered. If participating as an observer is no longer an option, I suppose I will need to give my name as well to see the ceremony. What? Dude! This isn't something you casually do, remember? Hello? This is why Matthias told Roderick to not do it so casually. Because this is a big deal. Jesus. The scary thing was, I really could imagine him doing it, and allowing him to give his name to me would presumably only send him into becoming even more obsessed than he already was. And I choose Hartman as well, I quickly added. Please keep a close eye on him, Riordan. As you wish, milady, we shall prepare the room for us at once. She, Hartman, and Roderick went to get everything ready while I waited in the common room and pouted, annoyed that Hartman had so easily put me over a barrel. Cornelius spotted me and gave a teasing laugh. Why not just take Hartman's name, too, and order him to start showing some restraint, he said. That would make life a lot easier for you. I would rather not do something like that, I replied, my cheeks puffed out. His expression changed to be more serious. Yes, I know. I imagine that's precisely why Roderick wishes to offer you his name, and why others do too. He shot a meaningful glance toward the children of the former Veronica faction who were waiting with bated breath to see whether Roderick would be treated any differently once the name swearing was complete. Things can hardly be compared to the past, Cornelius went on. Those of us attending the Royal Academy aren't fighting over whether you, Lord Wolfried, or Lady Charlotte will become the next Ob. Instead, we're all working for mutual gain. Our grades are rising, and we're drawing more attention from the other duchies. There's no denying that our status is suddenly on the rise. This change was even more apparent in the students in the years above, or more precisely, those who had started attending before I reworked the winter playroom. Lady Charlotte might one day be married into another duchy, but you and Lord Wolfried are engaged, Cornelius said. It's clear to everyone that the Ehrenfest of the future will revolve around the two of you. The question was, which one of us should they follow? And what impact would such a decision have on their relationships with their houses and parents? The children of the former Veronica faction were mulling over these questions nonstop, and if we continue to work and spend time together, attitudes may begin to change. Cornelius continued, I wish for their futures to be bright as well. We'll need to stay on guard against them, of course. But I no longer feel that we need to eliminate them completely. Somehow, it seems like you've grown up even more, Cornelius. He grimaced. I wish you could do the same, Lady Rosamund, especially when it comes to your obsession with books. I understand completely. I will strive to secure as much reading time as possible, such that my book obsession will only grow stronger. No! That's the complete opposite of what I meant, Cornelius shouted, completing our double act. Just as Riordan returned to say that the preparations were all complete. I went over to and entered the room, leaving my knights to stand guard outside the door. Already inside were Hartman, who was on my left, and Roderick, who was kneeling in the center. Milady, please stand in front of Roderick and wait, Riordan said. I did as instructed, at which point she began shooing everyone else out and shut the door behind me. Roderick's brown, almost orange hair was positioned a bit lower than my eyes, but he was looking up enough that I could see his tense expression and the storm of emotions in his dark brown eyes. In his hand was the new story he had dedicated so much time and effort to writing, and a metal box that most likely contained his name-swearing stone. The box was circular, making it similar in appearance to those used to hold wedding rings, and there was a white face stone attached to the top. Riordan stood next to Hartman and gave a calming smile. Now let us begin. This shouldn't be too complicated, and it isn't a ritual like those for the gods. It's a personal vow, so you may tell my lady your true feelings, Roderick. He nodded in response. After nodding in turn, Riordan looked at me. Once you've made sure that Roderick's name is on the stone and nobody else's, replace the lid and register your mana. You just need to dye the face stone on the top of the box. Once you've done that, nobody else will be able to touch Roderick's stone. I quickly repeated the process in my head, trying to confirm that I understood. Check the name, close the lid, register my mana. Okay, got it. It was then that Roderick looked up at me, seeking my confirmation. I gave an honest response, at which point he inhaled slowly and turned to face the floor. He set the pages and the box in front of him, then crossed his arms over his chest. I, Roderick, hereby swear to create stories as Lady Rosamund's loyal vassal for the rest of my life. As proof of this, I offer my name alongside a story written by my own hand. May my name be with you always. May my life be yours forever. Oh boy, this is going to be interesting. Upon finishing his vow, Roderick reached out to the box he had set on the floor and carefully opened it, revealing the stone inside. He then placed it on top of the stack of books, which he took in both hands and raised slowly into the air. Since he was still on his knees, it only reached eye level for me when it was above his head. I took the box from the stack of papers. Inside was a transparent, oval-shaped stone of a pretty yellow-red gradient, at the very center of which was Roderick's name, written in golden flames. The very sight warmed my heart, but it was clear that he had exhausted his mana to make it. I returned the name-swearing stone to the box, replaced the lid, then began pouring mana into the white face stone as Riarda had suggested. The next thing I knew, Roderick was gasping out in pain. Yeah, this is kind of painful, apparently. He dropped the stack of papers to the floor and keeled over, clutching at his chest. Roderick! My eyes opened wide and I stopped touching the face stone, but Riarda quickly urged me to continue while holding back Hartmut. His name is being burned by another's mana. Or bound by another's mana, she explained. He's going to experience a great deal of pain, but only until the sealing is complete. Finish this quickly for his sake. Understood. Just as face stones of living fey creatures would resist being dyed, then the mana of others would evidently resist being bound. Riarda told me not to draw out his suffering for any longer than was necessary, so I poured my mana in all at once. Oh, boy. Roderick cried out in pain one more time, and an instant later, the white face stone flashed. Lines brimming with white mana streaked across the box, enveloping it like a thin net, and then the box began to change shape. It grew smaller and smaller, all while the weapon continued to spread until it had formed a perfect cocoon around the name-swearing stone. Wait, this looks familiar. Ah, that's right, I've seen Ferdinand with some of these. I seem to recall seeing his in the cage hanging from his belt, alongside his face stones and potions. I decided to do the same and put the name-swearing stone in the same metal cage as my high beast face stone. You gotta make sure you don't accidentally grab the wrong one. Once that was done, I extended a hand to Roderick, who was lethargically trying to stand, only for him to look up at me and smile. I'm fine now, Lady Rosamund, he said, wiping the sweat from his brow and exhaling slowly. The pain seemed to have subsided as he picked up the stack of papers again and held it out to me and said, Please accept this. I accepted the papers and started flipping through them. It's a story about an apprentice knight and apprentice scholar in the Royal Academy who worked together to win a treasure-stealing dinner. Roderick explained. I tried writing something that wasn't a knight story or a love story. To put it in Earth terms, it was like a young adult story about hot-blooded teens playing sports. I smiled. This was the birth of a genre in Jurgensmith. Roderick, I have accepted your name and your story, I said. I swear that I'll strive to be a good lady to you. And with that, I produced my staff and tapped it against his shoulder as he knelt before me, as one would do with a sword to a knight. Whoop, whoop! Whoop, whoop! Okay, that was taken care of. Let's see how this goes. Rosemine just needs to remember that he can't give any orders to Roderick that he actually can't do, or else he'll die. Introductory Tournament, second year. I was overseeing the Scholar course while the Introductory Tournament preparations were being made, but Hartmut was the one actually giving out instructions as a sixth-year Arch Scholar. In the meantime, I was watching him work and taking notes so that I could be useful next year. The way he briskly distributed tasks and checked on others gave me a feeling that he was taking after Ferdinand and Justice, and when I mentioned that to him, he broke into a very pleased smile. Last year, Lord Ferdinand and Lord Justice gave me much advice, he said. I'm beyond proud that someone who knows them both so well would make such a comparison. Preparations went very smoothly thanks to Wilfried, Charlotte, and me overseeing a course each. I could focus on the apprentice scholars without thinking too much about anything else, and it was a valuable learning experience since I could evaluate my siblings' retainers and see how skilled they were compared to my own. In conclusion, my apprentice scholars are in a league of their freaking own, and thanks to Ferdinand whipping them into shape. Naturally, being skilled meant bearing a heavier burden, but my retainers were still infinitely more useful than Wilfried's and Charlotte's. Feline was just a lay noble, for example, so she generally stuck by Hartmut's side and tried to refrain from standing out too much. Even so, it was clear to see how much she had grown. She had easily found tasks that needed to be done just from eyeing her surroundings, and managed to blaze through paperwork exceptionally fast. Roderick, as my new retainer, was watching Feline anxiously, but he was still doing his training to become Hartmut's successor. He was nowhere near as fast as her. I'm going to catch up however I can, he declared, filled with motivation. I gave him a few words of encouragement in turn and said that he was going to be made to catch up. He was going to be made to catch up either way once he also started working with Ferdinand. As this was Charlotte's first year at the Royal Academy, she was paying close attention to the advice she received from her retainers, Brunhilde and the others. Meanwhile, Wilfred was doing his best to make things up to Charlotte and my guard knights who hadn't been able to participate in training or the meeting. Things progressed smoothly, with the only pauses being for the occasional meeting to bring everyone up to speed. Now, let us start bringing everything to the venue, I said. Follow the procedure we discussed yesterday. The day of the Interduchy tournament had arrived in the blink of an eye. We finished our breakfast early in the morning, then got right to work with everyone mobilizing at my call. How are things going? I asked Brunhilde. They're going well, Lady Rosemine. The Offmer Company's pound cakes have arrived from Ehrenfest, and the kitchen is sending out freshly baked sweets one after another. Indeed, the entire dormitory was filled with a deliciously sweet aroma. Charlotte was busy checking over the teacups and directing things being brought in, and it was then that I realized the apprentice knights were nowhere to be seen. I decided to inquire about them, and Cornelius swiftly answered. Lord Wilfred is running them through the weaknesses of the Fabies most likely to appear in the tournament, and the best strategies to defeat them. He's also distributing rejuvenation potions to ensure that everyone is able to recover their mana. Should you not be attending that as well, Cornelius? I asked. I'll be fine, he replied with a reassuring grin. I've trained more than enough, and have all the information memorized. All I need to do now is attack when instructed. Oh, so this is a romantic brag. You're saying that you and Lenore are so close now that you can predict her instructions and therefore don't need to attend the meeting. No! How is that the conclusion you came to? And I could totally see the hearts in your eyes. I went to the venue of the Interduchy tournament with the scholars, with Cornelius accompanying me as my guard knight and Riarda as my attendant. It was held in the largest training arena in the Knights Specialty Building, a great structure designed to accommodate flying high beasts, quite similar in appearance to the arena I had played dinner in last year. Although it was outside and the massive sky above was gray and raining snow, I couldn't feel the weather at all. It was like the arena was covered with a transparent dome. Compared to the arena I was familiar with, however, this one was much larger. It was also more elliptical in shape, whereas the other was mostly circular. This one was composed of two circles together. There was audience stands surrounding it much higher than the floor of the arena and completely flat, much like the ones from when we had played our game at dinner. Back then, I had thought it strange that the stands weren't positioned on a slant. Surely this made it hard for everyone not on the front row to see what was going on, but now I understood that this was actually an area where people would socialize and publicize research. Lady Rosemont, Ehrenfest space is from here to that line, Cornelius said, indicating the red lines that ran along the ivory floor as we watched the scholars set things up with experienced movements. The walls of each space were decorated with colored cloth, matching the capes of whatever duchy was intended to use it. I see the top-ranking duchies have the larger, more central space, or spots that are easier to observe from, I said. Now that Ehrenfest has risen to the 10th rank, our spot is much wider and just generally better than the one we received last year. In fact, back when I was a first year, we were seated over there, Cornelius said with a wry smile and pointed to a crowd gathered of those from the lesser duchies. One's designated space was based on one's rank, and it seemed that we received very little room to ourselves when we were a middle duchy, ranked among lesser ones. Now, however, we were a far more appropriate rank for our status, and had much to be proud of. Students from our duchies had also started to arrive at the arena, and we could see them setting up too. It truly was a colorful sight, watching the flurry of different colored capes plopping in and out. There's also a ton of ordnances flying about, which was fun. Apparently people were using them to stay in contact with their dorms. As I watched the flock of ordnances busily flying about, one burst from the crowd and soared toward me. Cornelius stuck his arm out in front of me, and the bird quickly landed upon it before delivering a message in Laysla's voice. Lady Rosemont, Ab Ehrenfest has arrived. He said that he wishes to meet with you before the tournament. Please return to the dormitory at once. The bird said 3 times and turned back into a face stone. I tapped it with my staff and sent back my acknowledgement. Hartman, I said, once the ordnance had taken flight again, the Ob has summoned me back to the dormitory. Please help the attendants once you have finished your own preparations. As you wish. Returning at once was impossible for me by foot, so upon leaving the arena, I got into my high beast and soared up into the air. The grounds of the Royal Academy were so sprawling that I wasn't entirely sure where our dormitory was, so I was thankful to have Riarda at hand to help me give me directions. Back in my day, it was normal to fly over the grounds thanks to treasure-stealing dinner, she explained. The dormitory was quite far away from the Knights building, so I was glad to have my high beast. It was much faster than walking to the entrance of the central building, and I didn't get tired out either. Lady Rosemont, the Ob is right this way, one of Sylvester's attendants said upon my arrival, and guided me to the room he was waiting in. Florencia, Ferdinand, Wilfrid, and Charlotte were also in attendance, and my attention was immediately drawn to Ferdinand. Today he was wearing one of Ehrenfest's dark yellow capes over his noble attire. "This is my first time seeing you wear a cape of our duchy's color," Ferdinand I remarked. It's like looking at a new you." "That would be because I received this cape only today." "Excuse me?" As it turned out, Ferdinand had tried to attend the tournament wearing his usual blue cape. Sylvester had immediately stopped him upon seeing this, and said something to the effect of, "Hold on, are you really planning to use that cape? People are going to think you're from Dunkelfelder. It's best to wear our duchy's color even if only for today." "Unfortunately, I do not have an Ehrenfest cape of my own," Ferdinand had replied. "Your mother snatched away the one father gave me during my gifting ceremony, saying that a priest has no need for such a garment." "You need to tell me these things. Did you not permit me to refrain from speaking of your mother?" With that, Ferdinand had acquired a new cape. He was grumbling about how uneasy he felt wearing it, since it lacked all the protective circles he was used to wearing, but he did seem a bit happier than usual to me. He must have been pleased about getting it despite everything. Besides, it seemed that Justice had still packed the blue cape along with his luggage. "So, what are we discussing?" I asked. "I heard from Wilfrid that you three divided the courses between yourselves," Sylvester said, gesturing to my siblings and me. "That's right, and it worked. Things progressed very smoothly as a result. That might have worked for the preparation phase, but our two candidates are supposed to be socializing during the introductory tournament. To my surprise, our job was to meet with the archdukes of our duchies, and all candidates were meant to socialize with one another. I contacted Hartman by ordinance to say that Wilfrid, Charlotte, and I would need to start socializing at once, and that I was leaving him in charge of the apprentice scholars. That will probably do the trick." "Now, about the Archduke candidate seats," Sylvester began. "Last year, Wilfrid and the Archduke couple had simply divided them and dealt with visitors based on their status. This year, however, we are expecting to receive a great deal more attention, especially from the top-ranking duchies. We needed to be able to handle male and female socializing at once, and with that in mind, Sylvester said, I'm thinking Wilfrid and Rosamund can be one team, and Charlotte and Ferdinand can be another. This should maximize how many people we can speak to at once." "Rosamund and me," Wilfrid asked, sounding a bit worried. Florencia looked contemplative for a moment and said, "You are engaged now, so putting the two of you together during social events holds much importance. That said, Wilfrid, are you confident in being able to socialize with Rosamund?" Wilfrid gave me another concerned glance and then looked down at the floor, struggling to find an answer. "Do be honest here, Wilfrid," Florencia said with a gentle smile. "Success and failure alike will have long-reaching implications here at the introductory tournament. Indeed, this was different from normal socializing in the Royal Academy, which was done entirely by children. Here, obs from other duchies will be watching as well." After some thought, Wilfrid offered a response, albeit with some hesitation. "I'll manage, so long as books don't get involved." "Wilfrid," Charlotte said, "with so many visitors from other duchies here, I imagine such a topic is going to be brought up, and quite frequently at that. Books are discussed almost non-stop at the tea parties I attend." Upon hearing this, Wilfrid simply frowned at me. Florencia deduced the general circumstances from his expression, smiled, and said, "In that case, perhaps we should pair Wilfrid and Charlotte and Rosamund with Lord Ferdinand as our guardian. We want to minimize any potential problems at the introductory tournament, and this seems the safest option to me." Yeah, I have to agree with this one. Nobody disagreed, so our groups were settled. Wilfrid seemed relieved that Ferdinand was going to be watching over me as usual, and to be honest, I was too. I felt way safer with him. "Wilfrid, Charlotte, keep reading Rosamund's reports for as long as you can. They detail everything you'll need to know," Sylvester said, as he handed them to the reports his scholars had apparently transcribed. My siblings skimmed over them, then looked at me in shock. "You wrote these, Rosamund?" Wilfrid asked. "I was asked to send reports that are more professional than sociable, so I formatted them as I would temple paperwork. What did you think, Ferdinand? Flawless work, wouldn't you say?" I said, my chest puffed out with pride. Ferdinand allowed himself a short laugh and said, "Yes, you did well." Sylvester and Carson meanwhile wore wry smiles. "Yeah, we can't complain," Sylvester added. "These reports are so different from your old ones that I didn't believe it at first. It's given me some real insight into why Ferdinand treasures your help in the temple so much. How about you come do some work in the castle, too?" "No, I don't have time for any more work," I replied. "In fact, I'd rather you reduce my workload, if anything." Our conversation continued until an attendant arrived to fetch the apprentice knights. It was time for them to leave. "Lady Rosamund, I ask that you bless the other apprentice knights and me as you did so graciously last year," Cornelius said. He and the other knights were kneeling before me with him at the very front. I granted them Ungriff's divine protection and then saw them off. "Given how far away the knight building is, Rosamund, I would advise that you leave now," Ferdinand said. "I shall lead the way. Make sure to look after her for us," Sylvester added, and with that, we started on our way. Dinner marked the beginning of the introductory tournament. An Archduke candidate from Klassenburg made their proclamation, and the first duchies to play were called forth. It seemed the first half was composed of randomly selected bottom-ranking duchies, and this year, for the first time ever, Ehrenfest was going to play in the second. Frembel tagged the 15th. The next duchy was called, and its spot in the audience immediately erupted in cheers as apprentice knights wearing light blue capes started entering the arena on their high beasts. They rode around the field and got into the position as the professor descended to the arena floor, also on a high beast, and poured mana into a magic circle. There was a sudden flash, and a baby burst into existence. It was large, cat-like, and very familiar. Is that a Goltz? I asked, looking up at Ferdinand. No, a Siltz, one evolution below. But that matters not. Sit, Rosemine, he said with a grimace, as the match finally started. Apparently, it was fine to stand when your own duchy was playing, but Archduke candidates otherwise had to remain seated. I can't see the game from where we're seated, though. It's kind of boring. I pursed my lips, but I dared not complain. This was the start of Dinner and the Interduchy tournament, and visitors had already started to arrive. The nobles who had failed to get pound cake during last year's tournament were coming in droves, determined not to miss out again. I received some during the Archduke conference, but I'm especially eager to try the other flavors, one guest said. I've been looking forward to this for several days now, another added. They're speaking in such dignified manner, but they have the same over-eager glint in their eye as old women flocking to a bargain sale. Those who came for sweets were given some and directed to return to their own duchy space, while those who came for business were sent to Wilfrid and Charlotte. The only ones permitted to see Sylvester and Florencia were other Archduke couples from the top-ranking duchies. I was directing my attendance when, all of a sudden, a stream of people approaching us stopped, and those who remained started giving someone something of a wide berth. I was confused at first, but not even a moment later it all made sense. Huh? They all formed a path, and walking down it was the Goddess of Light. It is not the Goddess of Light. It's gotta be Eglantine and Anastasia. It's gotta be them. Her golden hair, which she was wearing in complex braids, took on an elegant sheen as it caught the light and produced a truly stunning contrast with her red Corelli hairpin. She approached us with a calm smile, smoothly greeting those she passed along the way. There was no denying that she looked even more beautiful and mature than I remembered. Lady Eglantine, I exclaimed. Oh, and Prince Anastasius, I'm honored to see you have come. Ferdinand prodded my thigh, presumably aware that I hadn't even noticed Anastasius at first. We all exchanged the usual noble greetings, but when we moved to guide them to the archducal couple, Anastasius shook his head and instead sat at our table. We have words for you first, Rosemine, he said, as Eglantine also took a seat. Our attendant started preparing tea, while I poised and tested our pound cake and cookies, a taste of which we were serving here for the first time, and then offered some to our guests. Anastasius was more interested in the new, and so he reached for the cookies, while Eglantine asked for some familiar pound cake. Her attendants prepared a serving with well-practiced movements. Rosemine, what's this about research into the Bible's prayers? Anastasius asked. It's being published under someone else's name, but I imagine it's yours. I glanced over at Ferdinand, who had suggested all this in the first place. It was probably more accurate to say it was his research than mine. He gave Eglantine a slight and very noble-esque smile and said, We had to shut out the professors when investigating the Bible, so we hope this fills in the gaps we left with them with. So you're the mastermind then. The House of the Gods seems to be warming up to us, but now the gap between us has widened, and some among them are awaiting the saints' prayers instead. What are your thoughts on this? We merely obeyed the summons of the king. We'll see how long the attitude of yours lasts, Anastasius said with a snort, a regal one, of course. He and Ferdinand seemed to understand each other perfectly, but I had no idea what was happening. I ignored their discussion and smiled at Eglantine. I am pleased to see you, Lady Eglantine. I too am pleased. I am told that you produced yet another new trend, Lady Rosemine. Yes, this is a new kind of pound cake made with roe-rays I received from Lady Hannelore of Dunkelfelder. Will you have a taste, I asked? We had soaked the dried roe-rays in liquor before adding them to the mixture. In my opinion, they turned out very well. It's quite delicious, I must say, with this level of expertise. I am sure you can make pound cakes for each duchy using their local produce. Never have I regretted graduating more than I do now, Eglantine said. It seemed that she had felt particularly lonesome since her graduation, a feeling that I understood all too well since I had graduated back on Earth. I couldn't go to my favorite library anymore without permission, and just like that, it was like losing a loved one. Incidentally, Eglantine continued, I am told that Ehrenfest has released an especially entertaining book this year. Are you making books popular, Lady Rosemine? Yes! That is my goal. The books are made in Ehrenfest, but people from all duchies are enjoying them. Our love stories are the most popular of all. I would have liked for you to enjoy them as well, Lady Eglantine, but I do not have any on hand. Calm yourself, Ferdinand muttered to me. His sudden warning caused me to sit up bolt upright, and upon seeing this, Eglantine let out a giggle. And you are Lord Ferdinand, I assume? She asked, and then quietly added, the one of so many legends. I shot Ferdinand a timid glance. He was giving his standard noble smile, but I could sense the fury in his light golden eyes. Aw, crap, I forgot about spreading all the legends surrounding him. Shit. Ah, well, that was bound to happen anyway, considering how much of a legend he is. It probably wouldn't have been you that was spreading it. It probably would have been other people, but still. Rumors are often gross exaggerations of the truth, Ferdinand said. I cannot suggest trusting them. Eglantine nodded, then suddenly gave me a look of concern. I am unsure how true the rumors are about you are, Lady Rosamund, but I fear you are being toyed with by the goddess of time. Lady Eglantine? Do be careful. Please. Anastasius and Eglantine then said they had to go elsewhere and departed. What did she mean by that, I wondered aloud, having not really understood the warning. I imagined she was speaking in reference to what Prince Anastasius said, Ferdinand replied. Did you not hear him? I didn't really understand what he was saying, so I started tuning him out. Ferdinand sighed and passed me a sound-blocking magic tool. Then, once he had confirmed that I was holding it, he said, The Bible comparison has widened the rift that exists between royalty and the sovereign temple, and some members of the cloth have started saying that you, the Saint of Ehrenfest, should be called to perform their star-binding ceremony in place of the sovereign high bishop. Prince Anastasius was clearly asking us what we intended to do. The way he was talking made the whole turn of events sound extremely important, but he spoke with such a deadpan expression that I couldn't know for sure. That's a big deal, right? I asked. In the eyes of royalty, perhaps, but it was the king who gathered us together and allowed for the Bibles to be inspected. No matter the consequences, Ehrenfest is not responsible. I assume you'll get caught up in the middle of whether you like it or not. Hold on, how come you're so relaxed about this? As my guardian, you're as involved in this whole situation as I am. There is little point in panicking now. All depends on the king's word, so there is nothing we can do, Ferdinand said casually, hand-waving my protests. His impassive look then turned to a grimace. Instead, focus on dealing with them. Given the stack of paper they have with them, they must be your visitors. His grimace disappeared as quick as it had come, reverting back to a noble smile. I followed his gaze and saw a squadron of more than 30 blue capes coming our way. Hannelore was the only one I recognized among them, as she was continually glancing at the exceptionally large man holding a stack of papers beside her. I can only assume he was Ob Dunkelfelger, most likely holding my modern translation of their history book. Still, their entourage seems much too big to be made up entirely of just Hannelore and his retainers. As I watched them quizzically, I realized that the nice-looking individuals among them were clearly looking at Ferdinand rather than me. It was then that I remembered being told that I've had his many experiences smashing Dunkelfelger to bits back in his school days. Oh no. Could it be? Is this going to be a huge pain in the neck? I looked at Sylvester's table for some assistance, but they were busy talking to a man who I assumed was Ob Drawanko based on his cape. I then turned hopefully to Wilfrid and Charlotte, but they were surrounded by nobles I didn't recognize and were just as unavailable to help. That man with them is high shits, Ferdinand muttered. How bothersome. Who's that? I asked, unfamiliar with the name. A friend of yours? Not a friend. He's an original owner of my blue cape. So that's who he did. He did get them that! Okay. Oh, wait. Why? Highshits had apparently given up his cape as a proof of a defeat, and then challenged Ferdinand to countless rematches in an attempt to claim it back, making him much more of a pain in the neck than Raffen. In the end, Highshits had failed to beat Ferdinand even a single time before the graduation, so he had never managed to win back his cape. I certainly hope he does not challenge me to another duel, Ferdinand said just as the Dunkelfelger squadron lined up in front of our table. The man whom I presumed to be their Ob stepped forward. He was tall, muscular, and looked extremely strong, a very fitting leader for Dunkelfelger's knights, if you ask me. Are you Lady Rosamund, the Archduke candidate who asked Hannelore if she could publish a modern translation of our duchy's history, he asked. I nearly jerked and said, yes, that's me, without thinking, but thankfully Ferdinand flicked me on the thigh again before I could actually respond. Bringing me back to my senses, it was a close call to say the least. We were dealing with the Ob of a greater duchy here. I needed to remain dignified and polite. Indeed, I am Rosamund. Will you grant your permission, perhaps? I asked, trying to sound as graceful as possible. Ob Dunkelfelger grinned. Sure, if you win. But if we win, we'll take this manuscript for ourselves and publish it in Dunkelfelger. We challenge you to a game of dinner, he declared, slamming the manuscript down onto our table. Father, what are you saying? All of a sudden, Hannelore cried, but her voice was drowned out by the oohs and ahs of the surrounding knights. Apparently, dignity and grace weren't important when it came to people from Dunkelfelger. All that mattered was zitter. No, it makes sense now that Raffen's so obsessed with it. I stared up at the Ob, my mouth agape. What should I do? How am I supposed to respond to something like this? Ferdinand? Help? Of course, I wasn't the only one taken aback by what was happening. Father, does Mother know about this challenge? I'm going to contact her at once, Hannelore said, tears swelling in her eyes, as she hurriedly took out her ordinance. Perhaps this was Ob Dunkelfelger going berserk on his own? Ouch, Hannelore sure has it rough. Wait, now's not the time to be thinking about that? Interdutchy tournament socializing was like a battlefield for Archduke candidates, so I needed to deal with this in a manner befitting my status. That said, my court etiquette class certainly hadn't covered what to do when the Ob of a top-ranking duchy skipped greetings to challenge you to a dinner match. I also had no clue how to go about dealing with Dunkelfelger. Ferdinand, we need help here. Alright, Ferdinand does, though. He was said to have a long history with Dunkelfelger Knights, so he was surely used to this kind of situation. I gazed up at him, hoping he would jump in to save me in my time of need, but instead he was avoiding eye contact with the Knights entirely, making it painfully clear that he intended to sit back and see how I dealt with the situation. Ferdinand, you massive idiot! This is the part where you're supposed to help me! From what I could see, Hannelore was the only one battling Ob Dunkelfelger and showing consideration for my plight. And then it occurred to me, maybe this was a test by my guardians to see how we Archduke candidates would react to an unexpected scenario. Even court etiquette class had incorporated plenty of nasty tricks to catch out of students. Perhaps the interdutchy tournament was the same, and visitors deliberately engineered situations like this. Motivation suddenly welled up within me, and I immediately recalled what Hannelore had said about the translation in the library and during our tea party. Surely there was some solution here that didn't involve accepting the challenge. I'll pass Ob Dunkelfelger's test and secure the rights to that book. I straightened my back and smiled at Hannelore. Was it not said that our Obs need to discuss the history book between themselves? It certainly doesn't seem like a decision that I can make as a mere Archduke candidate. Hannelore was quick on the uptake, as one would expect of an Archduke candidate from a greater duchy. She realized that I was suggesting we leave the baffling matter to the Archdukes, returned my smile, and then said, Indeed, Father, this was supposed to be a discussion between Obs. How else do you expect Lady Rosemine to react to you suddenly accosting her like that? Ob Dunkelfelger merely raised an eyebrow in response, looking amused. Just as I expected, it was completely fine for me to avoid the dinner challenge entirely. Now, allow me to summon Ob Ehrenfest, I said, and went to stand up. But as I was basking in this opportunity to dump everything on Sylvester, Ferdinand rose before me, placing a hand on my shoulder to keep me seated, and eyed the Dunkelfelger Knights with a smile. No, Rosemine, there's no need for that. He said, You wrote the manuscript yourself, did you not? I, on the other hand, have nothing to do with this matter, so I shall summon the Ob and ask him to take my place. He had closed off my escape route in one swift motion, and with that done, he made his way over to Sylvester, his movements as quick and graceful as flowing water. Well, this isn't fair! Ferdinand just stole my way out! Jerk! Well, he sees this as a learning opportunity for you, Rosemine, so take it! After a brief groan, I straightened myself out and exchanged greetings with the Ob before offering him a seat. At this moment in time, I didn't need to worry about dinner. We were just going to be socializing. Brunhilde immediately brought over a Rore pound cake, so I took a demonstrated bite and recommended that our guests try some, hoping to buy time until Sylvester got here. This is pound cake made with the Rore's Lady Hannelore gifted me the other day. Please do tell me what you think. Oh my, she said, I thank you ever so much. I shall do just that. Hannelore and I sipped tea while talking about specialty dishes. If you ask me, we were more model Archduke candidates. As it turned out, even Ob Dunkelfelger enjoyed the Rore pound cake, although it seemed like he was more interested in the Rumtopf topping than the cake itself. This flavor wasn't at the Archduke conference, he said to me. We don't make too much Rumtopf, so we had run out by this time last year. As we continued our talk, Sylvester finally came over, having been sent by Ferdinand. He greeted his fellow Ob, sat down, and gave me a look demanding an explanation as he said, I'm told that Dunkelfelger wants to discuss a modern translation of their history. I told him about the Bookworm tea party and the request Ob Dunkelfelger had just made, at which point he crossed his arms with a frown. Give up on the manuscript, Rosemine, he said. There's no way you can beat Ob Dunkelfelger in a dinner match. You have a hard enough time getting through tea parties without collapsing. Not to mention, although you might not understand this, due to your inexperience, Dunkelfelger is simply using this challenge as an excuse to get what they want. Even if you spent an entire year putting that manuscript together with your retainers, defying a greater duchy simply isn't an option. Dunkelfelger already has its own version, so I presume yours contains extra notes of some sort. As we're only of the 10th, we have no choice but to sense the will of greater duchies and obey. I hate to say this, but you need to let them have it. As Sylvester was trying to console me with a kind voice, it was our two visitors from Dunkelfelger who seemed the most surprised. Oh, no, Hannelore said. That isn't right at all. Ob Ehrenfest, that isn't my intention in the slightest, Ob Dunkelfelger continued. I'm asking for a game of dinner, not the manuscript. You're putting the whole situation in a poor light. So he said, but anyone who saw a massive, muscular dude like him challenge a tiny girl to a game of dinner would think he was threatening me. His intentions aside, though, as Sylvester had said, we had given him a clean copy, while the original translation remained with us. Dunkelfelger was actually evidently fine with publishing it within their own duchy, but perhaps it had contained information that they didn't want other duchies to know. I started to wonder whether I should give up on spreading it throughout printing and just organize the rough notes into a book that I would enjoy on my own. Because, a game of dinner still sounds like a huge pain in the neck. Understood, I nodded at Sylvester, and then faced Ob Dunkelfelger again. If you wish to make that book into your duchy, Ehrenfest will consent without protest. No, wait, he replied, that isn't what we want. You put a tremendous amount of money and effort into this manuscript. What better way to assert your ownership than with a game of dinner? And then realization struck me. The manuscript was a passion project of mine, and the actual translation part hadn't cost me any money. But if Ob Dunkelfelger understood its worth, I wanted him to at least reimburse me the money I had spent on the paper and ink. And it all comes from my own budget after all, so the idea of me surrendering my work without getting anything in return seemed wholly unreasonable. You certainly are wise, Ob Dunkelfelger, I replied. As you say, this manuscript cost me a considerable sum of money since I needed to pay my retainers and such. Might I suggest obtaining it not through a show of authority, but by purchasing it instead? I gazed up at Ob Dunkelfelger, hoping to recoup at least half of my investments, while Sylvester voiced his support of the idea. Rosemine made that translation for fun, he said, meaning she paid for it out of all out of pocket. It may not be much from the perspective of a greater duchy, but for Rosemine it was quite expensive. I humbly ask for your consideration in that regard. Ob Dunkelfelger looked between Sylvester, the manuscript, and me, frowning so deeply that his eyebrows almost converged over his nose. She did this for fun, he repeated. Just how much did it cost? Rosemine, how much? Sylvester asked. I took a moment to mentally multiply the cost of a sheet of paper and the number of papers in the manuscript. I won't be able to provide an exact figure at such short notice, I said, but if one includes the rough copy and research, the paper and ink alone would cost more than 15 large gold. Add on the fee, I repaid my retainers, and I imagine it would come around to 18 gold in total. 18 large gold? Handler exclaimed, blinking rapidly. Is it normal to spend that much on one's interests? It depends on your interests. It wasn't an amount that a normal Archduke candidate would spend lightly, but when it came to books, I bare no expense. I could see Sylvester rubbing his forehead out of the corner of my eye, although I pretended not to notice. Ehrenfest's new paper is cheaper than parchment, I explained, so in truth it could have ended up being more expensive. My main concerns are whether there were any mistakes in my translation or any events that I misrepresented. I'm quite worried about those manner of mistakes, so if you were to tell me the proper translation or the truth of a particular situation, I will deduct an amount from the fee as an information cost. Ob Dunkelfelger hummed and eyed me carefully. Why would you spend that much money on a book about Dunkelfelger history to be made in Ehrenfest? It doesn't make sense that you'd put so much time and effort into it. Well, is your book not a thing of wonder? As you may have heard from Lord Lestalot, I was fascinated with the richness of your duchy's history and how far back it goes. So much so that I wish to make it easier to consume and spread it far and wide. It really is a shame that I will never be permitted to do this. I replied and slapped my shoulders. An amused grin played on Ob Dunkelfelger's lips. In that case, let's settle this with a game of dinner. The winner gets to sell the book. I'll return the manuscript as soon as you agree. My heart stirred. Securing the right to sell this manuscript would give me guidelines for negotiating book rights with other duchies. Since I could just say, well, these are already the conditions under which we're doing business with Dunkelfelger. Would these rights extend to any future books we borrow from your duchy and transcribe, I asked? If so, we are willing to provide the manuscript, deliver you a copy of each finished title, and pay you a portion of the required royalties. Ehrenfest was going to be the one translating and producing the final product, so naturally we couldn't pay them all the royalties. By offering them a portion, however, it would probably be easier for us to get books from other duchies. So Ehrenfest really does intend to sell the books. Ob Dunkelfelger asked. No longer was he wearing the same amused grin as when he had proposed the dinner game. Instead, he was giving me a hard, calculating look. The expression of an archduke who I detected we were at critical point of our negotiations. I glanced to my side. Now was Sylvester's chance to step in and suavely resolve the issue. He understood my look, stood up straight, and smiled as he said, We of Ehrenfest intend to make books our primary export. This time next year, the entire country is going to be surprised at what we've accomplished. The two stared each other down until eventually Ob Dunkelfelger grinned. Interesting. If you win, I'll grant Ehrenfest the right to sell transcriptions of any book we lend you. That really is a gracious proposal, but we do not have enough manpower to spare for a game of dinner right now. If you insist on there being no other way to resolve this, however, then I at least ask that you make it a personal match. Sylvester didn't want to agree to some crazy large-scale battle and risk our knights being drained of mana right before they participated in the tournament. Arenfest was also in a far more precarious situation than by the more populous Dunkelfelger, since we had only recently defeated the Lord of Winter and were very low on things like rejuvenation potions as a result. In that case, I select Lord Ferdinand as our opponent. I shall speak to him, Sylvester replied, and stood up, spurring the Dunkelfelger knight to roar and cheer. However, I can't guarantee that he will agree. Ferdinand is not one to participate in battles he has nothing to gain from. Should he refuse, I will ask for our knight commander to participate instead. He then lowered his voice to a whisper that only I could make out and said, if you want us to actually win this, use your silver tongue and convince Ferdinand to fight. Remember, books are on the line here, Rosewine. And with that, Sylvester patted my head and walked away. Ferdinand responded with an extremely blatant grimace when he learned of our current situation, but he quickly masked his true feelings with a smile and returned to us. Ferdinand, can you agree? Please? I asked, looking up at him with hopeful eyes. I could sense the Dunkelfelger knights were doing more or less the same. Ferdinand gave a heavy sigh and sat back in his chair. Dunkelfelger permitting us to sell their books is worthless unless they continue to lend us new ones, and I can already imagine them challenging us to games of dinner each time we ask to borrow from them. I can think of nothing more bothersome, and so I refuse to participate. If you insist on encouraging this farce, Rosemine, then join the battle yourself, accept defeat, and secure the manuscript if nothing else. That way, nobody but you will suffer from this nonsense. Urgh. I was similarly convinced that Ob Dunkelfelger wanted to take on Ferdinand in particular, so there was no point in me participating in suffering an immediate loss. Ferdinand, this game is an essential step to kickstarting Arenfest's printing industry. We cannot afford to lose, nor can we avoid the situation entirely. She's right, came a shout from among the Dunkelfelger knights who were looking as hopeful as ever. Listen to her. Please, Ferdinand, lend us your strength, I said, not for me, but for Arenfest. My hope was to convince him that this was more than just a personal matter, that it was for the sake of our duchy. But he simply put on a noble smile and said there is nothing for me to gain from this endeavor, so there is no reason for me to participate. His tone was frigid, and there was such an intense coldness in his stare that I almost gave up on the spot. But whether or not he participated would surely decide the game. He was far more likely to secure a victory than anyone, and for that reason I grabbed his sleeve and desperately started pleading with him. I'll give you a copy of every single Dunkelfelger book we transcribe. I do not want them, then I'll... As my eyes began to well up with tears, one of the Dunkelfelger knights stepped forward and said, Ob Dunkelfelger, please entrust this battle with Lord Ferdinand to me. It was the man Ferdinand had pointed out to me, his former classmate, I assumed. Heischitz, the Ob replied, can you get this man of stone onto the battlefield? Yes, sir, Heischitz announced. He then looked Ferdinand dead in the eyes and said, one Flammerzunk What? I'm guessing this is something that he wants? Ferdinand was no longer wearing the self-assured smile of a noble. Now he looked purely contemplative as he glared at his returning adversary. Ferdinand Heischitz grinned as if assured of victory, while his fellow knights patted him on the back and shouted cheers of encouragement. So this is Heischitz, huh? Wow, it feels like he's really used to baiting Ferdinand into fights. Heischitz had tried to reclaim his blue cape time and time again, as Ferdinand very begrudgingly recalled, which meant he has succeeded in baiting Ferdinand into dinner matches on countless occasions. Come on, Heischitz, this is all for the sake of my publishing rights. Let's see. One quellwade leaf, one windfalk hide, Heischitz continued, still maintaining eye contact with Ferdinand. I didn't recognize any of the names, but I could guess they were of highly valuable brewing ingredients. If you win, Lord Ferdinand, you may take your pick of all of them, Ferdinand interjected, and some glanzering powder as well. The cape is worth that much, no? He raised an eyebrow and shot a taunting smile at Heischitz, whose victorious grin turned into a pensive frown. A look of a man who was putting his life savings on the line, I gathered. Ferdinand, don't torture him. You're being too cruel. Well, Heischitz, Ferdinand said. Heischitz had no choice. He shot his head up with a look of resolve and said, it's a deal. This time I will get my cape back. Very well. As for what we should protect, I suppose we have our Archduke candidates here, and conveniently enough, they are of the same age. This will even allow Rosemine to participate to some degree, which is valuable as she was the one Ob Dunkelfelger challenged. What? Fear not, Rosemine. I shall protect you without fail, Ferdinand said, wearing a smile so bright that it had to be fake. He was clearly, obviously, blatantly scheming, But since there was publishing rights resting on this game, trusting in him was still my best option. No matter what he had planned, I needed to go along with it. Why does it sound as though I've been pulled into this too, Handler Stammered? Because you have been! You can rest easy, Lady Handler. I shall protect you, Hyacinth said. Let us defeat Ehrenfest together. You have already struck down the Saint of Ehrenfest once before, right? Well, I have high hopes for a repeat performance. No, Hyacinth, what are you even saying? Handler was getting teary-eyed as everyone started surrounding her, but Dunkelfelger's knights were too thrilled about the dinner match to show any concern for her panic. On one hand, I was glad to see Ferdinand so motivated, but on the other, a part of me wanted to cry. I'm sorry, Handler, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get you wrapped up in one of his nasty schemes. You got wrapped up in it too, girl. As I silently pleaded for her forgiveness, Ferdinand and Hyacinth were ironing out the details. They seemed to have this sort of thing down to a science, and they were conveying complex ideas through simple phrases like as per usual and at Dunkelfelger's training grounds. So are we going to do this after the graduation ceremony, I asked? Ferdinand scoffed. I want this settled quickly. Dunkelfelger and Ehrenfest are both due to participate in the second half of the Introductory Tournament, so we shall finish this things before then. It was then that Justice brought over a wooden box, presumably containing the blue cape. Apologies for the wait, Lord Ferdinand, he said. Now, let us be off. Dang, Justice! Were you around and heard this whole thing go down? Jeez, dude, how did you know about it? What am I saying? Ordinances, but still. Okay, let me see real quick. I'll end this off here, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Next one will be the freaking rematch between Ferdinand and Hyacinth. Be ready, everybody. Okay, guys, I'm going to have to re-record this. I got a corrupted file, tried to fix it, and I've been getting an error turning my computer off, so I don't know what's going on. So I'm going to try and re-record it. The dinner match. Having agreed to the dinner match, we headed to the Dunkelfelger dormitory. There were training grounds there, apparently, so that the duchy students could play whenever they wanted. Just how obsessed were they? It really boggled the mind. Under normal circumstances, students were only able to enter their own dormitory, but we had Dunkelfelger with us today. We were given face stones containing his mana, which authorized us to go inside with the others. Upon reaching the training grounds, we divided ourselves into our teams and moved to opposite ends of the field to discuss our game plans. I could see Dunkelfelger's knights form a circle around Hyacinth and Handler as they started arguing about the best strategies for their representatives to use. I also noticed that Handler was clad in face stone armor, which she had evidently put on at some point. Wish they would shut up, please. I'm trying to get this done. Only guard knights wore armor in the Royal Academy, so I never carried my armor face stone around with me as I did my high beast one. She looks so calm and peaceful, but I guess she isn't a Dunkelfelger Archduke candidate after all. Eep. I was dragged from my thoughts by a flick to the forehead. Your eyes were glazed over, fool. Pay attention, Ferdinand scolded me. As a treasure in this game, you must not leave this circle. Simply make a shield of wind and wait inside your high beast. You are forbidden from doing anything unnecessary. Ferdinand was wearing his armor atop his clothes. He removed 2 of the protective charm bracelets from my arms and put them on his wrists. Then he took off his completely unembroidered Ehrenfest cape and replaced it with his usual blue one, which was covered with protective magic circles. Justice was helping him with that while I gazed in the direction of the night building and thought back to the Introductory Tournament. Is it wise to abandon the Introductory Tournament to play dinner like this, Ferdinand? I asked, thinking that Sylvester and the others would have a hard time dealing with all the visitors without us. Ferdinand grimaced. Had we postponed this to a later date, we would have attracted the attention of an unwanted crowd and even the king himself. We had no choice but to do this now while everyone is distracted with the Introductory Tournament. We have no right to complain, as I was quite clear about not wanting to participate before my hand was forced. Indeed, it seemed that I was the thoughtless one here. My apologies, I said. Still, what exactly is your plan here? Did you really need to wrap Lady Handler and me into this? You are more than capable of defending yourself, no? This will allow me to preserve mana without needing to devote unnecessary attention to the treasure, he replied, looking down at me. He had spoken as though his answer were obvious, but there was something I refused to let slide. He clearly had no intention of protecting me whatsoever. Didn't you say that you were going to protect me and that I didn't need to worry? I exclaimed. It was literally moments ago, and you said it with a great big smile, too. A great big fake smile, too. Even the gods require ample time and preparation before they may save Goduld from Aberglaive. Not to mention, this is your battle for books, is it not? It is, but Lady Handler can't use Chusaria's shield or Unger's blessing. It feels kind of cheap for us to rely on them. In fact, it felt extremely cowardly. Ferdinand scoffed. What are you even saying? Duels are determined by how well one uses what is available to them. I only fight battles where my victory is assured. I know. Then make a shield of wind as soon as you land in your high beast. You wish to obtain these publishing rights, no? I gave a big nod and produced my panda bus. Ferdinand, Heischitz, and Handler all produced their high beasts as well. Is everyone ready? Ob Dunkelfelger called. We all flew down into our respective circles. As the treasurer, Handler and I couldn't leave our designated spots. Doing so would cost us the game. Begin, Ob Dunkelfelger roared, his voice reverberating throughout the training ground. The expecting Dunkelfelger knights erupted in cheers while Ferdinand and Handler and Heischitz sought toward each other. As Ferdinand had instructed, I poured mana into my ring. O goddess of wind, Shutsaria, protector of all, O 12 goddesses are served by her side. Hear my prayer and lend me your divine strength. Grant me your shield of wind so that I might blow away those who mean to cause harm. Shutsaria's shield formed with a hard metallic clank, and an instant later Ferdinand called out with slight urgency in his voice. Rosemine! What? My eyes had been lowered in prayer, and when I gazed up again I saw Heischitz launching a blast of mana at me. I also heard traces of what I thought was Handler letting out her own shrill battle cry, but with the oncoming blob of glowing white mana blocking my line of sight, I couldn't see what was happening. After inhaling sharply, I closed my eyes. I could rely only on my shield to protect me, but the thought of something shooting toward me was still terrifying. As I waited in darkness, there came a sudden, thunderous explosion as mana slammed against Shutsaria's shield. I trembled for a second, then timidly opened my eyes. The blade of blob of mana was gone, such that I could see only the familiar sight of Shutsaria's transparent yellow shield. She blocked Heishitz's attacks? One of the spectating knights cried, What even is that? It doesn't look like a Gateld. Is it some kind of hemispherical shield? Or second knight ventured. Look out, Lady Handler, shouted a third. It seemed that Handler had attacked Ferdinand at the exact same time as Heischitz attacked me, only to trigger a counterattack from his protective charms. Thin beams of light were quickly homing in on her. Gatald, Handler cried, producing a shield which she immediately hid behind. She somehow managed to block the counterattack, but she was completely still. I could guess from her reluctance to move and the tears in her eyes that she was overcome with fear. The one saving grace was that her initial attack hadn't been that strong. The charms that had activated doubled the power of the attack they received, so the resulting counterattack wasn't actually that powerful. Thank goodness, I'm so glad Lady Handler is safe. I sighed in relief, unable to suppress a smile as I stayed inside Leslie and behind Shutsaria's shield. Ferdinand, however, seemed to be anything but relieved. He was wearing the same look of displeasure he always wore when things didn't go as he expected. He had presumably intended to use the charms to return an attack from Heischitz, not Hannelore. He knew Heischitz would probably start things off with a powerful strike then. After years of experience battling with Heischitz, Ferdinand must have expected to be the target instead. That was presumably why he had taken some of my protective charms. Maybe Heischitz had chosen to attack me because he realized that Hannelore was too far away to do it herself? Or maybe he had just wanted to see how strong my defenses were. I had managed to block his efforts either way, but the unexpected decision had still caught Ferdinand off guard. Be careful, Heischitz, he's got charms that can counterattack. Again, the Dunkelfelger knights watching the battle started yelling at advice. They had a good view of the whole battlefield, unlike Heischitz, who had been focusing on attacking me, so they must have seen the charms activate. That was a counter for physical attacks. Try to avoid those. No, Lord Ferdinand isn't the kind of man to have two charms with the same effect, Heischitz shouted, replying to the knight's calls at last. Physical attacks are safer now, if anything. He's right, I think his keen insight deserves a round of applause. Just as Heischitz assumed, those were the only two charms Ferdinand was wearing, one to counter physical attacks and the other to counter magic attacks. One had now been used up, and not by Heischitz's powerful attack, but by Hannelore's fairly weak cover shot. Eep, I think I just saw Ferdinand click his tongue. Ferdinand moved to attack Hannelore, his expression grim, only to be met by a swift downward slash from Heischitz. Not only was the Dunkelfelger knight faster, he was more precise too. I could see Ferdinand widen his eyes as he blocked the attack with his own sword, resulting in the sharp wail of metal on metal. A beat later, both men twisted their blades to end the deadlock, and then immediately attacked again. For a second time, Ferdinand blocked Heischitz's attack, this time with an even harsher look. Heischitz, in contrast, was grinning from ear to ear. Don't think I'm the same as I was 10 years ago, he said, and then launched into a flurry of attacks. I widened my eyes in shock. Back in Ehrenfest, Ferdinand was completely unrivaled, but here, it took him everything he had just to block and dodge Heischitz's onslaught. He was outmatched in both speed and skill. That's it, keep it up, you're in the lead. Just make sure he stay close, don't give him time to change weapons. Yeah, get him, you're faster and better in a sword fight. The spectators continued to lavish their sigh with support. It was easy to discern from their cries that Heischitz was better with a sword than any other weapon. Heisitz had spent 2 years as a Dunkelfelder Knight since his graduation, and it really showed. He was clearly stronger than Ferdinand, who had mostly spent his time locked away in the temple, helping the Knights Order only when necessary. Of course, the fact that Ferdinand was managing to block these attacks at all was very impressive, considering that Heisitz seemed to live and breathe battle. But his uneasy expression made it clear that he was being overwhelmed. It was the first time I'd ever seen Ferdinand struggle against an opponent. "I see you reaching for that magic tool, but I won't give you a chance," Heisitz yelled, staying on the offensive so that Ferdinand had no time to wield a magic tool or move a staff. The flashes of white and the loud ringing of clashing blades were enough for me to tell he was launching some incredible attacks, but even with enhancement magic, I was unable to follow them with my eyes. "All that time in the temples made you go soft. Haven't been keeping up with your training?" "No, as I am not a knight," Ferdinand replied. He was trying to speak in his usual tone, but I could notice a slight aggravation behind his words. I took in a large breath of air. He was never usually like this. Just what's going on here? Is he actually going to lose? I had assumed that Ferdinand was going to breeze through this match, so his struggling was the absolute last thing I had expected. My heart pounded with anxiety, and a cold sweat ran down my back. How can I help? What can I do that won't get in his way? I took out my staff and filled it with mana, desperately racking my brain for ideas as Ferdinand continued to be beaten back by Heisitz's strikes. "Look out for Lady Rosemine," I called. "She's taken out her staff." I was far enough away that nobody would be able to hear me, so I quietly spoke a prayer. "O God of war Ungrif, of the God of fire laden shafts exalted 12, I pray thee you grant Ferdinand your divine protection." In an instant, blue light shot out of my staff. I could only hope it would help him in some way. I didn't even ever want to see him lose. Huh? What did you just do? Was that a blessing? As the clamoring knights watched on, Ferdinand recovered some ground thanks to Ungrif's blessing. He seemed to be less desperate than before, the tension in his expression was gone, and now he looked as stone-faced as usual. Even so, Heisitz still appeared to have the upper hand. Now what? What else can I help? Once again, I strained to come up with an idea, but Ferdinand interrupted my thoughts with a loud bark. "Do not interfere, Rosemine. My victory is assured, so simply wait there until then." "Right," I called back and got rid of the staff in my hand, which I had just been moments away from turning into a water gun. Then I allowed the anxiety to drain from my body. "Everything's going to be fine. Ferdinand just said it himself. He never accepts battles he isn't guaranteed to win." I had no reason to doubt him, but I still clasped my hands together as if in prayer. Their high beats continued to dart through the air, and the shriek of clashing blades seemed endless. Even I could tell that Ferdinand was getting slower, presumably due to the relentless assaults. So it must have been clear as day to the large crowd of spectating knights. They cheered and shouted words of support for their duchy practically on the edge of their viewing seats. "Come on, you're so close. Just one more push. Finish him!" Their support seemed to make Heisitz even faster. He continued his assault on Ferdinand, who was now breathing heavily, and then cried out as he launched another powerful attack. Ferdinand narrowly avoided it, but now he was wide open. "It's over!" Heisitz moved in for the finishing blow. Before he could strike his target, Ferdinand grabbed his blue cape and spread it before him. "What?" Heisitz barked. Continuing with his attack would win him the battle, but he would also ruin the blue cape he was fighting for. He paused for a split second, not wanting to slice through his spoils, and that gave Ferdinand the perfect opportunity. A magic tool sparked, causing a small explosion between the two men that threw them in opposite directions. "No!" Heisitz yelled. He frantically stood up from the dust of the explosion, his confident grin replaced with a look of panic. Ferdinand had also been knocked back, and when he next came into view, his staff was no longer morphed into a sword. Instead, in his hands were magic tools that looked like phase stones. "The tables have turned," Heisitz, Ferdinand said, now wearing the most overbearing smirk. The arrogance with which he was suddenly carrying himself made it painfully hard to picture him as the hero in this situation. In fact, it seemed to justify his infamous nickname, the Lord of Evil. Thank goodness, this is the Ferdinand I know. I can't believe he used the cape as a shield. That's the Lord of Evil for you, always using dirty tricks. That wasn't even slightly fair, but, well, it was exactly what I wanted to see. Again, the obstreperous crowd roared with excitement. Evidently, this wasn't the first time Ferdinand had done something so underhanded. He had been gasping for breath just moments ago, but now he looked calm and composed. It seemed that tricking Heisitz was his forte. Don't think you'll turn this around that easily, Heisitz stormed. He readied his sword, hoping to reclaim his advantage, but was immediately stopped in his tracks when Ferdinand threw a magic tool at him. A second explosion shook the grounds, but even then, "Don't think that'll stop me either." Heisitz refused to give up. He charged at Ferdinand, slicing through several more magic tools and forcing his way through the resulting explosion, deftly moving his high beast to close the distance between them. "Just get through this. He can't have that many tools on him. He wasn't prepared for a battle." The knight's abrupt cries made me jump, but they were right. Ferdinand must have been working with limited resources. His greatest specialty was setting traps well in advance. But this dinner match had been decided out of nowhere, and in the midst of the introductory tournaments, meaning he hadn't been given time to prepare in his workshop. Things had progressed so suddenly, in fact, that he had even found it necessary to take back some of the charms he had given me. It seemed safe to say that he was an extreme disadvantage. Actually gonna be okay? I could feel my chest begin to tighten as anxiety coursed through me, but then it happened. Water gun, Ferdinand murmured, morphing his staff into a very familiar shape. He then squeezed the trigger again and again, firing out one multiplying arrow after another. Whoa, what is this? Ferdinand Heischitz explained. He seemed to be completely stunned in the face of such an alien weapon, but he narrowly avoided its attacks nonetheless. Ferdinand continued to fire the water gun with one hand, expressionless, while throwing magic tools with the other. He must have been calculating where Heischitz would dodge to us, so after just a few shots, Heischitz was forced onto the defensive. Unable to determine what kind of weapon the gun was and how to fight against it, the most he could do was evade. What is that thing? One of the knights shouted. I've never seen anything like it before, another cried. As the spectators were swept into a frenzy, Handler called out to them in shock. That looks like the water gun Lady Rosemine made in class, but she said it was a toy, not a weapon. I saw it shoot water and it didn't do any damage. Ferdinand looked down at her and scoffed. It was modified to be usable as a weapon, and quite a convenient one, I might add. Observe. He took another shot at Heischitz before effortlessly turning the gun on Handler and squeezing the trigger again. A single arrow flew out, divided in number, and then rained down on her. Look out, Lady Handler, I cried on instinct. It's standing up while still inside Leslie. Handler thankfully produced a shield just in time to block the arrows, but as I was sighing in relief, a cold voice crashed over me. Rosemine, who started you on? Sorry, I stammered. My friend was in danger, so it just kind of slipped out. Even then, Ferdinand refused to forgive me. He ordered me not only to avoid making any unnecessary moves, but also to stop shouting out, so I zipped my lips and sat back down. Still, I mean, you're totally the villain here. Who wouldn't want to cheer for the underdog hero? In silence, observing as Ferdinand used his magic tools and water gun to knock Heischitz from his high beast, and then immediately moved to attacking Hannelore. Lady Hannelore, someone help her! I clamped a hand over my mouth and watched with wide eyes. Then suddenly a bright, almost blinding light began arcing toward Ferdinand at a tremendous speed. Heischitz had launched a ball of mana at him even while falling. Wait, no. All right, good job. The knights were ecstatic about Heischitz's show of perseverance, but I could feel the blood draining from my face. The other charm Ferdinand was wearing countered magic attacks, so it blocked the ball of mana and fired something even more powerful right back at Heischitz. He was still in a free fall, so he had no means of avoiding it. Heischitz, no, he has another charm! As the knights cried out, Heischitz twisted in midair, trying to turn a direct hit into a glancing one. Of course, it was a futile effort. The counterattack struck him head-on and threw him in my direction at unthinkable speed. Eep! I recoiled in fear as the huge man barreled toward me, but a moment later he simply bounced off of Shutsaria's shield and was thrown even further by the wind. After arcing through the air, he struck the ground with such a massive thump that I reflexively leaped to my feet. Are you okay? I called out. I was pretty sure he was alive. I could see him twitching in pain. But his wounds certainly weren't light. He was a mess, but as much as I wanted to cast healing on him, even I wasn't thoughtless enough to restore an enemy during battle. As I eyed Heischitz, I saw him weakly put a rejuvenation potion down his throat. Apparently he had no choice but to wait for it to take effect. May your recovery be swift. I turned my attention from Heischitz to Handler, who was now caught in a staring match with Ferdinand across the treasury boundary line. She was gripping her shield as tightly as she could, her eyes brimming with tears. Heischitz is immobilized, Ferdinand said, his staff readied. If you accept defeat, leave your territory willingly. Despite how much she was trembling from beyond her shield, Handler looked up at him and refused. I am an Archduke of Dunkelfelder. No matter how inevitable defeat may seem, I will never surrender by choice. Ferdinand could only blink in surprise while the spectating knights started to cry out for the umpteenth time that day. Hurrah, Lady Hannelore! That's it! Show him you're a real Dunkelfelderian! Ferdinand heaved a frustrated sigh. Then I have no choice but to force you out. You must settle this before Ehrenfest's match in the Interduchy tournament. Without a moment's hesitation, he shot a band of light from his staff, used it to ensnare Hannelore, and then flung her out of the duchy's treasure spot like a freshly caught fish. It was a feeling I knew all too well. Ah! Hannelore cried as she was abruptly swung into the air. Lady Hannelore! Heischitz groaned. Since drinking the potion, he had recovered just enough to force himself up and sprint over, and he caught Hannelore just before she hit the ground. Wow, Heischitz is a true man among men, a knight among knights. Of course, Heischitz couldn't slow down and ended up falling over, but Hannelore remained largely unhurt. That's it, Dunkelfelder declared. Ehrenfest wins. Ehrenfest had won the moment Hannelore left the treasure circle. I dispelled Shutsaria's shield and flew over to her and Heischitz in my pandabus. Ferdinand, I would like to heal their wounds, I said. May I grant them Hellschmier's blessing? You would do that? Hannelore asked, blinking in surprise. We would appreciate it, but... She was looking not at me, but at Ferdinand, who conceded with a shrug. Do as you wish, Rosemine. I am used to you showering those around you with compassion, but if you must behave like this, I would rather you show some appreciation to your allies as well. What? I hadn't noticed due to the complete lack of expression on his face, but on closer inspection, Ferdinand was covered in wounds. It baffled me that he managed to look so indifferent when he was clearly very hurt. You should allow yourself to look at least a little injured, Ferdinand. How am I supposed to notice you're in pain otherwise? Never reveal your weakness to your enemies, fool. Well, you didn't reveal it to your ally either, I exclaimed, my cheeks puffed out as I climbed out of Leslie. I sat Ferdinand, Hannelore, and Highshits down, poured mana into my staff, and then said, may Hellsmear's healing be granted, as I started tending to them one by one. Green light overflowed from my staff and healed their wounds. I thank you, Hannelore said with a cute smile, and stood up once the blessing had eased her weariness. Highshits was the most wounded, but the blessing restored him all the same. He stood up, looked down at himself, moved his arms and legs, then looked at me with surprise. You seem to have used quite a bit of mana indeed, he said, amazed that he could now move with ease. Thank you, Lady Rosemine. Yes, I also feel fine, Ferdinand agreed. He stood up as well, then told me to return my authorization stone to the Ob and get into my high beast. The battle is settled, and you may discuss the more precise details of your agreement later. For now, if we are to make it in time for the second half of the tournament, we must return to our dormitory for lunch. You wish to see Cornelius's valiant struggle, no? I do. As Ferdinand continued to hurry me, I returned the face stone and jumped into my panda bust. He similarly returned his and climbed into his high beast. Now then, he said, we shall be off. Wait, I want to hear about your new weapon, Highshits called out. He extended a hand to stop Ferdinand, who paused in the air, turned around, and smirked. I have no reason to tell you anything. If you wish to know, try to seize victory next time. You must train not only your body and mana, but also your mind, for you will never defeat me if you cannot think of more efficient means to battle. Come on, seriously? You taunt him like this and still wonder why he keeps challenging you to duels? Jeez. As we made our way out, I heard the Dunkelfelger Knights shouting vows to challenge Ferdinand again. And it continues. Dude, stop taunting them like that and they won't. Dinner at the Interduchy tournament. Rosemont, give me a rejuvenation potion, Ferdinand said as soon as we returned. You have more in your room, no? Don't you have some of your own, I asked, looking at him quizzically. The blessing worked only to heal wounds and ease pain, not restore mana, so I understood why he would need a potion, but I was pretty sure he always carried his own ones with him. I could use them, but then I would have none left. Now that I have expanded almost all of my magic tools, I would like to keep at least a few rejuvenation potions on my person. It seemed so cool and composed at the time, but could that have been an extremely narrow victory back there? Now understanding the reason for his request, I gave Ferdinand one of the rejuvenation potions hanging from my hip. I also extended an arm and asked whether he needed another charm. No, I would rather not reduce your defenses even more. He then chugged an ultra-nasty potion without so much as the slightest change of expression, handed the empty bottle to Riarda, and asked for a refill. Ferdinand, I said, and instinctively tugged on his sleeve. Do not worry about me, he replied. There are no other duchies that will abruptly challenge me to a dinner match. There was nothing more to say about the matter, so I relinquished my grip on him and smiled in an attempt to lighten the mood. Well, at least there aren't more duchies like Dunkelfelger, I noted. That would really be problematic. Quite the opposite. If there were more, they would surely fight among themselves. It would make my life much easier. Do you think so? I feel that, no matter the situation, Highshits will always challenge you specifically. I do not even wish to consider that. It seemed that everyone else had already finished eating and returned to the tournament, as the dormitory was completely empty. Ferdinand and I rushed to eat, then joined them in the night building where the event was being held. Have we made it, I asked. Yes, Ferdinand replied. Ahrensbach is playing right now, which means Ehrenfest should be playing at the next game. The order for the second half was apparently determined by the results of a mock battle held during classes, and since Ehrenfest had scored rather highly this year, they were due to play later. I observed other duchies socializing on our way to the Ehrenfest spectating area. It was quite fun to watch, since family members wearing colorful clothes stood out amid the usual black of the Royal Academy. They were all wearing styles popular in the Sovereignty, but on closer inspection, each had a unique vibe. A Finsturm, Ferdinand said, muttering to himself with a glance toward the arena. This should be over quickly. They are used often during practice. All of the Ernstbach spectators were on their feet and eagerly cheering on their players, so the most I could see were the backs of their light violet capes, and the same colored capes of the participating knights flying through the air on their high beasts. I couldn't even see the Fey Beast or what it looked like, so I soon gave up on watching the fight and focused on walking as quickly as I could. We needed to get back to our own viewing spot before it was Ehrenfest's turn. How do you think Ehrenfest is going to place, I asked. Luck is an enormous factor in this type of dinner. How one knows the Fey creature involved can dramatically change how long it takes them to defeat it. That said, only Fey creatures that can be overwhelmed with raw firepower are ever sent out. It would be much too dangerous for the students to play with beasts they might not even be able to defeat on their own. and thus apprentice knights cease to use their brains. It truly is quite a conundrum. With that, we arrived back at Ehrenfest's spot. Sylvester came over the moment he saw us to ask whether he had won our dinner game, and I replied with a big nod. Ferdinand was wonderfully evil, as his nickname would suggest, I said. He used the prized cape as a distraction to throw his enemy off guard, then exploited the opening to launch a counterattack. It reminded me once again that he doesn't have even the slightest amount of chivalry to his name. I am not a knight, remember? I have no need for chivalry, and you cheered my opponent on midway through the fight, did you not? Ferdinand scoffed, narrowing his eyes at me. I would rather you act more the part of a saint. Oh, but did I not produce Susaria's shield, give Anger's blessing, and even provide Helshmir's healing at the end? I must have come across as the perfect saint to everyone else present. In addition to that, unlike during last year's dinner, I hadn't launched any surprise attacks or given any unsolicited instructions. I had obediently stayed on my high beast and observed the battle from afar. Sylvester raised a hand as if to interrupt my protest. Rosemine, the details of the match can wait. I want to know what was decided afterward. The specifics are going to be ironed out later, I said. Sylvester nodded and then glanced over at Florencia, whose smile broadened at once. Perhaps it was just me, or could I feel a certain intensity radiating from her? That's good, because both sides are going to need some time, he said. I'm sure Ob Dunkelfelder will need to speak to his first wife and retainers as well. The Obs had essentially settled this matter between themselves, and it seemed that their wives were less than pleased. Florencia had apparently cautioned Sylvester against agreeing to the dinner match, which explained the vein bulging on her forehead. Our trade with Dunkelfelder will most certainly come up during the Archduke conference, with Ob Dunkelfelder requesting a trade deal in return for their listening to your request to some degree. Ferdinand said with a polite and noticeably false smile, I will trust the rest of Ob Ehrenfest's skill in political matters. All of a sudden, a loud cheer reverberated in the air, and we heard Roffin's magic tool-enhanced voice boom through the arena. Ehrenfest, come forth. The apprentice knights had already gathered in the very front of our spot, within viewing distance of the arena floor, and they all climbed into their high beasts and took flight. The number of dark yellow capes on high beasts increased, with the apprentice knights flying loops around the arena. Now, let's see how much they've grown, Karsa said, seeming quite interested. Elvira was a step behind him, having come to see Cornelius' upcoming feats of heroism. First Sylvester and Florencia, then Wilfred and Charlotte moved to fill the gap left by the apprentice knights. There was also space for me to watch, as an Archduke candidate, but despite my best efforts, I struggled to see over the strangely high wall separating us from the action. I could have craned my neck and stood on tiptoe, but no Archduke candidate would ever risk doing something so ungraceful. Milady, here you are, Riarda said as she put a stand in place for me. I climbed atop it, and immediately everything was visible. I could see the apprentice knights getting into position. Thank you, Riarda. Now let's cheer them on. My retainers gathered around me, and together we watched the arena. I was hopeful that we could win, at least I was for a brief moment, and then the professor arrived to make a fake creature atop the magic circle. My heart sank. Waving at the ensuing cheers was none other than Frau Alarm, and she snickered as she looked over at us. I had a really bad feeling about this, and it seemed that I wasn't alone. There were outbursts of, "Oh, come on!" and "horrible people!" from those nearby. Why is Professor Roffin not making the fake creature, I asked, my cheeks puffed out. Because a single professor wouldn't be able to activate enough magic circles for each match, Karstead, who watched the tournament every year, explained. According to Lampert and Cornelius, to prevent trickery, dorm supervisors are never put in charge of their own duchy circle. Everything else is decided by drawing lots, so who gets whom comes down to chance. So in short, Ehrenfest is terrible luck. Do you think there might be foul play, I asked. Karstead merely shrugged. There's not much she can attempt with so many eyes on her, Ferdinand said. Harmless enough, but isn't that a huge disadvantage her speed did her, I asked. Ehrenfest was playing 6 from last after doing well in the mock battle. If we performed terribly compared to all the other duchies that had come before us, then our place in the rankings would no doubt be called into question. There's very little to worry about. The apprentices performed admirably even when that one exceptionally rare Fabiest appeared, Ferdinand replied in a low voice. He had nothing but high praise for how we had dealt with the Turnsperfallen, which meant our chances against this Fabiest would greatly depend on whether Lenore recognized it. I swallowed hard as I gazed down at the arena. Fraulein produced her staff and said some spell activating the magic circle. It glowed brightly and then slowly faded to reveal a large wiggly blob. It didn't roar like the previous fake creatures, nor did it launch an immediate attack. I couldn't even see where its head was at first. I assumed Fraulein had simply failed in her attempt to make something. "A hundred Taelung, hum," Ferdinand muttered, sounding vexed. This is problematic. Apparently it was a Fabiest that lived near Arensbach's ocean and divided itself each time it was attacked. This would continue until it reached its smallest possible size, and only then could it be killed. It wasn't a very strong Fabiest, but it took forever to kill. "What's that?" someone in the crowd asked. "I've never seen anything like it before." "Is this actually a Fae?" another muttered. As the stirring continued, Farlarm glanced our way for just a single moment before making her exit. Rolfin the judge then shouted, "Begin." Lenore gathered everyone together and started to say something while looking down at the completely immobile Traga then began stirring up their mana as if preparing to launch repeated full-power attacks as the other apprentice knights scattered, readied their shields, and prepared to endure the aftershock. Lenore did the same, positioning herself right next to Cornelius. "Oh ho, so she knows how to deal with 100 Tailungs then," Ferdinand remarked, his voice making his satisfaction exceedingly clear. "She's very well learned indeed." Attacked at the same time, and then readied his shield for the upcoming shockwave, while Lenore moved forward to shield Cornelius, who was building up mana again. This is a battlefield, but it feels like they're in their own little world. And it seemed like I wasn't the only person who thought so. Elvira was letting out coos of delight beside me, presumably making a mental note of material for a new book. Cornelius readied his mana-filled sword from behind Lenore's shield, and then swung it with a thunderous, "Yeah!" A second blob of mana, which seemed a bit smaller than the first, flew toward the 100 Tailung. There came a loud explosion a mere moments later, and a number of tiny creatures scattered all over as if riding the shockwave. "Aim for the heads," Matthias shouted. "Act fast before they have time to remerge." The gathered apprentice knights began moving all at once. The 100 Tailung, once a squishy blob, had become a multitude of miniature snakes, which would apparently form together to become one big snake if given the opportunity. Traga and Cornelius' full-power attacks had successfully split it into its smallest forms. The only way to defeat a 100 Tailung is to separate it into its composite parts and destroy them all, Ferdinand explained. Failing to separate it completely results in an unnecessary swarm that will simply fuse back together again and again and achieve nothing but exhausting all those involved. Instead, to be victorious, one must strike it with a strong enough mana attack to fully divide it. I nodded along while looking down at the fight. The apprentice knights were having a rough time since they needed to kill the tiny, scattered snakes without letting them reform. Thankfully, it seemed that a single stab to the head was enough to finish each one off. It looked so easy that even I could have managed it. Probably not fast enough, but you could have done it. Cornelius withdrew to chug a rejuvenation potion and then began flying around the arena. Meanwhile, Lenore shouted, "Fall back, those in front of me." Before swinging and throwing something, it blew open in the air and spread wide. A net, I asked myself. Something resembling the net that Ferdinand had used to defeat a horde of Fabies that once, on the night of Shitsaria, had spread out and seized a bunch of the smaller 100 Tailungs. Lenore then let out a shout, and a moment later, all the blobs she had trapped were exterminated. She repeated this 3 more times, targeting the densest clumps, and left Matthias in charge and retreated to a safe distance to recover her mana. "The net requires quite a lot of mana," Cardstead muttered impressed. "I didn't notice during her normal training, but I see Lenore's capacity has grown quite a bit." Elvira's dark eyes sparkled, and she let out a happy sigh. She must have worked so hard to catch up to Cornelius. Love truly makes a woman strong. I am moved by the mental fortitude of a young woman in love who wishes to match her partner's mana as closely as possible. I must write this down. Oh, rest in peace, Cornelius Lenore. Your relationship is going to be on paper. Cornelius had kept his relationship a secret from me for an entire term, fearing that Elvira might find out about it. I saw no reason to intervene for his benefit. Of course, I wasn't going to let anything happen that would make life in the dormitory hard for Lenore. Florencia had asked me to promise her that much. But as for the rest, I would simply sit and watch. As soon as Lenore graduates next year, Cornelius is in for a world of suffering. His romance is going to be turned into a book sooner or later. Aha, Judith is going all out too, Cardstead exclaimed. Your guard knights are something else, Rosemine. Attention to the arena and saw Judith holding knives between her fingers, throwing one after another at the blobs. Each one struck a tiny 100 Tailung square in the head, causing the snakes to evaporate. Judith, they are scattered far apart at 3-1-1. Clean them up, Matthias said, flying up a little higher than everyone else and giving instructions to Lenore's place. Traga, some are merging at 2-5-1. Stop them. Rudolph, some are sticking to the walls. Deal with 6-4-3. Natalie, 1-4-2. Targot had refused to follow any orders last year. Obeying the instructions of a Mennite probably went to show just how much he had grown. Numbers, Matthias is saying, I asked. They reflect the space in the arena, Ferdinand replied. I use them often myself. They make it easier to give orders and translate well to Gwen in demonstrations in post-game meetings. It is fortunate that male socializing involves Gwenin so heavily. Ah, did Matthias and everyone else start using them because they've been referencing Ferdinand's guides? Interesting. Well, how do they know where to go when there aren't any lines or symbols? I wouldn't be able to respond to such random numbers so quickly. I said there was a circle for the Faebeast, a circle for the knights to wait in, and a line between them, but no other markers to serve as visual cues. If someone had belted off a string of numbers like that to me, I wouldn't have had even the slightest idea of where to go. There were a few female knights in my day who struggled to follow them, as your female knights are struggling now, and it took much practice before they can move as soon as they were instructed. There is nothing one can do but train until it makes sense. Cornelius and Lenore recovered their mana and started assisting with killing the remaining Hunter-Tailungs until eventually only one remained. Judith, there's the last one, Matthias called. Without missing a beat, Judith threw a knife at the snake before piercing its head with perfect accuracy. At that instant, the glowing magic circle dulled. Ehrenfest finished, Roffin boomed. Those of us watching from Ehrenfest's spot moved aside so that our apprentice knights would have space to land. They returned one after another, while those wearing Hochschlitz capes took their place in the arena. Once the apprentices had put their high beast away, they knelt in front of Sylvester and Florencia. Ehrenfest, my apologies, Cornelius said, speaking as a 6th-year and their representative. We did not push our ranking as much as we had hoped. No need to apologize, Sylvester replied. You expertly dealt with a Fey beast that nobody in Ehrenfest except Ferdinand knows about, and on your first encounter with it as well. It is clear that you've been studying hard and training often. You have more mana, skill, and coordination than last year. Well done. We are honored by your words. Cornelius and the other apprentices then bowed in unison. Sylvester nodded and looked at Karstedt. Tell me, what are your thoughts as a knight commander? Karstedt's normal place was behind Sylvester as his guard knight. Then here he stepped forward, having been granted an opportunity to speak. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, looked down at the apprentice knights, and said, There is no denying that the introductory tournament values speed above all else, and your battles was far from a quick one, but that mostly came down to bad luck. You all fought unbelievably well, considering that it was your first time encountering this particular Fey beast. There is still room for improvement, but you have proven that you can follow orders and carry out your individual roles while keeping an eye on what the others are doing. Your growth is clear and steady. Keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Once the apprentice knights have dispersed, it was time for us to return to our tables and socialize again. Wilfred and Charlotte discussed the heroic efforts of the apprentice knights as they headed to the frontmost table, while the rest of us went to the ones further back. Now that I've seen the whole dormitory work together and making progress with my own eyes, Sylvester muttered, I do feel bad about the former Veronica faction children not getting the mana compression method. It was rare for a duchy to have 3 archduke candidates without splitting up into several factions that refused to assist one another. Children grow differently before and after their graduation, and given that they would one day be the adults running Ehrenfest, Sylvester wanted them to start growing their mana as soon as possible. It'll be rough, but, he continued and then trailed off. The most I could do was nod in agreement. Oh, Hartman's married partner. Oh, wait. Is this? Hold on. Dang, I did a whole bunch. Hartman's marriage partner. No sooner had Ferdinand and I arrived at our seats than attendants began busily moving around us, preparing to resume socializing. Hartman arrived a moment later. Lady Rosemine, he said, I would like to introduce you to the woman I'm escorting. Do you have a moment? Oddly made it seem like you were courting quite a number of girls, I replied. Have you managed to narrow it down to one? I'm glad you were not violently stabbed in the process. Hartman met my response with wide eyes, then put on a bright smile and placed his right hand on his chest. Please do not frame it like that, Lady Rosemine. My name is with you. To me, my life is yours always. Don't steal Roderick's emotional lines. Enough, Ferdinand said to us, both waving his hand dismissively. Hartman would not have you meet just anyone. I imagine that he intends to marry this woman. By formally introducing her to me, his boss, he was proving that their connection was far more than just the escort. His aim was for their parents to meet so that they can discuss progressing things towards marriage. I, too, wish to know what manner of woman the ever-loyal Hartman has chosen. Understood. Hartman went to where the other scholars were gathered and returned with the girl wearing a Dunkelfelger cape. I couldn't help but think that she looked somewhat familiar, and as it turned out, she had been one of the apprentice scholars in attendance at Hannelor's tea party. She had scorched brown hair that was done in a long braid behind her head, and eyes that were the same blue color as her cape. She was almost Hartman's height, which meant she was rather tall, and her face was flushed red with embarrassment as she walked a half-step behind him. Overall, she radiated a lovely sense of innocence. Oh, Lord, you have no idea. Any woman I've ever met. She suddenly kicked my feet out from under me, pinned me to the ground, and thrust a knife against my throat. What? I asked. For a moment, I didn't know what had happened, he continued. Clarissa had apparently held him down with her body weight, and while holding a blade to his throat, demanded that he give her missions to complete to earn his hand in marriage. Hartman, feeling that his life was in danger, had no choice but to comply. In the end, not only had Clarissa completed every challenge she was assigned, but she had also eliminated the other girls Hartman was friendly with one by one, thereby removing all rivals for his affection. Wait, did she scare them away? Or, I'm assuming she scared them away. Because I doubt they would let her get away with murder. Or assault. It seemed that to Clarissa, love was something won through intensity and guts, not displays of romance. So, in Dunkelfelger, girls can be the dominant ones when it comes to starting romances. That's news to me, but that's also not something I really wanted to know. Clarissa looks like such a normal girl at first, too. I completed his missions and could finally date him with marriage in mind, and now he is introducing me to you at the Interduchy tournament, Lady Rosemine. Clarissa said shyly, as if embarrassed to talk about her own romance like this. Not that I found what she was saying even the slightest bit romantic. I just can't believe that our relationship started with cutthroat bloodshed. I looked at Hartman, who was standing next to Clarissa. He seemed so at ease, but was he really fine marrying a girl who had shoved a knife to his face? Hartman, how do you feel about this marriage? I asked. It seems like your meeting was quite shocking and dramatic, so... It certainly was, but no matter how many times I extolled your virtues at length, Clarissa always listened with great interest. I also can't imagine our decisions to prioritize you above each other will ever become a point of contention for us. I couldn't hope for a better marriage partner. Oh, jeez. I want to celebrate Hartman getting married, but this really doesn't seem like a pairing I should encourage. As I contemplated the situation, Clarissa looked straight at me, her shy expression suddenly hardening. Perhaps she thought I was going to oppose their union, but before I could even respond, her eyes gleamed with the kind of rigid determination I had come to expect from Dunkelfelderians. I understand that marrying Hartman does not automatically mean I get to serve you, Lady Rosemine, she said, but being able to enter your service is my greatest wish. One that I hope to realize no matter the cost. I asked Hartman to arrange this meeting so that I could convey this to you. From there, Clarissa began to sing her own praises. She had become an apprentice scholar after failing the selection exam for apprentice knights, but still favored the sword more than the pen. So she had started training with the other knights anyway. Now she could double as both a scholar and a guard, and she made sure to note that she would serve as a valuable asset for negotiations between our two duchies. Wait, what? Wasn't this supposed to be about marriage? It feels like I'm overseeing a work interview. You claim to be a scholar of the sword, someone who can serve as a guard as well, but what are your scholarly skills in particular? Ferdinand asked. Pray tell, what research are you prioritizing for your graduation next year? He must have shared my thoughts about this, seeming like an interview, as he began probing her for more and more details on what kind of research she was doing. It turned out she was looking into magic tools and circles to assist with area of effect magic. I have worked this hard to ensure that Lady Rosemond will accept me not just as a scholar, but as her scholar, Clarissa said, holding out a sizable stack of papers. To that end, I have transcribed all the books my family owns. There were 2, excluding those that Hartman tells me are already available in Ehrenfest. I brought these with me for this introduction. Good, Miss Hartman, what a lovely and passionate young woman you have found, I said at once. And Clarissa, even though you have already given me wonderful stories before, you went out of your way to transcribe even more books for me. You're hired. Stop, fool. You are being too rash, Ferdinand chided me. At least view the contents before you praise them. I gleefully accepted the stack of papers from Clarissa and started skimming through them, all the while considering the idea of her marrying Hartman and becoming my retainer. In truth, I really couldn't see there being any downside for Ehrenfest. Aside from the minor inconvenience of there being a second female version of Hartman running around. Your handwriting is clear, and your transcriptions are well done, I observed. Furthermore, I believe that Ehrenfest could benefit from having a connection to Dunkelfelder. What do you say to this, Ferdinand? I gazed up at him, nervous that he might oppose the idea, while Clarissa did the same. He was my guardian, so he had the final say on the matter. I am somewhat uneasy about trusting a scholar of the sword with negotiations, but Hartman should provide his support. If you wish to accept Clarissa, then you may do so. Clarissa turned to look at me, her blue eyes brimming with hope. In that case, I said, once you marry Hartman and move to Ehrenfest, I will accept you as my retainer. I thank you ever so much, Clarissa said, her face flushing red with joy. With that settled, Hartman stepped forward. Lord Ferdinand, Raymond visited a moment ago, he said. If you have the time, he wishes to deliver his completed work in person. Bring him. The couple left together for Ehrenfest's scholar space. As they went, I could see Clarissa happily saying something to Hartman, and him respond in turn. Are most Dunkelfelder girls like Clarissa? I asked. Ferdinand frowned. She is very different from the Dunkelfelder women I know. She has the mind of a knight above all else, and her means of proposing marriage was unusual to say the least. It really was a shock to learn that she conveyed her feelings to Hartman at knife point. Yes, quite, Avara said. Goodness, how am I supposed to write this? She looked equally as troubled as she walked off, but in my opinion there was no need to force this into a sappy romance story. It would probably work better as a how-to guide for winning over boys, an essential read for men of other duchies at risk of courting from Dunkelfelder girls. Lord Ferdinand, Lady Rosemond, we have brought Raymond, Hartman said, having returned with him in tow. Clarissa was still with him, since she wanted to see how skilled of a scholar one needed to be to earn Ferdinand's and my approval. We were valuing Raymond very highly, despite him being from another duchy, and to Clarissa he was a rival to use as fuel for self-improvement. Guess this makes him like Ferdinand and Heischt's, kinda? Raymond was smartly dressed and wearing his light violet cape, but his face was pale and showed clear signs of sleep deprivation. He had doubtless been researching up until the very last moment so that he could deliver the task to Ferdinand directly. After greeting us with a nervous look, Raymond preferred his work. Ferdinand took it and began looking it over, while Hartman and Clarissa peered at the submitted magic circle with great interest. I joined them since this task had come at my suggestion, modifying a teleportation circle to be smaller and more mana efficient. Your improvements are decent, Ferdinand said. However, if one adds this form to the magic circle here, one could enable mana assistance from face stones and ultimately lessen the burden on the user. Face stone assistance? The task was to provide a magic circle that even lay nobles can use with ease. Would face stones be that easy for them to acquire? I would assume so. They are simple face stones, Ferdinand replied, but his opinion here could hardly be relied on. He was privileged enough to have an abundance of mana and resources, and his thoughts on the matter were unlikely to account for this. I was about to mention this when Clarissa interjected. Even commoners can kill fey beasts and take their face stones, so having an assisting magic circle would be for the best. And I mean, heck, commoners can kill some of the fey beasts. I think Lutz and Thule were talking about how they could kill shoe mills. Shoe mills are fey beasts. Commoners can obtain fey beasts? Or obtain fey stones? To what end? Ferdinand asked. Both he and Raymond were staring at Clarissa in surprise. But of course, they can encounter fey beasts when they hunt in the forest, and even defeat the weaker ones on their own. There are shops in the city that purchase fey stones from them, so I don't see why lay nobles wouldn't be able to manage. Wowee, Dunkelfugger must have a strong commoners too. I'm so glad I wasn't reincarnated into that duchy. I would definitely be dead right now. Definitely. If you still had the devouring, definitely. There are fey stone stores in the lower city where commoners live, Ferdinand asked, blinking in confusion alongside Raymond. Perhaps such stores weren't a thing in Ahrensbach or Ehrenfest. I had once lived in the lower city myself, but I had spent so much of my time indoors that there was little I could say about it. All you have to do is ask Benno about it, and he could probably direct you to where you need to go. In any case, Ferdinand concluded his evaluation by telling Raymond to investigate whether even low-quality fey stones would work, and to add the assisting circle to his existing work if so. As for your new task, Rosemont, is there anything else you need? Ferdinand asked. The ball was now in my court, perhaps because he couldn't think of anything without his documents at hand. I gave a big nod as an endless stream of ideas came to mind. I would like for you to improve the library magic tools that feature in the documents I borrowed from Professor Solange, I said, and then started to describe each one. There was a great variety, some that told the time using lights, some that cleaned the grounds, some that quieted the voices in the reading room, some that stopped time to prevent old documents from rotting, some that stopped the sunlight from damaging the books, and so on. So, what are the magic circles like? Raymond asked. They weren't illustrated in the documents I read, so I couldn't tell you. The most I can say is that I want magic tools that can help in the running of a library. Professor Solange will also benefit from tools that require less mana. Ferdinand sighed. I have several illustrations of magic tools used in libraries. I will supply your next task based on those, he said to Raymond. Apparently, Herscher's teacher's teacher's teacher had made some of the magic tools used in the library, and Ferdinand still had a few documents on them. Perhaps it would be wise to visit the library to investigate this further, Raymond said, forming his plans with a sparkle in his eyes. Hopefully the magic circles are somewhere they can be easily observed. I don't know. Lord Ferdinand, Clarissa added, please grant me a task as well. Get your task from Rosemont. You wish to be a Rosemond's retainer, not my disciple, Ferdinand replied flatly. She turned to me with a look of almost overbearing desperation. In the end, I decided to task her with creating a magic tool that would capture anyone who tried leaving the library with a book they hadn't checked out properly. The last few games of dinner concluded while we were busy with our discussion. Roffin's booming announcement filled the arena, informing everyone that things were over. The award ceremony will soon take place, he said. Students descend to the arena grounds after fifth bell. In the meantime, we were supposed to do a quick cleanup. Apprentice scholars began collecting the precious magic tools that had taken out of the research announcements, while the apprentice attendants started cleaning up the silverware and sweets that had been served. Now then, you two, return to your duchies, Ferdinand prompted Clarissa and Raymond. They complied, but the reluctance was clear on their faces. Apparently they had been quite enjoying our conversation. I had enjoyed it myself since it was about magic tools for the library. No sooner had fifth bell rang than Wilfred and Charlotte rose to their feet, having been anxiously waiting the entire time. Let's go to the arena, Rosemont, Wilfred said. I imagine things will get crowded if we all go at once, so please go on ahead, I replied. I trust you can keep your students in order down there. Charlotte, please handle the flow of traffic. I will remain here for as long as possible to preserve my stamina. Wilfred and Charlotte nodded in agreement, then began giving out instructions. My most important duty here was preserving my stamina, such that I didn't collapse in front of royalty. After confirming that most of our students had reached the grounds, Ferdinand turned to me. It is about time. Once you have descended, we will observe from the front, he said. It seemed that guardians would go to the front of the arena and watch the award ceremony from above. like we had done during the dinner matches. I can only hope that many of our own are recognized as honor students this year, I said, and stood up. At that moment, one of the charms hanging from my arm was activated. It flashed to life, then fired a bright bluish-white arrow, much like when it had automatically activated against Roffin. What? I blinked in surprise as Ferdinand suddenly pulled me to him. Eckert simultaneously drew his staff and went in the defensive, followed by a bait later by Cornelius, Lenore, and Judith. Ugh! Came a stunned exclamation from somewhere relatively nearby. Cornelius and Lenore sprinted over to find its source, while Judith stayed behind to keep me safe. It wasn't long before Cornelius returned, dragging along the student who had taken the brunt of my counterattack. This is the culprit who attacked Lady Rosemine. No, I didn't mean to attack an Archduke candidate, the student replied, having turned pale from the unexpected turn of events. He was an archnoble from Immerdink, the previous 10th duchy that was now irritated at Ehrenfest for surpassing it. How apparently this change in rankings has caused a girl from a greater duchy to break up with him, and now his anger and resentment were directed at Hartmut, who was now due to marry a girl from a greater duchy himself. The student from Immerdink had apparently tried to throw a face stone at Hartmut's leg in a sudden fit of rage, only for his target to inadvertently move aside. It had struck me instead, which had, of course, activated my charm. No matter who the boy was, he was pretty dang unlucky. Although it hadn't been his intention, he had just attacked an Archduke candidate from another duchy. Off without any repercussions, but at the same time, there was also no need for me to make a fuss right before this award ceremony. It seemed best to let the adults deal with things later. While this boy brought much pain to himself, I am unhurt, so I have no intention of administering further punishment, I said. Ob Ehrenfest, you may bring this matter to Ob Immerdink. I was going to leave the rest with him and Ferdinand. Before I could fly down to the arena, Ferdinand tightened his grip on my arm and pulled me closer. Rosemine, he warned in a quiet voice. I believe that was your last charm for reflecting physical attacks. Take care not to leave your guard knights under any circumstances. It is impossible to say how other duchies jealous of the change in rankings will react. Cornelius nodded with a hard expression, responding in my stead. Unforeseen consequences. I could tell from the clumps of different colors that most students had already descended to the arena grounds for the award ceremony. Ehrenfest was a dark yellow blob of capes, and since Wilfred and Charlotte had been the first to leave our viewing spot, I assumed they were already among them. I see Ehrenfest is over there, I remarked. Please descend toward that circle by Hybeast, Hartmut said, leading the apprentice scholars and apprentice attendants down. I followed after them a moment later, surrounded by guard knights. Once all the students were lined up, royalty entered. The arena was quickly surrounded by knights flourishing black capes and Hybeasts, with widely spread wings descended one after another. It was obvious which one was the king. He had the sovereign knight commander, Roblet, guarding him, and came out before Anastasius and Eglantine. He's even younger than I thought. From appearances alone, he looked to be no older than Karlstad. And although his features resembled those of Anastasius, they were noticeably harder and more dignified. He and his first wife, along with all the other royals, descended onto a platform wearing thick, heavy-looking outfits. There was Prince Stitcheswald and his wife, as well as Prince Anastasius and his fiancée Eglantine. Hildebrand would apparently be sitting this one out, since he hadn't yet attended his debut. Abeglave, the god of life, grants his harsh judgment each winter, and your gathering here today means you haven't all endured it. The award ceremony began with a greeting from the king. His clear voice, magnified by a magic tool, echoed throughout the arena grounds. My heart pounded with excitement as I gazed up at him and the other royals, taking in the atmosphere of my first award ceremony. Eglantine was a sight to behold even from this distance, and as I saw the prayer pin Tuli had made standing out against her golden tresses, I couldn't help but sigh in awe. And then out of nowhere, several thunderous explosions shook the arena. One by one, pillars of roaring flames shot in the air. Two from among the audience seats, and another from the arena grounds where we students were standing. All were far from where Ehrenfest was gathered, but the sudden noise made me turn on instinct. I could see the fires rising. There was a moment of complete silence, then people began to scream. The air was filled with their ear-splitting shrieks while the guard knights around me each barked Getult to ready their shields and moved into a defensive formation around me. The nearby students came to their senses in a beat later and produced their own shields to protect themselves while the apprentice knights moved to protect the other Archduke candidates. O goddess of wind, Shitsaria, protector of all, O 12 goddesses who serve by her side. As my 3 guard knights continued to protect me, I started intoning the prayer to make Shitsaria's shield. My efforts were interrupted, however, when another loud explosion sounded out from nearby. The apprentice scholars and attendants had shields of their own, but without the necessary combat training, they were unable to stop themselves from being flung back. I instinctively reached out for them, but... No, Lenore shouted. Please remain still, Lady Rosemine. You are the one in danger. Your safety is of our highest priority, Judith added, her face sternly set. Lord Bonifacius said so. Guard Knights exist to protect the Archducal family. Scholars and attendants come later. They were entirely right, and I retracted my hand just as more explosions resounded across the arena. This time there was no fire, only the violent tremors of each blast. This made no difference to the panicked students, of course. The screams and chaos continued to intensify. Calm down, safety first, healing comes later. I closed my eyes, trying to block the wounded from my thoughts, and repeated the prayer, O Goddess of Wind, Shitzaria, protector of all, O 12 goddesses who serve by her side, hear my prayer and lend me your divine strength. Grant me your shield of wind so that I might blow away those who mean to cause harm. There was a metallic clink as Shitsaria's translucent shield formed around us. It was only as large as our designated spot on the arena grounds, and as it was circular, those standing in the corners outside its perimeter weren't given any shelter. Can everyone from Ehrenfest fit inside, I asked. Prioritize the first years who can't yet form their own shields, and as many defensive apprentice scholars in attendance as possible. Or defenseless ones. At my instructions, the older apprentice knights left the safety of the shield to begin herding the first years inside. Meanwhile, Cornelius and my other nearby retainers gazed at my creation with wonder. Lady Rosamund, what is this? Shutsaria's shield, I replied. It's a little bigger than what you would get from chanting Gadult, whatever. That's quite an understatement, sister, Charlotte noted in an exasperated tone, evidently comparing my shield to the one the apprentice knights were using. The shield, which means we are safe inside. But in any case, some were hurt before I could form it, were they not? Please bring them to me. I shall heal them at once. We are not injured enough to warrant your concern, one of the wounded attempted to protest. These are mere bumps and scrapes, nothing for you to waste your mana on. But I was unwilling to budge on the matter. There is no knowing when we might be called to action, so we must keep ourselves at full strength. Are the apprentice knights who played Ditter all fully recovered? Use your rejuvenation potions now while we still can. None can say what might soon happen. We are honored, Lady Rosamund. With Shitsaria's shield produced and the wounded healed, Ehrenfest's safety was secured at least for now. I used the brief moment we had been afforded to examine our surroundings and quickly deduced that the other duchies had either fallen into chaos or promptly formed defensive positions. There was no in-betweens. Those from Dunkelfelder were already clad in armor with their shields at the ready and withdrawing to their audience seats by high beast in orderly formation, as anyone would expect from a population of such battle-ready warriors. The duchies whose viewing spots were now engulfed in flames, however, were unsure where to retreat to. Their defenseless apprentice scholars and attendants had been thrown into a massive panic. Ah, a fey beast, kill it! You lot are in the way, move! We heard shouts from all over, and the apprentice knights around me readied for battle again. What? It got bigger? This thing, here of all places? A hulking form began to rise up amid the chaos, similar in appearance to a black dog, and with small different-colored eyes on its forehead that flitted about in all directions. There was no mistaking it. It was a Trinishpathon, again. Where did this one come from? What am I saying? It's probably going to pop up in a minute. Who brought him? The explosions alone had thrown the arena into chaos, and this unfamiliar fey beast had seemed immune to all attacks that plunged the apprentice knights into a terror beyond controlling. Their chain of command was shattered. Do not attack it! Get out of our way! Shouted the sovereign knights, but their words fell on deaf ears. The students were launching one frantic attack after another, while the Trinishpathons sucked at their mana and continued to grow. As the beast roared, the sovereign knights were already taking action with their black weaponry at the ready. It seemed that they had divided themselves into two teams, one charged with protecting the royals, and the other while slaying the Trinishpathon, but they were being held back by the panicking apprentice knights in their wild attacks. Lady Rosamund, can you grant us black weaponry? The Ehrenfest apprentice knights asked me. They had defeated the Trinishpathon before, and were sure they could be of some assistance. I cannot, I replied. The king has forbidden us from using it. But the Trinishpathon lunged at some students, its mouth opened wide as it attempted to snap them up. An attack from a sovereign knight knocked it off course just in time, preventing any casualties, but the battle was far from over. I instinctively produced my staff, and a moment later a black mass appeared near the stage where the king was still standing. Without even the slightest hesitation, all the sovereign knights who had been trying to kill the Trinishpathon in the arena turned around and worked their way back to the stage, prioritizing royalty over the students. Lady Rosamund, please grant us black weapons to defeat the Trinishpathon near us. Would you abandon them? As much as I didn't want to leave the students to fend for themselves, apprentice knights weren't taught to make black weaponry. Even back in Ehrenfest, they weren't allowed to use them at all. Wielding such weapons here in the Royal Academy simply wasn't an option, especially in front of the king himself. I pursed my lips and looked up at the audience seats where the adults with power were. We underage students couldn't do anything, but perhaps they could. Sylvester, Ferdinand. It was then that a booming voice came from somewhere behind me and echoed throughout the arena. We shall assist the sovereign knight's order. To that end, we request permission to wield black weapons. I turned to see blue capes lined up in sharp rows, with Ob Dunkelfelder standing at the front. They had their weapons ready, and it was clear that they would lead down as soon as they were told to... Sortie? What the heck is sortie? We permit duchies with black weapons to use, and the king declared in response, defeat the darkness fey beasts. Understood. Now with royal permission, the blue cape Dunkelfugger knights descended upon the arena. I was a bit uncertain about whether it was proper for an ob to lead a fey beast hunt, especially when it meant leaving the women scholars and such alone, but on closer inspection, the duchy students had already met up with their guardians in the audience seats, and the apprentice knights were looking after the non-combat personnel. Their expert coordination put them on a completely different level from anyone else. As I watched the Dunkelfugger knights with my mouth agape, Ferdinand descended with Eckert and justice. I came out of concern that you might grant the apprentices black weapons, but I see you were thoughtful this time, he said. Tell me, what is the situation? The apprentice knights all gave uncomfortable looks, having been repeatedly asking me for black weapons. Some were scraped or bruised when caught up in the explosions, I replied, but I have healed them, and they can now mobilize in any moment. Shall we go to the audience seats? No, there is a Trinish Buffon up there as well, albeit not a large one. The duchies granted permission to use black weapons are already working on slay these beasts, so lead the matter to them and wait here. Hearing its clearly stated orders was enough to make me sigh of relief. Having even just one reliable adult around made things so much better. Dunkelfugger certainly has a lot of knights, I observed. They leave only the bare minimum at their duchy so that they can bring as many as they can here to observe the dinner matches. Ferdinand said, I consider their obsession with dinner to be nothing but a cause for exasperation. But I've seen now that their enthusiasm can sometimes be helpful. To be frank, I find it quite heartening to see such a sizable knight's order capable of operating with complete coordination even during an unexpected situation like this. In contrast, Ehrenfest had only brought as many knights as was needed to protect the archducal couple and the parents who had come to watch their children in the tournament. Barely anyone had the power to participate in the Fabi slaying. They're quite strong, I said. Are we just going to leave things to them? Ferdinand glared at the Trinish Buffon by the stage, his expression hard. A moment later, Wilfried, who had been keeping an eye on our surroundings, shouted, Uncle, there's a Trinish Buffon here. I turned and saw people screaming as the beast, who had suddenly emerged nearby. It was dangerously close to us, having appeared in Immerding's spot. Some Green Cape students desperately tried to fly away by High Beast, only to be knocked down while others struggled to escape the gnashing teeth coming straight for them. Move aside, we're forming our High Beasts. Close your ears, all of you. None must hear the black spell. Eckert and Ferdinand instantly produced their weapons, and after pausing to form their High Beasts, sprang into action. They cast the black weapon spell while all the students were covering their ears, and then jumped into their High Beasts. Ehrenfest students do not leave Rosamund's shield no matter what. For everyone had now gathered the Trinish Buffon grew when attacked, but some couldn't help but retaliate when one got close. Ferdinand had swung his weapon to launch an attack, but in that moment the Trinish Buffon swelled in size. Lord Ferdinand, Eckert yelled in a panic. The beast's suddenly massive claws had torn through the cape Ferdinand was wearing, the one that was completely devoid of protective charms, unlike his usual blue one. This is why he needed to wear the blue one! I remembered that he had mentioned feeling unsafe wearing it, and this clearly demonstrated why. The color drained from my face, my eyes were wide, and my mouth hung open. I was unable to speak. I am fine, Ferdinand said. Let us finish this in one blow, Eckert. It seems we have no time to simply watch. Ferdinand recovered at once, as if making a point that he didn't need my concern, and soared high into the air while pouring mana into his black weapon. The Trinish Buffon must have noticed the dense mana above it, as several of its eyes started following his movements. Come, Karstedt, Ferdinand shouted during his ascent. Karstedt was tasked with protecting the archducal family, and was dealing with the Trinish Buffon in the spectating area. But even so, he flew over at once with his black weapon in hand. He and Ferdinand seemed to coordinate without exchanging any words or signals. Presumably they were well accustomed to their particular roles when fighting together, and clearly silently moved into position while readying a full-power attack. Brace yourselves, everyone, Ferdinand warned. This blast will affect all, whether friend or foe. Speed was an absolute priority here, since the Trinish Buffon was surrounded not by trained knights, but by a crowd of confused students. Ferdinand declared that he would wipe it out in a single blow, no matter how much collateral damage this caused, so I poured as much mana into Sharia's shield as I could, hoping it would endure the aftershock. Yeah! Ferdinand, Eckert, and Karstedt all struck the Trinish Buffon with a huge mana attack with no regard for their surroundings. The beast disappeared so suddenly that it was kind of underwhelming, leaving a single face stone in its place, but the impact was far from a letdown. Students cried out all around me. Shitsaria's shield trembled and made sparking noises as it bore the shockwave, but it seemed to endure thanks to my constant supply of mana. Those who had been closest to the Trinish Buffon weren't able to stand their ground with just their shields to protect them, so many were flung back, especially the nearby Immerding students. Of course, students were the only ones affected by the blast. The Dunkelfugger knights, who were fighting another Trinish Buffon elsewhere while trying to minimize collateral damage, were hit as well. Several knights who hadn't seen the shockwave coming were thrown into the air. What idiot launched a full-power attack with this many people around, came a shout from Highshits, who had been flung back just as he was about to land a blow himself. Me, Ferdinand replied coolly. Use your brain and finish this quickly. Acting slowly is exactly what the enemy wants. He then returned to the safety of my shield, disappeared as high beast, and walked straight toward me. The students between us quickly stood up and made a path for him. Rosemine, I was hit by the Trinishprophon. Heal me, Flu Train, first. He turned away from me, revealing his completely shredded new cape, and a series of reddish-black welts that ran down his back. The red wasn't just blood, there was sludge like that which I had seen at the gathering spot wriggling on his wounds, too. This happened to you earlier, I asked, and you said you were fine. This doesn't look the slightest bit fine. Slaying the beast took priority. If you have time to complain, use it to heal. As instructed, I first purified the wounds with Flu Train's blessing, refilled the mana-drained parts, then he used Tailschmear's blessing to close them. Meanwhile, Ferdinand chugged a rejuvenation potion. Eckert did the same. Will we be retreating now, I asked. It depends on what happens above, Ferdinand replied. Our enemy deliberately waited for royalty and students without adequate combat experience to gather in this arena. After causing some explosions and releasing Trinishprophons, I doubt they were going to be content with just causing some panic. We're better off remaining here within Shutsaria's shield where we are safe and can observe the situation, then separating and risking attack. He then paused for a moment and said, How is your mana? Still fine, I replied. As we spoke, I could see the knights of other duchies descending to protect their students, maybe because Ferdinand had just carelessly blown them all aside with this attack, or because Dunkelfelger had started rethinking its approach and was now prioritizing speed over minimizing collateral damage. The fact that the knights are mobilizing suggests the viewing arena have at least somewhat secured, Ferdinand muttered as he watched the descending high beasts. I noticed that some among them were moving strangely, that they were plunging straight toward the stage. Ferdinand, those high beasts, I said, but before I could even comment on them, he had assumed a defensive stance. O false king, he with no Grucheshite, feel the wrath of our fallen allies. The men riding the high beasts at the front of the charge cried out as they dropped more Trinishprophons from boxes they were carrying under their arms. Apparently they were nobles who had survived the purge, despite their duchy having lost the civil war. Sovereign knights wielding black weapons cut down some of the falling Trinishprophons, but this distraction allowed the high beasts to get even closer to the king. They're suicidal terrorists! They rushed toward the king with no regard for their own safety, aiming only to attack their target. Before them was none other than Eglantine readying a shield. Lady Eglantine, I cried, and instinctively moved to fly over to her, but Ferdinand caught me in an instant. Fool, he snapped, our defenses are weak enough already. You cannot leave and cost us our most important shield. But you may entrust this to the sovereign knights. This job is to protect royalty, which yours is to be protected. You have any strength to spare, use it to protect Ehrenfest in turn. I watched as the sovereign knight commander, Roblet, started cutting down the terrorists. They dropped from their high beasts, their bodies beginning to swell in unsettling ways. Avert your gaze, Rosemine, you too, Charlotte, Ferdinand said as he covered our eyes with his sleeve. An instant later there was a series of quiet bursting sounds. The reactions of those around us, holding back their urge to vomit, was enough for me to guess what had happened. Uncle, Charlotte said uneasily, still unable to see. Rosemine was disturbed to the point of mental instability from Haas alone, Ferdinand said plainly. You are both better off not seeing, else you lose sleep for who knows how long. Right. My vision was blocked, but I could tell the situation was changing from the sounds alone. Dunkelfelder slew each Trinishprophon one after another while the Sovereign Knight's order successfully protected the royals to the bitter end. As it turned out, there hadn't actually been that many terrorists in the end, and those who had revealed themselves were now no more. In their dying breaths, they had unleashed their hatred of the victorious royals and of all the winning duchies satisfied with their false king. Once all the Trinishprophons were slain and the remaining terrorists were dealt with, the main focus became carrying the wounded back to their dormitories. Where their duchies would heal them, some appealed for the award ceremony to continue with those who remained, unwilling to allow the terrorists even the slightest victory. Rosemine returned to the dormitory with the wounded, Ferdinand said. What? You have protected our duchy students with Shutsaria's shield and healed many. You are low on mana, and if you remain here, it would only cause more problems. I don't feel low on mana, though. Although I thought it was strange, I agreed Ferdinand would be returning with me, since he was likely in danger without his protective cape and magic tools. Rosemine is going to have Riarda with her, so only Judith needs to join her, Ferdinand said. Cornelius and Nora remain here. I believe you have rewards to collect. Cornelius, this is your final award ceremony. Make your parents proud, Ferdinand said, his voice surprisingly soft and considerate. Elvira came just to see this. Eckert was next to address Cornelius, who was unable to argue. Mother really has been looking forward to this, he said with a reassuring smile. That is, she's been looking forward to you and Lenore being decorated together. Cornelius slumped over, at which point Eckert gave him a firm pat on the back and said that he'd look after both Ferdinand and me. In other words, Cornelius really didn't have a choice in the matter. Incidentally, I came first in class for the second time. And for the second time, I was unable to participate in the award ceremony. Well, this time it really was out of your control. Anyway, I'll get to work on this, and I'll see everybody next time. Okay, part 7. The graduation ceremony. The award ceremony went pretty well for Ehrenfest, with 2 or more students from each grade being called up as an honor students. We had plenty of men noble and lay nobles being honor students in written lessons, but not too many during the practical ones. Their lack of mana simply put them at too much of a disadvantage. Looking back on it, Angelica was pretty weird. She was so skilled that she was selected to perform the sword dance despite being a men noble, while at the same time having such poor written grades that she nearly had to drop out. I am ever so relieved that I was selected to be an honor student, Charlotte said, sighing with relief. Both Wilfred and Rosamund had been chosen too, after all. She then mumbled that having older siblings with such high grades had put a lot of pressure on her. As our conversation continued, I noticed that Wilfred was looking somewhat dissatisfied. Is there a reason you seem so glum? I asked him. You were just recognized as an honor student. Ortwin was called right before me, so he must have beaten me by the smallest amount. As it turned out, Ortwin had put a great deal of effort into his written lessons, so as one would expect of a Dronko Archduke candidate. His small victory here was probably because Wilfrid spent so much time obsessing over cool armor and weapons. I'll win next year for sure, Wilfrid declared. After we had all finished reporting on the awards ceremony, I decided to talk to Elvira. She spoke at length about how good Cornelius and Lenore looked together, sounding especially excited about the whole affair. Sylvester came back from the awards ceremony far later than anyone else, and the first thing he did was shoot Ferdinand a very weary look. Sending Rosamund back was the best decision you ever made, he said. I couldn't help but wonder what had happened. Before I could even pose a question, I was called to the Archduke's room. We need to plan for tomorrow, Ferdinand. Rosamund, follow me. They probed me about having the Saint of Ehrenfest perform the blessing at tomorrow's coming-of-age ceremony. I turned them down, but you know, Sylvester explained. Apparently his late return was because the royal family had summoned him directly. You're getting ahead of yourself, Ferdinand said. Start from the beginning. The terrorists who attacked the awards ceremony had apparently done so with the motivation of deposing the Grutustrightless king. Nobody was able to say whether the Bible fundamentalists who dominated the sovereign temple were connected to the attack in any way. But one thing was certain, the attempt on the king's life had energized them beyond measure. It seemed that the king now felt the sovereign temple needed to be put back in its place. We have no investment in the relationship between the king and the sovereign temple, Ferdinand said. And of course, we could not perform such a ceremony without preparation. Obviously. Far be it from me to tell the royal family all that, though. This was the first time Sylvester had ever seemed more rational than Ferdinand. Feeling a bit confused, I prompted him to continue. So, how did you answer then? I declined, saying that the attack had put such a great burden on your mana and stamina that we were forced to send you home. I made it clear that a single day wouldn't be enough time for you to recover, and even bemoaned that you'd missed this chance to receive public praise from the king. And they bought it. Some of them relented and said that perhaps we should wait to see how well you were doing on the day of, and I took that opportunity to land the final blow with the Immerdink incident. Sylvester had apparently made his excuse even more ironclad with the mention that before the terrorist incident, an archnoble from Immerdink had attacked me. The student had claimed that he was targeting Hartman here, but since I was the one he'd struck, it was impossible to say how honest he was being. For me to perform tomorrow's ceremony as a high bishop, I would need to send my guard knights away for the stand, and Sylvester said that he didn't want to put me in such a vulnerable position. As long as you created a sound excuse, I see no reason for complaint, Ferdinand said with a sigh. I do not wish to set a precedent for Rosamund replacing the current sovereign high bishop. Then she serves Ehrenfest, not the sovereignty. And she has enough work already. I tugged on his sleeve. Ferdinand, may I at least watch the dedication whirling and graduation ceremony tomorrow? Cornelius was performing and graduating this year, so I wanted to be there to watch. I stared up at Ferdinand, at which point he started tapping his temple in contemplation. If we wish to continue using your poor health as an excuse moving forward, you should attend only the morning or the afternoon half. Although condition or no, I imagine you will grow so excited at the sight of Cornelius and Lenore dressed up together that you will only be able to manage a half day regardless. Despite his grim expression, Ferdinand hadn't forbidden me from participating. In other words, this is going to be my first time attending a graduation ceremony. Cornelius and Lenore were going to be participating themselves, of course, which meant that Judith was my only remaining guard knight. It was much too dangerous to put my protection in her hands alone, so we decided to summon Lamprecht and Angelica as Cornelius's family members to have them guard me. We also sorted out several other minor details, such as who would sit where and who would prepare what potions. After the discussion, Ferdinand returned to Ehrenfest rather than staying in the dormitory. He seemed to needed to recharge my charms so that they could be used again, and prepare some of his own to serve in place of the magic circles embroidered into his cape. I forced him to have dinner before he went, of course. I knew that he'd end up locked away in his workshop all through the night, so I hoped the meal would sustain him until the morning. The next day, students began filtering into the common room after finishing breakfast, and soon enough it was time for the parents of those graduating to arrive from the teleportation hall. The apprentice attendants waiting outside guided our newly arrived visitors to their children's rooms. "Good morning, Lady Rosamund. Audley!" Hartmut's parents had come to the common room to greet us. I was already very familiar with his mother, Audley, but his father was still something of a mystery to me. Or so I thought. After all my wondering about what kind of person he might be, it turned out he was Florencia's retainer, a scholar. His features and the way he carried himself were so profoundly Hartmut that he easily could have passed as an aged-up version of his son. We said nothing to each other now beyond our lengthy and noble greetings, but he was a calm person and acted as I would expect Hartmut to, had he not developed such an excessive saint obsession. Wait a second. Does this mean that, if we remove all the manic infatuation from Hartmut, we end up with a good-natured scholar who's skilled at gathering intelligence and basically finishes every job they're given to perfection? No. That can't be. This is Hartmut's father we're talking about. Like his son, he must have some crippling flaw looking beneath the surface. I watched them leave for Hartmut's room. While these thoughts passed through my mind, my own family was next to arrive. Carstead, Elvira, Lamprecht, and Angelica all came in what was quite a large showing. Carstead wasn't serving as Sylvester's guard knight today. He was off work, having left everything in the hands of the vice commander. And in return, Carstead noted, "We've been asked to guard you, Rosamund. To think the day would come that I would be guarded by the knight commander himself. I certainly am of some considerable importance now, aren't I? Lamprecht, Angelica, I apologize for the suddenness of all this." The two of them had been called over by Carstead and Elvira last night, and soon after their arrival. They both forgave me with smiles, saying this opportunity was their only chance to return to the Royal Academy anyway. Carstead and Elvira headed to Cornelius's room, but Lamprecht and Angelica were staying in the common room near me. I was asked about Ehrenfest and was told that Daniel was still receiving personal training from Bonifacius since I wasn't there for him to attend. Daniel was sad and said that he wanted to come too, Angelica said, though I'm jealous that he's getting direct training from Lord Bonifacius right now. Something unusual must have happened this year for us to have been called, right? Lamprecht asked. What was it? Apparently our parents had given him his orders upon their return home and then gone straight to bed since they needed to get up early tomorrow. And so I summarized everything that had happened during the award ceremony. I see. It certainly is dangerous for you to have only one guard knight in this situation, Lamprecht said, nodding his agreement. Meanwhile, Angelica was wearing a blank smile that indicated she hadn't understood a word of my explanation, even though she had been standing right next to us. I decided to shift the topic to something she actually cared about, the dinner match between Ferdinand and Heifetz. As expected, she jumped on the topic with excitement, her sparkling blue eyes strongly reminiscent of Clarissa's. Angelica, I think you might have been born in the wrong duchy, I observed. She absolutely would have thrived in Dunkelfelder, I thought, but she met my comment with a sullen look. No, Lady Rosamund, she said, those from Dunkelfelder may be good at dinner, but they tend to have good grades as well. I don't think I would have made it through even their apprentice knight selection process. Apparently, Angelica had only started aiming to become a knight after hearing students in the winter playroom talk about the Royal Academy. She wouldn't have been able to catch up in time to pass Dunkelfelder's selection exam. Not to mention, I wouldn't have graduated from the Royal Academy in the first place if not for you, Lady Rosamund. I am very glad to have been born in Ehrenfest, Angelica added with a blushing smile. This innocent expression, contrasting her utterly pathetic declaration, put Lamprecht at a loss for words. It seemed that he had finally realized what she was like on the inside. You're slow, Lamprecht. Far too slow. Lamprecht, you're here already? Wilfrid asked when he arrived at the common room. He had come over when he saw his own guard knight with me. You're going to be guarding Rosamund today, right? And you as well, Lord Wilfrid. As the two of you are engaged, it's only natural that you would sit close together, no? Who knows? The plans for Charlotte, father, mother, and me to sit together, but as Rosamund is going to have her and Cornelius's family guarding her, she may be a bit further away, Wilfrid explained. Apparently the Archducal family sat some distance away from anyone else. Rosamund, has father said anything to you? He has not. Ferdinand predicts that I will pass out from excitement after seeing Cornelius' sword dance, however, so I expect to be sitting near him in a seat closer to an exit. Uncle is pretty much your personal doctor by this point, so yeah. How do you feel today? I gazed down at my hands. Fine at the moment, but my passing out comes suddenly during moments of excitement, so how I feel right now doesn't have much to do with it. So this is your first graduation ceremony, so it goes without saying that you're going to get emotional. Lambert, keep a close eye on her. As you wish, Lambert said, kneeling. Dear brother, I added, I thank you ever so much for so graciously allowing me to borrow your guard knight. It's not a problem, Wolfie replied. I just want you to participate in these Royal Academy events, even if only a little. Charlotte nodded, having finished preparing to go. It certainly would be sad if you collapsed before you could see the sword dance you've been looking forward to oh so much. She was right, and after thanking my cute little sister for being so concerned about me, I promised to stay in control of my emotions. It was 2:30 bell when our students began leaving for the auditorium, where they would start preparing for the coming of age and graduation ceremonies. The plan was for the guardians to come at 3rd bell, then the graduating students soon after. As I wasn't graduating myself, I will be arriving with the guardians in what was an abnormal situation. Ferdinand is here, milady. I glanced up at Riarda's prompting to see Ferdinand entering the common room. He was wearing a new cape to replace his previously shredded one. Rosamund, hold out your arms, he said. His brows were drawn in an especially deep frown today, due to sleep deprivation, I originally thought. But it turned out he was just in an especially bad mood. Ooh, that's not good. Lambert was more surprised to see Ferdinand than anyone, since he wasn't used to seeing him like my retainers who visited the temple. I did as requested, at which point Ferdinand attached protective charm bracelets to my wrists. He then took out a staff and said, Stylo, to form a pen which he used to make adjustments to the magic circles. I could feel my mana being very gradually sucked into the charms. This will do, he said. So have you decided when you will participate? In the morning, I wish to see the sword dance and dedication whirl. The dedication whirling, huh? Ferdinand muttered, his arms crossed and his already deep frown turning more contemplative. A short while before 3rd bell, the graduating students came into the common room, having finished their own preparations. Cornelius was wearing his sword dance clothes, while Hartmut, as a musician, was dressed in his proper outfit which he intended to wear for the graduation ceremony itself. You're going to fetch Clarissa now, right? Hartmut asked. Indeed, we intend to meet at a tea party room so people of all duchies can enter them. Those escorting someone from their own duchy would simply meet them in the common room or entrance hall, but for couples from separate duchies, the boy would meet with the girl in her dormitory's tea room. Her heart must be pounding in her chest, waiting for her man to arrive. I almost wish I could have experienced such a feeling myself, ever I was sounding noticeably energetic despite the early hour. She was immensely excited for the graduation ceremony, which served as the conclusion for many a tale in Royal Academy love stories. So what? You were unhappy leaving the dormitory with me? Carson asked. My, oh my, quite the contrary. You see, at a time like this, one's heart throbs out of uncertain anxiety. There was the fear that one's partner might never arrive, that their marriage might not proceed, or that things might simply end after the escort. Elvira explained that those fears made the subsequent joy all the sweeter. Stories are enjoyable due to these twists and turns, the ever-present danger, but in my own life, I am far more attracted to the stable and peaceful. I mean, starting up your own printing business and making books that you have to hide from Ferdinand is far from peaceful, Mother. If you ask me, the life you've chosen for yourself seems more like a thriller than anything. 'Cause you never know when Ferdinand might find out. Perhaps the word peaceful meant something completely different to nobles. I decided to check with Ferdinand at some point in the future. Yeah, that'd probably be a good idea. We will now be heading to the auditorium, Ferdinand said as we started to the door. Graduating students, leave the dormitory and form your rows. I went with the guardians. Karstedt, Elvira, Lamprecht, and Angelica made for a big enough group already, but with Riarda, Ferdinand, and his retainers accompanying us too, we had become quite the crowd. I could feel everyone's eyes on me, and they sting. They sting so much. Ferdinand noted that we would need to move at a painfully slow crawl to match my walking speed, so Karstedt picked me up and started carrying me to our destination. Father, I can walk on my own, you know. We don't want you passing out, he replied. Just relax. I was even having to participate in this farcical cover story about why I was attending. Everyone was in agreement that I had pleaded to attend the graduation ceremony despite my poor health, until my dear father had at last relented, wanting to appease his beloved daughter. Sure, it sounded nice, but I didn't like being the center of attention. A huge crowd was already gathered in the auditorium. The walls that were used during classes had been taken down, such that our surroundings now looked entirely like a coliseum with tiered seating. There were no desks or chairs for students in the center like there normally were during classes. Instead, there was a circular ivory stage for the whirling and sword dancing. At the very back of the auditorium was the entryway to the chapel, which I had entered once before to get my divine will. From above, it looked like a semicircle pointed toward us. This isn't the auditorium I remember, I said, looking down around in a daze. I hadn't thought its appearance could change so drastically. Cool, isn't it? The seating being like this makes it easier to watch the sword dance and dedication whirling. Since I was attending as Cornelius' little sister today rather than as an Archduke candidate, I was sitting with the Guardians. We were quite some distance away from the Archduke couple, but as archnobles we were still afforded some of the better seats near the front. Ferdinand was to my right, Angelica to my left, Carsten and Navarra in front of me, and Lampra and Riarda behind me. In other words, I was completely surrounded and unable to move. Rosemine, take this for a sound-blocking magic tool. Yes, for safety's sake, I do not trust you to remain silent. Ferdinand instructed me not to relinquish my hold on the tool even for a moment in case any weird cries escaped me. I didn't intend to make any such noises, but I gripped it nonetheless. A few moments after third bell, the graduating students came in and formed neat lines on the stage. Those being escorted but not graduating went to their assigned seats. At which point the royal family entered and the sovereign high bishop took his place before the shrine. The proceedings seemed very similar to the coming-of-age ceremony I was used to, albeit on a much larger scale. Biblical tales of adulthood were told, and a blessing was given. The prayer was the same one I already knew, but it took a lot longer to deliver, as the students naturally weren't all born in the same season. I see there aren't any lights, just like when Bezin wants to perform ceremonies, I observed. Of course, since I was still gripping the sound-blocking magic tool, Ferdinand was the only person who could hear me. You might have enough Maya to bless all those gathered here today, but you are absolutely an exception. The blessing of the new adults came to a close, meaning it was time to offer music and dancing to the gods, a show of gratitude for the divine protection they had provided the new adults with. Everyone descended from the stage, then those who were going to be playing music returned with instruments in hand. I had only ever practiced the harpsichord, but I could see plenty of other instruments ranging from flutes to drums. Some were empty-handed, perhaps because they were just going to be singing. Everyone lined up in front of the shrine and readied their instruments. We are those who offer prayer and gratitude to the gods who have created the world, they said, reciting an all-too-familiar prayer to music before launching into a song. It was a celebration of spring, during which the wounded Geduld was healed and new life began to sprout. Once the first song ended, those with instruments descended from the stage and surrounded it. 20 blue-garbed sword dancers took their place and stood in a line. "Oh, there's Cornelius," I exclaimed. "I do have eyes," Ferdinand said plainly. "Contain your emotions." Cornelius raised his staff-turned sword, and music began to play. He swung his weapon in time with the notes, and the light reflected off its blade with each movement. Angelica's sword dance had been elegant above all else, and she had moved as smoothly as water, but he was more powerful with heavier slashes, perhaps due to him being a boy. The dancers were all tremendously skilled, as one would expect from honor students chosen specifically for their sword dancing talent. Their movements kept up with the increasing tempo of the music, creating an experience that simply couldn't be captured in a recording. "Is that really Cornelius?" Lampert asked. "Yes, of course," Riarda replied. "He has grown quite a lot since you last spent much time with him, no?" "Yeah, I'm surprised." Angelica nodded again and again in agreement. "He really has grown," she said, having practiced swords dancing with him up until last year. Avara turned to Angelica with a smile. "He must have trained with all his heart so that he could show his best side to his beloved Lenore. You will grow stronger, too, if you strive to show Eckert your best side. Perhaps you could do this by improving on your embroidery? No, maybe your socializing." "Showing Lord Eckert my best side?" Angelica repeated. "Lady Rosemine, do I actually have any good points? Can you think of any?" Ooh, that's sad. Although the question was directed at me, Eckert, who was sitting beside Ferdinand, interjected to answer. "Your truest virtue is that you diligently strive to continue guarding Rosemine without worrying about rushing into marriage," he said with a smile. "Understood," Angelica replied. "In that case, I shall grow stronger as a guard knight without rushing into marriage." "Eckert!" Eckert sighed and shook his head. That was no conversation for an engaged couple to be having. I could tell it was going to be a long, long time before they actually got married. After the sword dance came the dedication whirling. Long sleeves fluttered as the 7 Archduke candidates ascended the stage. I could see Adolphine clad in yellow garb, signifying the goddess of wind. Her wine-red hair stood out beautifully, likely thanks to the terrapin that Thule had made for her. Rudiger was there as well, wearing white garb, signifying the god of life. His hair was silvery blonde, making him seem radiant from head to toe. The Archduke candidates lined up facing the shrine as the musicians and sword dancers had then knelt to touch the stage. "We are those who offer prayer and gratitude to the gods who have created the world," they began, and no sooner had the words intoned than a magic circle appeared on the pure white stage. It had all elements, and each one was positioned beneath the Archduke candidate wearing the garb of that element's respective god. "Ferdinand, that's the same magic circle that showed up above the..." "I was under the impression that you saw nothing of particular importance on that day. Am I mistaken? Either way, I see it was wise to have you hold this tool." "Oh, right, I don't see anything." "Good. I had seen last year's dedication whirling through the camera like magic tools, but there hadn't been a magic circle then. Maybe I had suddenly become visible in the same way the Bible's magic circle had, but then what was it? How come Ferdinand was able to see it? Could other people see? I had so many questions, but the most I could do was gaze up at Ferdinand and sigh, knowing full well that he would never give me any answers." Oh boy. Okay, so Rosemine's next year has come to an end, essentially. Just as planned, I pretended to feel unwell after the dedication whirling and left early. Carsten and Elvira continued watching Cornelius while I returned to the dormitory with Riarda, Lampert, and Angelica. "I'm glad nothing happened," Lampert said with a sigh and a partial smile. "You seem to have a strange tendency to get wrapped up in dangerous situations, Rosemine. I mean, that's not her fault." Angelica nodded in agreement. "That's why guarding her is so worthwhile. Master was especially concerned about Lady Rosemine. He trained us all over the winter, so now Stenluck is a lot stronger, too." She added and then eagerly started describing what that training had entailed. She replaced so many words with sound effects that I couldn't really understand much, beyond the fact that she had an unexpected talent for making booms and bang noises. "Lampert, how have you liked coming back to the Royal Academy after so long?" I asked, changing the subject. He fell into thought for a moment before he replied. "It's a bit more startling than fun, after all. This place is a lot different from the Royal Academy I remember. Angelica and Cornelius were chosen for the sword dance, and Mother and Lady Ottilie came with their heads held high. The times really have changed." I inhaled sharply. From the way he described things, it sounded as though Elvira and Ottilie hadn't been allowed to attend previously. "Lady Veronica was just that harsh," Lampert explained, answering my unspoken question. "She even ordered me to marry an Arensbach girl since I served Lord Wolfried as a guard knight. Mother protested, so Lady Veronica forbade her from going to the Royal Academy on the grounds that she would disturb Aurelia's family." "That sounds cruel." "At the time, it was standard practice. I didn't even think I needed to introduce Aurelia to my family, since her father was opposed to the marriage, but Lady Veronica required that I escort an Arensbach girl. So I passed on her message, thinking it was better than Mother attending and having a bad time. I thought I was protecting her, but seeing her just now, I realized I was being a bad son." I smiled, hoping to cheer him up at least a little, and said, "Mother is not so foolish as to miss your intentions, Lampert. Although I am sure she was sad to have missed the graduation ceremony, there are none who ostracize her now, and she is on good terms with Aurelia, no? The god of ordeals gave her a challenge, and she overcame it." Lampert gave a weak smile in return. Given this opportunity, I wanted to ask how Aurelia was doing with her pregnancy. Surely it would be safe since we were all family here. "Incidentally, Lampert, how is Aurelia? Is she doing well? Is she bored by chance?" "She is leisurely passing the time with books she received from Mother." "Gosh, I wish that were me. Do take good care of her. It must be stressful to be pregnant so far from home." "You have a tendency to unload work onto Mother, Lampert, so take care that Aurelia does not run out of patience with you." My fears were unfounded, however. Lampert noted that he was spending a lot of quality time with Aurelia while his Lord Wolfried was attending the Royal Academy. "Though, well," Lampert muttered, "she did say that she misses her duchy's cooking. It's fish, I presume. The plan was to have some of the court chefs teach my personal chefs how to cook it once we return from the Royal Academy. I already have permission from Sylvester." "I appreciate it," Lampert said with a smile. I smiled in turn. "There's no problem with us sharing the food with Aurelia, as she provided the ingredients in the first place. But teaching the recipes and techniques to your chefs will come at a price, Lampert. Do earn plenty of money for your lovely new bride." "You would charge your own brother?" Lampert asked, balking. "Of course," I replied. "I am charging Father, Ferdinand, and even Sylvester, which are also granting recipes as rewards for students who raise their grades. Not to mention, the court chefs are only teaching mine in exchange for recipes. Even they aren't working for free. Incidentally, Aurelia had traded me her ingredients in return for the amethyst cloth used to make her veil. At her own suggestion, of course, since she had been hesitant to accept it for free. Had she known any fish recipes, she could have traded those, but the niece of an Ob was naturally too important to have ever cooked for herself. "I would absolutely be willing to trade for some more Arensbach fish," I said, "but Aurelia has no connections to make that possible, does she? Fine, fine, Lampert said, sounding defeated. I'll work as hard as I can. I put on a big smile, again trying to cheer him up. The more dutifully you work for your family, dear brother, the more they'll adore you as a father. Like Dad. Everyone else returned to the dormitory for lunch not long after we did. The only part we had missed after the dedication whirling was the Sovereign High Bishop speaking a greeting. The Archducal family, the gathering students, and their guardians ate first. Since there wasn't room for everyone to dine at once, while the other students would eat later. At my table were Karstedt, Elvira, Lampert, Angelica, Cornelius, and even Lenore. We talked about the coming-of-age ceremony and sword dancing while eating a special menu, only served during the graduation ceremony. Your sword dancing was positively wonderful, Cornelius, I said. Thanks, Rosamund, he replied with a soft expression, having allowed the tension to leave his body. Lenore, in stark contrast, was stiff as a board as she sat beside him. I spoke to her next, hoping to help ease her nerves a little. Lenore, you were chosen to sword dance next year, no? I'm looking forward to it ever so much. I suppose I must practice often and strive to ensure that my dancing does not appear inferior to Cornelius's in your eyes, Lady Rosamund. Indeed, Karstedt added. Many in the Knights Order are rejoicing at more Ehrenfest students are being picked for the sword dance each year. Do your best. I will strive to meet your expectations, Lenore replied. She had a very diligent personality, so I trusted that she would practice as was necessary and very relishly deliver on her promise. Incidentally, Lenore, Elvira interjected, I believe you had that outfit ordered just for today. Will you be ordering another for your own coming-of-age ceremony next year? That would be most unfortunate since you used such good cloth to make such a beautiful outfit already. As one was required to wear longer skirts upon coming of age, it seemed that Lenore wouldn't be able to wear her current dress again next year. However, she shook her head with a small smile and said, I consulted Lady Brunhilde and ultimately settled on using a style that Lady Rosamund designed herself, which allows the skirt length and decorations to be easily changed. It is our privilege as Lady Rosamund's retainers to know how to make such clothes. Brunhilde had seen me reusing outfits by simply adding cloth and changing the decorations, so with her advice, Lenore had ordered a dress that could easily be altered when the time came. After our peaceful lunch, Cornelius hurried up to his room. He needed to change out of his sword dancing outfit and into his proper clothes before the graduation ceremony, which meant he didn't have much time. He was ready by the time the other students finished eating and departed for the hall alongside everyone else. I shall remain here and read in silence, I said. Just don't randomly bless anyone this time, Sylvester replied. I nodded in response, assured him that I would be careful, and then got right to reading. As much as I would rather have gone to the library, if anyone spotted me outside the dormitory now, they would realize I wasn't actually unwell and was skipping the graduation ceremony. I didn't want to risk losing my perfect excuse. Also staying behind in the dormitory was my regular jailer, Ferdinand. I spoke with him about the magic tools I wanted Raymond to improve, while he looked over the documents I had borrowed from Solange. Ferdinand, are you familiar with the magic tool this document describes? I asked. I am, he admitted after a pause. I have documents on it in my laboratory and plan to have Raymond examine it for his next task. As for these, he gestured to two others. I am familiar with this one from the library, but not this one. Perhaps it is already broken? It is quite the ordeal to repair a magic tool without the assistance of the creator. It was rare for one to publicize how a particular magic tool was made, that is, outside of situations where a professor needed to publish their work to continue their research, or when someone from the sovereignty wanted to start selling a tool all throughout the country. As a result, there was often nothing that could be done after its creator died. Documents concerning magic tools made by Royal Academy professors are generally passed down to their disciples, while the rest are donated to the library. Ferdinand explained. Other researchers tend to hide their documentation, however. You have tons of secret magic tools, I would guess. I was certain there was a tremendous number he was keeping hidden, dangerous ones he decided were best not introduced to the world, and ones he had chosen to leave in Herscher's laboratory. Yes, as I determined they were best kept secret. Furthermore, I am told it is difficult for others to use my tools due to the amount of mana they expend. There would not be much point in me introducing tools to the world that most people cannot even use. We could just have Raymond modify them, then there wouldn't be any issue with you introducing them, I said, thinking only that it would be nice for there to be more magic tools in the world. But for some reason, Ferdinand gave me a very confused look. And why ever would we do that? I mean, isn't it obvious? You went out of your way to make them, so could you not use them to better people's lives? You have a genius mind for these kinds of things, so you might as well improve the world while you're at it. I cannot say that interests me. I simply make the tools that I wish to make, not ones that have their potential improving the world came to mind. Even if some do end up being useful to others, that is purely coincidental, I can assure you. I have not made and never will make a magic tool with that purpose in mind. Ferdinand gave an answer that was very much like him, while Justice gave a wry smile as I stared at him in bewilderment. It wasn't long before our conversation on magic tools resumed, however, and as I was telling Ferdinand about the ones I wanted for the library, the graduation ceremony came to a close. On the day after the ceremonies, everyone was preparing to leave for return to Ehrenfest. I was given permission to go to the library to supply Schwartz and Weiss of mana, so I quickly gathered together Solange's documents and a large face stone for the necklace Ferdinand had given me, which was filled with mana from my most recent tea party. Ferdinand was going to be accompanying me today. The public reason was because he was the one who owned the large face stone, but in reality, it was so that he could send ordinances to those with overdue books. Considering the added possibility that Hildebrand might show up for that very same reason, it wasn't an option to send me to the library alone. I would not need to worry about this if you had not involved the prince in this matter, Ferdinand muttered. My sincerest apologies, I replied. I mean, I didn't think it'd end up being such a big thing. This is why it happens, girl. You don't think about this. I pursed my lips as we walked down to the central building's hallway for a bit, then noticed a bunch of high beasts flying through the air. Those are black capes, I said, so I presume they're the Sovereign Knights Order? There was just a major attack, Ferdinand noted. I am sure they have much to do searching for hidden circumstances, inquiring with various archdukes, carrying out investigations. I nodded along to his explanation as we continued toward the library. The walk felt exceptionally long, maybe due to how little exercise I had been getting lately. Professor Solange, I said, it's been a while. I've finally been allowed to come back to the library. Oh, my, Lady Rosemine, and Lord Ferdinand as well, Solange replied, beckoning us into the reading room with wide eyes. Welcome, welcome. Schwartz and Weiss told me you were coming. She gestured to the two shoemills with her, but this is still quite the surprise. It's been so long. Ferdinand forbade me from visiting the library while it was filled with students preparing for their final exams. Cruel, isn't he? Solange laughed off my response and said that he surely had good reason for his concern. Ferdinand merely scoffed in response, bringing our talk on the matter to a swift close. Meanwhile, Schwartz and Weiss were hopping around me, not caring for our conversation at all. Milady's here again. Going to read, Milady? I'm only here today to provide some of my mana, I said. It has become time for me to return to Ehrenfest once again. I patted their heads and filled them with mana, all the while allowing them to heal me in turn with their cuteness. Solange took this opportunity to tell me how the library committee had functioned in my absence. There had apparently been a few occasions after our tea party when Hildebrand popped in to supply mana, and once more students started coming to the library, Hannelore had taken over. Although it seems that more students have attempted to touch Schwartz and Weiss since seeing Lady Hannelore supply them with her mana, I noted. Indeed, Solange replied, since then the other students have been told those wearing armbands are special. The library committee armbands had proven immediately useful. Since we were talking about the third prince and the Archduke candidate of a Grand Duchy, nobody questioned them being special, and it immediately became easier for older students to accept them supplying mana to Schwartz and Weiss. So there weren't any problems then. That's a relief. What about the remaining reminder ordinances? Did Prince Hildebrand receive permission from the king in the end? It seems he asked, only to be told not to leave his room. He apologized by ordinance. However, thanks to the reminder ordinances Lord Ferdinand so graciously provided us last year, many more books have been returned this year. So many, in fact, that we do not need to send any reminders at all. I am truly grateful. Upon hearing this, Ferdinand returned a smile. I do not mean to force your hand at all, he said, but as a show of thanks, would you consider showing us the magic tools here that have stopped working? The magic tools? Solange replied, confused. I showed her the documents she had let me borrow. These suggest there are plenty of magic tools that could only be used when there were 3 arch-noble librarians in the library. If you don't mind, would you lend them to us for research purposes? There's an Erensbach apprentice scholar called Raymond who might be able to improve them for us. He's exceptionally skilled at making tools more mana efficient. I wanted to see the magic tools as inspiration for my own creations. Ferdinand wanted to see them research them and make them for himself. Raymond wanted new jobs. Solange wanted more magic tools she could run with her own mana to make her life easier. In other words, this was good for literally everyone involved. Solange accepted my proposal with a half smile. It certainly would be an enormous help if the magic tools required less mana to use. I will summon Raymond then. He will understand the tools much better once he has seen them in person, Ferdinand said, and immediately produced an ordinance. Raymond must have been in Herscher's laboratory, considering how little time passed before he sprinted into the reading room. His clothes were dirty and disheveled. He had evidently been in too much of a rush to tidy himself up. Make yourself presentable before leaving the laboratory, Ferdinand said with a grimace. You are an eyesore. Raymond wasted no time in producing his staff, so I reached out to stop him. Raymond, do not cast washes in the library. You'll get the books wet. You are the only person who would cast such a sizable wash, Ferdinand said with an exasperation, but just for safety's sake, I made Raymond step outside the reading room before he cleaned himself up. From there, we moved to Solange's office, where she showed us the magic tools that were no longer in use. This one here is for cleaning the library, and this one is for quieting loud voices in the reading room, she explained. Both were convenient to have, but not essential. She could clean the library on her own, even though doing so was far from easy. And everyone knew that being loud in the library was forbidden. Some students even got mad at those who spoke too disruptfully. These you may research as you like. May we borrow them? Ferdinand asked. Even if we fail to improve them, I shall fill the tools with mana before returning them, so to make it worth your while. Solange gave the less important magic tools to Ferdinand and looked around the office. I would not want the magic tools used more regularly to be broken in the process of research. And giving them to you even for a short while will disrupt my work. May I ask that you only look at them? That will suffice, Raymond said. It isn't often that one has the opportunity to see them at all. Speaking to Solange like this was a rare opportunity as well, and Raymond started asking all sorts of questions about the magic tools here. Some she could answer, while others went to Ferdinand, who seemed strangely well-equipped to respond. To improve this one, could we not isolate this part and connect to this one? Raymond suggested no, it would be best to first move this part, Ferdinand replied. For this one, if we use an ingredient with both wind and earth, we can shave this part off entirely. Ferdinand and Raymond spoke at length while discussing the immovable magic circles embedded into the library itself. To be honest, I didn't have a clue what they were saying. I decided to leave them alone and give Solange back the documents she had allowed me to borrow, which Riarda was now carrying. Solange in turn returned the book of romantic night stories she had received from us. The documents are very useful, I said. They spoke of so many magic tools that I would one day like to use in my own library, and it was great fun to read about the daily lives of the librarians. I similarly enjoyed your Duchy's book. The language was clear, and it comes as no surprise that students have taken such a liking to it. Please allow me to borrow another one day. As we continued to share our thoughts on the books, a bell rang on the other side of the office door. Now who could that be? Solange wondered aloud. Now that the graduation ceremony has concluded, I don't believe I have any arrangements with anyone. Solange rang a bell sitting on her own desk, at which point her attendant, who worked in the library and dormitory, came to open the door for us. Standing on the other side was Roblat, the Sovereign Knight Commander. He entered the office fully clad in face-stone armor. Ooh. I'm here on behalf of Prince Hildebrand, he said. The king and the royal family are remaining in private due to the attack. Solange wavered, her eyes wide in surprise. Oh, but I told Prince Hildebrand that we do not need any reminder ordinances. You see, so many books were returned this year. Oh, no, that's not the only reason I'm here. I wanted to ask you more about this forbidden archive I've been told about. It was brought up at the tea party the prince attended, but the thing is, I've never heard of it before. All of a sudden, Ferdinand grabbed Raymond and me by the arms and muttered, "We're leaving." And not in response, as much as I wanted to hear more about the forbidden archive, I was a complete outsider. Ferdinand probably didn't want us getting in Robla and Solange's way. The forbidden archive can only be opened with 3 arch-noble librarians gathered together, Solange explained. The keys are contained in their rooms, which I am unable to enter. I would need to request for new librarians to be sent. Robert replied. I was told only royals could enter it. That is something Lady Rosemine said, Solange noted, drawing me into the conversation just as we were about to say our farewells. It is an unconfirmed rumor, though. Robert turned to look at me, and I immediately twitched. The Saint of Aaronfest, he said, his smile broadening. Perfect timing. Where did you hear that rumor, Lady Rosemine? Where did she hear that rumor? I think that was Justice who said it. I think. I could be wrong. Unable to endure the Knight Commander's reddish-brown eyes piercing into me, I gulped in fear and moved to hide behind Ferdinand. He most likely knew about the Forbidden Archive as well, considering that Justice was the one who had told me about it in the first place. Okay, so it was Justice, okay. I didn't know whether it was something I was meant to have revealed, so I entrusted everything to Ferdinand. It is a rumor of unknown origin, Commander, Ferdinand said, stepping forward. However, in the documents Rosemine recently borrowed from Professor Solange, there was an archive described within that Royal specifically came to enter. I do not know whether it exists, or it could also be entered with the keys Professor Solange spoke of. So Robot shot Solange a questioning look, and she presented him the documents I had just returned to her. These are diaries written by former librarians, she said. They detail how royals came to the library during the Archduke Conference upon coming of age. As Lord Ferdinand says, if you wish to investigate, please read through these. Robot took the documents, nodded, and then gave Ferdinand a close look. Lord Ferdinand, do you... Ooh. Huh? What? Do you Wait, how do you say that? A seed of Aldegisa know nothing of this. No, he replied briskly. Ehrenfest is my geduld. What? I'm very confused. This guy looks intense. I don't know if he always looks like this, but dear lord. Yeah, Rosemine's hiding behind Ferdinand. We said our farewells to Solange and made a swift exit with Raymond following us out. Lord Ferdinand, thank you very much for the enjoyable conversation and the task, he said, then turned right and made for the Scholar Building. Once he had gone, Ferdinand and I continued walking straight to the Central Building. Ferdinand, could you slow down a little? He must not have heard me, as he offered no response and continued walking to the dormitory at a brisk pace. His expression seemed even harder than usual. Ferdinand? You walk too slowly. You're walking too fast. Just what happened back there? Ferdinand gave a heavy sigh and scratched at his hair. He looked up at the flying sovereign knights, then slowly shook his head. It is nothing. You are acting weird. How would you even know if someone is that? That's what I wonder. What's a seed of Adalgisa? Weird. So he said, but it was clearly something. He had started acting strangely after our encounter with Rabla, but seeing that Sovereign Knight Commander couldn't have been the only reason after all. They had seen each other during the Bible comparison meeting as well. Do you think Raymond will finish improving the magic circles by next winter, I asked? This is much harder than the previous tasks you gave him, right? Do you think he'll manage to dissect the tools he's borrowing? My questions received no answers. Ferdinand had slowed down to match my pace, but he was even less talkative than normal. Not even talk of magic tools seemed to get a response from him. Hey, Ferdinand, what's a seed of Adalgisa? I don't think you're going to get an answer for that one. And so, my second year at the Royal Academy came to an end. Yet another question was now preying on my mind, but I suspected I could never in my life ask it, no matter how desperately I wanted to. Ooh, the epilogue. Nice. I think we got 2 more books before the next part ends. This part ends, which is nuts. The epilogue. The Royal Academy's graduation ceremony came to a close, and the gathered attendees began returning to their respective duchies. It was a busy period during which everyone was packing up and moving their luggage, and as this went on, Eglantine received an urgent summons from her fiancé, Prince Anastasius. My sincerest apologies, Lady Eglantine, but as it's a royal matter, we ask that you enter alone, Osmond said when they arrived at Anastasius' villa, speaking as the prince's head attendant. Your retainers may wait outside. Something being a royal matter in this instant meant it was something not to be shared with the public, so Eglantine's retainers were treated simply as being from Klassenburg and made to wait elsewhere. As someone who was going to be married into the royal family at the end of spring, Eglantine was used to being stealthily summoned when Anastasius determined it was best for her to be updated on affairs. The Ob's probing over dinner tonight is going to be quite intense, I expect. Ob Klassenburg was still in the dormitory, and as Eglantine had departed, he had sternly reminded her to act as royalty should. He was the kind of man who wanted to have more intelligence than the other duchies, no matter how minor the facts were or how little time his endeavor left him with. I hate feeling stopped up. Eglantine felt a little gloomy as she imagined what awaited her upon returning to the dormitory. Over here, Eglantine, Anastasius said, gesturing his fiancée over when she arrived at the parlor. His usual sweet smile was nowhere to be seen. Instead, the atmosphere was prickly and tense. Eglantine entered as all of Anastasia's retainers took their leave, save Oswin, who remained only so that the couple would not be left alone together. Once they were gone, Anastasius silently held out a sound-blocking magic tool. Eglantine accepted it and said, You certainly are on guard today. Yes, because this is about the recent attack. Eglantine swallowed. As the prince's fiancée, she had experienced the incident that occurred during the Interduchy Tournament's award ceremony firsthand on the stage. This won't be announced even during the Archduke conference, Anastasius continued, so I want you to make sure it doesn't leak to Klassenburg. The recent attack. Anastasius' words brought Eglantine back to the moment, and her mind was flooded with images of shooting men with weapons racing toward her on high beasts, or shouting men. Kill the false king, the men without a Gruscherscheid. You will not, Anastasius roared, mounting his high beast while casting the black weapon spell on his morph staff. As he had given up the throne, he had elected to fight back rather than merely be defended. Eglantine was proud of Anastasius' decision, but she was also deeply afraid of being left alone. As the prince's fiancée, she was considered the same as royalty. The terrorists didn't seem to care that her marriage hadn't actually taken place yet. They called for her death all the same. Trinish Performance that had grown to colossal size roared all throughout the arena. The Knights Order had taken great lengths to warn everyone that the beasts absorbed mana from attacks, but few listened and everyone kept attacking them in fear. Eglantine felt like the chaos and disarray was even more terrifying than the Turnishbefallens themselves. Yeah, came a battle cry from one of the terrorists the moment Eglantine realized weapons with mana were being directed at her with murderous intent. Her breathing quickened, and a sharp pain shot through her chest. Her entire body stiffened as hate-filled eyes bore into her very soul. "Eglantine, you're good to help!" Anastasia shouted, prompting Eglantine to cast the shield-making spell with a quavering voice. She evidently had a great deal more mana than her attacker, as his dangerous attack was easily negated, but she couldn't block their petrifying stares or cruel shouts. Some of the attackers took their own lives to cause explosions right in front of their targets. Some fed themselves to the Turnishbefallen to make them grow even larger. Ooh, that's not good. And some launched suicidal charges at nights, hoping to take their targets with them. No matter their actions, it was clear that they shared a common mind, carrying out their revenge and nothing else. Their eyes were bloodshot, one and all. Eglantine almost envied their willingness to lose control. She wanted nothing more than to avert her eyes in terror, crouch on the ground, and scream for help. However, those guarded by the Sovereign Knight's Order were not allowed to reveal such emotions. The students would never calm if even the royals were panicking. Eglantine swallowed down the bile that had risen in her throat, stood tall, and confidently maintained her gatelle, not wanting to make her life harder for the knights. It took her all, but she managed it. Eglantine looked at Anastasia, holding back the dread-inducing anxiety that made her want to flee the pallor. She smiled, dispelled the images in her head as best she could, and nodded, but natural veins were bulging on her hand as she gripped the magic tool much too tightly. It was the only hint at her true feelings, but Anastasia began his report without noticing it. The Sovereign Knight's Order has been investigating the attack non-stop since its occurrence, and the royal family has been holding regular meetings as they receive reports on it, he said. However, you are unable to attend these meetings as you aren't yet an official member of the royal family. Should you even be telling me these things then? Eglantine asked. She didn't want to remember the attack anymore, so she was unenthusiastically discussing it, but Anastasia gave a small chuckle. Fear not, I will say only that which you ought to know. You will not want to be entirely in the dark when we are starbound at the next Archduke Conference, no? Father has given his permission for me to share some of what was discussed with you. It seemed that Eglantine would not be able to escape this without hearing more of the tragic events. She resigned herself to her fate and prompted Anastasia to continue, which he swiftly acknowledged with a nod. First, the good news. We captured every single one of the criminals. They all came from fallen duchies, but not all from the same one. Fallen duchies were those who had completely dissolved after the king had executed their archducal families. The territory that had formerly been the Greater Duchy Workstock had readily been split in two and shared between Dunkelfelger and Arensbach. Let's see. Old Zosengas had now been absorbed into Klassenberg, while Old Trostwerk and Old Scharfer were being managed by the sovereignty. The sovereignty and the greater duchies managed the fallen duchies, Eglantine said. In other words, I suppose we will not be able to demand accountability from anyone. It would have been one thing if the rebels had all come from a single fallen duchy, but we couldn't rebuke every relevant archduke at once. To make matters worse, a king without a Grutterscheid was incapable of redrawing duchy borders. We do not wish to cast blame carelessly and have all the greater duchies to abandon the fallen duchies to sovereign management, Anastasia said. Eglantine nodded in agreement, but that meant nobody would be held accountable. Would the victims of the attack be fine with such an outcome? Perhaps her dissatisfaction would even run the risk of creating further rebels. No matter how she considered it, her thoughts were stuck on a dark path. However, the prince continued, given that Turnishbefallens were used in the attack, most of the opinion that this plot was formed by those of old Workstock. As such, some knights are suggesting that Arensbach or Dunkelfelger might be behind it. Eglantine felt a sudden wave of dizziness sweep over her. It was a tremendous insult to be accused of supporting rebels. So much so that if Ob Klassenberg heard even a word of this suspicion, one could reasonably expect all the accused knights to vanish from Jürgenschmidt overnight. But why would victorious greater duchies attack the king, she asked. If such opinions are vocalized, will we not be making enemies of Arensbach and Dunkelfelger? We know, the king has shot them all down. However, Anastasius fell silent and crossed his arms in thought, most likely debating whether his next words were safe to say. Eglantine waited patiently for him to make his decision. We have good reason to believe that old Workstock's dormitory teleportation circle was used to transport the Turnishbefallens. Anastasius explained that before the introductory tournament, a Turnishpa Fawn had appeared in Ehrenfest's gathering spot. Eglantine knew this already from a report she had received from Klassenberg. She was aware that apprentice knights throughout the Royal Academy were now standing guard at their own duchy's gathering spots. Roffin led a group of professors to inspect the dormitory, and Gundalf discovered there was traces of recent use on the teleportation circle. Anastasius continued. The plan was for Siggiswald and me to investigate after the Academy term ended to avoid any unnecessary panic. But the attack had taken place before they had the opportunity. Eglantine found that strange. If there had already been so much cause for concern, why had the Turnishpa Fawn attack been enacted so successfully? Was the Sovereign Knights Order not on guard against something of this nature, she asked. They were, of course. They predicted that there might be danger at the introductory tournament given how many people gather for it, and prepared themselves accordingly. There were guards watching the old workstock dormitory, more knights assigned to guarding us and patrolling the arena on the day of, and Phoebes detecting magic tools placed around the night building. Said tools had allowed them to check for anyone trying to sneak the Phoebes in alongside the Guardians. The professors and Sovereign Knights Order had apparently concluded that any attack could easily be dealt with as long as Turnishpa Fawns weren't used, and the indication of one on the teleportation circle had only been minor, leaving them to believe that such as few people were going to be involved. However, the Turnishpa Fawns appeared from within rather than being brought in from the outside, and there were 10 times more rebels than expected, Anastasius said. There was no point to the detection magic circles when the Phoebes had already been hidden on the grounds beforehand. They were hidden in the night building? But how? Potions were used to keep the infant Turnishpa Fawns asleep in mana-blocking bags. Storing them in the night building ahead of time would be trivial with an accomplice among the students. There's an accomplice among the students? Eglantine exclaimed. All the attackers had been much older than her. She had never even considered that a student might have been helping them. It's standard procedure for the families of all those involved to be executed alongside the attackers themselves. It makes sense then that some students would choose to help their families, having nothing else to lose. We must also consider that those rebels hadn't been hiding somewhere since the Civil War ended. They were living normally in the fallen duchies, under the management of the victors. We have even confirmed that they arrived at the academy through the various duchies' teleportation circles, attending normally as family of graduating students. That was simply impossible for Eglantine to believe. How could they have committed such atrocious acts of violence after living normally for over a decade? She failed to even imagine it. The problem is, those we captured weren't aware of much at all, the prince said. This plan was very carefully put together. They had received their orders from those who later committed suicide in a way that left no evidence or memories behind. Eglantine clapped her hands over her mouth, recalling those who had blown themselves up or fed themselves to Turnishpa Fawns. She felt as though she was just one lapse of concentration away from vomiting. In order to prevent this from happening again, Robert will be leading a squadron to investigate O'Workstock's teleportation circle, Anastasius concluded. Their findings are what shall be announced at the Archduke Conference. Ahrensbach is presently responsible for the circle in question, is it not? It is, and Fraulein has become the subject of much suspicion after she cast washing during the previous inspection of the old dormitory. Her excuse of there having been too much dust has convinced no one, and that incident will be investigated as well. Oh, it's come back and biting her in the butt now. Fraulein's actions did sound incredibly suspicious, but would a criminal really do something so blatantly obvious? Eglantine felt that even if she were by some chance involved, she would never do anything of the sort. Ob Ahrensbach has said he will cooperate fully in any investigation, including a search of his own duchy, Anastasius said. It must have been heartening to know that the Sovereign Knights Order was working to ensure such a tragedy would never happen again, and Ahrensbach would naturally cooperate to clear the suspicions surrounding it. Eglantine's tense grip loosened just a little. In any case, the casualties. The prince continued. Immerdink and Neuhausen suffered the most, as Turnishpa Fawns appeared at the very center of their assigned spots. Several other students have died. Oh. Man, that sucks. Though we haven't even gotten to meet anybody from those duchies yet, so I guess it isn't as bad as if it had been someone we known. Eglantine's grip tightened again. Knights of the duchies permitted to use black weapons had fought alongside the Sovereign Knights Order, and the rebels had been targeting royalty, so she hadn't expected there to have been so many civilian casualties. The Turnishpa Fawn that slew the most Immerdink students was slain in turn by Ehrenfest Knights, Anastasius noted. Ehrenfest is one of the duchies permitted to use black weapons, and I'm told it was Ferdinand who led their efforts. Were there any deaths among those from Ehrenfest? Not one. There was an unusual spherical shield protecting their spa, he said, but Eglantine failed to understand. She had been up on the arena stage. Surely she could have noticed something that large. Some say it was a magic tool belonging to Ferdinand, while others claimed it was a divine instrument produced by Rosemine. We do not know the truth as of yet, but Ehrenfest suffered no casualties. They had some wounded, but they were all restored with healing magic. I see. That is a relief, Eglantine replied with a long sigh, having not wanted Rosemine's duchy to suffer. Anastasius, in contrast, was wearing a frown. The problem is they suffered so little. Some have started to suspect them. For what reason? The rebels were all from fallen duchies, were they not? They were. None were from Ehrenfest, Anastasius said with a smile that seemed to suggest he would say no more on the matter. Apparently, it was royal business that Eglantine still couldn't be made privy to. We are doing all we can. You may rest easy. Of course, those non-committal words weren't enough to still Eglantine's restless heart. This was normally where she would smile in return and express her understanding, allowing Anastasius' words to simply wash over her. But she instead furrowed her brow. She was ashamed to be letting even the smallest amount of displeasure show on her face. But hastily replacing it with a smile would not erase what she had done. Eglantine, that expression just now. Is it related to why you seem so unwell? Anastasius asked, narrowing his gray eyes as if scrutinizing even the slightest change in her behavior. His response took Eglantine by surprise, but she rested a hand on her cheek and forced a smile. Oh my, do I seem unwell to you? Perhaps I spent too much time in the sun. You would speak like that after all this time. Euphemisms fail to convey one's true intentions, and it was only after Rosemine urged us to start communicating more directly that we cleared the mistaken air between us. No? I intend to accept every part of you. If there's anything that you're worried or concerned about, I want you to tell me, he said earnestly, extending a hand and placing it over Eglantine's clenched fist. Eglantine felt the prince's warmth and saw his patient eyes, and slowly her anxiety began to ease. In the process, her smile faded and was replaced with a dark expression. The civil war has not yet ended for me, she mumbled, and then closed her eyes, her mouth not yet sure if she can continue. Anastasius made no attempt to hurry her. He patiently waited with his hand on hers. Shamefully enough, this event has reminded me of the night attack that led to my being sent to Klassenburg in my youth, and even ever since I found myself unable to sleep. Night attack? Anastasius repeated, looking confused. It was not only then that Eglantine recalled that she had not yet told him about it. It was when I was young. You recall that my father, the third prince, was assassinated in the midst of the civil war, correct? Yes, his dinner was poisoned. You were the sole survivor, so you ate in a room instead. You had yet to be baptized at the time, so you were adopted by the previous Ob Klausenberg. Anastasius knew only the first half of the story and nothing about the night attack. He had been young himself at the time, and his father, the fifth prince, was still refusing any involvement in the civil war. It was no surprise that Anastasius was unaware. It was possible that only those in Klausenberg knew all the details. On the very same night my father was murdered, the villa I was living in came under attack by those exploiting the chaos. Those of the first prince's faction seemed to think that my father was hiding the Grucheshite. I remember hearing men shouting at one another to find it. Eglantine's pre-baptized room had been located in the same area as where her parents lived within their villa. Her nursemaid had noticed the attack, hidden Eglantine among the dressing room shelves, and fled all the way to the Royal Academy to seek help from Klassenburg. Fortunately for her, the Ob of the time had come to the Academy dormitory after being informed of the assassination and was able to rally the duchy to save the princess. However, it wasn't easy for those of other duchies to enter the villa, meaning the Klassenburg knights faced a problem that the band of sovereign noble-led attackers hadn't encountered. Eglantine's nursemaid had needed to guide them to a door that they could enter with Eglantine's permission, then leave them there as she sought out the princess. She ran through the villa, desperately avoiding the ongoing battles, and asked Eglantine to go on ahead and open the door. Eglantine had done her best to reach and open the door for her desperate nursemaid, and upon receiving her royal permission, a storm of red-caped knights had flooded into the villa and engaged the attackers. The villa was torn to pieces, and so many people died. The attackers, the sovereign nobles surviving in the villa, everyone. Eglantine said her own life had ultimately been saved, but by the time the knights were able to reach her nursemaid, the woman had already perished. Over 10 years had passed since then, and there was another attack just like it. Those who tried to kill us had the same eyes as the attackers of that night. The country may appear to be at peace on the surface, but that war has yet to end. I see. I wasn't aware of all that, Anastasius said, stroking his fiancé's hand ever so tenderly. He didn't ask for more details or give his own views on the events. He simply made his comforting presence known, easing the painful tension that Eglantine felt writhing within her. A true smile arose on her face. I do not wish for there to be another war. I know, you wish for peace, and that is why I ask. Will you tell me what manner of peace you seek? Eglantine blinked. Is there more than one kind? The peace these rebels sought was one with a king other than father on the throne, no doubt. Is that also what you want? Eglantine didn't want that manner of peace in the least. She wanted the opposite, if anything. She closed her eyes in search of what she truly wished for and muttered, "The manner of peace I seek." She wanted the Civil War to end in a true sense, for Jurgen to be ruled by a proper king, whose position had no weaknesses for any rebels to exploit. Her dream was for a world where blood wasn't forever being spilled. The Gruterscheid. If the current king could acquire the proof of worthiness that had been lost during the Civil War, none would ever be able to oppose his reign, and half of the problems facing the Jurgen nobles of their time would vanish in an instant. She passionately wished for the Gruterscheid to return and bring about the true peace she sought. Eglantine opened her eyes, having found the answer she was looking for. So, Anastasius prompted, just what manner of peace do you seek? An end to the Civil War. Peace I can believe in, where blood will not once again be used to wash away blood, Eglantine replied, and then eyed Anastasius in silence. Was it really safe for her to voice her true thoughts? She looked at their hands, which were still together. He was the only one who could hear her, thanks to the magic tool. Was saying any more on the subject really wise? Would the prince still accept her after she revealed all to him? Perhaps it was best to prioritize Noble's speech, with the understanding that he would embrace everything. Eglantine made her conclusion after a moment's hesitation. If she tested his sincerity here, it would most likely inform her future decision-making. I strongly wish for the Gruterscheid to be obtained without conflict, and for a legitimate king to be born through its guidance, she said, her bright orange eyes shining with resolve as the Princess Grey one strove to determine her true intent. The silence that followed was only momentary, but to Eglantine it felt like an eternity. Understood, Anastasia said. You will not be dragged into any conflict. I will exert all my power and sacrifice all else to protect you and search for the Gruterscheid. There was an unmistakable kindness in his eyes, and his smile made it immediately clear that his words were true, that he would accept Eglantine in her entirety while staying firmly by her side. Eglantine had known that Anastasius loved her, but for the first time she felt as if she understood just how deep those feelings ran. Uh-oh. Her hand suddenly felt unusually hot beneath his, and she was struck with a timidness that made her want to retreat into herself. The heat quickly spread, and soon enough her chest and cheeks were burning too. Oh no. Prince Anastasius, she began, attempting to pull her hand back, but Anastasius tightened his grip in response. She wasn't confident that she could maintain her composure if she looked at him in the eye, so she instead gazed downward. Such is my promise to you, my goddess of light, Anastasius said. There was a quiet clatter as he allowed his magic tool to drop to the floor, and used his now free hand to reach lovingly for Eglantine's hair. Lord Anastasius, this is not the proper place for, she began, but her protest fell on unveritably deaf ears. He could not hear her without the tool, and just as she began to feel panic at the lack of communication, Oswin suddenly cleared his throat. Thank God he's still there. He had completely faded into the background, but he put a swift end to the conversation before the prince could say or do anything more. Oh, good. That's probably a good idea. Okay, how much more do I have left? 35 pages. How long is this? Okay, I think I'll continue. Speaking at the gazebo. Ooh, the gazebo! Is that the same gazebo that I'm thinking of? And if it is, who is this point of view? It was the Earth Day right after Lady Rosamund returned to Ehrenfest, and in a meeting room in the Scholar Building was a gathering of apprentice art scholars from all duchies ranked 10th and above. Naturally, this was where her sudden absence would receive the most attention, as she was the starter of so many trends. Pardon, I asked. Lady Rosamund has already returned to her duchy? Yes, because she collapsed twice in quick succession. It was the Archduke himself who summoned her back, Hartmann informed those who had gathered for the meeting before looking slightly concerned. I had seen Lady Rosamund collapse myself while attending a tea party with Lady Hannelore, and I also knew that a prince had been in attendance. I was here at this information exchange meeting in the hope of asking how Lady Rosamund was doing, but it seemed that Hartmann was carefully controlling how much was known. He intended to publicize nothing more than the fact that she had returned to Ehrenfest due to poor health, as she had done last year. But will everyone be satisfied with that, I wonder? Lady Rosamund was the source of so many Ehrenfest trends, and all talk of them being mere fads had soon disappeared when her duchy forward trade agreements with Klassenburg and the Sovereignty. Furthermore, while the only new foods they were serving at tea parties were sweets, those invited to Ehrenfest meals at the Archduke Conference were said to have been shocked by the enticing dishes they were offered. As a result, Ehrenfest's rank had risen dramatically, and the top-ranking duchies who had failed to secure trade deals with them were now striving to at least establish connections. Most had rarely socialized with Ehrenfest due to its neutrality during the Civil War, but now it was getting closer and closer to the Sovereignty, and many wanted to learn as much as they could about Lady Rosamine, the one responsible for this abrupt shift. I observed my surroundings, wondering whether I should reveal the information that only Dunkelfelder knew. Do we know whether Lady Rosamine will miss the introductory tournament again this year? An apprentice art scholar asked. It will depend on what her doctor and the Ob decides, Hartman replied. As a retainer, I do hope for her prompt and safe return, but there's no need to fret, Marianne noted. Lady Charlotte is in attendance this year, so our socializing will not be interrupted. Lord Wolfried is expected to deal with the male socializing while Lady Charlotte takes care of the female socializing. Ehrenfest has ordered us all to be very proactive with spreading trends, came a third voice. Hartman had trailed off, but these other apprentice art scholars took that opportunity to ensure everyone at Ehrenfest socializing would proceed just fine, even without Lady Rosamine. Their phrasing did come across as somewhat rude, but perhaps that was intentional misdirection to hide her relationship with Prince Hildebrand. Perhaps it would be best for me to arrange a private meeting with Hartman to ask for details about Lady Rosamine. I had already known about her leaving due to the message she had sent Lady Hannelore beforehand, but I didn't even have a scrap of information about how she was doing. Hartman was so distracted with preparing for his lady's return, but his response by ordinances were all very brief. If only I were Lady Rosamine's retainer, I wouldn't need to spend each day as miserable and anxious. Oh, it's Clarissa. Okay. Lady Clarissa of Dunkelfelder, there is something I wish to report to you personally. May I have a moment of your time? Hartman addressed me with a smile following the meeting's conclusion. His politeness was natural for a noble from a bottom-ranking duchy speaking to a noble from a top-ranking one in public, but not so natural for a man speaking to his betrothed. Well, I mean, you gotta hide that. What do you expect? From my perspective as someone who had finally completed the marriage challenge given to me, I found the way he spoke to and acted toward around me was much too distant. There were many from other duchies who wished to copy the movements of the top-ranking duchies and socialize with Ehrenfest, and as such, a great number of apprentice art scholars who had attended our meeting were seeking to have Hartman escort them as a quick path to success. Nope. Too bad for all of you, though. He's chosen me, so there's no point in trying to get him now. That said, I couldn't afford to let my guard down before he formally introduced me to Lady Rosamine. I glanced around and approached Hartman and gave a warm smile that made our close relationship more apparent. My Hartman, I said, the meeting has ended, so you may refer to me as just Clarissa now. If you have the time, let us go to a gazebo as an engaged couple should. Voicing the facts that we were engaged and could spend time in the gazebo for lovers would surely drive away the women attempting to flock to Hartman. Any who still tried to approach him after such a clear vocal warning would swiftly be struck down, as was the usual response for a woman of Dunkelfelder. Clarissa, then, Hartman replied. He had paused to think while I smiled at the girls around us, a daring fire blazing in my eyes, and ultimately decided it was most wise to adjust his speech as I requested. Let's meet at Third Bell on Wind Day. You know my high beast, right? Wind Day was a weekday where classes were not usually held. In other words, we were demonstrating how close we were, that we knew how each other's studies were going so well that we had no reason to hesitate. I appreciated that he had picked up on my intention to make our relationship clear, but that didn't explain how he knew which days I was no longer attending lessons on. Although I felt confused and a little creeped out, I nodded with a smile. Yes, let's go. It shall be a wonderful time. On the scheduled wind day, I started toward the gazebo with a get-well gift for Lady Rosamine in my arms. I advanced to the central building, and then the scholar building on my way outside, and soon enough the snow all around me vanished, much like when one entered a duchy's gathering spot. Beyond the herb gardens tended to by the professors were flower gardens containing several white gazebos. It was a vibrant area that was very popular for lovers' meetups, especially when the Royal Academy's grounds were otherwise engulfed in dull, colorless snow. I wonder which gazebo has Hartman's high beast, I mused aloud, scanning my surroundings as I rode through the garden on my own high beast. I took to the air for a better look. These gazebos will probably get even busier once Ehrenfest's Royal Academy love stories becomes popular with the other duchies too. Most students were still occupied with their classes, so there were few gazebos with high beasts near them. Hartman's was very easy to spot, as a result, and I descended toward it. Oh? Despite the gazebo being a place for lovers to meet, I could see 3 figures with Ehrenfest capes. Hartman was sitting and reading some documents while the younger boy and girl with him were anxiously looking around as though feeling very out of place. I recognized the girl as Feline, one of Lady Rosemine's retainers, but who was the boy? Your partner is here, Hartman, Feline said, regarding me nervously. Hartman looked up from his documents and gestured me over. Might be out of taste to bring third parties to the gazebo, he said, but my main goal today is to introduce them to you. Hope you can forgive me. I, too, suggested this gazebo with something else in mind, as it doesn't bother me if other relevant people are also here. However, I turned to Feline and the unknown boy. I see the two of you are feeling very unsure about this. Please rest easy. I set down my things and smiled at them. The only Aramfist people Hartman would think to introduce me to were retainers serving Lady Rosemine, and making the best possible impression on my future co-workers was an important step toward achieving my aim of one day serving alongside them. Clarissa, this is Feline, Hartman said. She is an apprentice lay scholar serving Lady Rosemine. I'd imagine you know her from how she gathers stories from other duchies in the library. Yes, of course. It is rare for a lay noble to be selected to serve an archducal family. She must be an exceptionally talented apprentice scholar, I said. It was for precisely these reasons that I had taken a particular interest in her while investigating Lady Rosemine and her retainers. Hartman crossed his arms. Feline believed in Lady Rosemine's promise and kept her own while Lady Rosemine was unconscious. Her faith is so splendid that even during those 2 uncertain years, she gathered story after story. It comes as little wonder that Lady Rosemine strongly wished for her to be taken as a retainer. I understood just how long 2 years seemed to a child, and with Lady Rosemine spending that time in a Jareve, there had even been a constant risk that she might die outright or never come back at all. Feline's resolve to continue believing in her promise with Lady Rosemine and gathering stories for 2 years amid all the naysayers truly was splendid. The boy is Roderick, Hartman continued. He is a med scholar who will soon be taken in as a retainer due to his talent for writing new stories. I'm so envious. Jeez. Just the thought of writing new stories to present to Lady Rosemine made my heart throb. I had hoped to offer stories of my own in the process of completing Hartman's marriage challenges, but I had quickly learned that I didn't possess the talent for it myself. Instead, I needed to resort to transcribing Dunkelberger books and collecting night stories. Seeing these 2 young and very talented people made me feel anxious and worried. I wonder, am I ever going to meet Lady Rosemine's standards? This is Clarissa, Hartman said. She is an arch scholar from Dunkelfelder, and the woman I shall escort during my graduation. I intend to introduce her to Lady Rosemine at the Interduchy tournament. My, you don't intend to introduce me as your fiancé? Our engagement isn't official yet. We can hardly call ourselves engaged before our parents have met, have we? Or can we? Hartman had seemed to be quite the playboy, involving himself with girls from all sorts of duchies, but he was evidently still quite diligent on the inside. Enjoying this new discovery, I looked toward the 2 apprentice scholars. And yet you're going out of your way to introduce me to these 2 before the Interduchy tournament. I must wonder what might be the significance of that. I intend to ask you to gather intelligence in my stead next year at the Royal Academy. Oh my, intelligence? One important job for apprentice scholars was to socialize with various apprentice scholars of other duchies to gather intelligence and discover the truth behind rumors. But I was from another duchy. Why ever would he make such a request of me? Roderick's a med noble, Feline's a lay noble, and while they're both skilled at writing and gathering stories for Lady Rosemine, they lack the skills to actually required of a retainer. Thus, it's highly likely that Lady Rosemine will struggle to learn things shared between apprentice art scholars once I graduate. I took a moment to digest his words. In short, Lady Rosemine wasn't going to have any apprentice art scholars next year. I might have been engaged to Hartman, but for him to make such a request of someone from another duchy was still unusual. Perhaps he wasn't well connected with Lord Wolfried's and Lady Charlotte's retainers, who had been attending the meeting for apprentice art scholars. Or perhaps he didn't trust their intelligence-gathering skills either. It's probably the latter. I will do anything for Lady Rosemine's sake, I said. However, is there perhaps something in this for me? Hartman obviously had some kind of reward ready, but with third parties here, it was important to establish a verbal agreement. Hartman looked at me through narrowed orange eyes. How about this? First of all, cordial relationships with Lady Rosemine's retainers. I intend to introduce you to her apprentice arch knights and attendants at a later date, too. Naturally, it's down to you to make things work from there, but the opportunity exists. Oh my, do you think I would ever fail you? No. Do you think I would ever waste my time with someone who would fail despite me having planned so far ahead for them? Planned ahead, If all your preparations to make me Lady Rosemine's retainer are completed, you must have revealed everything I know to your fellow retainers. Trying to get Lady Rosemine to take a retainer she doesn't know by name or appearance would be as hard as getting Ava Glade to look at any goddess but Geduld. Hartman noted. We were smiling at each other, but there was a pleasant tension between us, the kind that arose when two people tried to squeeze out as much information and the best terms from one another. It seemed that we were the only ones enjoying our scholarly exchange, though. If you would mind please calming down, Feline interjected, leaning forward and attempting to mediate. Roderick was just letting his eyes wander, trying to maintain neutrality. Oh, but we were delightfully calm, I said. Is that not so, Hartman? Indeed, is that not how it appears on the outside? Their innocent reactions were cute, but those two weren't at all suited to being information-gathering scholars. This much was clear to me, already, even though we hadn't spent even a bell together. If these were the best apprentice scholars Hartman was able to introduce me to, then his situation truly must have been unfortunate. I was losing all confidence in my understanding of what Lady Rosamine wanted from a retainer. Hartman, I said, why do you say that becoming Lady Rosamine's retainer is difficult? The retainers of a duchy's archducal family were normally chosen based on recommendations from one's parents and grandparents, as well as already existing retainers and members of the same faction. Retainers of partners marrying into their duchy would similarly recommend their betrothed, which was why I thought that Hartman putting my name forward would be enough for Lady Rosamine to accept me after marriage. Would it be hard to recommend me, even though you are her only apprentice arch scholar? I asked. Swallowing hard as my plans seemed to come apart at the seams, I rested a hand on my cheek and gave a rigid smile, trying to hide my panic. My assumption had been that my becoming Lady Rosamine's retainer was near enough guaranteed, that it is, unless it came to be that Hartman was an extremely untrustworthy individual. Ah, could it be that Lady Rosamine doesn't trust you? All expression disappeared from Hartman's face. He folded his arms, crossed his legs, and turned to the two students sitting across from him. Feline, Roderick, could you tell Clarissa whether I am trusted or not? He asked, looking equally as blank as before. They both went pale, despite not having been yelled at, and started praising him with tearful eyes. Hartman is incredible, Lady Clarissa, Feline explained. Even the Temple Grey Priest respect him, and he knows everything about Lady Rosamine. He's also a very fast worker, so fast, in fact, that even Lord Ferdinand praises him. He has high standards for others, Roderick added with equal enthusiasm, but that's because he meets those standards himself. Naturally, Lady Rosamine recognizes his talents, I think. They sounded so desperate that I started to feel a little bad for them. There was no doubting how competent Hartman was, especially with how skillfully he navigated the apprentice art scholars meeting. As someone who was planning to marry a person of a lower-ranked duchy, I was comfortable saying I understood this better than anyone. But talent and trust are two separate things, are they not? I asked. Otherwise, there's no way that Hartman's recommendation would be enough. Well, Lady Rosamine is an unusual case, Hartman said. I'm well aware she used unthinkable plots and did her, started several trends, was accepted as the master of the library's magic tools, contributed significantly to Prince Anastasius and Lady Eglantine getting engaged, and even healed her gathering spot after the Trnishprafon attack. She's a saint of Ehrenfest, no? Hartman nodded repeatedly, saying that was exactly right, then let out a sigh. Lady Rosamine was raised in the temple. Her perspective is fundamentally different from those of a regular noble, and she chooses her retainers on another basis entirely. Just look at Roderick. He wasn't recommended to her family by her family as retainers. In fact, everyone spoke out against him. He's of low status and from another faction, and when judged as a retainer of an archducal family member, he's downright incompetent. But Lady Rosamine has high praise for his writing skills, and after paying a heavy price, he was taken as a retainer anyway. Roderick shrunk back at Hartman's harsh tone, but the fact that he didn't protest indicated that it was all true. Feline had simply been looking at him with worry, but she used this opportunity to smile and interject. A simple recommendation will not be enough to guarantee one's assignment, she said. After all, Lady Rosamine did suffer the Lord Traga incident just recently. Traga is the guard knight who held everyone back during last year's treasure-stealing dinner game, correct? I asked. And Dunkelfelder disobeying an order was enough to get one banned from ever playing dinner again. To see an apprentice knight who acts so foolishly was surprising enough, but hearing that he was also Lady Rosamine's retainer had made me so furious that I committed his name to memory. He is a guard knight no longer, Feline said, and explained to me what had happened. Traga had actively requested to become a guard knight with his grandmother's recommendation, but in truth he had no intention of serving a weak lady and planned to quit as soon as he accomplished his goals. He had subsequently been relieved of duty, and the whole experience had wounded Lady Rosamine's trust for new retainers. And as she had made no attempt to hire any new guard knights since, it was hard for those around her to recommend anyone from their family. So he not only dragged the others down and did her, but he also quit for such a selfish reason, and even impeded my aim to become a retainer. Traga must pay. Yeah, kick his butt. Kick his butt, Clarissa. Not to mention, Hartman added, I expect that Lord Ferdinand will reject anyone he doesn't deem valuable in the duchy. My apologies, I said. I did not think things through enough. Lady Rosamond's guardian can speak on her choice of retainer, even though she is already in the Royal Academy? Not even her adoptive mother and father can interfere, but he can? Is that allowed in Ironfest? Archduke candidates were normally closer to their retainers than anyone else, so it was generally up to them to choose who they took into their service. My initial assumption had been that Lady Rosamond was too strong-willed to accept anyone's introduction, but now Hartman was saying her guardian had final authority. I couldn't understand what in the world was going on. Lady Rosamond spends much time in the temple, so Lord Ferdinand will refuse anyone who does not respect the Grey Priests who keep it organized and the lower city commoners who assist with her trend-making. Not even close family are exceptions to this rule. Lord Ferdinand is her guardian in the temple, her skilled teacher, her apothecary, and her doctor. By and large, he has more authority over her than her adoptive parents. He had explained that it wasn't Ironfest that was weird, it was just Lady Rosamond. This certainly was valuable information for anyone who wished to be her retainer. I had no idea that marrying Hartman would be the beginning of my work, not the end. She is so unusual that planning or predicting anything seems impossible, I said, holding my head to endure the psychological damage I was experiencing. Feline peered at me, her grass-green eyes rich with worry. Hartman, what can we do to help Lady Clarissa join us as retainer, she asked. She is willing to gather intelligence for Lady Rosamond, so I would like for her to wish to become true. I could only blink in surprise. Apprentice scholars were known for lying to each other's faces with a smile while gathering intelligence. So Feline's honesty caught me off guard. My shock must have been apparent as Hartman gave me a knowing smile. The first thing we could do is make her known to Lady Rosamond, he said. Clarissa, it's much harder than you think for someone from another duchy to become Lady Rosamond's retainer. It'll be a long and painful road. Do you want to give up? My heart roared with determination. Never. My resolve isn't so flimsy. The stronger my foe, the brighter it burns. I will smash every obstacle that stands in my way. I thought you'd say that, Hartman replied with a chuckle. He had doubtless predicted that I would go along with his plan. Feline, Roderick, do trust each other's intelligence gathering to me, I said with a smile as I started preparing to leave. I will leak to you all the information that Dunkelfelger's apprentice arch scholars gather. In return, do tell Lady Rosamond that it is all coming from me. Understood. We look forward to working with you, Lady Clarissa. After securing Feline and Roderick's support, I preferred a bundle of papers to Hartman. As a get-well gift, I wish to give Lady Rosamond these Dunkelfelger stories that I gathered. Please deliver them to her at Ironfest. While emphasizing that it was I who provided them, we must first start with her learning my name. You got more than you needed for your marriage challenges, I might need to reevaluate my opinion of you. Hartman said and reached for the papers with an impressed look. I had not stopped at the transcription required for my marriage. I had also had some ready to bring with me when I was introduced to her. I can do this. I will do this. I'm going to become Lady Rosamond's retainer no matter what. Okay, that settles that. Let's go. Hartman said and extended a helping hand to me, only for Feline to tug on his cape. Hartman, Roderick and I can go now, but as this is the goddess of time of gazebo, perhaps you and Lady Clarissa could stay here until fourth bell. Hartman looked down at Feline, who was doing her best to be considerate and helpful, despite being too young to really understand school romance, and spent a moment in contemplation. Clarissa, is there anything we have to talk about? He asked. Lady Rosamond's condition, the temple circumstances, her guardians, the various miracles she has caused, I replied, counting each of my answers off my fingers. I have a mountain of questions from my god of darkness. Feline and Roderick looked absolutely horrified. I had no idea what had caught them so off guard, but unlike them, I was starved for information on Lady Rosamond. I came all this way to meet you, Hartman, and yet we have barely discussed Lady Rosamond herself. Do not think I am a woman who will be satisfied with so little, I continued, taking Hartman's outstretched hand and sweetly pulling him back down into his seat. In that case, let's talk about how saintly Lady Rosamond was in her youth, shall we? Hartman said after considering my proposal. My god, I'm so glad. This is so weird! I'm sorry, this is just so weird. My god of darkness truly knows such wondrous tales. Do continue. Feline and Roderick fled from the gazebo. Run, girl! Run, you two! Run! You're too young for this! This is so freaking awkward! Talk about being third wheels. And I got to hear stories singing Lady Rosamond's praises all the way until fourth bell. The goddess of time must have been playing her tricks, much like the rumors warned, as our time together seemed to run out in the blink of an eye. Oh, come on. Again with this whole thing? Rendezvous at the gazebo. Who was this time? I will study in my room so that I may finish my classes as soon as possible. After all, I will need to help Lady Charlotte with her socializing, Brunhilde said. And I will similarly prepare for the afternoon's practical lessons, Feline said as well. After seeing Lady Rosamine off, we retainers went back to our respective rooms. I started climbing the dormitory stairs, only for Hartmut to call out to me. Lenore, you're free at the moment, right? I intend to spend this time researching Fae and their weaknesses in preparation for the upcoming Interdicty tournament, so I will not help train or gather materials for Roderick, I replied, already sure of what he was going to ask. You have determined that he is useless and already facing a shortage of manpower as a result. Convince Lady Rosamund to take another apprentice scholar in his place. I understood that Hartmut was extremely busy and struggling with his duties, but I was a guard knight. I was not about to do scholar work unless Lady Rosamund personally ordered it. So harsh, Lenore. If only you could be kind to someone other than Cornelius. Agreeing to help you even a single time will only lead you to seeking my assistance on a regular basis. She's not wrong. I said tersely. Again, I turned to leave, but then I heard someone calling my name from returned It was Cornelius, who I thought had returned to Ehrenfest with Lady Rosamine, and he was walking over in quite a hurry. You certainly came back quickly. You did say that you would, but given your guard duty and the necessity to report on what took place here at the academy, I thought you would be gone until at least tomorrow. We're talking about Cornelius here, Hartmut said with a laugh. I imagine Lady Elvira was there to welcome Lady Rosamund and wasted no time before antagonizing him with questions, causing him to turn tail and run right back here. Yeah, he's not wrong. That's exactly what happened. Cornelius grimaced, showing that Hartmut was entirely right with his guess. I gave a sympathetic smile and said, I do understand how you feel, Cornelius. I would wish to run as well. Back when we had informed Lady Elvira that Cornelius had chosen to escort me at his graduation, her dark eyes had gleamed, and she had probed me relentlessly about our romance. The unexpected intensity of her question had been overwhelming, especially when I couldn't answer them due to my oaths of secrecy with Cornelius. Mother certainly is a pain, but this is my last year at the Royal Academy, Cornelius said. There shouldn't be anything odd about me wanting to stay here as long as I can. For the memories. I see, Hartmut interjected. You want to flirt with Lenore as much as you can, since you don't have as much guard duty in the Royal Academy. That's exactly it. I shot him a cold glare. Hartmut, are you not embarrassed to be throwing such a misdirected tantrum? I suggest erring on the side of silence. He was probably getting revenge for my refusal to help him just now. I'll take my leave for now, Hartmut replied with a shrug and started upstairs. Don't want Lenore holding a grudge or anything. Have fun, you two. Last line was unnecessary. As I glared at the swiftly retreating Hartmut, Cornelius extended a hand to me with a conflicted smile. For you to be so annoyed right now, you must really hate spending time with me. After glancing around and confirming that nobody was within eyeshot, I rested my hand atop his. I dislike those who taunt us as Hartmut does. But I am glad to have more time to spend with you, Cornelius. Please do not tease me when you know how I feel. Cornelius leisurely escorted me up the stairs. Lady Rosamund had fewer guards in the Royal Academy than in the castle, so we normally had very little time to spend alone together. Simply walking with him was enough to make a pleasant warmth spread through my chest and a smile play on my lips. I feel the same way, Cornelius said. We only have until classes end. Let's spend as much time together as we can before Lady Rosamund returns. Luckily, we're already finished most of our classes to accommodate her library goings. Even if there were group gatherings and dinner training sessions on Earth Day, we had plenty of time we could spend alone together. And the time we had previously spent accompanying Lady Rosamund to the library as guards was also vacant. We retainers could use it as we liked. Lenore, you don't have classes today, right? Cornelius asked. Is there somewhere in particular you want to go? Anywhere will do, as long as we are together. Perhaps we could use this opportunity to learn from Royal Academy love stories. Oh my god. This is getting so awkward! So freaking awkward to read! I was worried about choosing books when it came to doing the audiobooks because I was worried that I would find a book as I got like partway through the series and it would have a steamy scene in it and I really would have felt awkward reading it. It's a good thing this isn't webcam too, because you would have been seeing my blushing face if that was the case. We're going to end up becoming material for Mother and everyone else, you know, Cornelius said with a grimace. I couldn't help but smile in response. His attempts to escape from Lady Elvira's probing seemed more adorable than manly to me. Although I would not like to be used as material myself, I replied, the stories Lady Elvira writes truly are wonderful. I am aware that women love those. I guess you do too, Lenore. Just reading them, that is. I think most men will be a little uncomfortable if you ask them to act based on those stories, Cornelius muttered. Yeah. He held my hand and guided me out of the dormitory, complaining about how fictitious such love stories were all the while, and together we started down a hallway in the central building. Even we women understand that such ideal stories cannot be recreated perfectly in the real world. I, for one, would not like to be held to the standards of the ladies who feature in them, I replied. Royal Academy love stories described actual romances in the most beautiful way imaginable. They were quite extreme at times, so it was easy to understand not wanting to be compared to them. Cornelius suddenly paused and examined me carefully. You consider those stories the ideal, but you don't actually expect them to become reality, he said. That's the first time I've heard an opinion like that. Saying it is so bluntly is far from romantic, so I imagine most women keep such thoughts locked away inside of them. I was often told that I was too straightforward and that my cold observations weren't cute at all, but my tongue had slipped yet again. Despite my efforts to act at least a bit cuter around Cornelius, I always ended up blundering somehow. It was so upsetting that I started walking a half step behind him. I would have liked to distance myself even more as I was in deep self-reflection, but this was as far as I could get while our fingers were still intertwined. If only I were as so innocently adorable as Judith or Feline, maybe then Cornelius would think I'm cute, even if only a little. What the fuck? Did you read her mind or something? I do think you're cute. Did you read her mind? Cornelius suddenly announced, Excuse me? It's cute how you admire love stories, even while saying they're unrealistic. In an instant, I felt all my mana coursing through my body, my cheeks flushed, and I was struck with an urge to flee out of embarrassment. There were metaphors in Royal Academy love stories about a goddess of spring wanting to hide from the god of light, of farsight, and they all suited me perfectly at the moment. As I've said, I stammered, I do not know how to reply to things like that. Please do not say them with such a serious face. Cornelius brushed off my protest with a smile and opened a door in the central building that led out directly outside. He descended the snowy stairs that formed his high beast. I moved to do the same, but he stopped me with a half smile. You don't need yours, Lenore. Ride mine. Hold on just a moment. Riding double. Oh! That's another way to show that you're taken, is riding on someone's high beast. I think. I knew it's supposed to be like a... Oh, God. Oh. Sorry I was stretching, and it just... Sometimes you stretch, and it just... You lose all your energy. I think it's supposed to be like a euphemism or something. Or I think it is something to show that you're, like, together with someone. Cornelius and I were already set on choosing one another for the graduation ceremony escort, so there wouldn't be nothing shameful about us being seen riding together. Incidentally, it was considered very problematic for members of the opposite sex to ride atop the same high beast, that is, unless they were lovers or children. But that was not my concern here. I had not ridden alongside any man before, much less the one with whom I was in love with, so I had no idea how to behave or what to do. If you don't want to, I won't make you, Cornelius said. I don't not want to, I just need time to prepare my heart. What's with that word? That phrasing, prepare your heart. I've heard that before in, dang it, what was it? Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid or something like that, where in one of the episodes, I can't remember which one. But is that supposed to be a thing people say? Or is this something only in fiction? Because I don't think people would actually say that. Alright, could you do that later then? As expected, Cornelius once again brushed off my protest with a smile. By the time I knew what was happening, I was atop his high beast. Let's go, he said. Naturally, as we were riding in tandem, his voice was much too close. Yeah, he'd be right by your freaking ear. I told y'all this was gonna get awkward. To spin, and I found it impossible to sit straight. Perhaps the cold air and piled up snow intensified Cornelius's warmth, and the feeling of it against my back made it impossible for me to calm down. Where are we going? I asked. I was thinking we should take a page from Royal Academy love stories and go to the gazebo where the goddess of time plays her tricks, he replied. Oh my god, dude. Really? Good lord. It seemed that Cornelius had indeed read the book, despite all his complaints about Lady Elvira. His right hand gripped the reins, while his left hand held me securely in place. This had happened in the stories as well, and it was entirely like being embraced. The problem was that I was barely calm enough to entrust my body to him while feeling as the goddess of spring did while she rolled along. I should have been studying Royal Academy love stories, not the Phoebe's encyclopedias. Oh. What? Okay. I had thought that Cornelius had selected me because my province, status, and faction made me the optimal choice, and that even if we were on good terms as co-workers, there would never be true romance between us. The idea that we might one day be riding to a gazebo like this had not once crossed my mind. Cornelius truly does excel at surprise attacks. In more ways than one. As I remembered, it had been the end of summer, and at the end of summer, coming of age, and the autumn baptism ceremonies, Lady Rosamond was spending her days in the temple in preparation, and while she was absent, her female retainers were pouring their all into embroidering Schwartz and Weiss's outfits. By chance, it was on that particular day that Lady Rosamond's attendants were changing her room's decor to suit the upcoming season. Judith had practiced, and Feline was helping at the temple, so I was the only one embroidering in the retainer room. "Lenore, is Riarda here?" Cornelius asked, having suddenly appeared in the entryway. I glanced at the door leading to Lady Rosamond's room and said, "She's decorating right now, so I expect she will shoo you away unless your business is particularly urgent." Riarda was enthused about finishing the task as quickly as possible. Cornelius must have found it easy to imagine her reaction and seated himself with a smile. "Guess I should wait until she's calmed down a bit. She should take a break at Fifth Bell, right?" "Yes, I imagine so," I replied, confident that even Riarda would give herself some time to rest, and then return to my embroidery. I wanted to use this rare opportunity to speak of Cornelius, but no suitable topics came to mind. "Have you decided what you're going to do, who you're going to be escorting?" I was extremely concerned about the answers to that question, but I had heard that Cornelius was already fed up with Lady Elvira asking him about such matters. The last thing I wanted was to make that silence even more unbearable. At times when we were working together, we would often speak of our guard night duties, but we had nothing to talk about when Lady Rosamond was absent. Perhaps I could discuss Lord Bonifacio's training, or would that be too sudden? I silently continued my work, trying to think of something to say. "This embroidery, sir, seems finicky. I see why Lady Rosamond did everything she could to avoid it," came an impressed voice. I looked up and realized that Cornelius had been watching my hands the whole time, and now that I knew his eyes were on me, my fingertips began to tremble. Well, Isleta is a skilled embroiderer, not I. She excels at practice work and would more than happily embroider forever. Not only has she finished the task she was assigned, but she has also started embroidering Lady Rosamond's new outfit. Her intention is to make the hem match the designs on Schwartz and Weiss's clothes. Right. Isleta's love of shoemills was common knowledge among her fellow retainers. She thought she was successfully hiding it from Lady Rosamond, but I was certain she had long since been discovered. Oh, yes, she has. "So the girls are splitting the embroidery up. Does that mean Angelica's participating?" Cornelius asked, seeming extremely concerned. He was probably thinking back to the suffering he had experienced as part of the Raise Angelica Grade Squadron. That, or he harbored feelings of undying love for her, perhaps for her having become engaged to Lord Eckert. "This may surprise you, Cornelius, but Angelica has a talent for embroidery." "No way." "It is true. She agreed to help as long as Lord Ferdinand gave her permission to embroider the magic circles into her own cape as well. She said that she would spare no effort when it came to powering up her equipment." "I wish she had shown that much initiative with her studies," Cornelius said, and gave an exaggerated sigh. I wish that I could sigh as well. He seemed to get quite talkative when the subject turned to Angelica. But that just made me depressed. Once again we fell into an uncomfortable silence. It seemed as though we were both eyeing one another, but neither of us could speak. Our standoff continued, broken only by the occasional faint sound of my thread passing through cloth. It is until Cornelius spoke again. "Are you embroidering to strengthen your equipment too, or are you thinking of the future?" The word future made my heart thump as the images of a wife embroidering her husband's cape immediately came to mind. Keep your hands focused on what you're doing, or else you might mess up. That's the last thing you want. I was practicing with the future in mind, that much was correct, but what Cornelius didn't know was that I wished to embroider his cape in particular. "Both, I suppose. I simply hope that my efforts do not go to waste," I said in particular jest, mastering all of my energy to force a smile. "I see," Cornelius replied casually, again watching my fingers. "I don't think that'll go to waste, if you'll embroider my..." He did it! He said it! Oh my god, is she gonna catch on to what he said, or is she just gonna keep going until she finally realizes what the freak he just said? That certainly would reward all of my hard work, I said, but I cannot, no matter how much I want to. I passed my thread through the cloth again, and again, and again, and then I suddenly realized what he just said! What Cornelius had just said to me. If you'll embroider my cape. Wait, hold on a moment. Was that? He had said it so casually that I hadn't even realized his intentions. I snapped my head up to look at him and saw that his eyes were already on me. There was nothing in his expression to suggest that he had been joking. Rather, he seemed troubled by the vagueness of my response. May I borrow your cape then? That's such a freaking awkward answer here. Again, it's gonna be awkward. It's freaking so casual about it. There are more people here than I thought, Cornelius remarked. His voice, tickling my ears, brought me back to the present moment, and my heart continued to pound as I gazed down from where I was sitting atop his high beast. There were several gazebos at the back of the end of the scholar building, with high beasts waiting outside of them, which indicated they were in use. This one looks like it has the best scenery. We stopped outside one of the gazebos and dismounted, at which point Cornelius took out a face stone and rested atop the high beast. By doing this, it wouldn't disappear even if something else distracted him, and he stopped supplying it with mana. I had seen Lady Rosamund rest face stones on her high beast when it was filled with luggage, but the sight was still strange to me. One did not usually separate from one's high beast. The gazebos were fashioned from ivory stone, much like the Royal Academy, and were a little chilly as a result. However, this area alone had no snow, and thanks to the bright atmosphere of the flower gardens, the cold didn't feel quite as bitter. Visiting a gazebo with one's lover was the kind of romantic act one could only do at the Royal Academy. I felt entirely as though I had become the protagonist of a story. Were Lady Elvira to write about this moment, the goddess of spring would doubtless be dancing around Efflorlum, the goddess of flowers. Lenore, is there really a need to sit so far away when it's just us? Cornelius asked when I seated myself across from him. He gestured for me to sit beside him instead. You have a point, I replied. I would be so freaking awkward at this! Oh my god! You would see me blushing like crazy. I moved over, trying to sit next to him as naturally as possible. Perhaps I was a little too close. Cornelius didn't seem to be nervous at all, yet I felt as though steam was already blowing out of my ears. Cornelius, about dinner practice next Earth Day. I tried to focus our conversation on something familiar to regain my footing and distract from my nerves, considering we were so close to one another and all alone. The problem was, the only topics I knew as well as the weather were training schedules and the Fae Beast I was researching for the Energy Tournament. I appreciate your enthusiasm, Lenore, but shouldn't we use this opportunity to discuss things we can only talk about while alone? Such as... Well, the escorting during the graduation ceremony or the engagement ceremony after we get back. More than a season had passed since Cornelius and I first became lovers, and in that time I had prepared clothes to wear at the graduation ceremony and gotten ready for the debut to my relatives. We planned to have our engagement ceremony upon returning to Ehrenfest. I've checked things over countless times while working on these preparations, but perhaps I've forgotten something? The blood drained from my cheeks. There was little I could do to prepare at the Royal Academy. This wasn't the time to be relaxing at a gazebo. Have I failed to prepare something, I asked? Is there still time, or are we too late? Oh, no, you haven't forgotten anything, Cornelius said with a troubled expression and stopped me from standing up. It was relaxing to hear those there was nothing I had overlooked. You like Royal Academy love stories, right? Indeed, as long as I'm not featured in its pages. What? Then why don't we try to recreate one of the tales? What? Huh? I blinked as Cornelius used his spare hand to spread his cape. His dark eyes were narrowed ever so slightly in mischievous amusement. Are you gonna kiss her? Is he gonna kiss her? Is he gonna try to kiss her? Like I said, this is so awkward! Boy, am I glad this isn't one of those books that does have steamy love scenes, including sex. But still, this is awkward for me to read. I'm sorry. And when he brought his face closer to mine, under the newly created shadow, I recalled Royal Academy love stories. There was a scene where the God of Darkness spread his cape and enveloped the Goddess of Light while they were both in a gazebo. No doubt he was recreating that. It's so freaking weird to say. I think it's just because it's not the usual romantic things that you would hear. This is something that is romantic, quote unquote, to this series. But if it was something more normal, I don't think I would have been so... It still would have been awkward, but it would have been less awkward because it sounds so normal. So something like, not like... It doesn't sound like romantic. It doesn't sound... It's romantic in a way, but it's still weird. It's just weird to me. Might I hide you with my cape, my goddess of light? I can't help but laugh at this. It's just so weird. If my god of darkness wishes, I replied. I couldn't imagine refusing him, but at the same time, I wasn't sure how to respond. I leaned against him nervously, and he embraced me as if enveloping me in his cape. His body was warm, and his manner felt exceptionally close. Cornelius, I said, we were certainly in a comfortable position, but my embarrassment was soon worn out, and I pulled away from him, feeling an immense urge to flee and bury my face somewhere. Lenore, he replied, shifting so that we were facing each other, and showing me his right hand. Okay, so he's sitting on the left. So if I was sitting in that way, he would be sitting on my left. Okay. I was trying to kind of picture it. And showing me his right hand, Mana was concentrating on his palm as though he were about to produce his staff. It was a troubling sight. Was he intending to mix his mana with mine, even when we had yet to even exchange engagement face stones? So what would our parents say if they saw us like this? So I'm assuming this is sort of the equivalent to getting to second base or something? Dude. Like I said, poor Rosemine's manuscript was seen as pornography because that was seen as normal. If she had written it in terms of this, it would have been acceptable, but this is not. Because apparently mixing mana by holding hands is equivalent to getting to second base. Really? Really? Okay, whatever. Do you not want to, he asked. That question is unfair, I retorted. How could I can refuse when ever since reading Royal Academy love stories, I had dreamed of mixing mana with him just like this. After swallowing hard at the idea of taking Cornelius' mana for the first time, I slowly extended my own palm to the one outstretched in front of me. I was about to say, you better not give me a picture of that! I don't need an illustration of that. Oh, thank God. It ended. Oh, so we're left on a cliffhanger here. Great. Okay, let's see. Seeing him smile is so weird. I'm just not used to seeing him smile. It's kind of unsettling. I don't know how she causes that much problems. He's like, I'll give her a good scolding when she gets back. Sylvester. He's like, wait. Alright, I won't be too harsh on her. But I didn't even say anything. She didn't have to say anything. He knew what she was thinking. Hold on, let me get closer. I gotta be able to read. I can't read this thing. Hold on. Oh, it's Elvira getting all lovey excited about all this. She's excited about the whole romance between Lenore and Cornelius. Oh my god. Yeah, love train off the rails. Heck yeah. Okay. I'll get to work on editing this, and I will see you guys in the next volume.